Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with AJ. No Dell today. Did you know Dell was taking off today, Lance?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, you didn't check your email.
Nobody tells me anything.
What's in your email?
No, I'm not looking at my email.
Okay.
I'm not doing that.
You're going to have to live a life of mystery then.
Yeah, well, it is. It's a life of mystery for me right now. There's no question about that. AJ, welcome to the show. We're going to hear from AJ in just a little bit. He doesn't like to – Dell is always blah, 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 always talking, always talking. AJ's a lot more demure. He's a lot quieter, and it's good to have that balance as opposed to blah, 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 Dell all the time.
Thank you.
Okay? Welcome in, everybody. John and Lance, and you're going to apologize to Lance McCullers Jr. right now?
Still won't.
Okay,
I never said anything bad about
pitching
him.
Paul Skeens?
Until you apologize to Jalen Petrie and Jalen Green, I'm not apologizing to Lance McCullers.
Wait, those two Jalens. What?
Until you apologize to the Jalens, I'm not
apologizing. What do I have to apologize to the Jalens for?
You know why.
I didn't say anything about the Jalens.
You've been so bad
Jalen
about
Green.
The Jalens.
I'm the one that. Jalen Green was great last night. Dell, he sucks. Oh, it's a week.
Apologize to the Jalens, and you'll get your apology.
I love me some Jalens. Love me some Jalens.
Love me some Lances.
Okay,
I'm a big fan of Lances.
What about that Lance yesterday?
Not Lance Armstrong, but
was he fantastic or what?
It was unbelievable. You know, that little sweeping slider he has, which he threw. You know, I always wonder if his arm slot would allow it anymore because of the torque on his elbow. It's back. He may just be saying, "Man, I'm going with my best stuff. I'll just pitch till the arm falls off and the contract's over." But golly, was his stuff great. I mean, backdoor slider. He was sweeping it on right-handers. He was going backdoor on left-handers. He had a sink action on, I guess it was his change, where he had that nasty sink at the back end of it. Skeens looked fantastic because he's Paul Skeens. I mean, what are you going to do? Eight innings. He was dominant, but he made one mistake. Mm-hmm. He left a little slider up in the zone, and Walker yanked it, and then that was all the Astros needed. I mean, the Pirates get no run support at all for Skeens. It's unbelievable. But the story to me, I mean, that's the national story, is how Paul Skeens is probably going to have to leave because they can't score runs for him. But the local story is Lance McCullers now. This is 3 games. 27, what has it been? 27 strikeouts in his last, 17 innings?
Yeah, he had 7 and no, it was more than that. He pitched 6 last night. Was it 11 before? No. It was 12. Wasn't it 12 innings, 20 strikeouts?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's 18 innings, and he's got 27 strikeouts. Just fantastic. He's looking so good. Although I will say this, Todd Kellis made a point early in the game.
No. It's actually 16. No, John, it's 16 and a third.
16 and
He's
a third.
pitched 16 and a third innings with 27 strikeouts.
Well, listen, his last outing, he had 2 strikeouts every inning.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't average that. He actually had 2 strikeouts every inning.
Well, he's been averaging better than a strikeout an inning for his last 3 outings. In all 3 outings, he's gone better than a strikeout per inning. He's more than 2 per inning right now is what he's averaging.
Yeah, he's pretty down. He's pretty skippy right now. That is great. Although I will say this,
right at, and that's actually a little.
Todd Kellis said something that I went, He said, Lance McCullers knows what Paul Skeens is going through because when he came up, he had the kind of fanfare that Skeens is having. He's a guy who came up in the organization. He was a high draft pick.
Yeah.
Skeens was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, a little different. I mean, Skeens was. Lance was the top pick of the second round. They Carlos Correa famously took less. They drafted Carlos Correa because they could get him for less money.
Yeah,
which gave them enough money to sign Lance McCullers for high slot for Lance McCullers. He was a big name. I mean, it was a big deal. I remember, we covered the Astros pretty good back then. Where I was, and I mean, it was a big deal. It wasn't Skeens. I mean, come on now.
Skeens, no. This is like I mean, Skeens was like
the most dominant pitcher in college baseball. Was the
yeah,
first
and
pick in the first round. He was just ripped through state. Remember, he wasn't even in minor leagues a full year.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember anybody being bigger than the Pirates getting Skeens.
No,
not for a while.
No, in baseball, no,
No.
I can't recall. Not for a guy coming into the league as a draft pick, and literally the year after he was drafted. So,
do you know where McCullers was drafted?
I mean, he was in the second round. I think early second.
It's first round, 41st overall. You know, they've got a lot of additions to the first round.
So he was considered a first round pick?
First round pick,
huh.
2012, 41st overall.
Yeah, my league, we don't start doing compensatory picks until the third round.
Right. In baseball, there's a bunch of first round compensatory. And the Astros deserved it. This is before they cheated. This is before they cheated and don't deserve anything. Yeah, and man, I'll tell you what, Skeens looks like he's throwing a wiffle ball, honestly. Sometimes that sweeper that he throws, I don't know how anybody, with that fastball coming in at 98, did you see after Walker's homer? K. I mean, he was pissed.
He got pissed off. His stuff, like, you've got to hit his mistakes. If you don't hit his mistakes, you're not going to score. But right now he can't get any runs, so it really doesn't matter. But yeah, we're looking at a guy who's has a chance to be, the next Verlander. I mean, the next whoever. I don't know. That's not even Verlander. He's more of a power pitcher. I don't even know who. I'd have to think about it. But we're looking at one of the, and Lance McCullers out dueled him 1-0 basically.
I can tell you what I learned in one sentence last night.
What'd you learn?
I learned that Andrew McCutchen has as many home runs as Roberto Clemente in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that was shocking to see. I mean, he's been a really good player. We just don't. He's in Pittsburgh. Who talks about him anymore?
No, well, and I didn't equate him with hitting home runs like Roberto Clemente. Clemente had 3,000 hits now.
Yeah, he wasn't a big power hitter.
No, he wasn't a big power hitter, but he could. I'll bet Clemente was I think is the greatest right fielder that I've ever seen, ever. And I was a little kid when Clemente was playing, but Roberto Clemente was the greatest. I don't know. You cannot tell me that there's another right fielder that was better than Clemente. He was fantastic, and to be in any kind of a neighborhood as Roberto Clemente in Pittsburgh, I didn't even realize that McCutchen had those kind of numbers, and that's pretty cool.
John, I mean, he's been, he was discussed for MVP at one point. He's been really, really good, just kind of in relative, and for a while in relative anonymity though. But that surprised me too, because it's 240 home runs, but Clemente also played 17 years there, or 18 years, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, he looks like he was, when he died. I mean, he died in that plane crash. It looked like he was still a kid.
God, McCutchen is 38 years old now. I didn't realize he was 38 years old when Clemente died. How old was Clemente when he died? Well, he was 38 years old.
Wow.
So they've played the same amount of years. But they're the same age, I should say. They're the same age, but yeah, it's wait a minute. Yeah, McCutchen's got more career home runs. That was as a Pirate.
Yeah, that was as a Pirate.
Yeah.
It's as a Pirate, right? I mean, he was gone for 4 or 5 years. So, I mean, but that was a little weird. Hey, Isak was in a 1 for 26 when he yanked that one.
McCutchen did win an MVP all the way back in 13. I was like, this is a guy's in the MVP discussion. Yeah, because he won one in 13 when we didn't really care as much about baseball anymore in Houston.
No, we didn't care.
That's when baseball was wiped out in Houston.
It didn't exist.
I know. He won
except with Charlie
he won an
Palillo.
MVP? Yeah, in 13. Oh, we didn't play baseball then.
The only one who knew that was Charlie Palillo.
Charlie's the only one who could have possibly known that.
Yep. Paredes was in a 1 for 26 when he hit that homer last night.
Mm-hmm.
He had been really struggling. He had carried the team for a while, and then he just went into the
That's
tank.
okay.
On the
Altuve, when he stepped down, Altuve stepped up.
Yeah, he did. He really did.
And Yiner.
And Yiner and Pena. You don't give love to Pena.
Pena didn't, because he didn't step up. Pena stayed the same way.
Oh,
Pena's having the best season of his career.
Second best player in the American League, and you won't give him any love.
Well, I don't know if I would go that far.
Oh, I would. Well, look at WAR. Look at B-WAR.
Well, the WAR depends on how your team is. So
B-WAR plus GLT. I don't know what the hell it is, but I don't know, but I do know.
I don't know if I can get there on him being the second best player. We'll see what the MVP voting looks like, though. But
well, that doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, if he's the second best player in major in the American League, and the Astros are leading the division, the Astros are leading the division, he should be in the top 3 voting of the MVP.
No, he's not going to be in the top because the writers hate the Astros.
No,
they're the ones that started the FL Tuve chant.
What are you talking about? Jordan was in the top 3.
I know. Well, Jordan's different. I mean, he's a power hitter.
Well, look at his WAR. His WAR's a 3.6.
I'm just telling you right now. His B-WAR, GLT, BLT plus he's fantastic.
He is. Jeremy has been, his rookie year, he had 22 home runs. He hasn't really come that close to those home run totals. Last year, he had 650 at-bats and hit 15. His rookie year, he had 558, plate appearances, 558 plate appearances, had 22 his rookie year. Slugging percentage his rookie year was 426. He hadn't been 400 the 2 previous year, the 2 years after that. This year, his OPS is 847 right now. He's hitting 308. So, I mean, he's a good, generally he's a good hitter, but his OPS is over 800. He stepped into the leadoff spot, has not missed a beat. In fact, looks as confident as anything.
No, that's when he took off.
Yeah, I mean, he was hitting pretty well before that when he was in the 2-hole, but when he went to the leadoff spot, it's like he hit another level and has not looked back. And that's the thing. He just hasn't fallen off.
That whole where you bat in the order, it matters to some guys. And Jeremy, when he was the MVP of the World Series, he was in the 2-hole. Now he's the leadoff guy, and he just feels great about his life. I don't know, whatever it is, but leave him up there. Dude has been awesome. Just leave him up there, Joe. All right? Let's not mess around with this.
Here's an interesting stat for him.
And the other thing on that, Lance, is keep Myers at 8 or 9 because he's much better there. He can't hit in the 5-hole.
No.
Joe puts him in the 5-hole, and he can't hit.
No. And he's not he didn't have the pop to hit there anyway. That's not Jake Myers. So I understand if there's injuries or for one, even if it's just one game, Jake just doesn't hit there. So don't put him there. But the most impressive thing to me with Jeremy Pena, looking at some of his advanced numbers, his home run percentage was 3.9% as a rookie. This year it's 3.5. So it's still a little lower than as a rookie, but he's back to that kind of lift and that kind of pop and swinging with that kind of authority. What's really impressive, his strikeout percentage as a rookie was 24.2%. Year 2, it was 20.3%. Year 3, it was 17.1%. This year, it's 13.4%. Every year so far, better and better and better at spoiling pitches and recognizing the strike zone. I mean, that's a big deal to go from, and his walk percentage has gone from 3.9 as a rookie to 6.3 as a fourth-year player. So really, really impressive stuff right now. When you look at his, only 34 strikeouts, he's striking out less. His home run pop is back on par with when he was a rookie. He's got a better OPS by far than any season he had in Major League Baseball. I mean, his rookie year, his OPS was only 715. His on-base percentage was only 289. He's become a complete player, and his defense has been better this year. Kind of had fell off a little.
It's better than it was last year.
Yeah,
he was awesome.
Well, yeah, it's better than last year, which was not good.
No, last year was bad. Last year was terrible. 713-780-3776. You want to talk about this team? Let's go. 713-780-3776. We got a lot of Texans to talk, got a lot of sound from the last day of OTA.
There's a little concern nationally. Now, the Texans aren't concerned, so you shouldn't be concerned. But there is some concern that people are weighing in on as something came up yesterday.
Okay, let's talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I want to talk about Texas Card House. I want to talk about hijack poker. You know, there's a lot of people. I love playing poker with people. I don't like to play online, but a lot of people play online. A lot of people love to play online. And I'm going to tell you this, that's how you get good. I watch a lot of pro poker. I watch a lot of WPT and EPT, and I watch, obviously the World Series. And a lot of guys get good online. So if you want to improve your poker, online is a great way to do it. Hijack poker is a great way to do it. I'm going to tell you this. You got better poker in Texas than you've got probably anywhere. You got better poker in Houston than I certainly here. I mean, it's so good. People are good. You're going to learn a lot. If you're somebody that likes to get into poker and you like to play in poker, we have a lot of great poker players in the city of Houston. And get on Hijack Poker and play and get better and better your play. Hijackpoker.com. You can put in money at Texas Card House, or you can put it at either locations. You can go there and you can deposit the money, and you can also take the money out at Texas Card House, get cash right there at Texas Card House, as opposed to waiting in the mail or whatever. TexasCardHouse.com. Find the location in Green Ridge and Westheimer and one in Spring. But Hijack Poker, download it, play, and see how great it is. No bots, just Texas people. Hijack Poker.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Have you heard about this Jack Caglianone? Royals.
Give me
He's
context.
a Royals prospect. He came up last night to the big leagues, had his first game in the bigs. Anyway, he's the guy that you're going to hear from. Caglianone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right, because he's the big time prospect.
He's a huge prospect.
Yeah.
Anyway, he had his first Caglianone.
I saw the name. I'm like, I thought these guys went out in the 50s. I thought we were done with these Italians in the 50s and 60s in baseball. Apparently,
No.
we still have them coming up
we
from the
ain't
minor
done with
leagues.
them. All right.
No, we were done with the Italians in the 60s.
No.
With
Rocky
bat choking up
Calabito.
on the bat, where you see about 3 inches of bat handle at the bottom. They got that fast swing and the fast run and big baggy pants and gloves that only have 3 fingers on them. I'm like, aren't we done with the Italians?
Yeah. No. Rocky Calavito? No, we ain't done with him. Sorry, pal. We got a new one. Caglianone.
So many Italians, and now we got another one back.
Okay, so let's talk a little Texans.
Yep.
Big news. I guess they're finally admitting that that CJ's got something wrong with him.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to
problem.
like you saying it like that.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what. I don't think we have the audio for that one.
What we got?
I'm looking.
We got D'Amico. Oh, D'Amico not wanting to talk about it.
Yeah, do we
D'Amico
have that?
not answering the question whether or not he had a procedure on his shoulder.
Yeah, but we don't have that audio up.
It's not.
He said he came in. He goes, first off, I know everyone's going to ask. CJ's not throwing again. There's no concerns to CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, and he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. Really excited the way we're working. Blah blah blah. First question. Whether or not CJ Stroud's going to be ready to throw at minicamp. For CJ, like I said, he has general soreness, and we're just taking extra precaution with him. Now, he asked, will he be able to throw? So he could just say, yeah, we're expecting that. He's got general soreness, so, we expect. Instead, he says, we're just taking extra precaution with him. When he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go. Next question. Hey, did CJ Stroud have any work done on his shoulder in the offseason? All right, that's it for CJ, guys, on the question. That's it. That's it for him. It's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not going to rush him in anything. He'll be fine. When the moment for him to be ready to go, he'll be ready to go. So they didn't say he's sore. They didn't say there's anything wrong with him. It's general soreness.
He would not answer the question.
He would not
if
answer the
there
question.
was.
Well, he did
any
answer the
work
question.
done.
It's general soreness. Now, I'm not going to answer your question directly with the answers that you want. I'll just tell you that when he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go. And he has general soreness. Who amongst us doesn't have general soreness?
Well, you have general soreness all the time.
Today it's my right shoulder. General soreness.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And probably CJ has it in his right shoulder. And when I'm ready to go, I'll let you know.
For some reason, there's not as much concern about your right shoulder as CJ's right shoulder. I don't think it's a big deal. You know what? He didn't throw. He's not throwing at minicamp. Or OTAs. Oh well. Who cares, right? To me, oh well. But that there isn't something wrong is wrong. There's something wrong with him, and it was a result of the number of hits that he took last year.
More than likely,
that last game against Kansas City, he got his ass whooped. And it was all because of that offensive line.
But remember, there was discussion. Like CJ had mentioned something at one point about his AC joint, I believe. Like it came up later in the year, and it was just kind of he didn't make.
Yeah.
Remember, but he tried not to make a big deal about it.
Right.
But doesn't it make a little sense that this guy who's been tremendously accurate, who is missing easy throws? I mean, easy CJ throws. Wouldn't it make some sense that there was something going on that was preventing him maybe from being his best, and that was a lingering shoulder issue for a chunk of the year?
If we go back, though, Lance, we look early in the season, he was doing that.
Well, no, that's right. He was missing some throws. And some of them, John, could have been timing, and some of them could have just been maybe some of it was physical. When I say timing, his internal clock got all screwed up last year because he started getting nervous about the rush coming, and you could see him rush his throws when his internal clock got screwed up. But I still wonder, though, how much his shoulder had an impact on how he played last year. Trey Wingo, I just happened to see a video with him, and he was making a comment that this is a big concern, blah, blah, blah. And he said he hasn't played a game since mid-January, or maybe it was early January, I guess. And now he is we're in June, and he still is not able to throw. That's a concern. And to me, I just think maybe it's a concern, but maybe it's not.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take D'Amico at his word. It's precautionary. Why throw now? You don't need him to throw.
Would you take the Astros at their word? If the Astros said CJ should be good, we don't think there's any problem. He's general soreness, or would you think he has a fracture somewhere?
I would think something's fractured, or he's getting Tommy John.
He has general soreness equals fracture or
if
Tommy
he's got
John.
a neck problem. Tommy John,
yeah,
right. That with the Astros. I don't believe that there's. I think CJ got his ass kicked last year. That's what I think, and I think CJ he deserves. Let's not do anything until you have to.
So, are you worried that he got his ass kicked last year in 6 months? His ass is still kicked.
I'm worried that no, I'm not worried. I'm actually not worried about anything. I think he'll be just fine. I don't give a rat's ass if he's throwing at OTAs. I don't.
No, I don't either.
Yeah,
I don't either.
No, I think he's going to be. You know what? Get him 100%. Fix this offensive line. Let the kid have some confidence back there. Don't mess up his internal clock like they did last year. Don't mess up his confidence. Don't mess up. Don't mess up his body. They messed everything up with him last year, that offensive line. So let's get it right. I know you're worried about the offensive line. Me and Nick Casario, we're not worried about the offensive line.
And D'Amico.
D'Amico's not worried about it. I'm not worried about it.
And you shouldn't be worried about it.
You're worried about it, but I know I'm not. Okay.
If I'm not worried, I'm not worried about it, and D'Amico's we're not worried about it, so you shouldn't be worried about it.
Yeah.
And D'Amico told you shouldn't be worried about C.J. Stroud.
Right. Well, it's the quarterback position.
So we're a little bit worried.
You know what? Every single step he makes, there's going to be speculation about what's
I'm not
going
worried, but I have a general concern. Until I see him out there throwing, I will have just a general concern. Maybe some of that is from me not supposed to be worried about the Astros and then injuries and all of them becoming much more serious than we thought. I mean, even Altuve took longer to come back from the oblique than we thought. Urquidy took forever to come back from what was COVID, I guess. That was back in 21. But remember how quiet that was before the season? He didn't make it, and then he didn't make it back for a long time. When the Astros tell you something's wrong, but it's not that wrong, it's usually really wrong, and it lasts a lot longer than it should be. So maybe because of that, maybe subconsciously, I'm just a little bit like, hey, I just will feel a little bit better. It's like when your kid's out late, past curfew, and they say they're going to be coming home, and you don't really want to go to bed until they get home. Like you're just a little bit worried, make sure they get home. You don't want anything to happen to them out on the roadways or whatever. It's the same thing with CJ. I'll be able to go to sleep when I see him throwing out in camp sometime.
Yeah. Listen, would I prefer that he was fine throwing at camp? Absolutely. Would I prefer that your kid was home and not
right.
wandering the streets to, I don't know what he's doing.
Well, not doing anything. Just
coming back. I don't know what he's doing.
Just driving on the roadways. Anything can happen to your kid. It doesn't even have to be their fault. They can get hit and killed at any point.
Yeah. Well, I know,
people in Houston drive.
I feel better when, your kids are home at night and they're tucked safely in their beds.
That's right.
And I'll feel better too. I would feel better if CJ was throwing right now.
Yeah. And
didn't have a worry in the world. But it's not. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. We got a break. 713-780-3776. A lot of Rockets talk right now. A lot of trade stuff going on right now.
Kelly Iko.
We'll talk about it on the other side.
Said some things. There's some things that were said.
There's a couple of things that were said. There's a little. I don't know if it's disrespectful, but we'll talk about it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A lot of stuff out there right now. A lot of stuff with the Rockets right now. Giannis in serious play. The Suns have lowered their asking price for Kevin Durant. There is interest out there for Cam Whitmore. Reed Shepherd to take a bigger role this season with the Rockets. there's so much stuff going on right now that I don't know. I'm not sure which way they're going to do it. I'm almost positive they're making a big move this offseason.
Yeah.
I don't think they stand pat. I think
kind of been on that side, and everything that came out, I completely thought would be the case. They're interested in Giannis. The Suns are really dialed in on getting that 10th pick back, which I don't know if that means. I think Kevin Durant might be maybe a fallback option, and that there is trade interest in Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore has zero chance of being a Rocket next year. He is not an Ime guy, and it's probably best for both parties to give him a fresh start somewhere else, and for Ime to just move him off the bench and bring somebody else in.
I'm a little bit worried. Yesterday or the day before, I was watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I was watching him with the Clips, and I was like, I said, no one saw this coming? Y'all didn't see this coming? When you look at the clips of him and with the Clippers and
he had
some of the stuff that
he had some good highlights.
He had some great highlights.
Yeah, but I think his attitude's a little different than Cam's.
Yeah, I get that, but if Cam cleans that up now, if Cam gets playing time, and I don't know.
Cam's a good player. He'll do well somewhere else. You can't worry about that, because he'll never do well here.
Yeah.
He's not an Ime guy. Where you're just going to you're just going to sit on his career and just smother him. I don't think that's really fair to him.
Well, at some point, his contract's going to run out and he's going to leave.
He's only got one more year, right?
Yeah, so that's not the case. But I think Rafael is. I like this. So hold. Let's look at all of our assets. The 10th pick, Cam Whitmore. If we got to use Jalen, if we got to use Jabari, if we got to use whatever it is, let's make the best deal. Let's not Nico Harrison this thing. Jettison whatever out of the building and not pick up the best deal we possibly can. And let's see what. Listen, he's already said we're not overhauling this team. We're not. He said that the last time that we had sound bites from him. We are not. This is not going to be a complete overhaul.
Yeah, but you can add Giannis without making it a complete overhaul.
Well, it's going to be a lot. You're going to give up a lot.
It'll be a lot, and there's going to be a lot of. Look, I don't think there's going to be a lot of competition for Kevin Durant. There is going to be competition for Giannis. The difference is Kevin Durant is not a star player who is going to take you over the top, and he's got very little time left. Giannis is one of the things we said was missing was that go-to guy, that dude. Do the Astros have a dude? In Giannis,
well, I think that's exactly what Kevin Durant is. Though
Kevin Durant can't play more than 2
more years.
He's a
go-to guy that's a piece
for 2 years.
That's a huge piece.
For 2 years, he's old with an Achilles, and he doesn't defend. And Kevin Durant can score, but he's not the same player. He hasn't had an impact on winning the last 3 years.
Yeah, no, that is
and
true.
That's a talented team over in Phoenix. He had no impact.
But there's something wrong.
He's not a leader. He doesn't play defense. There's a lot not to love about Kevin Durant relative to what Ime looks for.
Yeah, listen, Kevin Durant has been really, really good.
He can score.
Kevin Durant has been a key cog in championships. There's something wrong in Phoenix. There's something
right,
really
but Kevin Durant is not the same player he once was. He's older. He's come off an Achilles. Let's not go crazy about a guy who's definitely a Band-Aid guy. He's like when the Rockets got Barkley. He's not long-term at all.
No. Yep.
So you're still going to have that same hole potentially and not having a star-type player. So I don't know. With Kevin Durant, I'm okay with it just because I get that he adds an element you need. But what he doesn't add is a guy who moving forward you have your star player. You may have it for 2 years at most, but I think that's it. I think that's all. And you still have to, your window should be a lot wider than a couple years.
Yeah.
We'll see. But I still think they're going to be in the mix. I disagree with it depending on what you give up, but I do think I think they'll go after Giannis, and if they don't get him, I think they may land on Kevin Durant. I mean, because he's going to be easy to pull in, I think.
Listen, when is he going to be able to play, though? When? I mean, his Achilles came late in the season. Right?
Oh, that's right. Wait, that was his Achilles. Hold on a second. No. We're talking about. Wait, did Durant get an Achilles late? I know, obvious.
He knee. What was it? What was it? Late in the season, he left and
no, he didn't. It was Kyrie got delayed Achilles, but Kyrie. But Kevin Durant's Achilles happened in 19. So it's not.
What ended his season last? Was it an ankle? What was it? What was it ended his season? He was shut down with about 10 games to go, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. He had an MCL in 2023 and Achilles in 19. No big deal, just breaking down. I can't remember. They were not in the last year, because then they completely fell apart. AJ, you remember what the injury was for Kevin Durant?
I think it was a sprained left ankle. That's what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, because he was out for the rest of the year.
Right.
And the Suns didn't really care about making the playoffs anyway.
Exactly. They're eliminated.
I mean, they were already done, although they didn't have their own pick. Because remember, we were watching the Suns to see what the Suns were doing. Once Kevin Durant went out, it was like, oh, sweet.
Every team is talking about this. They're talking about Giannis. Every city. I mean, I'm looking here. Would Knicks trade Karl Anthony Towns for Kevin Durant? Aging superstar could revitalize Wizards. Trade rumors for Giannis for all over the NBA. Would Dallas trade Cooper Flagg for Giannis? I mean, every city is talking about this.
Now that's one, because you have two aging stars. If you wanted to just take a shot and go Giannis, Anthony Davis, and Kyrie, okay, I could see them maybe wanting to take a shot. But then you get a guy like Cooper Flagg who has all this potential, and you basically are trading that in for a much, much older model. And I mean, I don't know that I would do that, but I get that it gives you a chance to win right now. But
better than Cooper Flagg.
You're going to sacrifice all the Cooper Flagg hype for that? I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's you got years and years of Cooper Flagg as opposed to. I mean, I don't know that Giannis is going anywhere anytime soon.
I'm going to read you some Kevin Durant injuries. Ready? Sustained a grade 2 MCL sprain and tibial bone bruise in his left knee in 2017. Well, I mean, I could go back to 14. I don't feel like he's had sprained left ankle 2008, 2009, sprained left ankle and left knee 10 and 11. In 14, underwent surgery for a Jones fracture in his right foot. In 17, grade 2, which is pretty severe, MCL sprain and tibial bone bruise. 18, 19, ruled out the final game. Don't care about. Oh, with the Achilles tendon. That's right. So the Achilles was 19. And so he missed all of 20. 21, sidelined with an Achilles tendon injury. Also in 21, 22, there was an injury there that sidelined him. Not permanently. Sustained an MCL sprain in the right knee, which actually he had one in back-to-back years. And in last year, several ankle sprains, including one in March, that resulted in the end of the season for him. We're starting to crank up a lot of ankle injuries, MCL injuries, and sprains. He's had multiple MCL sprains, multiple sprained ankles, and an Achilles injury that took him out for a year and then caused him time the next year as well. I'm just a little, I get it if he's just a Band-Aid, which he is, but let's treat him like a Band-Aid.
I'm not looking at him as a Band. He's not a Band-Aid. He's a piece. He's a huge addition.
For how long?
I mean,
he's a bridge.
If it's a couple of years, so what? I mean, this is, you're not giving up the world for him.
No, you're not giving up the world.
You're not even going to. This number 10 overall pick.
Well, how many? But like, you are going to have to give up some talent, though. Some guys who are going to play in the league for years. Like, the Rockets gave up. They got Charles Barkley, and it's not that dissimilar. You gave up Sam Cassell, a young guy, and Robert Horry, a young guy. Those two young guys went on to have pretty good careers because you wanted to have a chance. And you got to the Western Conference Finals, and that was great. And you lost on that shot by John Stockton. But it was a Band-Aid. It was a bridge and a Band-Aid, and you got old and you were done. And I mean, those young players went on to be pretty good players. I don't know if you would have won any more championships with Sam and Robert because you weren't playing consistently anymore. But some of that had to do with
I
the dream
wouldn't
couldn't stay
liken it
fully
to
healthy.
those teams. The dream was everybody. Clyde was older. The dream was older.
You got
were just
rid of
trying
your
to Band-Aid
youth.
this
You
thing.
made
This
yourself
thing
really
ain't
old.
a Band-Aid. I mean, you still got a really young core.
Yeah.
I mean, with between all of the guys, the only older players you got right now are Fred,
Okay,
and Brooks.
well, I
and
don't
they're
know
not
who.
even old.
Well, yeah, and because Steven Adams, I assume, is going to be gone.
I don't know about Steven Adams. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, but they're going to add Brooke Lopez probably, so that's old. Kevin Durant, old. Fred VanVleet is in his prime.
Why do you
and
just
Dylan Brooks
assume
is in
they're
his
going to
prime.
add Brooke Lopez? Brooke Lopez didn't want to come here
No,
last
it came
time.
out already. A free agent, they're turning their attention to him.
Yeah, well.
I mean, why would they not?
They did that last time, too, and he didn't come here.
A little different team now, John. That was a team that had videos of them goofing around on the bed. This team is pretty.
Wow.
Yeah, this team's a little more serious than that team. I think Brooke Lopez would definitely. Why would Brooke Lopez not want to come here?
Well, if Giannis leaves, for sure.
Well, I mean, honestly, why would he not want to come to one of the up and coming teams in basketball? The Rockets are sorry, but maybe you don't have respect for the Rockets, but I do, John. And the Rockets are an up and coming team, and we're a hot team. We're the team everyone wants to come to.
And who else is hot, up and coming? And been around, established. HR&P. HR&P is a place. Listen, I really, really, really appreciate what HR&P does for us. And if you have any questions about HR&P, you can call up to the station, ask for Laura, and Laura Beavers will tell you all about what HR&P does for us. HR&P has been friends of the family of the company. It's more like family because they just care about your business. Ask anybody. They play an integral role in integral and all that we do between the HR, the payroll, the taxes, the benefits packages. They don't sell them, but they advise everything. Bottom line is bottom line. Cut your costs. Be as efficient as you possibly can. Get your payroll to your people. Do HR right. Have tax time be an easy process for you. All of these things. And make sure your benefits packages are perfect for your clientele. If you're with an admin company and you're like, this is rough, well, you're at the wrong company. Get with HR&P. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You guys got any thoughts about anything? AJ, just let us know if anybody wants to get in here. No, not a problem, and we'll get them in right away. Shortest wait times in the history of radio are right here on ESPN 97. On this show. The other shows, not so much. That's what I heard. I heard that there was some controversy yesterday about snotty rags or napkins.
I don't know who left it here. I put my kids on it. I told Joe, on my kids. I didn't leave that there. That's either Paul or Dell. I didn't leave this stupid thing here.
Somebody had a snotty rag in there.
And somebody left all these. They left all these microphones, these headphones plugged in here. I don't know who was here last night, but they left a bunch of crap all over the place.
Oh man, I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of controversy
coming on the
going on.
camera. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. That's what I tell them. You'll have to keep looking for the culprit because it wasn't me.
You. AJ, why are you laughing at him?
Oh, nothing. I mean, just laughing at the vocals.
Is that terrible? His vocals were really.
I wasn't really trying. I was just doing my Shaggy. Was it Shaggy? No, it wasn't Shaggy who sang it. Who was it who sang that song?
Who sang that? AJ?
I'm not sure.
That's before his time. He ain't going to know.
I was born in 02.
AJ ain't going to know. Like
AJ,
I said, I don't know who the culprit was.
Retro. Okay,
but keep on looking. You'll eventually find
stuff
that
happened before 2019. Okay,
I know that.
No, stuff happened before 2019. All right, come on. You know who?
Yeah, it was Shaggy who sang it. Okay, I was right. It happened in 2000.
AJ,
when were you born, AJ?
02.
Hey, it was happened before he was born, John.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff happened. World War II happened before I was born. Okay, I know what.
You don't have to know history anymore. We don't pay attention to history anymore.
AJ,
we just keep doing the same dumb crap.
AJ, do you know who Roberto Clemente is?
Yeah, I played for the Pirates. Yeah.
Yeah. What number was he?
I don't know his number.
Who would know that? That's impossible to know.
21. Come on.
Cool.
Let's go.
I'm more of an NBA and NFL enthusiast, but I
are?
know basketball. Yeah.
You know who Isaiah Thomas is?
Of course, for the Pistons. Yeah, the bad boys. I know that. I know my NBA and NFL though, John.
Okay. All right. I like that. He knows his NBA. What do you think? Who do you want, Giannis or Durant? Giannis, you got to give up a lot of your stuff, though.
Or nobody.
See, for me, the most ideal thing would have been the Rockets getting the number one pick, but obviously they lost that. But we wouldn't have to give up nobody, to be honest. But
and you would have just run it back with a really young team, because that was the question. Is now I would have just said, well, we're young, too bad, we're still rolling with this team. But there was an idea that maybe you use him to go get a player like a Giannis and go get a real dude on the team. See, I'm not. Somebody in the Twitch, Bravo, was saying they got that guy on the team. Do you think that, John?
Who?
I mean, he's obviously either referring to Alperen Şengün or Amen Thompson. I don't know. Amen's not developed enough offensively to make the comment that he is. I'm talking about. Listen, I don't do this thing where I call people elite who are like above average players. I don't do this generational crap. I don't say that stuff. I'm talking about top 8 players. Alperen is not a top 8 player.
No. I will say this. I think.
And it's hard from that position, by the way, to be a dude. It's
Amen
hard.
is an elite defender.
What's that?
Okay. Amen is an elite defender.
Absolutely. But is he a true number one superstar that will go get you W's when the game's on the line? You know what I mean?
They don't have that.
It's hard to do it from a front court. It's really hard to do that because you don't have the ball in your hands as much. That's why, so few of those guys are that. I mean, Jokic is he's a unicorn, but he also steps out and can initiate offense with his high screen and roll or high screen or high post stuff. So it's a little different. I know they try to do that some with Alperen, but even Alperen said, I wasn't as good offensively this year, because he wasn't. He told the truth. He wasn't as good finishing. And his three-point shooting needs to get better too, because I think he can take that step up, but I don't think it's there now.
I didn't like AJ's answer. Okay.
Why?
We asked, okay, what would you do? I want the number one pick.
Okay,
you don't have the number one pick.
Aside from that.
You're Rafael Stone. Do you trade away LP and the core of this team for Giannis? Do you just add Kevin Durant with some pieces, or do you stand pat?
I'm not really high on getting KD, but for Giannis, the price really does matter, though. But I'm not really too crazy about getting KD because kind of like what Lance said, I mean, you're getting, what, 2-3 years maybe? I mean.
He's missed 27,
right.
35, 7, and 20 games over the last 4 years.
Exactly, and he's 36, going to be 37.
36.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but you don't have to give up that
ankles.
much.
Like, players don't get healthier as they get older.
He's an addition, and he's an instant offense guy.
He helps in the short term.
I want to keep the core together. I don't want to give up the core. I love Giannis, but
duct tape.
Giannis on his own can't win this thing.
He's Barkley. Barkley was good his first year too, remember?
He what?
Barkley was good his first year. And an injury started kicking in.
Yeah.
And then Sam was gone and Robert was gone, and that was it.
Well, right, but that was a team that was already won championships and had an
they were
older
different.
core.
Well,
this is a younger core. It's totally different.
Right, they had a
totally different.
Well, it's totally different, except for the fact that you're bringing. Except it is very similar with exiting 2 young players who had core value to the Rockets, and you're bringing in an old guy who has a very limited shelf life and an injury history.
I liken this to the Astros bringing in Carlos Lee. The Rockets,
God.
no, not this. I liken the Rockets bringing in Barkley and Pippen and just trying to hang on.
Carlos Beltran or Carlos Lee?
Carlos Lee, because they're just trying to hang on to whatever they had, and they were right there near the Rockets. The Astros were right there near a championship team. And they didn't get there, but the Rockets won championships, and they were just trying to hang
they
on.
Didn't trade for him. That was a free agent signing.
Well, whatever.
And it was a longer term, and he was younger. Like, it's not the same.
You acquired guys that you're just trying to hang on. This is not a just hang on team. This is we need an addition that's going to put us over the top. This is way different.
I agree. I think Giannis is also that kind of guy. I want a guy healthier than Kevin Durant. That's.
My only problem with getting Giannis is, what are you going to have around him? What do you have to give up? Because what will you have around him? Are you going to have enough to win? Because he doesn't even have enough around him right now with Dame and Brook Lopez. He doesn't have enough right now. What are you going to have left after you trade everything away to get him? I don't know. I don't want to give up everything.
No.
Let's get Barry in here. Hey Barry, what's going on?
Hey guys, I had to call in and give Lance a little credit. In the last segment, he had mentioned Brook Lopez, and I can't say how I have this information, but Lance is 100% correct. Here's what I can tell you about the situation. I have on good authority that Rafael Stone has acquired a Nintendo Switch 2, which he plans to engrave. And at the strike of midnight for free agency, he will present that to Brook Lopez, and that's a done deal.
That's a call. Hang up on this. That's a callback to when they tried to get the big guy from Orlando. They tried to get him in free agency, and so at midnight, Daryl Morey showed up with an iPad, the second generation iPad, and that's back when the iPads were new, and they tried to give him an iPad, but not a full mid-level exception. And it was Marcin Gortat.
Yep. It
was Marcin Gortat, and Daryl showed up with an iPad. This is not a Nintendo Switch situation.
It could be.
It's not a Nintendo
Barry
Switch
might
where
be
he's
dead
getting
on
Brook Lopez.
Well, if he doesn't bring him a Nintendo Switch, you ain't got no chance.
No, but I think Kelly Iko also said that. That was also, by the way, out there that Brook Lopez was the guy that they were figuring on targeting if they couldn't get Steven Adams. So, and it makes sense. They wanted him before. He'll be a free agent again. I think the Rockets are a much more viable location for him now because Rockets are on the up, Milwaukee's on the down. So, and we'll see. It's something's going to look different. They're not. They may run it back, but even if they do run it back, it's going to be with, a different big. I think. Well, I don't know if the money's the same. I'm trying to hang on to Steven Adams. If the money's the same, I'm probably trying to hang on to Steven Adams.
Yeah.
Can you you think Steven Adams could get more than Brook Lopez?
I think
I would figure it'd be about the same.
I love what Steven Adams brought to the table.
I
I
do
would
too.
rather have Steven Adams.
I
Brooke
would
Lopez
too.
is good
And
too, though.
did
Yeah.
you know? Tori just sent me this. Make sure this is. I got to make sure I don't get ball sacked here, Tori, but because I'd like to know where you got this from. But Mavs Jason Kidd and Rockets Ime Udoka reportedly interest the Knicks after Tom Thibodeau's firing. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not trading Ime
What?
Udoka. The Knicks
Ime
just think they
Udoka
can
ain't
get
going to the Knicks.
But well, you know what? Let's take a break right here. When we
That's
come
the
back, we'll
dumbest
tell you
thing.
why, because we haven't mentioned a guy who just went to the Eastern Conference Finals, got fired, and
That's ridiculous.
and it's causing a big ruckus in New York.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that when we come back, as well as the Astros and the Lance McCullers game yesterday.
Yep. We got a lot to do. We got Brinkman Quality Roofing to talk about right now. And quality is in the name. And that's kind of a big deal. You don't stay in business. The Brinkmans have been Jason and his dad for over 50 years. They've been doing this. And Jason is just, I mean, you want to talk about a guy who knows roofs. Any kind of roof. It doesn't matter what roof it is. They do siding as well. Okay. Roof, siding. If it's the outside of your house, Brinkman Quality Roofing can hook a brother up. Brinkman Quality Roofing, there's a reason you're around for 50 years. You're great at what you do. If you are, and this is something that we talk about all the time. We talk about it with air conditioners, talk about it with cars, talk about preventive maintenance. Let them come to your home, get a free consultation, 844-215-2840. Make sure that you take care of your roof. Make sure that you have documentation that you're taking care of your roof. Because if, God forbid, anything happens, you think they knew in Austin that that hailstorm was coming? Do you know how much damage that hailstorm did in Austin? This could happen to us at any time. Is your roof ready for it? Because if it's not, and you haven't done anything with your roof in 10, 15, 20 years, you guess what? The insurance company ain't paying. So make sure that your roof is taken care of, and Brinkman is the way to go. 844-215-2840 or Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, apparently here's I don't know if I can trust NBA Central. I don't know. The Dunk Central.
Yes, you can trust Central.
Okay.
Make sure there's an R in there.
There's an R. Yeah, not Central.
Not Centel.
The Knicks are expected to show interest in Ime Udoka and Jason Kidd, while Johnny Bryant and Jay Wright are considered presumed candidates.
I wouldn't worry about it.
When it comes to available coaches, longtime Villanova coach Jay Wright, who has long expressed a reluctance to make the leap to the NBA, and Cavaliers assistant Johnny Bryant quickly emerged as presumed likely candidates. Two head coaches who are not currently available, but said to have interest. Said to interest the Knicks, according to league sources. Dallas, Jason Kidd, and Houston's Ime Udoka.
Well, too bad. Too bad. So sad.
Yeah.
We got contracts. This isn't college football where you can just steal coaches whenever you want, and coaches can just say, "I think I'm going to go. Sorry, here's $40 million. Never leave us ever, please, Ime. Never." Aggies, don't try to give Aggies, if you want, you can give Ime a contract extension, I guess, to keep him with the Rockets. I mean, maybe if Ime says, I don't know, maybe I will go to New York and to the Knicks. Do you think the Aggies will add $20 million a year on his contract?
Yeah, I do.
I think there will be at least a little, like they'll get a little, because they get jumpy when they heard coaches may leave them. And if there's Aggies who are Rockets fans, they could say, guys, we've got to pony up and keep Ime in Houston. Let's give him $26 million extra a year. Maybe it happens. I see the Aggies do that stuff all the time. Did it with Kevin Sumlin twice, with Jimbo twice. Let's kick in a little something for Ime. Make sure he doesn't leave.
Ime's not going anywhere because that would be tampering. Knicks talked to him. It would be he's not available.
It would take trades. They would have to trade picks.
Yeah, they would have to trade for him.
Your draft picks have no value in this league. Forget it.
Yeah.
What if they traded us Jalen? What if we traded Van Vliet's and we got Jalen? What if we traded Brunson and we got Jalen Brunson and they got Fred Van Brunson?
Well, they could get Jalen Green. We could trade Jalen for Jalen.
Well, I want to trade Brunson's. Their Brunson's better than our Brunson.
We don't have a Brunson.
Yeah, we got Jalen Van Brunson.
Well,
only the broke version.
Well, we got Van Vliet. He's not Van Brunson.
Yeah, he's the same chubby kind of point guard. What are you talking about?
He's
same body types, just left-handed, just doesn't shoot as good.
I don't know. Well, there is that.
That's what I'm saying. I want to trade for their Van Brunson, not ours.
Jalen Brunson is a little better than Fred Van Vliet.
Yes.
I don't think the Knicks are doing that.
Would you do the trade if you could get Brunson?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes. And if the Rockets had gotten a number 1 pick, then we'd get Cooper Flagg too. Okay.
So, yeah. So here's the deal. Yesterday, Tom Thibodeau was fired by the Knicks. And as you know, he was there for 5 seasons. They really liked the improvement last offseason. Leon Rose, who was formerly his agent and then became like the Knicks president, I think, or GM, I guess, whatever their title is. He's the same guy who formerly the agent of Tom Thibodeau gave him a contract extension last summer for 3 years. And how did Tom Thibodeau repay them? By taking the Knicks to the Eastern Conference Finals. And he was fired. And so now the big fight in New York is between, was it Leon Rose that fired him or James Dolan that fired him? How much did Karl Anthony Towns have to play in this? Did he have anything to do with this? So there's a big old, typical New York stuff. They'll just have to deal with that themselves. I don't care. I'm over here sipping tea. I don't care. My name's Paul, and that's between y'all. So I don't care what happens as long as they don't mess with my guy. But I do think that the Knicks, just like the Yankees, think they think their boo-boo doesn't stink. And so they think that they can get whatever they want. And I'm sure they do want to get their hands on our head coach. It ain't happening. In basketball, it's not happening.
They think we're the sorry people.
They think we're the sorry people. Maybe you didn't check. We're number 2 in the West, and the West is the best.
So listen, this is a James Dolan deal. James Dolan is the worst. I don't know. It's really tough.
There's some bad owners, but James Dolan has been an issue over there.
New York has got 2 of the worst.
Remember, John, when he was firing guys left and right every year?
Yeah. No. James Dolan is awful, awful, awful. And Now that the Commanders have cleaned it up, the Jets and the Knicks. How about New York fans have two of the worst owners in all of sports?
Yep.
I mean, it's and James Dolan, the guy just took you with a deficient defender in Cat. Okay, he just took you to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah,
had the whole city finally after years of doldrum. The Knicks have been a terrible, terrible organization
25
that have
years.
been irrelevant. It's
25
been irrelevant.
years they haven't been in the Eastern Conference Final. 25 years.
And finally they get there and they fire him. You want to talk about a mess.
And even if it's because you say, I mean, even if you say we didn't like the fact that he didn't play his bench or whatever, you have that conversation in the offseason. If you're the GM or the owner, you have that conversation with them and say, this is what I want. You don't fire him. So we don't know everything that went on behind the scenes, but this is a really stupid look. And so now the Knicks are going to have to find, their next head coach, but it isn't going to be Udoka. And I think Ime Udoka, number one, Houston, there's financial advantages from a tax standpoint. There's just no way around it. Financially, you make a tremendous, even with high property taxes, you make so much more in Houston than in Texas in general than you're going to make in New York. It's not even remotely close. And while it may not matter as much for athletes who are making $30 and $40 million a year, they're get a lot of taxes, take a lot out of it, but they're still sitting really, really pretty. For a head coach in the NBA, that's a big chunk of money. There's a big, big difference financially. So that's one. Number two, Houston has, Ime knows he can win here and win at a high level. Ime's got a chance to do what he didn't get to finish what he started with Boston. He had that 1 year. He didn't get finished what he started. Now he's in Houston, and he's loaded his team up with the kind of guys he likes. He's got the kind of guys he likes. So this is one of the best places to be in the NBA. I truly believe that because you have an owner who's got some money. You've got a media base that's not a harsh media base. You've got mild winters, which matters to NBA guys. And you've got it financially. It's for a head coach. It's a good spot. But you got young talent. And you've got commodities to maneuver.
I'd be interested to hear Ime talk about whether or not. I'd be interested to hear what he really, really thinks about this team and whether it's a championship team or not. I'd be interested to hear.
You mean as it sits? I don't think they're a championship team as it sits.
No, as it sits now. What needs to be done? Who needs to be brought in?
You think it's far away? I don't think it's far away.
I don't think it's that far away, but I think it needs a big piece. I do think it needs a big piece. I think it needs it does. It needs a star. It needs a star. And they don't have that. And they struggle in the half court at times. That it's just brutal. Listen, they were the number 2 seed, but they were a huge underdog. They were an underdog to Golden State. There was a play-in.
They were a 2-1 favorite. Houston. And Houston outplayed them
and lost.
To be fair, Houston didn't know how to win. Well, Jalen Green was terrible. We know that. But Houston didn't know how to win games in the fourth quarter. They just and that's what they're missing. But see, and admittedly, Kevin Durant, if he's on the court and he does miss, on average, he misses about 24 games a year. That's a lot. That's a lot of time missed. That's 40% that's 30% of the season he's missing. That's a lot of time to miss. And who knows if he'll be ready at the end of the year. It's not going to be too Scooby-Doo if we get to the postseason and he's hurt and can't play. None of it matters because right now you're playing for championships. But with that said, a healthy Kevin Durant helps you in the fourth quarter. There's no way around that.
Yeah.
There's no way around that.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. If you guys got thoughts on this, you're more than welcome to bring it here. 713-780-3776. No Dell today. Is it his birthday? Is it? Or it's his,
no, he had to take his dad to a doctor's appointment.
Oh.
Yeah, his dad's in town. And
he's being a good person. I hate that.
Well, he's just forced into it.
Yeah, I just hate that Dell
He's forced into doing something that a son should do.
I wanted
he's not a good person.
Yeah, no, he was forced by his dad. There's no question. No. Yeah, I hate, but he's doing something that's nice for somebody.
I wonder if his dad and Dell are listening in the car right now.
Probably, but I hate that. I wish it was something really like he was playing a video game. And
So
decided,
Dell would never play us in the car for his dad. There's no chance.
no.
0% chance.
All right. I want to talk about, we got a ride. Lance and I are driving up together to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles on Sunday. Sunday, we're going to be playing poker that night. Going to be doing the show Monday and Tuesday mornings. Going to be playing golf. Going to be playing blackjack. Going to be playing
I may
slots.
bring my clubs, as a matter of fact.
You're bringing your clubs?
Yeah.
I'll bring mine.
I got to
We'll
see
go.
how my right shoulder's doing. But, yeah, I may bring my clubs this time.
Well, I mean, and have you played that course before?
No.
It's really nice. Really good. Really good. So it's all set up, man. Want you to come. And if you come with your clubs, you can join me and Lance playing. Okay? Let's go. I love Golden Nugget Lake Charles. When you're only a couple hours away from all that gambling, with the DraftKings Sportsbook, from all the concerts, from the nightclub, the restaurants, the hotel, the casino, the poker room, the pool, everything. You're just 2 hours away? Are you kidding me? As opposed to going all the way to Las Vegas, where right now it's 1,000 degrees too, by the way. You're looking for, I think, the best way to get your gamble on. It's GoldenNuggetLC.com. Love the GoldenNuggetLC.com. Love what they do. Love how big it is. Love how great it is. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservation today. Come join us on Monday and Tuesday.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you can. You are more than welcome. AJ, let us know if we got anybody on hold.
Yeah, we got somebody right now.
Oh, we do? Who's on hold?
Biscuit.
Who is?
Biscuit.
Oh, Biscuit's on hold. Let's get Biscuit in here. Hey, Biscuit, what up?
What's up, my brother?
How we doing?
Hey, man, living a dream, baby. Hey, John, I couldn't disagree with you more, man. You know, man, stay the course. The Rockets are right there, man. What, you thought they was going to get in the playoffs this year and go to the finals? I mean, they taking steps. They got a young, good, they got talent. They just didn't have experience. Who's to say one of these guys can't become a star? Go ask the Clippers would they like to do that trade again, Paul George for SDA. You stay the course, man. And in my opinion, this is my opinion, the league is right now in the midst of turning over. So LeBron, Steph, KD, they're on the down. So it's up and coming. Look at Indiana. Who's the star in Indiana? You got man. You just need a good team. You got the coach. Throw them first couple years out that Jalen them played. These last 2 years is when they actually had a coach and they learned some things and they doing some things. I don't know if Thompson can become the star.
Hold on, Biscuit. I'm saying keep the core together. What are you talking about? I don't want to I don't want to give up this whole team for Giannis.
Well,
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, he's just saying. Do you want them to trade for Kevin Durant?
You're a piece. You need another piece, though. Biscuit, you watch this team. Listen, Indiana's there. You know why? And big reason that they're there. They went out and got Siakam. I mean, Siakam has been a huge addition to that team. It's not just the young core. By the way, they traded for Halliburton too. I mean, you got to make some. The Rockets need to make some moves. They need to get better. They need to get better offensively. They're not there. They're not. But listen, the core is there. The core is there.
Due to experience.
They might.
No,
there is a chance. I mean, there is a chance, John. They're young. Like, Tyrese Halliburton is getting better as we speak, becoming a certain type of player as we speak. The problem is, I just don't know that Jalen is. I don't know that Jalen is wired that way.
I want to know after you've watched Jalen. After you've watched Jalen for these 3 years, Biscuit, is he Halliburton?
But he's asking about Amen Thompson. No, my only concern with Thompson is
you're not getting rid of Amen Thompson.
No. Could Thompson be the dude? Could he be a superstar? Is what he's asking.
He's got a long way to go offensively.
Yeah, that's my only concern. Is you still have to. I love what he does defensively, but
okay.
Yeah.
But he got that. He got the want to. Jalen issue is a want to, and I don't know why Jalen always gets picked on. I don't know hear nobody talking about Jabari not living up to expectation. He was drafted high too. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why. To me, you put too much on Jalen. Get the ball out of his hands. Make him be the scorer. They turn him in trying to be the scorer and the passer. That's not his game. Get the ball out of his hand. Now, you said, I do agree you need a ball handler to get Jalen into the scoring role. And I think you need another big to go with Sengun as far as helping him on the other end of the floor. But I'm staying the course, man.
Yeah, I think the argument is a valid argument. I just don't know that I don't know that I'm fully in on it. I think the Rockets could end up winning with what they have. They could, but they may not. I mean, it's a calculated risk to make you have to project, and it's not easy. You could end up, I can tell you this, if you think you're getting Kevin Durant, everyone talks about what's easier to get Kevin Durant. Well, you still have to make some salaries line up. So for sure, Kevin Durant's spot is $51 million this year. For sure. Dylan Brooks is gone 100% because you got to have his $22 million just to even start the conversation. John, who's on the roster? I keep hearing this. He's not going to cost you a whole lot. Well, you still have to financially make it work. Steven Adams' number is already gone. Are you going to add Jabari Smith? we're gonna move Dylan Brooks and Jabari Smith for Kevin Durant. That would be stupid. Stupid.
No,
and even if you get a third party involved, you're still going to have to add enough salary to make it work. And you've lost Steven Adams, $12.6 million. Holiday's gone at $4.6 million. Jayshawn Tate's done at $7.5 million. Jeff Green's done at $8 million. You've lost that. Jack Londale would obviously have to be part of it too. But I don't know how you're going to make these things work financially.
Yeah. Well, I don't know either. That's what their numbers guy is for. That's what their financial guy is for. I don't know how you're going to make it work. But I do know you're going to have to give up a little bit, but you're going to keep the core together. Standing pat right now is not going to get this done. Just another year older is not going to get this done. They're not good enough offensively. They're just not. I mean, they are not a threat to win the Western Conference with this group, with standing pat. Now, I think the core is good enough, but you've got to make an addition. You need instant offense. You need somebody. How many times did we see this team blow a lead in the fourth quarter because they just went into the tank offensively and couldn't get anything done? They have got to have a guy who can stem the tide, stop the flow, get a big basket when they need it. Who's the go-to guy at the end of the game? All of these teams have somebody all of these teams. The Knicks have Brunson. Indiana has Halliburton. Shea. And he wasn't great. Anthony Edwards wasn't great at the end, but they know who who's the Rockets go-to guy?
Yeah, that's my biggest concern. But the argument is, so Alperen Sengun is always going to be a really good player. I just don't think he can be. The league is not run through the low post. So I don't know how a big man, I don't know, while Alperen has some baby joker stuff we've talked about, unless he becomes a more potent three-point shooter and a more consistent finisher off the dribble from the low post when he makes his moves down low, there's some improvement that still needs to be had. Who are the bigs who dominate the game at the end of the game? It's not a big man league. And don't tell me about Joker. This is one of the greatest players that's ever played the game in history. So we're not going to use him. That's stupid. He's a one-off. I don't know where it comes from. Like everybody, you mentioned him, John, everyone you're talking about are wings or points. Yep. It's coming from coming from secondary, primary ball handlers.
And Jalen ain't that guy.
Yeah, I mean, the argument you're going to make is, can you gang up and make it a gang effort like the Pistons did back in the days? And I'm talking about Pistons with Tayshaun Prince and, Rip Hamilton and Chauncey Billups. But even then, Chauncey was considered a clutch player. You had the perfect amalgamation of players. You had Ben, what's his name, the shot blocker down in the low post, and although he was like 6'9", you had the defensive player of the year, Ben, I can't remember his last name, and Rasheed Wallace and Tayshaun Prince. You had a perfect combination of players, and basketball was down at that time. Basketball's not down right now. The Western Conference is up. If anything, it's harder than ever to try to win in the West. And that's my concern is, can Jalen play any worse than he did with Golden State? Probably not. But I heard that they put the Jordan rules on him. So I guess everyone's going to put the Jordan rules on Jalen. You got to stop Jalen. I think Jalen probably would play better next year. But I don't know that I'm going to take that chance.
I'm telling you, we've seen the way to win. You shut down their primary scorer. You shut down their two guard. Shut down Anthony Edwards. Shut down Jalen Brunson. He's more or less their two guard. Shut down Jalen Green. And when you have those games where you shut down Tyrese Halliburton in game whatever it was that the Knicks won in New York, game 5 or whatever. I think it was game 5. Halliburton didn't exist. He took 3 shots in the first half. Guess what? They got their ass kicked. I mean, Jalen ain't that. Jalen's just not. I mean, we're talking about the guys that are stars in this league that are carrying their teams into the Western and Eastern Conference Finals. Jalen ain't that guy.
God, I'm looking at this on the NBA trade machine. This is almost impossible to add Kevin Durant. I mean, you're going to have to add I've got Dylan Brooks, Jock Landale, Cam Whitmore, David Roddy, and it's not even close. because the Rockets used a non-taxpayer mid-level exception or non-taxpayer biannual exception to sign a free agent, and therefore their owed tax cannot exceed $6 million at any time during the season. Cut $15 million from the Rockets' incoming trade value, which is Kevin Durant. I don't know how you do it. I mean, you obviously have to get a third team involved, but even if you added Kevin Durant, like just the financials of matching salary is so, I don't even like, it's not one of these things where you can just shuffle money around. They only have a certain amount of players who make a certain amount of money. And it's not like, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know how they're going to do it if they decide to do it, because 51 million is a ton of money, and you have some salary tax, some payroll tax implications, salary tax implications that could come into play for the Rockets. So that's a concern.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. You, my friend, need to talk about Zadok Jewelers.
Well, and Zadok Jewelers Zadok has been doing an amazing job, not behind the scenes, right there at the forefront. I mean, Zadok does a great job of finding the perfect gift for her, for him. I don't care who it's for. I mean, they've got jewelry that's amazing. They've got men's wedding rings. They've got women's, obviously, diamond engagement rings. Let me tell you about their second story. It's a 28,000 square foot facility, so it's huge. And their second floor is dedicated to the bridal process. It's dedicated to giving you an area to go and shop for the perfect ring, perfect settings, the perfect cut of diamond. The perfect clarity. There's a lot to learn about the diamonds. They can educate you on that, but finding out what the hottest settings are and what looks really great, what is a timeless type of setting. You want something that's more, hot right now and current now. You want something that's timeless. These are all questions that may come up. Ask the experts at Zadok Jewelers, and they'll have the answers for you. They do an incredible job of making you feel at ease during the purchase process, if that's what you are ready to do. And they'll make that special day absolutely as good as you can possibly imagine. There's so much more than just a location to buy a ring. Go to the second floor. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Zadok Jewelers. If you plan on getting engaged this summer, next fall, Christmas, you want to get it done, you want to start looking at things right now, I promise you Zadok is going to make you very happy that you made the trip to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadok.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Let's talk a little Astros after they win 3. That's a big win. When you got Lance McCullers, who hasn't won since 2022, going against Paul Skeens. And I want to tell you, he was pitch for pitch. When he left the game, Lance had 7 strikeouts and Skeens had 4. And Lance, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, just a couple of hits given up. I mean, he was fantastic. Now, Pittsburgh's offense blows. It just blows. It's terrible. There's no question about that. Paul Skeens has a 2.05. And he's 4-6 on the season. He gets no run support. He's Nolan Ryan or Roger Clemens when he was here. Those guys got no run support. Best pitchers in the game and no run support. And that's what Paul Skeens has got going on right now.
Well, ESPN, Lance McCullers dealt, and you can understand this. Paul Skeens is one of the biggest names in sports, but they led off with Better Call Paul. And their whole thing was on Paul Skeens, when the fact was Paul Skeens was fantastic. But he made one mistake, and Christian blasted it out of the park, and Lance McCullers made no mistakes. Right. I mean, Lance was fantastic, and not walking people either.
Yeah, well, that park helped a little bit because McCutcheon sent one to the wall that would have been out in 24 different parks, and it wasn't out in Pittsburgh. And Jacob Melton, he was busy last night. First time he played left field. I don't think he got many starts in left field at Sugar Land. He was in left field last night, and he did a nice job. He had a lot of action out there last night.
John Daspit texted me last night, said, I'm for Cam Smith in right, Melton in left, Altuve full-time at second, and Jake in center, and let's just go. Let's just run it. Yep. Let's run the cards. And a DH, we'll have Jordan at DH when he comes back. I still think they're going to want to play Caratini. They're going to try to find a way to get Caratini's bat in there. I don't think Melton's going to be a full-time. But remember, Melton was an early pick a few years back, so he is one of the guys that they hope comes up and becomes a legitimate player.
Well, when they brought Verlander back, they thought they were going to have to trade Melton for him, and it was a big worry. They wanted to hold on to Melton, and they didn't have to do that. Shea Whitcomb is up now, though. So Shea Whitcomb, who was destroying it at Sugar Land, is going to be here, and we'll see if Jacob Melton's at bats might, or I don't know what they're going to do. If Melton maybe gives Jake a rest, maybe gives Cam Smith a rest. Shea Whitcomb is here. We'll see where he plays because you don't bring him up unless because the dude, you want him to get as many at bats as he possibly can. It's so hard if you come up from the minor leagues to just sit there and get occasional or pinch hit at bats. So I would imagine he's going to throw him out there. I agreed with it. How about Jacob Melton? His first game was against what was his Bassard? I forget what is the pitcher for Tampa. Really good. Anyway, he had him, and then he had Paul Skeens in his second. So he's had a rough time of it so far, and God bless, he got a hit in his first game, because last night you're facing Paul Skeens in your second ever big league game. Good luck with that. But Shea Whitcomb, it'll be interesting to see what Joe does with this now, because he's got you got Cam Smith, you got to play him. You got Whitcomb, you got to play him. What are you going to do with Mauricio Dubon? What are you going to do with Jacob Melton? Is Jake going to sit? Is he going to sit more regularly now, or is he going to be out there every day? It's an interesting deal, because Isak, are you going to sit Altuve? Are you not going to have he loves catching. Oh, by the way, 2 huge caught stealings last night. Huge. 6th inning, he gets on and it throws him out. And then O'Neal Cruz slides past the base. And that's a caught stealing because he was in there safe, but he slid past the base and Altuve put it on him. After Altuve dropped the throw, he put the tag on him and got him caught stealing.
Yeah, and that's a guy who's not really much of a caught stealing guy.
No.
It's Caratini.
Yeah. No. Caratini.
I mean, he's been atrocious, frankly.
Atrocious.
He had one caught stealing before yesterday, unless there was one I missed.
No, and in the 1-0 game against Seattle, against Tampa rather, they had a late caught stealing as well, but that was Yiner. Yiner threw him out. So I mean, you want to talk about huge, as opposed to, runner on second, 1 out. You got nobody on and 2 outs in both instances. So that was just huge, throwing those 2 guys out. And give Caratini credit. Although the second one, O'Neal Cruz overslid the base.
I'll take it anyway. You can.
Yep.
Any way you can get it.
And Isaac Paredes coming up with the big hit after being 1 for 26. 1 for his previous 26.
Yeah, he had, so it was 30. It was 30-1, 30 stolen bases to 1 caught stealing, and now it's 30-3.
Yep.
With those 2.
And that's still not good.
Well, no, that's terrible, but it is what it is.
Yep. And well, thank goodness they weren't curveballs, because you're not gonna, and especially, I mean, guys are not holding guys on.
I wonder with the Astros. No, well, the rules change. You only get 2 throws over.
That's all right.
And so that, really puts you in a pickle if you use both of those throws. And the Astros have notoriously been, a heavy curveball based team since Strom started that run, or whoever it was that decided to do that. And it's been, it's caught on around Major League Baseball, but it does make it harder. And when you got slow deliveries to the plate, which the Astros have a few guys who are like that, when you're not holding runners on very effectively, or, it's kind of been taken away. Major League Baseball wanted stolen base back in the game, and it is back in the game. And I think part of that is you can only throw over twice. It definitely helps. And maybe some other teams have decided, to kind of it's a cyclical game, and they probably said, you know what, we can't hit for power. Other teams probably made the assumption we don't hit for as much power as some other teams. Let's run. Let's get guys who can run. Let's manufacture runs that way. The Astros went to Crush City originally back in 2015 because they had a bunch of strikeout guys. And so they said, let's just hit a bunch of home runs in. We'll try to hit, and we're not going to put the bat on the ball like we want to from an analytics sabermetric standpoint. So let's just hit a bunch of home runs. And if we strike out, at least we're hitting home runs. But they know that's not a long-term solution. But I've always believed that the stolen base, analytics people hate the stolen base. They just think it's not worth, now, if you do it like Daryl Morey hated the mid-range unless it was done at a high percentage. Like he would always tell me, if you make it at a certain percentage, I think it was 54%, 56%. He said, if you can make your mid-range at a certain percent, we love it. Like CP3, you have to be really good at it. If not, it doesn't make sense to shoot a mid-range and not take a 3. Well, I would maybe argue that maybe I think missed threes can turn into an avalanche on you and can take away the flow of an offense. That's a separate argument to have. But when it comes to baseball, the argument has always been, from a sabermetric standpoint and a Moneyball standpoint, put bat on ball. And the Astros were Crush City, struck out a ton, but hit a bunch of home runs. But the entire time, Jeff Luhnow understood, eventually we're going to get back to hard to strike us out. And that's where they got. But I can see the stolen base coming back into baseball even more so in future years as teams say, you know what, these catchers aren't throwing us out at a very good rate. You can only try to pick us off twice. More and more pitchers are throwing, curveballs and off-speed pitches, so we've got a little bit of a jump we can get. I can see the stolen base becoming, and I liked it. I can tell you now, like I was a big Cesar Cedeno fan growing up. He was my favorite player. But I would love watching Ricky Henderson, Vince Coleman, all these guys that could thieve bases. Ichiro was great at stealing bases. Altuve was a great base stealer for a while.
Yep.
So I like that that's become part of baseball again. Look at Tampa Bay, the havoc that they were wreaking on the base paths against the Astros. Like it matters if you got a team that can steal some bases. And I'd like to see the Astros eventually become a team that runs a little more. Especially if they're young.
How about Altuve at his age leads the league in infield hits? He's got 14 infield hits now.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yesterday was he just outran it. It was, he's still incredible.
Well, what about Jeremy Pena, who's one of the 4 fastest players in the league in terms of his feet per second? They had that chart up there the other day. He runs almost 30 feet per second. When he's in his full sprint.
Did that yesterday too.
Beat out the infield single, and he was flying. Beat out the ground ball to second, which I love him taking the ball that way. And then what happens the very next at bat? Bang! Paredes turns and mashes it.
Yep. So, So I let's leave Altuve at second base. Can we just do that? Can we just stop? This?
He hasn't been atrocious in left, but he's had his moments where if the ball's up, he's not going to jump up and catch it.
Leave him there. Leave him at second. Let's go. Stop already with this madness, this left field madness. Leave Jose Altuve at second base.
Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. You're the sorry people if you move him to left field. All right. Time to talk about hoops. We've been talking baskets. We got to talk about Pro Dunk. We got to talk about Pro Dunk hoops, which is it's in the name. Your kids want to dunk, Dad. They don't with the 10-foot goal, and it's awful. Okay, the kids want you to lower it. They want to enjoy it. They want to have fun. Your wife wants it to look good. Okay, don't go to the box store and buy one of these where you put the sand in the base. It's terrible. It's cheap. It's ugly. Your kids deserve better. Your kids deserve the Pro Dunk goal. Your kids not only deserve it, but they're actually going to enjoy it. They're actually going to use it. There's a lot of goals out there. You look at it. The rim is bent. The backboard is needs painting. It's all chipping away. You think kids are going to be playing on? No, you're not playing on that. They want to lower it. They want to dunk. They want to get their shooting touch. Let the kids have fun, Dad. Get them a smaller ball so that they can actually use it. The little kids love the Pro Dunk goal because they can dunk. They can hang on it. Go to the website and see all the pictures of kids hanging on there. Can't break it. It's the best goal you'll ever have. Everybody will love it. If you're buying a goal for your kids, produnk.com, produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Art says it is Dell's birthday. That today is Dell's birthday.
We sure?
I don't know, but Ed's, because it's the same birthday as David Gouds. And
you don't check your email ever, so it doesn't matter.
well, no, I do, and I didn't see one from Esme, and Esme always puts out a happy birthday, David Gow, because
we don't
he's
see
the
David
boss.
as much anymore.
We don't see him at all.
You
no.
probably haven't seen him for a year. I saw him. I came and did a draft show with he on his show.
I did too. I went in studio and I saw him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, after the draft. That when you were, actually, it was the day after the draft, or no, the Monday after the draft. Right. I was in studio with him. I've seen him more recently than you. Okay. So, but I didn't.
What are you talking about? I was up here every week. He had to do the boss and the gloss every Monday.
All I
would
know
see
is
him all the time. Stop it.
you don't see him. All I know is
You could do something with Marcellus Wiley again, okay? AJ, did you know he and Marcellus Wiley play pickleball together?
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
We have not done that actually.
Yet?
He's invited me, but I haven't gone yet.
I remember when he was on ESPN.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then
Marcellus
Fox, and then he keeps.
He is a really good guy.
How do you know?
Because I've been out with him.
How much time have you spent with him to know he's a good guy?
I spent a couple of times with him.
You don't know if he's a good guy yet.
I think he's a great guy.
Let's check. Why is he always fighting with people on social media?
Because
Why is he?
people on
Oh,
social
he and
media are
Ryan
stupid.
Clark have a bad fight.
Because people,
You know
on
that, right?
social
He and
media
Ryan
are
Clark have a nasty.
Oh, dude.
thing.
I asked him about Ryan
You
Clark.
did?
Yeah. He was like, I can't even say what he said.
No, I would think twice. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I ain't getting in the middle of that. I tell you this, though. There is no love lost between those two. There is no love lost between those two.
No.
All right,
there's not.
Hey, AJ, we got sound. All right. We talked about D'Amico. D'Amico talking about CJ not throwing. That's a story, obviously. Lance and I went over it. For those of you who weren't here, we're not worried. He's not worried. We're not worried. He's not worried about anything. Let's talk about the offensive line, because I've been watching the tape of the OTAs, and it looks like some good things are going on. It looks like, it's a weird configuration of guys that they have out there. Jake Andrews is getting a lot of looks. Cam Robinson is they look like you're picking up different stuff and stunts that's being run. I know it's against your own team and all that blah, blah, blah. But, at the very least, at least it looks better, because the offensive line was confused last year. Here's D'Amico talking about the offensive line and the changes this offseason.
Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out at phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys, and they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for. And we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
Well, he just told you a lot. If you listen and and you put all the pieces together, to me, D'Amico just told you a lot.
Well, he told you a lot about Strasser last year.
Yeah, and about
Yep.
the players that he had in the locker room,
Yep.
and the way
Yep.
he talked about at the end, he talked about the together. That may seem like a small thing. D'Amico wants this as one heartbeat. He wants everyone all in, and he made a point of mentioning that the little thing about all gathering together as a unit. He points that out before they go out. That's what I want. He's saying that's what he wants. When we were at the combine, he made a point of saying he's not getting what he wants. Basically, he doesn't have. He wants it a certain way, and he was saying that's what they need to have. He's just telling you he's getting what he wants now. Some of that, and y'all didn't have to believe us if you want, but I don't think most of y'all thought we were lying. They weren't happy with D'Amico. They weren't happy with Laramie Tunsil. They're happy with the football player to an extent, but he was an independent contractor. He's just not all in, and he's got a lot of friends in the media who will tell you, who will be very protective of him. But the reality is, people in the building will tell you he was not all in. He wasn't a great leader. He wasn't even a good leader. He was there for himself. Did guys like him? Yeah, guys liked him. Was he a leader? Was he one of the first in, last out type guys? No. D'Amico wants dogs, and things have changed, and it is what it is. But did you also hear him? He made a point. Now, most coaches won't make a point of overdoing anything in OTAs. It's just OTAs. D'Amico made a point, John, of telling you, I'm seeing this get done. This is getting done. Like, D'Amico was very positive. He shouted out his coach. He shouted out players that he saw, making change. We don't have his sound for Ariante Ursery, or maybe we do, but he was very positive about Ursery and Blake Fisher about, and like I said, a lot of coaches will not put too much into OTAs at all. But I think D'Amico wants things to get better. He wants things to improve, and I think he's genuinely excited about some of the things that he sees this year versus what he saw the last 2 years with his offensive line. It doesn't mean things are fixed, but I don't discount his excitement level and all the things that we could glean from that soundbite if you knew, or if you have an idea of what it is that D'Amico Ryans wants for the offensive line. They're not done building it, but I think the attitude is where he wants it. I think the attitude and the young guys are now stepping up, and I think D'Amico, what he said there to me was a big deal.
Listen, sometimes you got addition by subtraction. Sometimes, you don't have to have the best players if they work together. Now you're going to have some one-on-ones where Cam Robinson just isn't as good. He's just not as good as Laramie Tunsil is. Yeah, and you're going to have we can't expect that. But if they work together better as a team, and if Nick Caley realizes that, and he's got to keep somebody in to chip to make sure that CJ is upright, it couldn't have been worse than it was last year. They were the worst team protecting the quarterback. CJ, he regressed. All of those things led to Slowick and Strasser gone. Beat it because it's not good enough. These two guys, we don't know. Nick Caley hasn't called a play in the NFL. We don't know. We don't know how good he's going to be. Cole Popovich, this is his first time, although he did work under Dante Scarnecchia in New England, and so hopefully he learned a lot of stuff and brings that to the Texans. You got rid of one of the better left tackles in the NFL. And are you supposed to be better then? Maybe they will be better with a different attitude, with working better together, with better coaching. Maybe this is going to be better. But you know what? To me, it has to be. The entire season depends on that O-line.
You said a comment that really rings true, and that's one guy can be a really good player. This is why I hated what they gave up for Laramie Tunsil. One guy doesn't fix pass protection ever. We got to get the left tackle. Yes, but but the pass protection was an issue beyond left tackle. One guy never fixes pass protection. Pass protection is a unit-based thing, and that includes running backs and tight ends and quarterbacks. All three of them are included in this, and offensive coordinators understanding what can and can't be done. And because he needs to work on the same page with the offensive line coach. And so, yes, you're not going to be as good at left tackle. Snap by snap, you're not as good. but you might be better as a unit. You might have better camaraderie in there. You might have guys working together more. Like there can be an aggregate improvement based on all the things that we're talking about relative to just one player playing better at left tackle. No, you need more. I will take a downgrade at left tackle if it means an upgrade at guard, center, guard, tackle. 100%. Well, we'll see if we get that.
We'll
but
see.
I'm willing to give it a shot. I think it's going to be, I want it to be average. If you can get it to average this year and then work on the line again next year in the draft, that's good to me. I just want it to be average. I'm not asking for too much.
If it takes a tight end staying in, if it takes your running back staying in, if it's just 3 guys in a route, that's fine. Keep CJ safe. That's the most important thing this season. All right, you got to talk. John Daspit was texting you during the Astros game last night?
Yeah. He was like, yeah, he said the first thing he texted was something about Lance McCullers dealing. And yeah, he's a big sports guy. He listens to our show. He watches all the sporting events. He's from here. He went to school at University of Texas, University of Houston. He's been involved in the NIL for both teams, goes to basketball games at Houston, goes to football games and basketball games at University of Texas, but has a home out there in Austin, has one here in Houston, but or in Richmond, actually, my hood. But he also spends a ton of time at the office and working remotely. John Daspit's not one of these lawyers that puts his name on something and has all the other lawyers do the work. John is really busy all the time working on cases because he wants to make sure that all of his clients get the best care from the lawyers or including himself, because that's what you deserve. When you need someone to fight for you against insurance companies who are looking to squeeze you when you've been injured and on the job or out on the roadway or wherever the case may be, John Daspit understands it's his job to passionately pursue justice for the injured, and that's what he does. Is he a sports fan? Huge. Is he a fan of taking care of people throughout the state of Texas? 100%. He does them both. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
All right, welcome back. Did you happen to see that Trevor Bauer won his lawsuit? Trevor Bauer has never been accused. I mean, never been accused of a crime.
Well,
He actually won his lawsuit against.
wait. He's never been accused of a crime?
He's never been charged with a crime.
Okay, never been
Charged
charged.
with a crime.
Okay.
He's never been, he's been accused, obviously, but he's never been charged. Actually, he won his defamation case against his accuser, who has to pay him $309,000. He's never paid a cent to two accusers. The second one is under investigation for fraud.
This is actually important. And I know there's going to be a lot of people, John, who just see this and they're going to see the victims will never come forward. You cannot make things up. You cannot, there's enough intel out there to show that there was some. All right, 2 years after settling with sexual assault accuser Lindsey Hill, former MLB pitcher Trevor Bauer won a defamation lawsuit, and she is ordered to pay him $310,000 for violating their settlement agreement. It's reported their agreement prohibited falsely claiming that the other party had paid to settle, and that Lindsey breached it by lying that Bauer had paid her during podcast and public appearances. So there was no payment made when he settled, and now he's on record as saying the other one there is fraud, and they've turned over. Remember, there was enough for was it prosecution? Was she trying to was it a civil, or was she trying to have him arrested?
She was trying to have him arrested.
Okay. And they looked at all the details and said, we can't go forward with this. And it's a messy one, because obviously he's a rough guy.
Well,
I'll leave it at that. This is not a clean situation at all. It's not a good one, but he's done in major. I think he's done in Major League Baseball. If he's not back by now, I think he's done.
Is it? See, I mean, it was proven by a trial that she defamed him, that she made a lot of it up. There was proof that, she was talking to her. There's texts to her girlfriend that she was going after him and going after his money. I don't know if should he be banned from. Can a team take a chance on him? When he has been wrongly accused the way he was.
Well, so I look at it like this. I remember the situation with Michael Vick was not a good situation if you care about dogs. And I do. I think what he did was bad. Michael Vick thinks what he did was Michael Vick is on record saying he was not a great person at that point. But he did the time, did the crime, did the time. And to me, once that happens, it's up to the NFL if they want to bring him back. And they decided they wanted to. And like I said, he actually faced the punishment. They wanted to bring him back. He came back. That's their business.
Yeah, but this is totally different. He's never been charged.
I understand,
Michael
but it's
Vick did time.
But it's still Major League. No one has to be compelled to pay him $30 million a year or $20 million a year. You cannot compel.
Well,
I say this because Colin Kaepernick, same thing could be argued that Colin Kaepernick was blackballed.
Well, did you see Colin Kaepernick has let it be known that he's out there, he's available.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore. It's done. But Colin Kaepernick, he did get one tryout with the Raiders. Now there's been some discussion about whether or not, he was supposed to have a kind of a workout, and then they changed it last minute, went to a different location. It was some stuff that really, I had NFL teams tell me they believed he was not serious about coming back.
Uh-huh.
But regardless, and that was a while back, but Colin Kaepernick was basically, I don't want to say blacklisted, blackballed from playing, but it wasn't a coordinated effort, I don't believe. But I believe there's a lot of teams that said, I'm not touching this. And if you say I'm not touching this with Trevor Bauer, well, what can you say? You can't compel a team to sign him.
No, you can't. What I'm saying is, if you need him, if you've lost a bunch of starters to Tommy John, and he actually has a house up in the Woodlands or Conroe, he's right there. He's right there. Could you root for Trevor Bauer if he was your pitcher on your team?
Oh, I'm probably the wrong person to ask. I'm Gen X, so I don't care. Whatever happens, happens. I may not like him, but I just kind of
listen.
business. Oh, cheer
after
for him.
Yeah,
you know what? As an Astro, I probably would. Would I want him on the team? I mean, I don't necessarily see it the same as when we had Osuna.
No,
but Osuna was a closer. I didn't lose my mind then.
I thought the Cowboys were the worst for signing Greg Hardy, who was a card carrying bad guy, and what he did to that girl. What he did to that girl was awful, and I could never. I was like, I'm on record. I hate to be a judge from afar, but I don't want to root for that guy. I think Trevor Bauer's been given a raw deal here.
Yeah, potentially based on everything we know. We've seen Trevor Bauer is pretty good as a pitcher. Usually, if you've got ability, you find your way back in because teams are willing to, in every sport, are willing to give you a second chance if you can play. He's one of the few guys we've seen not get a second chance, and it really strikes me that maybe Major League Baseball players don't like that dude, and they just don't want him on the team. It could be a personality-driven thing as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe Major League Baseball's security department has stuff on him that Major League teams have, and they just say there's just too much there. We don't want to mess with this.
Yeah, could be. Well, I know the Dodgers didn't stand up for him. I know that. Boy, did they not.
Oh, man.
They didn't want him back under any – they didn't care if he was innocent or guilty or whatever. You ain't going back there. But I sure would like to beat the Dodgers with him. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. 713-780-3776. The number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There's a quick break. You've got a couple of segments left to get in here. If there's anything you want to talk about, Twitch has responded to. I mean, Twitch says a lot of ugly things. You're talking about them bees. Them bees need to pay. Rat face reliever I saw. I mean, just ugly stuff.
Who's rat face reliever?
Trevor Bauer. I don't know. Or I don't know. I guess he's not a reliever, though. He's a starter, isn't he? So I don't know. Why they call him rat face reliever, I don't know. I do know it's time for a break, and we'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. AJ in for Dell today. For those of you who didn't know, you haven't been hearing Dell yap and yap and yap. It's allegedly his birthday. It's impossible to find out if that's true, but allegedly it's his birthday. So AJ came in for him. I don't know if he might be having a little birthday party with the little hats that they wear and having cake and stuff. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know what he's doing. But we do know that it might be his birthday. But if it is his birthday, happy birthday, Dell. I won't text you happy birthday because I'm a grown man, so I'm not going to do that. And you're a grown man, so we don't care about that. We don't do that stuff anymore. What we do is talk about the Texans. And there's a lot of good stuff out there. Christian Kirk has been around for a little while. He loves being back in Texas. He thinks the Texans culture is awesome. AJ, let's play the one he talks about Nick Caley. He's seen some offenses. Nick Caley is new to the game here. We don't know if he's going to be any good as a play caller. We think he is because as we understand it, he brought the good plays with him as opposed to all the bad plays that Bobby Slowick had while he was here. But here is Christian Kirk, who's new here, his impression of Nick Caley so far.
Nick is all ball, very intelligent, very smart, does a great job communicating to us, what the expectations are, route detail, motions, formations, whatever the case may be. He's done a great job kind of laying that out for us. And it's been, I guess, primarily pretty easy, just being able to learn it the way he's been able to install it. Ben McDaniels in our room has done a great job teaching us just all the things from a football IQ aspect that you need to know as a receiver. And this offense is dynamic. A lot of motions, a lot of pre-snap adjustments for the defense to have to, deal with. So I think you'll see a lot of guys in different places to be able to make plays.
That's what you saw to the Rams. The Rams do a lot of motion stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I think you keep, motion keeps teams off balance. It gives the quarterback an idea of what they're doing. And I think I hope it's not too complicated. We'll see. Already, it seems Christian Kirk is new here. Everybody's new because Nick Caley, hasn't been here, so all of it is going to be new for everybody. But apparently, it's not going to be too much. There's going to be more on CJ, which I like. CJ had handcuffs on him last year with Bobby Slowick.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to hopefully he's not going to have nearly the handcuffs that he's had. There's going to be better communication between him and the line. I just think I don't know. They seem to be a lot happier. Everybody that we hear about what's going on with this offense seems to be a lot happier right now.
Well, I think that, having motion, all that does, like you said, is just allows the quarterback to get a better sense of what coverage is. And that's first and foremost, it does that. Secondly, you can get players on the move from motion. It gives them a chance to run rub routes easier. It gives them a chance to potentially get off press easier if they're a little slow getting off press. I don't know why there wasn't more motion in Bobby Slowick's offense, other than I guess the argument was Bobby Slowick, like a lot of some, not a lot, but some people who are in that style of offense can be a little bit. We know Gary Kubiak famously was married to the execution and not any type of innovation. Kyle Shanahan has been about innovation, although right now San Francisco fans will tell you he is not innovative enough and he's too predictable and things like that. But I think it'll be good. A branch of that tree was Sean McVay of that Shanahan tree was Sean McVay, and McVay off his branch was Kevin O'Connell. And they say Kevin O'Connell might be one of the great play callers and head coaches to work for as a quarterback that you're going to find. So Yeah, I'm kind of excited. For a long time it's been that Shanahan tree, the San Francisco tree. Maybe the Rams tree is the one that you want to be on right now.
Yep. No, absolutely. Sean McVay has been great. He's been great. They start out slow and they pick it up at the end of the season. And I think that's a positive. Without the handcuffs, there can be no more excuses for CJ. CJ had a rough year. CJ also lost a couple of key receivers. He lost Diggs early. He lost Tank later. He had bad offensive line play. I don't know. Did we make a lot of excuses for? I don't think CJ was as good as he was.
CJ had
his
some.
rookie
CJ
year.
had his excuse makers. CJ wasn't an excuse maker, but there are people who had to feel like they had his back. But he wasn't as good. He just wasn't as good. And I understand the issues with offensive line and all. I get all that stuff. He also, yes, and he wasn't as good. Both are true.
CJ had handcuffs on him. Can CJ read a defense yet? Is that why there might have been handcuffs? I've seen videos of CJ breaking down film. I believe CJ can read defenses. I believe CJ, he made choices his rookie year, and he was out there in the media, and he was listen, I'm not going to question CJ's football intelligence because I've seen some stuff from him, and I'm like, wow, dude really gets it. He makes quick decisions. All of that S2 stuff, I think, was thrown out the window his rookie year.
Well, but the S2 is not about your football IQ. It's about how quickly you respond to what you see.
That's right, and he was doing that.
Well, not last year.
But he was his rookie.
So I think, that's why I think there's some questions to answer because teams obviously switched some things up on him defensively, and it was a little tougher for him to recognize and get rid of the ball, get it out on time. So I think now we'll see if he can play chess because teams obviously did something different to him because he was not responding as quickly in terms of his reads and where he wanted to go with the football.
Well, I don't know that for me, a lot of his, like the Lions, the throw, that was a physical thing. He lobbed that ball up there and let the defender come all the way over and pick that ball off as opposed to throwing it. He threw another interception where he kind of lobbed it. And I don't know if it was the shoulder thing that was an issue there or what. He missed a lot of throws to guys that were open. He threw it at their feet. Those were more physical things than mental things for me last year. He didn't throw the ball
throw into some traffic
accurately.
Though. He had some throws where he didn't throw into he threw into some traffic that he shouldn't have.
Yeah, but to me, it was more just missing throws that he was hitting the year before.
That was the biggest. I think that was the biggest concern.
Listen, I thought last offseason sucked because he was on a world tour. He was on a CJ promotion tour. And I honestly, I said it during the offseason. I was like, man, we're seeing way too much CJ. I think a more devoted CJ this offseason and a more focused CJ this offseason. Yeah, a shoulder.
Can you do we need to go through the CJ shoulder thing again? General soreness.
I'm not worried about it. I'm hoping that, you know what, just rest him. If he's got some soreness, oh well, then rest him. Who cares?
Favorite general.
It's OTAs.
My favorite general is McCarthy. Or MacArthur, rather. MacArthur.
Mine is John McClain.
Okay. My least favorite general, soreness.
Oh, well,
General
MacArthur and General soreness.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's general admission. That blows. Yeah.
Sometimes it's all we can afford.
Well, but then you got to stand in line for all that time. No, general admission blows. We don't need that in our lives. We've got more Texan sound. I want to get to Christian Kirk talking about this culture here. On the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I can tell you there's a culture at Air Team because I've seen it. It's a family-owned business, and it's been passed down, and now their son is there, and he's running things, or he's involved in things, and it's really cool. It's really cool how, we've seen this with different families that they pass down the philosophy of the family, and that's why they're in business. That's why they're successful. That's why they stay. There's years and decades that they're doing this, and that's the case with Air Team. Air Team is really, really good at getting you your air conditioner. Air Team is really, really great about diagnosing, about making sure that your stuff is working properly. They'll come, and it's very inexpensive for you to get a consultation, a cleaning, making sure that all of your AC stuff is working right. Listen, you can't afford not to do this. If you haven't checked your air conditioners in a while, this is something you really have to do. Let the team at Air Team come and make sure that your stuff is running smoothly so that you can rest easy and not pay for new air conditioners, because that sucks. Avoid having sleepless nights. Let Air Team keep your AC running properly. 713-936-5346. 713-936-5346 or airteamltd.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zierlein here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granato and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We heard from Christian Kirk about Nick Caley. Let's hear from him about the Texans culture. And this is a guy who's been in the league. Well, he just came from Jacksonville, which is, I don't know that. They're a mess. They are just a mess. But it is different here. You can talk about culture all you want and blah, blah, blah. You heard D'Amico a little while ago talking about the culture of that offensive line room. It's awfully important to him that everybody's on the same page, that everybody's working together. that they're being, great teammates together, working as a unit. Here's Christian Kirk talking about how different it is here.
They are the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are the future to be here. And I'm excited to keep seeing where the Texans go and how far we can keep going. And it's a new thing that we're doing here. And Coach said something really good today. He was like, we can't stop till we get a bull on the ring. And I think that opened everybody's eyes and gave us a new perspective.
The energy.
Yeah, there's the other one that was above that one. AJ, he talked about the Texans. It's just different here. There were two. That was confusing, AJ. That's on me. There were two different sound bites in that same one. Yeah, here he is talking about why it's different here.
The transition has been nothing short of amazing. Everybody in the organization has been welcoming from day one, players, coaches, staff included. And like you mentioned, playing at Texas A&M, it's good to be back. It's been a long time since I've been back in the state of Texas and, even down the street from A&M. So definitely looking forward to getting back over there. But it's been great. And now that we're in OTAs and getting on the field, working out the system, laying the foundation, just been really happy from day one.
Yeah, he goes on to say that, it's just different here than he's had it before. There's a reason that this team has won the division the last 2 years, and it starts with D'Amico.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we got it. I think we got it pretty good with our managers and coaches here. I think
too.
Well, I like Joe Espada. I don't know. I think Joe took over a situation that was pretty good, but it ain't easy to continue to win at the highest level, which is what Joe has had to do. He ended up winning the division with a rough season. He's had a lot of injuries. He's done a really nice job. D'Amico obviously took over a crappy situation with so much turnover at the head coaching position. But now they've got a lot of good young talent. They've done a nice job of straightening that out. And the Rockets have done a nice job. The Rockets have done a nice job after being horrific. And they got the right guy. It looks like the right guy who the Knicks are trying to steal from us. I think we got Kelvin Sampson at the collegiate level. I think we've got it really, really, really good here. I mean, because there are a lot of coaching situations and management and ownership situations that are just miserable. They're just miserable. I don't think we appreciate enough how good we've got it with our teams and how solid they are.
No, we got it. We got it really good. And our coaches, are rarely bothered by injuries. That's what I like too. Joe Espada never bothered by an injury. D'Amico Ryan's never, ever bothered by shoulder soreness or questions about the offensive line.
No.
That's
worried about that.
Doesn't seem to be a concern in the least. I really like our coaches. I really do. Espada's fine. Still want to see more from him. I really liked AJ. I like Dusty. I thought it was Dusty's time to move on. Espada has done a pretty good job so far. He's still, we're still finding out about Joe, but he seems to do a pretty good job. I've noticed that there's no real, like Dusty would do some things that would require some conversations because they were a little bit unorthodox. Joe Espada has been pretty orthodox about his decision making, especially bullpen usage. Now, obviously, the Altuve thing to left field is about as unorthodox as it gets. So you can, I don't know if that's Joe's call or the organization's call, but Kelvin Sampson, as you mentioned, Ime Udoka, D'Amico Ryans, it looks really, really good. Willie Fritz, if we're going to stick on University of Houston, I think I always liked Willie Fritz as a coach. I think we're going to find out a lot about Willie this year. It's going to be an interesting year this year. But in terms of the majors and then the team, obviously, that has made a ton of noise in University of Houston basketball team, really good coaches, really, really good. We're pretty lucky in that sense. And I think that culture, to me, they've changed culture with the Rocket. The Astros created a culture. So, I mean, the Astros are the shining or the beacon in this city when it comes to a culture of brotherhood that is needed in baseball. Kelvin brought back an old school coach. Frankly, Kelvin and Ime Udoka, it's like a mirror. They're like mirror images, I think, in terms of how they coach and what they expect. Maybe not how they coach necessarily, but how they coach, what they expect, accountability and all that. And then, of course, with D'Amico Ryans, I think it goes beyond culture. He wants to – I don't know. D'Amico feels a little different than Ime, but it's still about accountability. But D'Amico feels like he wants everyone on the same page. It's about making sure that everyone's head is in the same spot. That's a little bit different than what Ime and it's more on the court. Ime and Kelvin Sampson are like, we're going to do this. This is how you're going to respond physically. This is what's expected of you. I think for D'Amico, he just wants everyone to have the same basic goals and the same attitude about ball. It's almost a little bit more simple with in the football world. We just want you to love ball. We want you to love your teammates and be a good teammate.
Well, and that's funny because D'Amico said that the Bullock and Lassiter impact last year, he said those two came in and had a huge impact on this team. And now Noel and Higgins are doing that same thing. And AJ Kamari talked about loving football, the first one up there. This is, I mean, if you get a guy like this, it is so. I don't know if they got lucky. You know, there were some knocks that possibly Kamari his full speed his speed would be it might be an issue or whatever. But if they get football players like, listen to Kamari talking about football.
Kamari, when you look at the group they've assembled here in the secondary and adding to it, how good do you guys feel like you could be?
I feel like with us, it's got to be limits, to be honest. I feel like, with the success we had last year and the work that we put in during the offseason and how we're playing right now, just kind of build chemistry and just,
I can't really understand.
Just play as one and play fast, play physical. I feel like we're going to be very successful this year.
As good as you were last year, like, what were some of the things that you wanted to work on your game? I imagine the success probably motivated you even more.
To be honest, we'd be here all day if I wanted to tell you every single thing that I've been trying to work on. But it's just, to be honest, I just want to become a better player, like just inside and out. Understanding what's going on pre-snap, understanding offenses better, understanding where my health is better, just understanding route recognition, or just doing little things that make me more successful. Watching the other players play. There's a lot of things that I really want to work on. I can't tell you everything because
we got to cut out of this, AJ. You can't really you can't understand it. Now the very first one says Kamari loves football. That's the one that I was looking for. But neither here nor there. That he talks about. I mean, I want someone to love me as much as Kamari Lassiter loves football. That dude, I'm telling you, he said, since I was 3 years old, I have loved football. I just love football, and it seems to me, Lance, like you mentioned the Laramie Tunsil thing.
Yep.
D'Amico is weeding that stuff out of the locker room.
Oh yeah.
You just said we want guys that that's all they eat and drink and sleep and think and that's a culture thing. And Kamari changed that. He and Bullock brought that to the table as rookies, and now he says that Noel and Higgins are doing that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about having a bunch of guys that just care.
So I don't know if you heard the conversation they had post-draft. So I always pay attention to everything all the coaches say post-draft because, I know these players who are drafted. I've written them up, studied them. And the thing that really stood out to me after the first 2 days of the draft actually it was after the draft completely, is they made reference. Was it D'Amico or it was either D'Amico or no, it may have actually been Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio mentioned Matt Campbell Iowa State. He mentioned, hold on, not Doug Marrone. What's his
Whoever,
name?
go.
Yeah,
What?
Greg Schiano. Well,
Okay.
it was important. I had to
Right.
come up with it. Greg Schiano. He mentioned Greg Schiano at Rutgers. He mentioned, who had been a coach, had coached one of the players. I can't remember that they added. He mentioned Matt Campbell. He mentioned 3 different coaches that the Texans drafted, players that they drafted, and he mentioned it was important for them to get players who were coached by these guys because these guys understand how football is supposed to be played. Like it goes into, and that's the Bill Belichick thing. Remember when he used to always pull guys from Nick Saban or Kirby Smart, SEC guys? There are some organizations, and the Texans are clearly one of them, based on who they have drafted over the last, since Nick Caserio's been here, that who you played for and what your background is matters a lot to them. A lot.
Yeah. And they look for those guys. They look for guys who just love football. The makeup of this team is starting to go, getting a Laramie Tunsil out of that locker room might have a bigger impact than we think.
It was for sure they wanted to do that, for sure.
Yep. Okay.
PJ Fleck was the other one. So he mentioned Matt Campbell,
Minnesota.
2 players. Yep. PJ Fleck is your second rounder, Ursary, and then Keontae Robinson was the 7th rounder from Rutgers, who played for Greg Schiano. Now I noticed he did and he may have mentioned obviously head coach at Iowa.
Ferentz.
Yeah, Kirk Ferentz. I think he mentioned Kirk Ferentz as well, 7th rounder. Now he didn't mention James Franklin, I don't think, who they got Jalen Reed, safety from Penn State there, and he didn't mention. I don't think he mentioned Lincoln Riley. And they got 2 players from USC. I don't think Nick Caserio mentioned Lincoln Riley, but Lincoln's name is Wood right now. Lincoln has one of the. It's crazy how hot his name was in Oklahoma and how cold in the football world his name is right now. I know somebody who was going to go over there and be a GM of the football side, and he said, nope, it's really toxic behind the scenes. When you start getting behind the scenes, it's really toxic between the university and Lincoln Riley.
Well, yeah, he's got to win. Yeah, but he got Kalen Bullock from there, and guess what? Bullock brings that same attitude that D'Amico is talking about. We are running out of time here. This is usually where we see what we missed. We haven't talked about Zion Williamson. Zion is in some holy crap. He's got a lot of issues right now. They're talking about, they're talking about possibly getting rid of him in New Orleans. What can you get for Zion Williamson right now?
Not much.
Not much.
Now, Zion Williamson has a civil suit and a sexual assault accusation, but it's a civil suit. No one is looking for him to be arrested. It's a civil suit there. Mariah Mills, who was someone who did she have, I don't think she had a baby with him. I think she was just the girlfriend. She was just the girlfriend, and he broke up with her, and she's gone crazy and said all kinds of stuff. She's trying to sue him as well, and Tony Busby wouldn't take the case. He's like, nope, no thanks. So I don't know what's going on there, but he's been a disaster. This couldn't go any worse. Can't stay in shape. Although last year he did get in good shape and actually stayed in pretty good shape. Can't stay healthy. Isn't consistent. Can't stay. Why would you want him? Why would you want him? I don't know that basketball is at the forefront of Zion Williamson. I would not want Zion Williamson. Granted, look, the Rockets aren't looking to add anybody like that. But if I'm an NBA team, if you bet on Zion Williamson, you're basically just hoping that you get what New Orleans wasn't able to get. And, man, you've given him a second contract already. That dude doesn't have to do anything, and you got to keep paying him for a long time.
He's been a disaster. Now he's a public relations nightmare.
Yeah.
With the accusations that
Mary missed the end of the season again last year.
And he's just been talk about. I mean, that was supposed to be a generational pick, an organization changer.
Yeah.
He has been one of the worst picks, one of the worst first overall picks since Greg. What was his name?
Greg Oden.
Odin
was second, wasn't he?
Was Odin second?
Or no, Oden was one. Yeah, Oden was one.
Yeah, since Greg.
I mean, 24 games as a rookie, 61 games his second year, which was the bubble year. Then the next, he didn't even play 21-22 due to injury. Then he had 29 games because remember he just said he just didn't quite feel right mentally.
Yeah, right.
He didn't
and
feel
he was
right
going
mentally.
to the playoffs, and he didn't feel like himself.
Yeah, then 70 games in 23-24 and 30 games last year. The dude cannot stay on the court.
No.
It's a and he's got all this stuff off the court. Ugh.
Ick. And he's fat. And he's that too.
Well, he actually got in shape last year. He was actually in pretty decent shape.
Better.
Yeah.
Somebody said it's going to be so hilarious when this offensive line is getting mollywopped. Who are they going to blame since Tunsil is gone?
Well, they're not as good. No, Tunsil wasn't the reason they got pummeled.
Tunsil was fine.
Tunsil was fine on his end, except for all the, putting him in third and long situations because of false starts.
Tunsil did his job
but
last
that's not
year.
the point. The point isn't Tunsil made the offensive line bad. It's that they weren't a cohesive unit. Don't trust us. Trust D'Amico. Don't trust us. Your own head coach is telling you that. You just have to. He ain't gonna say it out loud.
Well,
but listen to what he said at the combine.
He kind of does.
Yeah, he didn't call him out by name, but what he said at the combine was pretty damning.
No, actions speak louder than words. They traded him. They wanted him out of the locker room. They traded him. Okay, that's so. I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason. All right, we got a break. When we come back, news of the weird coming your way. Lance, why don't you right now talk a little underdog fantasy, and then we'll have news of the weird.
Underdog fantasy has right now the big thing for us in the underdog fantasy world is the NBA Finals. And the NBA Finals are coming up on Thursday. We get started. Right now, you could be looking through statistics, pouring through individual matchups. How have the Pacers fared against Oklahoma City in the two games they played this year and vice versa? You could look at that. You could start breaking down how you think the game's going to go. Who is, Oklahoma City, are they going to clamp down on Halliburton? If so, you might want to go lower on the total points. But you also might want to say, well, who is going to get more looks then for the Indiana Pacers? What is that going to mean if Oklahoma City takes him away? Ask yourself these questions. Use your sports knowledge and then go higher or lower on the statistics available for all the players in the series. There's so many statistics for all of the players that are out there that are playing on a regular basis. It's incredible. And you pick between 2 and 6, 7 players, and the more you pick and the more you win on high and low, the higher your payout. You can get up to 1,000 times your original play when you start playing a lot of the actual underdogs. But I'm just here to tell you, it's a great way to win money. Because take your sports knowledge, you don't even have to pick every single one. You can play the flex option, which means 2 out of 3 still get you paid. 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5 still get you paid. But if you want to go big, you can go big for as little as $1. But you have to download the app, and then you use promo code Lance on the initial deposit. You'll get up to $1,000 bonus cash. Unlock that special offer by using promo code Lance. Use your basketball knowledge for the opportunity to make money following the NBA Finals with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. Wells Fargo has been released from a punitive 7-year-long, nearly $2 trillion cap on its assets after the Federal Reserve lifted the regulatory measure, allowing the bank to pursue unimpeded growth. The announcement sent shares up 2.7%. As investors anticipated, the bank can now expand. President Trump is asking Congress to claw back $9.4 billion of federal funding to reflect a portion of the cuts made by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. The long-awaited request would strip funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and from foreign aid agencies. Bloomberg News reports that Chinese airlines are considering ordering up to 300 narrow-body and wide-body Airbus aircraft as soon as next month when European leaders visit Beijing. Sources say the order could rise to as many as 500 aircraft. Futures are currently mixed. Tuesday, the Dow Industrials gained 215, the Nasdaq up 156. That's your money now.
All right. If you go to Nashville now and you see a proliferation of pasty white drunk people, there's a good reason for it, Lance. Apparently, there is a direct flight now from Nashville to Dublin and vice versa. There is, and right now they're saying there are more Irish people on Lower Broadway than locals. And I'm looking at videos.
Why?
And They look because there's a direct flight now from Nashville to Dublin.
Okay.
Aer Lingus, which I think is cunning, has done this.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Aer Lingus now flies direct from Nashville to Dublin.
They have tiny planes.
The influx of Irish people right now, pasty white Irish people, is incredible in Nashville. So if you go to Nashville and instead of country music, you're hearing a lot of blarney, there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. A Chicago strip club is hosting a Caitlin Clark lookalike contest. Do you want to go and see a Caitlin Clark lookalike stripper?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
She's a good basketball player.
AJ, you're a basketball
She's
fan.
a good basketball player, but that's about it.
No,
AJ,
I'm good. I'm good.
Is this something you want to see?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
I'm positive.
AJ. Not really.
Yeah.
Not really. I don't think that's gonna
Clean
attract
sweep.
a lot of people. Abington Township in Pennsylvania says they have a brazen thief. He came into a convenience store wearing rollerblades with a knife and a gun, and he robbed the convenience store and got away with it. They have still not caught him on rollerblades. Do you feel like this is the best way to get away from a robbery?
Yeah, you're faster than, it's not the best way, but you're faster than on foot.
You're a lot faster than on foot.
Not me necessarily. I don't know that I should be on rollerblades.
Well, right.
I'm not sure you should be on rollerblades, but do you say that guy was caught?
He was not caught.
Well, looks like you got your answer.
They're still on the lookout. And by the way, speaking of which, did you see one of the escapees from the New Orleans prison? He's trying to get President Trump to have him released and everybody stop looking for him. One of the guys is still loose. He's trying to get rappers behind him. He's trying to get President Trump. He sent out a video. I don't know that that's really going to work. If you were on the loose from escaping from prison, would you try to get President Trump on your side?
I think I'm just going to keep a low profile and not do anything and just try to get out of the country.
Yeah, I as soon as possible. Let's get out. And in an ironic move, apparently there was a Harvard student who's doing an interview on global unity, but right behind her, there are two guys who are fighting at this cafe. Punching each other while she's doing a video on global unity.
Well, that's how it goes.
It's
that is ironic.
That is ironic.
Who's hosting the show, by the way, with Dell? With Dell gone, who's the host? AJ?
Joe.
So Joe.
Joe's
You're cutting into Joe's show. Dell doesn't care if you cut into his show. Maybe Joe cares.
Joe cares. All right, we gotta go then. Hope you enjoyed the show. Joe George is taking over for the birthday boy next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
What's going on? Welcome into the Dell Olaleye Show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George filling in for Dell today, hanging out with Sean Mapes for the next 2 hours. Happy birthday to Dell, because apparently today's Dell's birthday, and that's why he wasn't here. And as a birthday present, I get to start at 10:05. That's a pretty good record pace. Also, my eardrums got blown out because Lance Zierlein's apparently going deaf. I didn't realize that was a thing, Sean. In this seat, I feel like someone should have told me that. Someone should have told me, turn down the volume, because Lance listens like he's an old man, apparently.
Yeah, that's something that you have to worry about. I know when I do the bullpen show, I used to sit in that chair when I did the bullpen, and then somewhere along the way we just flipped. It was like unsaid, but I always would plug it in, and I would just hear it in my headphones while they're like in my hand, and I'll be like, "Oh my god." And I was like, is Joel like going deaf? Like
that's also possible.
All these guys are going deaf.
Yeah, they're definitely all going deaf. Lot to get into today on the show. We're going to talk about the Astros game last night, Lance McCullers. Obviously, we have a little bit of a resolution with what happened with him that I know you guys probably talked about yesterday, but we'll talk about it a little bit ourselves today with the degenerate gambler overseas. They got very upset with Lance. But what's happened since that start? We'll talk about the Rockets stuff that's going on. Big article from Kelly Iko in The Athletic. Some weird trade rumors out there regarding Ime Udoka that we'll talk about. Let's start with Lance McCullers, though. Last night, the Astros win 3-0 against the Pirates. Lance McCullers, another really good outing for him. His last 3 starts, 4 1/3, 8 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, and 3 walks. 6 innings, 12 strikeouts, 3 earned runs, and a walk. And last night, 6 innings, 7 Ks, no earned runs, and 1 walk. Now, the Pittsburgh Pirates are not a good baseball team. Like, we're all well aware of that. Lance has not had a murderer's row of teams that he has gone against over his last handful of starts. It's been the Pirates, the Athletics, and the Mariners, who are kind of an up and down offensive team at this point in the season. And they had also a 4-inning start against the Texas Rangers. And those are his last 4 starts since the 7 earned runs in which he only got 1 out against the Cincinnati Reds. But he's looking much better. And it's not that I'm a believer in Lance McCullers, but it just got me wondering this question of, when do we start to change our expectations for Lance McCullers? Just in terms of that, it's actually been better, because going into this season, going into that first start back, it's just, how many starts do you have with him until he gets hurt? How many of the Reds games does he have in him? As Todd the Show points out on the Twitch, he has a 1.88 ERA outside of that 1 inning this season. Now, a lot of his stuff has been some of the problems of old, which are high pitch counts, low innings. That's always a Lance McCullers thing, even when he's fully healthy. But he got his first win yesterday for his first win since 2022. And I don't think we're there yet in terms of raised expectations for Lance McCullers, but it just has me wondering, how much more do you want to see, more from Lance do you want to see before you start to really want to buy back in? Because I think there is just this general hesitation that Astros fans, because of the injuries with Lance, don't ever really want to buy back in, but he's been really good. I mean, the stuff is nasty. Again, like, it looks like the Lance McCullers of old. I mean, those 2 games where he had 20 strikeouts. I mean, think about this, 27 strikeouts in his last 3 games. That's vintage Lance McCullers. All right, this is everything you could have, honestly, in my opinion, dreamed of and more from Lance. That he's made 5 starts, 6 starts so far this season, and he's not hurt yet. That's a positive. And the strikeout numbers are ridiculous. He's been fantastic so far for the Astros.
Yeah, I think that you do start to raise your expectation. Part of it is because that's what the Astros, the current state of the Astros rotation needs. They need a Lance McCullers. They need a third starter after Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez before you get to the Space Cowboys for the rest of the rotation. So I think that for me, it's the 6 innings that are just as impressive as or just as, I guess, necessary as the strikeouts and the lack of earned runs. It's the fact he isn't at this wall where it's like, oh, well, he can only go 4 innings before you have to turn it over to the bullpen, because this bullpen is going to be highly taxed on the days that basically on the days that Brown and Valdez don't pitch.
Yes.
You can just like, okay, if we can get 6 innings out of whoever's starting today, that'll be good. And that's what Lance McCullers is doing right now. So I think it is obviously very encouraging. It's a great story. And it is a reminder that, yes, like for the most part, for the vast majority of his career, Lance McCullers has been a good pitcher. The problem is that he gets hurt, but he has been a good pitcher the entire time. It's the availability that's a question. And right now, while he's taking the ball for this team, you're getting, like you said, vintage McCullers results.
I mean, I think a lot of people thought like his contract was going to be a steal when he signed it. I mean, $17 million for a pitcher is not expensive compared to what most of these guys are hitting when they hit free agency.
If you're getting 25 starts out of a guy,
that's great.
Yeah.
If he's worth less than $1 million a start, that's good for what Lance McCullers can often do in a start. Yeah, I mean, you look at the pitch count, because that's always been what has always hurt Lance the most. Like, not the health stuff. It's that start against the Rangers where he had 83 pitches through 4 innings and they took him out, or he had 91 pitches through 4 1/3 against the Mariners and they had to take him out. But like his last two, he's gone up to 102 pitches through 6 innings and 96 pitches through 6 innings. That is what's important, is that he's having, like we saw last night, a 12-pitch inning. He's not getting as deep into counts in these last 2 starts as he has in the past in 2022, and this starts so far this year. And they're not treating him with kid gloves, which honestly might be the biggest surprise for me. Even though he was in Sugarland for quite a bit of time, I didn't think he was going to come up to the majors in his first start against the White Sox. Yes, he only went 3 2/3, but he threw 87 pitches in that game. I thought they might baby him a little bit more just to try to make sure. But the problem is with Lance McCullers is you can't really do that. You can't really baby Lance McCullers' pitch count because it can get so high so fast. But yeah, I think we're like 3 starts away from raised expectations.
3 starts of quality starts.
Yeah, of this, where it's like, okay, because right now I've been adamant. I have no consideration of Lance McCullers into the playoff roster. Has not really crossed my mind, mainly because of health, but also just I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, let's get there.
Yeah, let's get there, but also I'll believe that his success is there when I see it. And right now we're seeing it. I need like 2 to 3 more starts where I think it even changes maybe a little bit of your calculus of what you're looking at the deadline. I mean, if he's your 3rd best pitcher.
Yeah, you get Eric Getty back hopefully pretty soon. So
at some point he'll come back. That's a tough injury to miss this much time, and he's gonna have to ramp back up because he only made 1 start before he got hurt.
1 or 2, yeah.
I feel bad for Spencer because baseball injuries are the absolute worst. Because it feels like they're always the weirdest.
I was gonna say
in all of sports.
It was like so stupid. It was like,
he got hit. He got hit during batting practice. It's not like he did anything.
Broke a knuckle on his pitching hand, right? Or broke his thumb. Or something.
Yes, it's thumb. Yeah, it's not like Lance McCullers, who I was there when he got hurt against the White Sox. I was covering the game. We knew on the rain delay day he was not going to pitch.
Oh yeah.
We knew he was in the gym lifting, and then the next day, because of the rain delay, they put Lance McCullers on the mound, even though he had just lifted the day before, and now then he was hurt for 3 years. And yes, he had some outings in between, but like he was either not good or hurt for the last 3 years. It's the same series that Jake Myers got hurt in. Just reaching over the wall, hurt his shoulder. And apparently it's also taken him 3 years to get healthy, because at this point, Jake Myers probably is part of your all-star group on this roster.
Oh,
like
I was not ready. I was ready for, do we start raising expectations on Jake Myers? I didn't know we were going to all-star.
I think he's hitting 293 on the season. I mean, his on-base percentage is 348. His slug is 757. Jake Myers might be an all-star this
surely
year.
There has to be like 4 better outfielders.
It doesn't. Well, he might be the 6th guy. He might not play in the game. I'm not saying
or he plays
starter.
in the 7th inning. Yeah.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, he'll be a defensive replacement in the top of the 9th for the American League All-Stars.
Yeah.
That's
so you got Judge and Trout.
Yeah. Well,
Trout's not
probably
been
not
that good.
Trout, even though he's back
Yeah.
finally. But like, Jake Myers, he's put a pretty good year. Like the All Stars right now for the Astros are Jeremy Pena.
Yep.
100%, no question about it. Josh Hader and Hunter Brown.
And then
I don't think Frommer's too far off.
Yeah, I was gonna say Fromber's probably pretty close. We'll see. I mean, we're still a month away from this thing. We'll see with Altuve if he can just have if he can have a good next few weeks, he can probably get his numbers in a spot to where he can sneak his way onto a team, partially because it would be like his 10th All-Star game.
Yeah.
And the bar kind of gets lowered the more All-Stars you make. But yeah, Jake Myers, All-Star. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just hadn't considered it, and so it's taken me a second to recover from it.
I know it's just, but Jake Myers, I'm still not a full believer in Jake Myers, but because he started off really hot last year, but he has changed some things. I mean, if you look at him, I mean, he is 12th in the American League right now in batting average. He's a little bit lower in terms of like on base percentage and things like that. But I mean, he's got a 1.3 WAR, so he's having a pretty good year so far. I'm not saying he's a shoo-in, but the way he's playing right now, it wouldn't shock me if we see a Jake Myers appearance in the All-Star game.
Which would still surprise me. It's still
just because like it's in your mind, it's Jake Myers.
Yes, because I'm like, that's Jake Myers.
Yes, like he's not an All-Star.
When they're doing the thing where they all stand on the baseline, they introduce them all. I'm just that's Jake Myers. What is he doing there?
It would be very funny. Like of all the All-Stars that the Astros could have, that if you look before season, like even I think a fair consideration that Jake could be an All-Star. Like it's laughable, honestly, because of how he did last year, like how he's done his entire career.
His career, yeah, I was gonna say last year he was like you said, got off to a hot start, so he was decent. But man, Jake Myers an All-Star. So are we like Isaac Paredes? Could he maybe? But I think third base is tough just because there's like so obviously.
I mean, obviously Jose Ramirez is a shoo-in. I mean, he's still probably the most,
and they probably only bring like two more, right?
Yeah, he's probably the most underrated third baseman in baseball or player in baseball. I think still Jose Ramirez, like maybe not underrated, but not. This is where
under-celebrated.
They fail. This is where baseball fails. Yeah. Jose Ramirez should be a superstar. In any other sport, he is a superstar level player. If he is their equivalent of the NBA player, NFL player, he is a star player. But they don't push him.
Yeah,
they don't push anyone in the way that they should. No, I think
they push Ohtani and Judge.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, they
push those two guys.
They're putting the ratings out there yesterday about what's happening in Japan right now and just how high Major League Baseball ratings are in Japan again, and how they've increased again this year. Yeah, it's a lot of Ohtani, if not all Ohtani at this point. But Isaac Paredes is probably another one that will be in consideration. And if you know, I can't remember how the fan vote works in baseball right now, but Jose Altuve will get a large fan vote as well. He might take Jake Myers' outfield spot.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I was mentally putting him at second base because that's where he's played his entire career, and that's normally a pretty easy position to find yourself in an All-Star game for. But God, he's in the outfield.
Well, we'll see.
Jake Myers might take his spot.
Yeah. Jose Altuve not an All-Star this year. Why? Jake Myers. That's why.
I'd be so upset. I know, like the actual stats, whatever. Come on, guys. This is the All-Star game we're talking
this
about.
is where I think
we used to watch gods play in this game. Now Jake Myers is out there.
Yeah. It would be very funny to see Jake Myers. I mean, it'd be a great story, honestly, for the Astros. It's part of the reason why the Astros are now in sole possession of first place by half game. But Seattle is 4-6 in their last 10. The Astros are playing much better as of late. They're getting good pitching from Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez and Lance McCullers, and the other guys are piecing it together. Now, the lineup, I think, still leaves a lot to be desired. You look at their last 3 wins, they have a combined total of 6 runs in those wins against the Pirates last night and the Rays the 2 games before that. And Paul Skeens was nasty last night.
Oh yeah,
He's so sick.
We probably should talk about that. Paul Skeens, Awesome.
At,
awesome pitcher.
At 11:30, I'm ready to put him on, even though I know the Pirates will trade him at some point. I'm ready to add him to the most wasted athletes list. I've got a list of like 6 of the most wasted athletes in there, and by these incompetent franchises across sports.
Yeah.
I'm already willing to put Paul Skeens on that list. He goes out there and has elite level performances regularly. I mean, this is at least his second 8-inning loss on the season.
Yeah. I mean, what isn't his record like 3-6 or something? 4-6.
Yeah.
4-6 on the year, which luckily we live in 2025. Okay. 4-6 record, 2.05 ERA.
Yes.
But this is like DeGrom level stuff. Like those, 3 years where DeGrom couldn't get a win?
Yes. I mean, look, he had, so last night, Paul Skeens, 8 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts. 3 starts ago on May 18th against the Philadelphia Phillies. 8 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 9 strikeouts. He got the loss. They lost 1-0 to the Phillies in that game. If he gives up a single run, he loses. I feel bad for Paul Skeens. And it makes me hate baseball also. The fact that you have this superstar level player that honestly was kind of what I would say was can't miss television for me last night. Like, he is a guy that if he's playing a team that I follow or root for, I want to see him on the mound. I wanted to see what the Astros did. And they did just enough. They got 1 earned run.
I was
Christian Walker.
say, they didn't do very much, but it was enough.
It was enough. Christian Walker got his home run. Isak, another big hit as well. His home run in the top of the 9th to give him a little bit of cushion. And Lance McCullers was dealing last night for the Astros. So I feel bad for Paul Skeens. That was one of my biggest takeaways.
Yeah.
Besides the fact of, is Lance McCullers, are we ready to talk about Lance McCullers being back? Which we're not just yet.
No, and I think part of it is now that we talk about it, part of it is because he did against the Pirates. He did against a team who win their best starter and a generational starting pitcher, start of his career. If he gives up 2 runs, you lose. Yeah. It's like, oh, well, that kind of speaks to the state of the lineup. Maybe we put a little bit less weight into this Lance McCullers start. But I think that it's still fair to be impressed by McCullers, but also let's see it a couple more times. You do need a few starts to wash away the stink of a 7-run first inning or however many he gave up.
Sure.
You need a while.
I mean, we see guys like their seasons don't recover from those kind of things. We see guys get demoted out of high leverage situations.
Yeah. Or just in general,
I mean, there's a former Astro that Ryan Presley gave up 8 earned runs in 1 inning, and he's lost his job. And he's given up 0 earned runs in every outing around that, before and after, basically. They're just like, this guy stinks.
Yeah. I mean, his ERA is probably still 5.5.
Yeah. It's a lot harder to bring that ERA down versus Lance. I think the other thing for Lance is, and it's not Lance's fault because you play who's in front of you. But I even his next start against Cleveland, projected on Sunday against Jose Ramirez, I want to see the rise in competition a little bit.
Yeah. I think that's a good next step up.
Yeah, let's see what it looks like against Cleveland.
Then they got the White Sox, or the Astros got the White Sox coming to town. Unlucky for Lance McCullers, he doesn't get to play them.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the White Sox do in that series. They are maneuvering their starting pitching. They did the funniest thing I've seen, the most disrespectful thing I've seen this season. The Tigers have a series against both Chicago teams coming up. They moved Tarek Skubal up a day
to pitch against the Cubs
instead of the White Sox because they know it's a waste. That is one of the most disrespectful things.
It's a division rival.
And they're like, these bums. But yeah, I mean, I just would see Lance face a little bit better competition. He'll get Cleveland, probably get the Athletics again, or maybe the Twins. Probably the Twins, and then he'll get maybe Philly or the Cubs. And I want to see how he does in the next 3 starts, just against better competition. That's all I want to see from Lance McCullers. All right, yesterday Kelly Iko on The Athletic put out a big story about all the rumors and goings on with the Houston Rockets right now, including Giannis, where it stands with that. And plus, we got this rumor today that the New York Knicks, who fired Tom Thibodeau, are interested in trading for Ime Udoka. We'll get into that next year on the Del Olaleye Show. Joe and Sean here with you today on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Joe George filling in for Dell here on this Wednesday. Dell will return tomorrow, hanging out with Sean Mapes until 12 o'clock. All right, let's start with this Ime Udoka thing. Mark Stein put out a list of candidates that the New York Knicks are expected to be interested in after firing Tom Thibodeau, who did things for the New York Knicks that haven't been done since the 90s, and they fired him. He wears thin on people. I've lived it. But all he does is win basketball games as a head coach in the NBA. But apparently they just James Dolan or the agent that's now a GM, Leon Rose, apparently was just done with Tibbs. But Mark Stein reported that Johnny Bryant from the Cavs, Jay Wright, the former Villanova head coach, are guys who the Knicks are interested in, but also that the Knicks are apparently interested in Dallas's Jason Kidd and Houston's Ime Udoka. I don't even know what that phone call would be like if James Dolan called Tillman Fertitta and was like, I want Ime. Besides I'm assuming it will be the fastest hang up of all time. Sean, I don't even know what the Knicks would have to give me if I'm the Rockets to trade Ime. Like, I don't want picks, and I'm not getting Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
So, what do I want?
And the Knicks don't really have
I don't want Bridges.
They don't really have picks either because of Mikal Bridges and Karl Towns.
Don't want him either.
Making those trades. So, yeah, typically that's how it kind of works. That you get some picks for a coach, but that doesn't seem to. I just don't really know how this would happen. I guess theoretically you could do cash considerations and essentially buy him out, just and do it like that, like how college football and college basketball coaching hires work, where you literally just pay the buyout of the coach's contract to the old school. I still have a hard time. I have a hard time seeing it happen for either Kidd or Udoka. I guess Kidd, it's slightly more likely just in the Nico Harrison wild card aspect of like, I don't know what those guys are doing, but I assume they essentially picked what Harrison and Kidd want to do versus what Luka Doncic wanted to do, and they did that 4 months ago.
I still think there's a little of the Jason Kidd stuff that I didn't really believe him in the press conference that he did after the Luka trade. So we're like, I wonder if Jason Kidd sees this and he's like, like, do I want to coach Cooper Flagg? That sounds great, but I have to work for this idiot. Or do I want to go to the Knicks and work for that? Like, which idiot do you want?
Yeah.
Do you want Dolan or do you want Nico?
I think I'd
go with Nico.
I think I'd go Nico because of Cooper Flagg.
I mean, he made trades
They're
that
currently good.
Like,
Or
he made
should be
trades
good.
that got them to the finals 2 years ago now, or a year ago now. And he agreed to trade Luka Doncic with a backdoor deal that got him Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Like, he rigged the NBA to get Cooper. You got Cooper. Like, I wouldn't leave if I was Jason Kidd.
No, this seems like
this is good clickbait.
Well, it also seems like it's good. Like, every team obviously has the like pie in the sky option that has no chance in happening. You know, like every team has the, well, we would love to have this guy. You know, the Rockets employ someone who is looking at Cooper Flagg film right now, just in case. You know, like that's just how it works. It's like, well, we know we won't get Cooper Flagg, but we have to at least like look at him just in case something crazy happens and he falls in our lap.
Yeah.
It's that with coaching where it's like, I mean, we'd love to give so-and-so a shot. You know, we would love to give, it's the Longhorns like going, Nick Saban, would you like to be the next head coach? Would you like to leave Alabama to be the next head coach of the Texas Longhorns? Like, that just happens in other sports. You don't really hear about it so much in basketball because there is so much less poaching of sitting head coaches.
Yeah, it does not happen.
Or just in professional sports in general. That
Yeah, I mean, that's
just
like
doesn't
what, like
happen.
Belichick, Gruden, I couldn't even tell you any other situation
Uh,
just happened.
Sean Payton, technically, right? Although
Yeah,
he
Sean
had a
Payton
year off.
Yeah, he was traded.
Yeah, but he did a
Um,
year off. But the Saints still had him under contract.
I know. I mean, it wasn't because even most of the time it's free agency. Like, I apologize to do this to the people that hate when I do it, but like when Craig Counsell signed his $15 million year deal with the Cubs, like he was a free agent.
Yeah.
He just chose not to renegotiate with Milwaukee. He did not get fired.
Yeah, his contract expired and he just
Like he
left.
just left.
Yeah.
Yeah, the poaching doesn't happen in the NBA. It really only is in the NFL where we've seen trades that have happened.
And even then, we thought of 3 examples over 30 years.
Yes.
And one of them only technically counts because they still had his rights as a coach because he essentially resigned with years left on his contract.
Yeah.
With Sean Payton. So, yeah, I don't put a ton, or I mean, I'm sure like the reporting's correct. I'm sure. I'm sure the Knicks would love to have Ime Udoka, but I'm not wasting any sleep on it. This isn't keeping me up at night.
No, this was an acknowledged story and move on. Kelly Eco put out a big article in The Athletic talking about a bunch of moves for the Rockets. If Steven Adams leaves, Rockets could reignite their interest in Brook Lopez. Gross.
Really?
I don't want it.
Wow.
He's 37. I feel like you've already kind of struck gold a little bit with an aging player and it working out for you.
With Adams.
But if you do look at some of the analytics and numbers for Brook Lopez, like it looks like he's slowing down quite a bit. I just don't know if because of how much they needed Adams. Like if you're going to need Brook Lopez to be valuable in the double big lineup, it might be your only option to do that. He does bring more outside shooting. I mean, it's crazy what his career has done to go from.
There's like a line where you can just see like, oh, I shoot threes now.
He was like, he only shot inside and all of a sudden he just like started ripping threes. And my guess is he could always do it, but they just told him not to.
Yeah. He was like
the
like poster child for like, this is what a old school center low post threat looks like. And then I think he went to the Lakers in like 2016 and it was a pretty unserious Lakers team. And they're like, hey, just shoot threes, see how it works. And he did it. And it was really awesome. And it kind of reinvigorated his career. He went to the Bucks and won a championship. I would be interested in it only as the backup plan for Steven Adams leaving, where you do need to replace that. And yes, the double big lineup is important for the Rockets, but we're still talking about like 20 minutes a game during the regular season for Brook Lopez, where that is different than the Milwaukee Bucks asking him to be the starting center for a team that thinks they can contend in the Eastern Conference. Like you're just asking a lot less of them. And you mentioned the Rockets kind of got, or you feel like the Rockets kind of got lucky with the with Adams, I guess, being rejuvenated here in Houston. I do wonder how much of that is specific to Adams and how much is that something that the Rockets training staff can like manage with a older player where not only did Steven Adams like stay healthy or get healthy and then stay healthy this season, he looked more athletic. He looked like
he
turned back the clock maybe 5 years. Like he was contesting shots. He had a bunch of blocks in that Warriors series where you go, whoa, I didn't think that he was still that kind of rim protector. I do wonder if they can do that even a little bit to where not that Brook Lopez is going to look like he did when he was, at Stanford or anything, but that he can at least look a little bit better athletically than he has in Milwaukee.
Good pull. I would have never guessed he went to Stanford, honestly.
Yeah, him and his brother.
Yeah, that's right. Brook Lopez did play. He's played in 237 games in the last 3 seasons.
Whew.
So that's pretty good in terms of durability. From the Twitch from Lone Ranger, one trade we missed. I forgot Doc Rivers was traded to the.
He
to
was
the Clippers.
Yeah,
I forgot about
That's
that.
A good call
For a first round pick. Because it was an unprotected lottery pick.
Really?
It was a 2015 unprotected lottery pick. What did the Boston Celtics take with that pick? We'll look it up during the break.
2015?
Yeah. That would have been way before Tatum and those guys. But
Terry Rozier.
So Brooke Lopez is an option if Steven Adams leaves, but it does sound like the Rockets are interested in bringing Steven Adams back, which I mean,
Yeah, that should be the headline.
Yes,
that's the
at the top.
Yeah, obviously, and we're obviously both way pro that.
Yes.
I'm just more pro the backup plan being Brooke Lopez.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. I would.
You don't want to think about the world without Steven Adams.
I don't want to keep investing in like 37-year-olds and then you're stuck with a bag of a player that's expensive that you've probably had to trade something for, I would imagine, to make it work with Boston, who's trying to unload salary at this point. Like, not Boston. Like is Brooke with Milwaukee? Like,
Brooke Lopez is a free agent.
Is he a free agent?
Yeah.
I feel like
be
he was
paying.
a free agent last year. I guess that was like
No, it was he was the free agent the same year that Van Vliet and Brooks were.
They do seem to be obsessed with him.
Yeah, that they're kind of circling the block
to
with them.
Obsessed with him. The other guy I'm looking at, and it's a big health thing. But remember when we were doing the show together, the three of us with Paul. Remember when Ime mouthed to Robert Williams after a Trailblazers game, "We're coming to get you. Stay healthy." That's one guy I'm kind of also keeping my eye on, but he doesn't play.
Yeah, no, that's the ultimate. Like, we believe in our medical staff.
20 games. He played 20 games.
No, you can't. I mean,
you can get him with Brooke Lopez.
I was going to say, if he finds himself in a place of his career, maybe after this contract that he's on is over, where he is going to have to be a backup center because of his availability, and that he could maybe be like Jock Landale of where he can not play a lot of games, but also if Şengün's in foul trouble, you can throw him out there and he's good. He just can only do it for 20 games a year.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll continue looking through this article from Kelly Eco talking about Rockets rumors and a trade suggestion that I thought was interesting and involving Jalen Green and Kevin Durant. We'll get to that next year. Joe filling in for Dell with Sean here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Joe and for Dell here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Got ESPN on here on the television in the studio. Oklahoma City Thunder, a minus 700 series favorite. Oof, boy. I think if I was going to bet on this series, I would probably like go like, I think it's like Oklahoma City is like plus 280 to win in 5 games. Like, I think that's the bet I would place. Or maybe like I think it's like plus 360 to sweep.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the only wager is like
at the risk. You have
to bet on bet on the Pacers to win or the Thunder to win in 5 games or less.
I was going to say, at the risk of disrespecting the Indiana Pacers,
soft boys,
the more that I like look at this and think about this, like, I don't think they have a shot. I don't think they have a actual shot at winning the series. No, you can walk me down like hey, one of the home games, they get a great shooting night, they get great bench effort, and like they can steal a game. Maybe, Rick Carlisle has just got a trick up his sleeve to steal another game. It's like, I can see how you can get to 6 games of this series. I just have a hard time seeing the Pacers actually win this thing. I think I would do like Thunder in 4 or 5.
Yeah, I don't think
I do 5 out of respect.
Yeah, yes.
I don't know. I don't know, guys.
I don't think that there's anything. I mean, I hope it's a fun series.
This is a lot. The Thunder team is a lot different than a Knicks team who seem allergic to ever being in a full sprint. It's different than a hobbled Cavs team, and it's different than Giannis and the corpse of the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, it's a little bit different.
If the Thunder win, if the Pacers win the NBA championship, I think Giannis will be an Oklahoma City Thunder player. They have to. Like, if the Thunder don't win the championship this year, they have to do something radical. I mean, they've got all these draft picks coming up.
I think
all these young players. Like, if you don't win a championship this year, you have to trade for Giannis.
I think if they had lost the Nuggets series, yes. I think now they've gone, farther than they've ever gone since 2012. That I think now that they can be like, you know what, we learned some lessons. We're ready to grow up. Maybe we stop doing the group interviews after games.
Yeah,
and throw towels on people's heads. Like, you know what, we're going to take this thing seriously. But I think they win this pretty easily.
I think so too, and I think it's not a bad thing for the NBA because I think you need kind of an up and coming team to help ignite excitement.
You need a new champ or a new young team.
Yeah, you kind of need a dynasty. It's better when dynasties are trying to be brought down. Like, that's why I don't think the Dodgers winning the World Series last year is bad for baseball. I think it's great for baseball because you need a public enemy.
Yeah.
Or a really good young story before they turn into the enemy. The Warriors were a fantastic story.
Yeah.
They were the darling of the NBA until they got Kevin Durant.
Yeah, they had 2 years of being the kind of baby face. The first breakout year, and then the 73-9 year where they lose in the finals. And then they signed Kevin Durant. Everyone's like, bleep this.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Kevin Durant and Giannis, Kevin Durant trade proposal I saw on social media. I know the Killer Bees talked about this yesterday. Proposal was because they know they believe the Rockets are out on Jalen Green and they won't play the number 10 pick. Those 2 assets straight up for KD. Nothing else. I guess salary if you have to make.
Yeah, you would have to.
But the precipice of the meat of the deal is just Jalen Green and the 10th pick.
Yeah, no one's saying no. If it's like, well, it has to be Landale and Tate to make the money work.
Whatever.
Like, no one's sweating that. I have a question about the premise, and I know it's not your premise. Are we sure that the Rockets are out on Jalen Green? Because the last public comment that Rafael Stone made was pushing back against a very fair Jackson Gatlin question about on-off data. And him basically saying, I know all the data says that this team is better in any lineup construction without Jalen Green on the court, but we have our own data that says he's good. I'm not saying he won't get traded, but I'm not ready to walk down the path of they're 100% out on him.
No,
I think we're out on him as a star, at least.
The cynicism, in me says that is to keep his trade value.
That's
because
fair.
you're not going to publicly trash him.
Yeah, be like, yeah, you're right, Jackson. This guy stinks.
But also anyone that wants to win a championship ever, watch the Rockets play in the playoffs and watch Ime put Jalen on the bench.
Yeah.
So I think I don't think they're out on Jalen Green, but I think there are trades that they will make that involve Jalen, and I would include Kevin Durant in the 10th pick for that.
Yeah,
if they believe, because I don't believe the Kevin Durant that they're not that interested stuff that we got earlier this year or this offseason, a month ago. I just don't believe it. I know he doesn't play defense. I know that's a problem. I know he's older. He's gonna have to have rest days, all those things. But you need a scorer. You need someone to come in and score and be able to have the ball at the end of the game. And the Rockets do not have that. I'm not quite sure Giannis answers those questions with his age. I mean, he can't shoot. He's a great player, but all he does is attack downhill. I'm not totally sure the fit with him and a men. I just don't know if he solves your problems. To win a champion.
I was gonna say, I think he solves problems, but then there's also new ones that come up and new ones that I personally I'd be okay with because it's
Giannis.
Get Giannis on your team and now your job is to figure it out. But I think that with Durant, I think the real question I have is about the next contract or the extension that you have to sign Durant to when you make the trade for him. And I wonder if that's what if that's what scares the Rockets a little bit more. But we saw, I think, it was in this Kelly Eco piece where the Suns are calling the Rockets constantly. Is basically what he says.
Yeah.
He says that the Suns consistently initiate phone calls with the Rockets and I take it in the context of a Kevin Durant trade because it doesn't look like a Booker trade is happening.
No, it sounds like he's fine. I wonder if you can. I think the Rockets would like to trade for Kevin Durant without trading Jalen Green.
Yeah.
I don't think it's impossible.
And again, also in this Eco piece, that the price is dropping on Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
I think he said every day the
could
price
we get
goes
down? Could we get down to the 10th pick and Cam Whitmore? Because Kelly Eco also says that they expect Reed Shepherd to have a much bigger role on this team. I push back. I don't think the defense is going to be there for Ime to play him in crunch time.
I think he can be like a 6-man because they're probably bringing back Van Vliet, so he's not going to be the starting point guard. So I think it's more of a bench role. Maybe if they do trade Jalen Green, maybe some of the Jalen Green. Not running point guard, but basically running the offense when Şengün and Fred VanVleet are out. Maybe those minutes turn into Reed Shepherd minutes. But I
Holiday minutes.
Yeah, the Holiday minutes. Yeah, that I think that he can become like a 6-man type on next year's team, and that would be an increase in his role. They're right.
Be a huge increase.
Yeah, normally when we think about he's going to have an increased role, we think, oh, he's going to be a starter, or oh, he's going to be.
No, this one's he's going to play.
Yeah, it's no, we plan on actually playing this guy.
All right, we'll take a break. When we get back, we will. You know what? I'm filling in for Del, so let's talk some college football. Well, I have a question. I don't get why people are so upset about something that seems to be coming to college football. We'll do that next year. Joe George and Fidel here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Problem with the system.
Oh no! Should we just keep talking until we see? If we can get
talk
it fixed?
until I'll just interrupt us with the break.
What a bummer. The AC is not working in the building. It's working on our side, thankfully. I feel bad for our sales staff. I walked in today and it was cooking over there. And my sauces say that it could be down for a month, which is a bad look. It's a bad time.
Yeah.
It is the worst time of the year for your AC.
Literally cannot think of a worse. Much like me trying to do one thing and then hit start next has essentially ended this computer Not really.
We can
I
just
can't
restart.
go to
We
break.
can just talk till 11:12 and
Okay.
play if we need to.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Because I'm going to have to restart.
Let's see if I can remember this. KBME. Nope, that's the wrong station.
No.
KFNC
Yes.
ESPN 97.5 Mount Bellevue, Houston. There's your legal ID. Boom, got it. I hope Todd's not listening. He's gonna get very mad at me. He's gonna get very mad.
Should I dump that? And
Nope. It's too late now. We missed the 10 seconds. Okay, well, the computer's broken, so we're just gonna keep talking here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right. I need someone to explain to me why people are upset about this 5+11 for the 16-team college football playoff. So 5 bids automatically to the 5 highest rated conference champions. As we have right now, the new rule goes into place this year that we do not have auto buys like we saw for Boise State and Arizona State this last year. So instead, they're going to go to 16 teams in 2 years, it sounds like. I know there's 14 teams still out there, but it sounds like 16 is going to be locked in. And at first, the rumors have been, there's really 2 things. There's this 5+11. So the 5 conference champions and then the next 11 highest seeds all make the college football playoff, no matter conference, independent, whatever. And then there's this version where the Big Ten and the SEC are both trying to get like 4 auto bids for their conference. So 4 bids for the Big Ten, 4 bids for the 4 bids for the SEC.
Did that go over there?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Or at least into my headphones. 2 bids to like the ACC, 2 bids maybe to the Big 12, and then everything else that just happens after. I'll be honest, I hate that. I hate that version of what they're proposing. Not for the SEC, but I don't know if this is going to be a bad take that the Killer Bees are going to try to put me on Bad Take Boulevard for or not. I don't think the Big Ten deserves 4 auto bids, even though they've won the last 2 national championships, even though they've expanded their conference that had teams like Oregon and USC and Washington, who are all either have been very good or are good currently. I don't think the Big Ten is a 4-bid conference automatically. And I don't think the Big 12 and the ACC are deserving of the 2nd bid. I don't. And sorry to the Cougs fans out there. I don't think that the number 2 team in the Big 12 deserves to be automatically in the college football playoff when there's a very good chance they're not ranked in the top 16. Same thing with the ACC. So I hate this idea of giving 2 to 4 auto bids per conferences. I hate it. I think the 5+11 model, honestly, is perfect.
I mean, it's the model that they
Yes.
have already, just adding teams to it.
And frankly, I like 14 teams. I like the NFL playoffs, the way that they're formatted. And I do think if you just put the winner of the Big Ten and the winner of the SEC becoming basically the 1 seed of the AFC and the NFC and getting a bye, I'd be fine with that. Like, I think 14 is a good number.
Yeah.
And you reward the top 2 conferences, or you call it the top 2 highest conference champions. One will be the SEC, one will always be the Big Ten. Always. And you give them the bids. Like that you give them the buys. That to me is, I like the 14-team model with that better than the 16-team model, but I know we're going to 16.
Yeah. Yeah. We're definitely going to 16 just because, like, it is funny, though. It is 2 extra games that we're talking about. Like, we're not talking about, like, a giant amount, like the jump from 4 to 12 in the amount of games that you can then sell to TV partners and they can sell to sell ads for. Like, we're talking about in last year's playoff, like Oregon and Georgia would have had to play 1 game. They would have had to play it against, like, would have been Clemson and Arizona State. Yeah, it would have been Clemson and Arizona State. In all likelihood that they would have had to play these games against, and you would have gotten in 2 extra teams. So it would have been Alabama and Miami. That's like the trade that you're making.
Which, like, it's not bad. I mean,
that's like fine, but doesn't I guess it doesn't like change. It doesn't change the world of, like, oh my God, we got 1 extra game of, Who would have been? It would. It's hard to do it because they like reseed and luck, or not reseed, but they don't. It's not straight seeding, so it's hard to like mentally reorder it. But
Well,
it would have been like
yeah.
it would have been like Boise State versus Miami would have been one of the games because they're a lower rated conference champion versus the first team left out essentially.
I also don't understand why we have to wait to do that. I know I guess it's too late.
It's just contract.
Can we just start it this year? It's all going to be under ESPN. If they wanted it so bad, like, why didn't they just implement this?
Because
they can't agree to it.
Because we've had to negotiate this thing for 18 months.
But
We've had constant updates.
Like that, but they could. Like if they had a time, they know they want to start in the 26-27 season.
Yes.
So that's why I feel like there's not a high pressure.
Yes.
To get this done. Now they'll
finalize it like in by this time next year.
If not, probably within the next like 2 months. Like,
yeah.
We'll probably know honestly before the college football season what next year's playoff.
I mean,
is going to look.
We did for the 4 team. We knew like, oh, it'll be 12, and this is how it'll work.
Yeah, like they will figure it out.
We've just constantly been tinkering with the college football playoff, which, by the way, I don't think it matters that much as far as like who actually wins the championship. Like, it doesn't have like some giant effect on the champions. I would say is that, in the last 4 years, or no, not the last 4 years, in 4 years, over the course of 4 years, by the time we get to 16, we would have 4 different playoff formats.
Yeah, I don't
like that's
love
just
that.
like insane.
Yeah,
and again, just to end up with Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, like winning most of these things.
It is funny because you can just looking at the last 3 years, there is this like world in which you can talk yourself into the 16 seed beating the 1 seed. I think when you look at it on paper, like if you just follow the end of the year rankings before like the week 15 or 16 rankings. So like this year it would have been Clemson versus Oregon in the first round. You could sell me on that. Like you could sell me on the last 2 years. And then the year before that would have been the 9-3 Notre Dame team versus Michigan. Like I would pick Michigan in that game, but you could sell me on the idea. Now in 2022, it would have been Georgia versus Tulane. Don't need that game.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't need that game.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to move you into the top 5. Like your conference is going to be in. And if you are the last team in, if you're the 16th seed, you're the 16th seed.
Yeah. Tulane would have been in, and they would have been the 16th seed.
Yeah.
Like, because they won the ACC, or not the ACC, AAC, and they were 12. The same thing with Clemson. Clemson was like actually ranked 15th, and they made the 12-team playoff because they won the conference. So I think that for the most part, yeah, you like this year was like the rarity where you get a national brand in a power-ish conference that was the last team in. I think for the most part, it would be the Boise State, Tulane, whoever wins the American or Sun Belt, and a Big 12 or ACC conference winner.
Yeah.
Like that will probably be.
And they're gonna do stuff that's shady. Like if you have a Tulane with 1 loss, but is winning the AAC, or let's say Lenore Sellers and South Carolina, a 3-loss SEC team, and Georgia's the 1 seed, that committee is not putting South Carolina at 16.
Yeah.
They're putting they're probably putting South Carolina at 14 and making the 2 worst teams, even though the records don't say it, in the 15 and 16 seed. Like they're going to maneuver this thing. My only request is once they get to 16, can we stop? Can we take a break from changing it for a little bit? Like, because you don't really know. Like we have a really like with the 4-team playoff, we do have an idea of like what it looked like because it was a handful of years.
Yeah, it was a decade.
Like Arizona State played a great game against Texas. There's no saying that next year, if they would have stuck with the exact same format at the winner of the Big 12, like BYU, even though they were lower ranked than, let's say Texas again for this argument, they wouldn't put up a great game that was honestly one of the better games of the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they need to change after 1 year. Like to know if something is going to work, you have to give it time, and they're not giving anything time. So I hope when they go to the 16-team format, at least give it like 2 years. Like
yeah, because this
at least give like 2
even
years.
the 12 team, we changed not even the expansion, but we changed like, well, actually, let's just do straight seating because the Boise State and Arizona State getting a bye was dumb, which I'm like, not that dumb. Like it's like confusing, and that's my main reason against the 4 automatic bids for the ACC or for the SEC and Big 12 or Big 10, and then the 2 for the Big 12 and ACC, and then the 1 for it's like this is just too confusing. Like you're just asking like the not even like the common fan, just like people that aren't college football diehards to like wrap their head around how the hell you come up with who's gonna win this, who's gonna be in the playoff. Like it's just so hard to even understand that's why like 5 plus 11, I'm just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
It's fine.
Like because I know the pushback is just gonna be that so many of the at-large bids are just gonna be SEC and Big Ten teams. To which I say, whatever.
Yeah,
like,
and like
the alternative is that there's 4 every single year, and then 2 at larges that would probably go to an SEC or Big Ten teams, and then 1 that would go to Notre Dame. Like that is like that's the other option, is that we get 8 no matter what every single year, and it's just way more confusing. Like let's just do this to where, again, if you win your conference, you're in, and that's like so much easier to wrap your head around.
Just like in college basketball.
Yes, other than well, if you're the 5th place team, but then you win a play-in game against the 3rd place team, it's like, guys, this is way too. You're asking way too much for your consumers to care that a Ole Miss team that lost to Kentucky and Florida is like still alive for the national championship.
The only argument for adding the auto bids is I do think you're more likely to get this Big Ten SEC partnership for like week 1 of the season, where they will shuffle the deck every year, and Oregon might play Georgia and Michigan might play Texas. And I know a lot, but like it'll be forced in. They'll go there will be one Big Ten versus SEC game to start the season, just like we would see like in these college basketball tournaments.
Yeah.
But if you do the top 4 SEC teams, that doesn't affect your SEC standings, so they're more likely to add better non-conference games. That's the only argument, is if they did that. And honestly, like I would, if they want to go down this path of auto, like 4 bids a conference, my counter would be, then this is what the first 3 weeks of the season are, is it's time to bring in a schedule maker. And the first start of the season, if you're an SEC team, is you're going to play a Big 10 team, a Big 12 team, and an ACC team. That is the first 3 weeks of the season. And then you start your conference play. That to me is the only way I would be like, okay, with 4 automatic SEC teams, because then those 3 games, they don't really matter. They help you get auto bids, but they don't stop you from being a top 4 SEC team.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm just so against that the format.
Oh, me too.
Just because, like you said, like I'm sorry, Big 12, I'm sorry, ACC, but it's like very hard to see a world where you get in two teams every year. Like this year's Big 12 was like whoever won it was going to be the one who made it.
No, if
like,
you look at the standings,
no world where the team who lost the Big 12 championship game was also going to make the title. So having a format that you're automatically in, if you're in the big, like that already, I'm like, what are we doing? Letting in like the 20th best team in the country. Also, it's if you're the Big 12, you're like signing into documents that we are half the league that the Big 10 and SEC is. Like we are worth less of a team. We're a league that is worth less than the SEC. How do we prove it? By the postseason agreement that we have.
Honestly, like the best way to do it would be just to merge the Big 12 and the ACC, and then say that conference gets 4 teams. Like that conference gets 4 teams, the SEC gets 4 teams, and the Big 10 gets 4. But even if you look at last year's college football playoff, if you had 2 auto bids for the Big 12, South Carolina, who going into the college football playoff was ranked the 15th team in the country, they would have been left out of the college football playoff last year with 2 Big 12 auto bids. because BYU was ranked 17th and they would have automatically qualified, and Clemson would have automatically qualified at being 16th. Like an SEC team is still getting left out because of this. That's why it's stupid. Just take the top champs. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Can I go to break now, Sean?
Yes, you can.
All right. He is Sean Mapes. I'm Joe George filling in for Dell. We will keep talking about what's going on with your Houston Astros. I have some injury thoughts on what's going on with Jordan and CJ, and plus a take I heard that left me shocked. We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Joe George filling in for Dell here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell will return tomorrow to the station. He's off today. Happy birthday, Dell. Still not sure if it's really his birthday or not. But if John says it, it must be true. So whatever John says.
Yes, and whatever John Granado says goes around here.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know if it's birthday. Dale is a very
he doesn't come off as someone that takes off for his birthday, though.
Yes, but he's also very mysterious. So no one does know why he's off. Not that you need to give an excuse, but just like we have our questions, and I don't think off the top of our heads any of us know Dell's birthday. I know I definitely don't.
I don't.
I know you don't.
Frankly, I don't know anyone's birthday that I work with.
I know Paul's just because it's like a week or two before mine.
Like, are we supposed to? Like, that's not something we need to know.
No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's necessary, but it is something that if you work with someone long enough, like
I know Joel and Jeremy's is close because I know that like when the whole office signed a birthday card for Jeremy, Joel was very upset that it didn't happen to him, even though, spoiler alert, Jeremy signed all the names for the entire company himself and gave himself the card and bought himself the cake. And it was just a bit. Sorry, Joel, if you didn't know that. But so I know their birthdays are close. I know what my birthday is. That's about it.
I know, yeah, again, I only know Paul's just because when it was Vanessa, Paul, and our birthdays were in consecutive weekends.
Yeah.
Like, so
nice.
we're just all...
Makes it easy.
It was 3 weeks in a row with our birthday. So, yeah, I know Paul's like the 9th or 11th of April.
CJ Stroud is not throwing at OTAs. General soreness in his shoulder. He's shooting hoops, though. There's a video going around. Now, to be fair, I don't know for sure when this video was taken. I believe it is from a recent event that he was at. You know, I think the people who are worried or trying to make this into a thing, I'm a little surprised that people are concerned about this at all, because I wouldn't be concerned until, I don't know, Sean, is August fair? Like, if he's not throwing in August, then I'm like, okay.
I think first day of training camp,
Yeah, which that's August, I guess.
Yeah, maybe the last
Maybe
week of
like
July.
July, yeah.
But it is like it gets to a point where it is like, so I think the explanation of general soreness wears thin. Like, we would need a actual diagnosis of something, beyond what was Aaron Wilson had a report about what the specific injury was. I think was it a shoulder thing, and I think we would need
tight shoulder muscle.
Yeah, we need a little bit more on that, and we need to know why, because they haven't played a game since January.
Yeah, I do. We're in conspiracy theory land. I've seen people posting photos of it. Actually reminds me of the Jose Altuve buzzer theory. The photos that are going around, it's photos of CJ Stroud at a press conference, I think after the Baltimore Ravens game, and it kind of looks like he's wearing a shoulder brace, but he's also just wearing a hoodie, so like you're not entirely sure what's going on. But we're kind of in the conspiracy theory realms of CJ Stroud right now. But like I just, training camp is the right answer. Is if he's not throwing at training camp, that's the only time when like you have to actually worry about CJ Stroud. For now, there's no concern about CJ. They don't play football till September. I know he's learning a new offense and he has to learn to throw to his new receivers, and like they'll figure it out. They have so much time. Like, I'm not concerned at all.
Yeah, the new offense and new receivers. That's why it's honestly the first day of training camp is the is the day for me. Is just because of all those factors. If this was, and I know everyone is gonna immediately start vomiting in their car when I say this, but if this was another year of Bobby Slowick as the offensive coordinator, I even think that the first week or two of training camp, it's like, what are we really learning here?
Offense.
Yeah, if it's the same offense. So I think that for the most part, voluntary minicamp, and as we move into mandatory minicamp, I think that it's something that it's fair to ask why he's out. I think it's fair for D'Amico Ryans and Nick Haley every time they're in front of a microphone to say we're not worried in the slightest about this. I just think that at a certain point, it does become something they need to like at least come up with a better answer for.
No, at some point it does matter because you are learning a new offense. Like, for me, that time is not now. No. I'm not ready on June 4th to be like outraged at CJ Stroud. And honestly, I think if you are, I think it's fake outrage. Now you could have real concern, but if you're like, why is he not throwing? Does he not care? You're just being an idiot.
The only benefit of the doubt, because I found myself doing this on Monday and a little bit on Tuesday, although I think my feelings developed throughout the two shows. But I think specifically for Texans fans that also happen to be Astros fans, this is the worst possible time for this to have happened.
There is a rub off. There is a rub that it happens in this city with injuries because of the Astros.
It's like sometimes, Joe, I'm gonna give an example that speaks to you as a father, even though I'm not a father.
Yeah.
It's
like anything that ever, like any bad take that ever happens on this station is associated with me at this point. There's nothing I can do about it. But like, Joe must have said it.
Yeah.
I'm not on the air anymore.
Oh,
why am I on Bad Take Boulevard? It's not me.
I was gonna go in a different direction. I was gonna say, it's like, if you are okay, I can work with this. If you're in your car driving home at 4 o'clock and you hear the killer bees take a shot at you or say that you have bad takes, it'll get under your skin.
Yes.
And then when you go, you pick up your kid and your kid does something wrong, Joe Jr. does something wrong, you might have an outsized reaction to the thing he did wrong because you're upset that the killer bees are chirping you.
Yep.
That's basically how I found myself with this, is because of the Astros. I'm scrutinizing this way more.
Yeah, that's fair.
However, I can step back and realize I'm overreacting, or I was overreacting. This is actually not a big deal. It is just because the other team in town, does this all the time, and it turns out guys need Tommy John or have fractures in their hands that they didn't bother to check.
I still think that's so crazy. Jeremy and I have not recorded our Inside the Icebox this week, which now airs on Friday on YouTube and at 6 o'clock on Fridays. Where Astros are off on Thursdays a lot, so we pushed it back a day. Julian, we'll get to you here in a second. I can't believe this Jordan stuff.
Yeah,
like
this CJ stuff is not the Jordan stuff.
No, it is.
Let's make that clear.
And mainly because I don't understand why, just to be precautionary, there wouldn't be some level of imaging done before he gets back into the cage.
Before he swings a bat? Yeah.
Now that the swelling is down. Because you know the swelling's up and you can't get a good read on it. I'm not a doctor. But, like, it just feels logical that you would just double check before you really get this thing going. And it's not like it made it worse. Like he didn't make it worse, but they're just finding out he had a fracture in his hand. I just feel like, and frankly, for the Astros, they just don't deserve the benefit of the doubt anymore with injuries. And it might not really be their fault, but if you go back to Justin Verlander and the neck injury, in quotes, that was really Tommy John, was reported as Tommy John. The Astros called Chandler Rome a liar, essentially. He was right. Shocker. The Kyle Tucker injury that's happened. I thought this was interesting. I don't know, Sean, if you and Paul or Dell have talked about this, but the fact that Justin Verlander, am starting to find interesting. I saw this theory on Twitter and I agree with it. He came back very, very good after Tommy John. And remember, we all crushed him for not rehabbing with the team. And he rehabbed on his own.
Yeah, he's the one guy who rehabbed on his own. Wasn't around the team, and he came back and won a Cy Young.
And on the real timeline.
Yeah.
Unlike Garcia, McCullers, no one really expects or Javier back in August.
Yeah. Urquidy.
No chance. Like, it's the one Astros conspiracy theory that I'm like, maybe Justin knows something that, like, he was.
Yeah, and it helps. It helps that it's also Justin freaking Verlander who's the one that, or you're like, if there's anyone who
has the right to not trust the medical staff because they've been in the baseball game for so long.
Yes,
JV gets.
And also the idea of, like, he knows what's right for being an awesome pitcher because he's done it to a level that like 3 other guys in this generation have done it.
Yes.
Even though he's not a doctor, there's no reason for him to believe that he can look at a medical plan for Tommy John rehab and just go, no way. Like that actually doesn't make that much sense. But just the effect that, whatever his reason for rehabbing away from the team, he was obvious, or I think it's clear that he was proven right. And I think that the conspiracy theory holds water.
Let's get to Julian here before we go to break. Julian, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy birthday. And then CJ Stroud, shoulder soreness. Y'all already touched on it, but is this Astros lingo for Something serious? Have a good day, guys.
See you, Julian. I hope not. I think I'm also like I would hope for Texans fans that like the Astros are not going to use general soreness as discomfort that leads to major injuries. A lot harder to hide in the NFL. I know, especially in season, they are usually a little bit more honest about injuries.
Or at least like the timeline for when a guy is out, they're honest
they're
about
more
the timeline for him to come back. Where I don't know if the Astros aren't being honest, if they actually just don't know, because again, look at the Jordan situation. But the also just having a injury update every day or every day after a practice of who was a participant, who was a limited participant, who did not participate. That also just helps curb a lot of the questions that you would have for a baseball injury, for that same situation in baseball, because there's not like a injury rehab steps or a injury report where you can track that.
Yeah, other just quick thing as we're kind of bouncing around here talking about these two injuries that are happening. We'll take your guys' calls and reaction as well on the other side if you have anything left on this topic before we talk about the most wasted athletes in sports and a Texans take that I heard. I think Jordan Alvarez deserves some blame here. I'm not going to give him a pass in what's happening either right now. I know everyone wants to focus on the doctors and what's going on, and I know Jordan Alvarez is trying his best to be a good teammate. His teammates know he wants to be out there. If you're hurting, don't take batting practice. Like, be more honest. I like you've been going out there every day. There's no way that home run you hit in batting practice off live pitching or off a coach pitching all of a sudden is what made you realize that your hand still hurt. He knew his hand hurt. He might not have known to the extreme, but like, is he communicating this properly? Like, are we sure Jordan doesn't deserve some of the blame for Dusty Baker not knowing which hand was hurt? Honestly, like after all this time. Also, are we sure that there wasn't a fracture back then? Because now I'm not so convinced that like there wasn't a fracture back when his hand or hands was hurt either. I don't know. There's so many. I need a healthy season from some people. I need the Astros to be healthy. Just like a little
Just a year where we don't have like where it doesn't define their season.
Yeah, like 2019 was great.
It was.
That was really the end. Or when was the Correa massage? Was that 2019?
That was 2019. I think that was the 2019 regular season.
I feel like that's where things.
I could be wrong.
That's where we jumped the shark. That's where the Astros jumped the shark. Was the massage with Correa? Because that's really like whenever it was. I feel like that's the defining moment of the Astros injury staff.
That's the first time.
The trust being broken.
Yeah, that's the first time where we went, huh? With the Astros doctors, where we're just like, wait, what?
He broke his ribs getting a massage? What do you mean? All right, Willie, we'll get to you on the other side. We'll talk some more Texans here as well. Joe George filling in for Dell here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Joe George filling in for Dell here today. Paul Gallant coming up next here. And then, of course, the Killer Bees. Kelly Eco of The Athletic says, regarding reports identifying Ime Udoka as possible target for the vacant Knicks coaching position, Houston has no interest in entertaining that. Duh. I think we assumed that earlier when we talked.
Yeah.
But like it was a fun segment before.
It's more of the kind of thought experiment of what would it take for a coach, because Dell and I have actually gotten into this discussion before. We're in the NBA, like I just don't really value coaches outside like the top 5 and then the bottom 5.
Agreed.
I think the middle 20
and the top 5 all get fired still. Yeah. Mike Malone.
That too.
He might just be the Knicks head coach, to be honest. He's not mentioning any of this stuff, though.
Yeah, it'd be a little tough because he's a little Tibbsy, and normally
that's why Ime also, no sense.
Yeah.
Ime, Tibbs, not great offenses, maybe. Not totally sure about Ime yet. I think Ime is going to get there.
But elite defense.
Runs his guys into the ground, cares way too much about the regular season versus resting guys for the postseason. They're going to be the same coach.
Doesn't play young guys.
Ime got his team farther than Tibbs ever did.
Yeah.
In 1 year with Boston. We'll see how he does with the Rockets. But, I don't think Ime and Tibbs are going to be that different.
It doesn't make sense to fire Tibbs and then be like, know who we want?
Yeah.
Ime.
Or
Mike Malone, honestly.
Like when Tibbs made the right call and left Jalen Brunson on the bench as the Knicks came back to win one of their games in the playoffs against the Pacers.
Yeah, game 3.
Brunson sat to the final minute 45.
Yeah.
And that's a very Ime thing. Now, Ime would not have put Brunson in at any point.
I think it
that's
became
the difference.
I think he put him back in for like a final possession and then free throws. Like a final offense-only possession.
They had a couple timeouts, so he was going back and forth. But it's a defense thing. All right, let's get to Willie on the HRMP. Listen, on Willie, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Joe George. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not bad. I actually forgot that you were filling in for Del today, so imagine my surprise when I turned it on and heard your voice. But nonetheless, so the reason I was calling because I was on Twitter just now and I saw that Brado had posted from some, I guess, reliable net source that the Nets were interested in trading Cam Johnson and the 19th pick to the Rockets for the 10th pick, like they wanted to move up in the draft and get rid of his money. And Sean can vouch for this. I have been calling into the Dell Show and saying this repeatedly, instead of going for Giannis or going after KD, I feel like this is something, a move that they could make that would allow the youth to grow some more, allow Jalen Green, Alfie, Jabari, and Amin grow, and, also give them somewhat of a veteran presence, someone, who's been around the block but still young enough to fit with the team. And I think this is a move that they should pursue. I know Giannis is great and all, but I feel like it's too soon to give up on this team to grab Giannis or KD or one of those big names. I will hang up and listen to what you guys have to say. Great show as always. You guys have a great day. Sean A. Makes. What it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling, Willie. I think that's an interesting one. Because you're sending out probably Dylan Brooks. Or moving on from Dylan Brooks if Cam Johnson is coming in to be like your small forward?
Yes, I think so. I don't have his contract in front of me, but I can look that up.
I mean, that's an interesting one because it brings a little bit more scoring, I would say, on a probably consistent basis. And he averaged...
And shooting. He's a 40% 3-point shooter.
You need that. That move makes a lot of sense in terms of the fact that it's not a hard blow it up and redo this thing. It's adding a piece.
Yeah, 29 years old.
That fits probably well with this core. If that's the move the Rockets make this offseason, it to me does signal that they still are a firm believer in Jalen Green, or at least want to give Jalen one more year. And you add Cam Johnson to the mix. I think that would be a good move, honestly. If you're not going to do the if you can't get the big splash, that kind of falls into that next group of trades that makes some sense.
It's a continuity move where you're trying to elevate kind of what you have already. I also think it would be a little bit of a referendum, or maybe this is just the guy who gets traded for him, on Jabari Smith Jr., because they're not perfectly overlap as players, but they would kind of be eating into each other's minutes each other's role a little bit. And the thing with Johnson is that he's just so thus far in his career, he's shown himself to be a much better shooter. He's hovers around 39-40%, where Jabari's been 36 is his high 2 years ago. So I think that's really the thing. Now you will have to pay Jabari Smith either this offseason, you'll sign him to the extension, or next offseason, he'll be a restricted free agent. So you will have to make a decision on what you want to do with Jabari, and Tari Eason also falls in that category. So any young wing or any wing that you get, I think does come at the expense of at least one of those guys. And I think with Cam Johnson, it's just he and Jabari Smith would be taking a lot of the same shots.
Yeah, I think someone from this young core, I think, is going to get moved this offseason. If Cam Johnson comes in, and let's say it was for like Dylan Brooks in the 10th pick, because they just want to move up, just as an example, and maybe like that's the Cam Whitmore trade. Do you then trade Jabari or Tari for maybe your Steven Adams replacement, if you don't want to go the Brook Lopez route?
Yeah, or you bring back Adams and you use Jabari Smith in a trade to get one of the Celtics guys, whether that's White, Holiday, probably not Brown, just money wise. But if you could use that to get let's just say Derek White. If he could use Jabari, because if I'm the Celtics, that's kind of what I'm looking for, is a younger guy to develop in the time where Jason Tatum is rehabbing, and you're trading away a guy who's just about 30. I think Derek White's 30. If not, he's going to turn 30, but before Jason Tatum comes back. So the Celtics are in a weird position where they kind of need a build for 2 years from now, but they're also going to be good 2 years from now. So I think someone like Jabari would be something that could help the Celtics, and then you could also make the Rockets a little bit better, because maybe that's Green and Smith for Derek White. Maybe it's something like that.
Would you trade for Vooch?
No,
because the Bulls are going to blow it up.
I wouldn't, because of Şengün.
Yeah, I think they're too close. I don't think the double big thing works.
Yeah, no, because he's not. He's a good rebounder, but he's not quite.
He's not Adams.
Yeah, he's not the force that Adams is.
I actually think Lonzo Ball is the one that, if they're not as high on Reed Shepard, they're letting
the
on.
Bulls,
that's
yard sale that they should look at.
Yeah, he's $10 million. He was really good last year before he hurt his hand.
Do we think the Bulls are going to blow it up?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they will.
Okay. I just have to ask with the Bulls, because
no, I think this is the year they'll finally do it. At least some of the pieces, maybe not all of them like they should. But the Rockets have a lot of options. Like, they have a lot of young assets. They have draft capital now, in the future. They have salary space, like, by moving guys around. Like, they can do a ton. They can go small. They can go big trade. Like, the Rockets offseason. The Rockets are, to me, the most interesting team this offseason in the NBA. It's not because we're here in Houston, but like, they just have the power to make moves that no one else really does. That if Giannis is just available to the highest bidder, they can easily be the highest bidder.
Yeah, and they can make a trade for or they offer a lot of things that you would be looking for in a trade. They can hit every option. If you're a team that's looking for, hey, listen, we only want draft picks. Well, the Rockets have a ton of draft picks to offer. We're a team that wants to stay relevant in the meantime as we're trading away this person. We would really want some like young players that can either develop, or at least we can like sell our fans on developing, because we're trading away a star. So it's like, hey, the Rockets can give you some of those guys, some young, interesting players. They also have the kind of veteran pieces. They have the $20 million Dylan Brooks helped make the math work kind of thing. So they have a lot of the ingredients that you would need to make a trade. So yeah, they can do anything. They can kind of make any trade. They're in a position where they aren't super precious about any of the young guys. So there's not a ton of like, well, you can't do this because what about that? It's like, no, actually, they'll probably be fine with that. So yeah, they're a very interesting team in the offseason. That's probably why you'll be sick of hearing them in every rumor because
they're going to be in every rumor.
Yeah.
Big or small.
From two different perspectives. A, it's possible. Two, they're probably looking at it, or they could be looking at it. And three, even if they aren't looking at it, they're a good team to get leverage for if you're an agent trying to get your team to a specific spot, or try and get your player to a specific spot and be like, hey, the Rockets might come sniffing around. So, it can work in a lot of different ways where you'll see them in so many hypothetical lists on NBA Central, and Shams will mention them when he's mentioning half the league for Giannis. So they're in an interesting spot for sure.
All right. When we get back, wasted athletes in honor of Paul Skeens absolutely shoving yesterday. Who are the most wasted athletes in sports? Before we do that, I want to tell you about what's coming up starting this week. The summer circuit is back. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, just stop by our promo table at the broadcast. There'll be a little QR code that you scan that you can just hit and register that. This week, Paul and the Killer Bees will be hanging out at the Galaxy Adventure Party Room at the Kima Boardwalk. Come out and join us this Friday from noon to 6 at the Kima Boardwalk. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Joe George filling in for Dell. Final segment before Paul Gallant takes over, and Dell will return to the show tomorrow. Forgot this, even though I see this commercial all the time watching MLB TV. It is very ironic that Yordan Alvarez is the face, sorry, Houston Methodist, of their commercials about recovering and being healthy and getting back on the field. I think they got to pull the plug on those commercials at some point. Like, I just chuckle every time I see it as Yordan Alvarez is out. I'm like, that's not a good advertisement. Like it's not your fault, but he's not on the field. Like it should have been Altuve or something. Just Jordan was the wrong guy.
I was gonna say it's a little bit their fault because it's not like Jordan was
Pena.
Cal Ripken before this year. Like he didn't
Now,
get hurt.
To be fair, they do keep healing him to get back on the field.
That's fair.
But the urgency that the commercial suggests, I have to disagree with.
Yeah.
All right, most wasted athletes in sports. Eric the Driver says Jason Kidd was one. I think that's fair. He was pretty wasted by his teams. I just think Paul Skeens is headed into this territory where you're looking at a guy who's right now the betting favorite to win the National League Cy Young in his first full season as a Major League Baseball player. This is my list, okay, of the most wasted athletes by their team. Mike Trout, Andrew Luck, Calvin Johnson, Barry Sanders, Kevin Garnett deserves to be on this list because the Timberwolves absolutely wasted him. I know he won eventually in Boston, but KG belongs on this list. And then I think this one's not talked about enough because they had one of the best regular seasons of all time. And they lost in the first round of the playoffs and they never made it back. And have they made it? Like, how often have the Mariners made the playoffs since they won like 116 games or whatever?
2 years ago when they played the Astros.
I guess 2 years ago.
No, but that did break the drought.
But that was the drought. Yeah. But Ken Griffey Jr. is one of the most wasted he's right up there with Mike Trout in terms of not playing in enough playoff games. And it wasn't just there, obviously in Cincinnati, but that kind of became his own fault with injury. But like Ichiro and Griffey and A-Rod were on a team together. And they were wasted. Mike Trout's the one that obviously stands out the most because he's played in 3 playoff games?
Yeah.
In his career.
And it was like at the start of his career too. So it is like since he became the best player in baseball, and then now as he's kind of no longer the best player in baseball, but still, all-star most seasons when he's healthy now. It is a lot like Griffey in that way, where the meager success that he did have came so early that you kind of took it for granted.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to take the blame for this one because I don't want to be called a hater. So Lion Pride 71 on Twitch. Andre Johnson.
No, yeah, that's fair. That the
now
Texans
he had
as
more
a franchise
success than Calvin Johnson. But not much.
I was gonna say, did he? Did he?
I think so.
I guess that they won a playoff game.
I don't know
Andre
if Calvin Johnson did. He had to have. I don't know. Like
I only remember the one playoff game for the Lions with Stafford and Johnson against the Saints. That's the only Lions playoff game I remember other than last year's.
Yes. Yeah, I don't really
I can't think of another. I know that there has to be another one. I guess there doesn't have to be, but I think there's one more that I'm forgetting. But yeah, I think it's fair.
He belongs on this list.
I think it's fair to say Andre Johnson because the Texans as a franchise haven't made the division or haven't made it past the divisional round. So I think he's definitely in there. You can make a case for Watt.
Andre Johnson played in double the amount of playoff games as Calvin Johnson.
Did he play in 4?
He played in 4. Calvin played in 2.
What was the other one?
JJ Watt belongs in there.
Yeah.
JJ definitely. I mean, he had some playoff moments though, so I feel like it gets kind of washed away a little bit.
Yes, and it's a defensive player that you just think about it less.
Yeah.
When it's a D end, as opposed to a quarterback or a baseball player, football player, or a basketball player.
Yeah. Text line says Mike Trout, biggest waste. Andre, JJ. Karl Malone. He went to the
they went to back-to-back finals.
Yeah, he doesn't count.
He played with another Hall of Fame team.
I think Dan Marino's a good one from the same texter from the 409.
See, that's where
Julio Jones.
I don't know how much of that was him being let down by the rest of his team. I'm less familiar with Dan Marino's, like the specific shortcomings of the Dolphins in the Marino era, where I know that he made the Super Bowl his second or third year and never made it back. But I just off the top of my head, I don't know if Was he?
Yeah,
Was he Peyton Manning out there throwing 3 interceptions?
Yeah,
or?
I mean, what you were like probably like 2
I
when
was.
they made the playoffs.
Wait, when
like
Marino made the playoffs?
His final time.
Oh yeah, probably.
Like when they
it was like 99, right?
When they lost by like 40 or whatever to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Like that's like the last time.
I thought you were gonna say when he made the Super Bowl.
No.
My parents weren't married.
Tracy McGrady, Adrian Peterson, Yao.
Yeah, the injury stuff is tough.
Yeah, because like T-Mac and Yao, like if they're healthy, like they probably would have won the championship.
And I know the text line hates it when I bring it up, but to take it to Chicago, Derrick Rose, I don't think counts because he got injured.
He doesn't count. He had great playoff success until he got hurt.
I was gonna say, what, 1 East Finals, right?
He got to 1.
Okay,
got something. All right,
1 game 1 of that East Conference.
Fact. All right, that will do it for us today. Joe George filling in for Dell here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next is the Paul Gallant Show with Paul and Sean from noon to 3. And then the Killer Bees. Nice hanging out with you all today. I'll be back from 6 to 7 with our radio version of Inside the Icebox, myself and Jeremy Brand. Plus, you can catch us on YouTube on Friday morning as well. So thanks for watching. Talk to you soon. Peace.
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Lance McCullers Jr. looking for his first win since September of 2022, and he has it as Hader picks up another save. That's 17 in a row going back to last season. And his 19th career save against the Pirates. That is a new high mark against any one opponent. Christian Walker and Isak Paredes with the home run tonight. And Blummer 986 days ago, the last time Lance won a game, and he'll feel good about this one. Astros with a 3-0 win.
That's right. He should. What an outing by Lance McCullers, who I'm not going to go so far as to say outdueled, but certainly played on the better team than Paul Skeens as part of a fantastic 6-inning, 7 strikeout, 2 hits allowed, 1 walk, and no runs performance in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. McCullers has looked good over his last 2 starts in particular, where he had 12 strikeouts against the Athletics. And since his blow-up start against the Reds 3 to 4 weeks ago, Lance has a 2.21 ERA across 20.1 innings. And you know what? Let's go a little bit further. If you really want to keep doing spin doctoring, if you ignore that blow-up start against the Reds, 1.87 ERA since his return. And thank goodness for said return, given the issues that the Astros are currently dealing with on their pitching staff. A lot of them. A lot of injuries. Ronel Blanco, Hayden Wesneski. We'll see if we see Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, JP France at all this season. We will see Spencer Arrighetti again at some point. They have needed what they've gotten out of Lance McCullers because this is a team that's just not winning games by scoring runs. They win with their starting pitching. They win with their bullpen. So a tip of the hat to Lance McCullers. And while I know there's a lot of people out there that want Lance McCullers to apologize to Astros fans, for his comments immediately after that start against the Reds, where Joe Espada leads off the press conference, pissed off, slamming the table so many times, talking about how disgusting it is that Lance McCullers and his family received threats from somebody that we found out was an inebriated bettor in another country. And Lance McCullers said, I get that fans are passionate, and for some reason, some Astros fans took issue with that and are now demanding an apology. But I don't think that he owes you bleep. I think, honestly, more Astros fans need to apologize for being annoyed with Lance McCullers and the long time that he took fighting his way back to get back on the mound. The modern-day Odysseus. Just like Tom Hanks in Castaway, he kept on fighting and fighting and fighting to get back out there for you. You know, Tom Hanks, he didn't open all the packages that he crash landed on that island in Castaway with. No, he didn't do that. He delivered one of those packages to somebody who I'm sure forgot that it was in the mail in the first place. But McCullers has been good. And I'm not going to pee in your Cheerios right now. Sure, the Pittsburgh Pirates have a batting average that ranks 26th in all of baseball. Sure, the Pittsburgh Pirates have an OPS that ranks 27th in all of baseball. And sure, the Pittsburgh Pirates, with 194 runs scored this year, have scored the 29th fewest runs in all of baseball, ahead of only the Rockies by 1 run. Sure, all of those things are true. Also, Paul Skeens looked like he wanted to die inside, realizing that 1 run allowed to Christian Walker meant he was going to get a loss. But I'm not going to pee in your Cheerios today. Lance McCullers is on a roll. Astros, bang! What else happened in last night's game? It was nice to see Christian Walker get a clutch hit. I mean, we're wondering where he's at. He had those couple of good games in a row against the Rays. Then he
gets hit in the hand, and it hasn't been great since then. Is he going to be able to be somebody who you can rely on in big moments? But get this, he was. That home run was huge. I did not expect that home run. I don't think anyone should have expected that home run. Isaac Paredes breaking out of a bit of a slump with a 2-run insurance homer in the 9th inning. That was neato to see too. It was an interesting game. A game of complimentary baseball. You had Jake Myers hitting a double. You had the kid, Jacob Melton, forcing a walk after a missed catcher's interference. I don't know if that's on Joe Espada or if that's on Jacob Melton in that spot. I heard the broadcast saying, well, he's a rookie and he should know to call timeout so that they can challenge what ended up being clear catcher interference, but he fought his way to a walk. Jose Altuve had some cool moments in this game. He had an infield hit, and then apparently he leads baseball with 14 infield hits on the year. He had an awesome steal off of Paul Skeens. Skeens was still on the rubber, and Altuve just went from first to second. And Skeens took too long to turn around, slides into second base. And there was also a moment in the 8th where you're wondering, all right, are the Astros going to be able to hang on to this lead? O'Neal Cruz, who apparently is, per metrics, the greatest pound-for-pound player in all of baseball, at least in terms of throwing power, speed, hitting power, all that stuff. He tried to steal second base, and the Astros, who are not very good at stopping runners from stealing, I think they're last in all of baseball. Cruz is going so fast, he slides past the bag, and despite Altuve dropping the ball, he picks it up, and he tags a oversliding O'Neal Cruz for the second out. So nice moments from Jose Altuve. You also had Isaac Paredes, who had a nice throw out as well. I mean, the Astros catchers in this game looked like they were capable of stopping runners from stealing on them whenever they want. Because there was that moment where Isaac Paredes tried to barehand a ball down the third base line. Why did he do that? I don't know. Caratini bailed him out because he threw out a guy at second the next time. A complimentary win, everybody. Don't you love to see that? I know for sure that I do. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call, and it's how you text into the most interactive sports talk show in town. You can also join on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. There is something that I stumbled into this morning while getting ready for the show, because seeing Christian Walker get that home run in the 8th inning and seeing Isaac Paredes hit his home run in the 9th inning, I knew I couldn't, off the top of my head, put it into numbers or prove it to be fact. But it sure as hell feels like the Houston Astros this year have been scoring the majority of their runs in the last couple of innings. And if you take a look at the numbers, from the 6th through 8th inning, that's where they have their best stretch of OPS, which makes sense. Starters are getting out of the game. You got relievers coming in. But this was a tad concerning, because I noticed when I was looking up, hey, how many runs did the Astros score per inning? I noticed that of all of their numbers, inning by inning, they're at their worst in the first. I thought to myself, 0.25 runs a game in the first inning. What gives? So I did a little digging. Baseball Paul here. He put on his glasses. He got out his abacus, and he found the Astros are one of the worst teams in baseball at the plate in the first inning. Their batting average is 227. That's 25th in baseball. Their OPS in the first inning, 568. Last. Runs scored, 15. Last. Interesting. I wonder if going forward, especially whenever Yordan Alvarez comes back, who knows when that's going to be. I'm assuming at least another 2 to 3 weeks. What the lineup will look like. This is certainly a factor, not having Yordan Alvarez. But should the top of the order featuring a guy in Jeremy Pena, who's got the best WAR outside of Aaron Judge in all of baseball. Also, Isaac Paredes, who was carrying this team through the month of May And Jose Altuve, who seems to be heating up once again, or at least is playing better than he had been. Isn't it crazy that a team with the 1 through 3 in the lineup, having those three guys, is one of the worst in baseball in the first inning? So I wonder if that's something that the Astros take a look at and say, what can we do to get off to a better start? Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. You want to call in 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Guys, it's time to buckle up. It's time to buckle up because while generally in June and July, the creative types in this industry, they find a lot of great things to talk about. Buckle up. You're in for one of the worst storylines ever in the coming weeks when it comes to Houston sports. I apologize in advance for it. What am I talking about? You'll have to stick around to find out. It is the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
A better place to have a team dinner.
Christian Walker gets into one, deep to left field, all the way back and gone. Walker connects a solo home run. The first run of the game, and the Astros lead 1-0.
Big walk with the big stick.
All right, Jeff Blum. That's true. He did have a big stick in that moment in time. To get a home run off of Paul Skeens at any moment in a game is pretty damn impressive, even if it does take place in the 8th inning. And once again, I want to reemphasize how depressed Paul Skeens looked in that moment. Now, I don't think that his relationship with his significant other, strong, powerful, independent woman, Livy Dunn, is affected by him losing a game. But I definitely know his mood is affected by him losing a game. Does Livy have to open the door to that? It's like, damn it, they only scored 0 runs again. This is the worst team in baseball in terms of a lot of offensive statistics. I think we went through it in the last segment. Every single statistic I read for the Pirates got worse and worse and worse. 29th in runs, only one more than the Rockies. They also are towards the bottom in OPS and batting average. So you almost feel for the Pittsburgh Pirates, but they do have 2 of the coolest players in the sport for what it's worth, at least for now. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Before we get to a story that's going to make you want to drive off the road for the next couple of weeks, Chip has a thought on the Astros. Chip, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, man? I got just a quick question about a quick thought about the lineup in the first inning. I thought that was pretty interesting that you brought up. I think that one big fix would be just Jordan getting back, but I don't think the issue is in the 1, 2, 3 hitter. I think it's in that 4th hitter not being able to get him in at the moment is Christian Walker. What I thought is, like, maybe when Jordan gets back, for now we just hope that Christian Walker comes around, but once Jordan gets back, we put him in that cleanup role. And the second thought I had was just sort of putting Jake Myers in that 5th role behind Jordan Alvarez and moving Christian Walker down to 6th. I think Jake Myers has been, if not our best hitter, our most consistent hitter throughout the year. It gives us a chance, at least in the first inning, to increase the odds of a pitcher seeing 5 batters. It doesn't guarantee a run, but it definitely gives a better chance of getting a run and getting us out of dead last as far as runs scored in the first inning. I kind of want to get your thoughts on sticking with Walker for now, but maybe bumping up Jake Myers and putting Jordan and cleaning up.
Co-sign everything you just said,
when that
Chip.
time comes.
No, these are good thoughts. Jake Myers has earned a spot higher up in the lineup. And look, you don't have Dusty Baker anymore. And while I think a lot of people got mad at Dusty Baker for no reason at all, I do think that he was a little bit married to specific lineups due to guys being established veterans. But Myers has earned a higher spot in the order. Victor Caratini has earned more starts behind the plate, like you saw last night when Jordan comes back. I personally, because I know that Altuve swings at everything, and I know Jordan Alvarez loves to see everything before he gets to the plate, I think I would put Jordan 3rd and have Altuve back cleanup. I think that's how I'd go. But yeah, Myers needs to be moved up. And Walker, sure, there's been a little blip, but to this point, he's been one of the more disappointing, highly paid players in all of baseball. We've discussed the statistics already, and one weekend series against the Tampa Bay Rays with a couple of big moments isn't changing that, Sean Mapes.
Yeah, he's got a big hole, just like Lance McCullers with that Reds game, that if you just cut around it, it looks
yeah.
His numbers have been awesome, but when you see it in whole, he has a 4.5 ERA, even though in all of his other starts besides that one, he's been good. It's like that with Walker, just on a bigger scale, where it's going to take several weeks of him swinging the bat swinging the bat probably better than you thought he would when you sign him, just for him to kind of regulate and you go, okay, now we're kind of getting what we thought with this guy. So I think that it is going to be interesting when Jordan Alvarez comes back, the lineup discussions that we have. And I look forward to the days when we talk about the lineup with Yordan Alvarez and not
You look forward to it?
Yeah. Well,
Lineup talk?
It's better than injury talk.
That's true.
It's better than 60% healed bone talk.
That is true. 100% with you.
But speaking of injury talk.
Yes. Guys, are you ready for a storyline that I already hate? There's a lot of debate online, and this is a byproduct of it being June 4th, 2025, about whether or not one should be concerned about CJ Stroud missing several OTA practices. This is how Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans handled all things CJ Stroud related at yesterday's OTA press conference. First, he had an opening statement. Then he fielded a couple of follow-up questions about Stroud.
First off, I know everybody's going to ask, first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. For CJ, it'll be, like I said, he has general soreness, and we're just taking extra precaution with him. When he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
Do you have any work on his shoulder in the offseason?
That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not going to rush him into anything. He'll be fine. When the moment is for him to be ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
Tip of the hat to Will Kunkel for asking the follow-up question. I will say, when I'm not there, and also when I am there, I think that Kunkel is more comfortable asking the tough questions than anyone in Houston sports media. Anyway, interesting that DeMeco Ryans said all of those things there. There's general discomfort. He said it's in the shoulder. And on top of that, when asked if there was some sort of surgery done during the offseason, he said nothing. In that, while he didn't deny it, while he didn't confirm it, he didn't deny it. So what does that mean? Did CJ Stroud have some sort of surgery? This is what DeMeco Ryans sounded like last week when asked about CJ Stroud sitting on the sidelines.
CJ was serving as Davis was saying snaps. Anything with him? Was he going
For all the guys you see here, guys, there will be guys on different schedules, different routines. So you'll see some guys out. Some guys won't be out there. Some guys will be. Some guys will be on different snap count, different pitch count. So there's nothing going on right now within our guys. Everybody's just on their own schedule.
Why did DeMeco say pitch count there? Is CJ Stroud on a pitch count when he is able to throw? So this has led to a lot of people speculating about what actually happened. I was listening to Cody Stutes and Landry Locker's Texans podcast earlier today, and they were going back and forth. Landry was saying, how do you trust the Texans? And I would say, how do you trust any NFL team, to piggyback off of that when it comes to talking about injuries? Most organizations, especially the Texans, prefer the Detective Dignam from The Departed approach of feed the feds bleep and keep them in the dark. Feed the media bleep and keep them in the dark. Keep them in the dark. But what Cody said, which I found very interesting and I agree with, is the odds that there would be zero leak of a Texans quarterback or any prominent quarterback, especially a starting quarterback of CJ Stroud's caliber, the odds that there would be no leak at all about said surgery are close to zero. I know we all want to believe that the fine folks in medicine, that they take the Hippocratic oath and everything remains anonymous, etc. But everyone's a bunch of gossipy, chatty Cathys. And there's at least one orthopedic surgeon out there who loves that they operate on athletes and maybe has a little under the table deal with someone like, I don't know, the son of a billionaire, Jordan Schultz, to pass some information underneath the table for a little something. I just do not buy that everyone would be completely quiet in a city like this with as many hospitals and as many doctors. Now, maybe there was some situation going on like, I forget what TV show Or, like in Tokyo Vice, where this bad Japanese gangster's dealing with some illness. And to try and keep off the radar, he goes to the United States of America and he pays off some doctors to like make sure that it doesn't get back to Japan, that this guy left the country and came back to the country, even though he was a fugitive, even though he was wanted, Like, all I'm trying to say here is that stuff generally gets out. If CJ Stroud was dealing with something that I think would be actually worth being concerned about, there would be more than just, he's dealing with a pectoral issue. Some general shoulder soreness. It could be something to be concerned about in training camp or at the start of the regular season. Right now, I'm not concerned about it. Do not let people freak you out yet. Sure, later. But right now, I think the people that are acting concerned about this are throwing this bleep out like chum in the water for engagement.
Yeah, the NFL is a 12-month-a-year sport, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And it's June, and so this is the what we have to do for this month of the year.
I got into a little back and forth with Jeremy earlier today. Jeremy Brandon of the Killer Bees. No antagonism here, but Jeremy said something along the lines of, "Well, I'm not seeing anybody out there that's saying to be concerned about CJ Stroud," and I disagree. Here's an example of that. Here's Trey Wingo on a golf course telling you need to freak out.
All right, so Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud is not throwing at OTAs because of shoulder soreness, and the team says they're not concerned. It's just general soreness, and they think everything should be fine. Don't believe that. There's a concern. He hasn't played a football game since January. It is now June, and he has shoulder soreness. If you have shoulder soreness at OTAs and you haven't played in months, no matter what the team says, that's a concern. That's the real situation.
Thanks. That was very insightful. I don't think anything's a concern until the start of the year. Do you know who was on the injury report with the shoulder injury for perhaps his entire career? Any guesses, Sean Mapes?
I mean, I know the answer, so I'll let you.
Tom Brady in 2002 had a first-degree shoulder separation in December. He has probably been listed until his retirement on the injury report hundreds of times, dealing with some sort of shoulder issue. The real gamers out there, they play through it. And sure, there are some moments like an Andrew Luck where a guy has to walk away altogether. I think that's the situation we're also seeing with the Derek Carr. Certainly, there are some moments. I think Deshaun Watson's shoulder also might have an issue right now. And you take a look back at CJ Stroud at Ohio State. If you want to work yourself up into a tizzy, fine, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just telling you right now. Give it some time, okay? Let it breathe. Do we have to make this the talking point every single effing day? I get it. He's the starting quarterback of the football team here in town in a football-crazed state, even though it's maybe not an NFL-crazed city. I get all of that. Sure, it is topic A when you're talking about this team until it's not topic A anymore. Like everything else that happens this time of year is honestly very meaningless. Just a lot of fluffy quotes and excitement to get you ready for the start of the year. But I'm saying just pump the brakes on this until there is a reason to come back to it. This is not me saying there's nothing going on. I really don't know. But I don't think the Texans being vague or changing what they said last week to what they said this week means that there is reason to be concerned, given that no matter what, they are always going to try to skirt around talking about injuries. It's not just the Texans. It is all 32 teams in the NFL. I noticed yesterday someone was saying that the Texans talk about general discomfort for body parts a lot. I'm going to have to look that up through the transcripts to see if that's something that they have said a lot over the years. So give me a couple of days to work on that, because that could be the new discomfort that you have with the Houston Astros. But I do not have any stress at all. There's no cortisol in this beautiful, beautiful bod over CJ Stroud and the unknown nature of his shoulder. Sorry, 0 out of 10. I'm saying 0 out of 10 because the people that are concerned about it are annoying me. Entirely to troll those people and direct a polite middle finger, like the kind of FU that you'd get from a Bostonian that you would think that it's aggressive, but it's actually endearing. That's what I am directing towards everyone who is at this moment in time being a fear merchant and throwing this out there because they want people to be like, oh my God, we're all going to die. Like they're Bill Paxton and aliens.
Yeah, I would love one reporter to ask, not because like I'm actually interested, just so we could get like over this. It's just when D'Amico Ryan says he has general soreness and he'll be good to go, I would just like the good to go win. Just like
good to go win.
If he just says like, hey, we don't plan on him throwing this week, which we're halfway done this week, so I probably won't throw this week. But next week, we think he'll be, next week, that's part of his plan. Because part of the thing is like, you don't really have to hide anything. You're not playing a game anytime soon. So you can just say, hey, this week, we want to bring him along slowly. Next Wednesday, that's when we plan on him playing. If there's like actually a plan here. Or if it's just, hey, he wakes up and we see if he's sore or not, that also works.
I think that the only plan is, hey, let's at least throw a little misdirection at the possible Greg Williams of the National Football League.
But it's like 3 months from now. Like,
I agree.
They won't play for so long.
This is why every single team, Sean, is so paranoid with the injury stuff. That they are of the belief that there is someone out there who is either Greg Williams 2.0 putting bounties out, or trying to think who the dirtiest player in recent NFL history is. Ndamukong Suh.
Yeah, I think Suh.
Albert Hainsworth. I mean, they're nervous that there is somebody out there that is like
LaRon Landry. Bernard Pollard.
Ooh, Bernard Pollard. That's a Patriot killer. They're nervous that somebody
Brendan Merriweather
is out there.
I can just name it. Remember when we used to just have headhunters in the league?
Yeah.
Like pretty recently?
Brandon Merriweather has a really funny rap called VIP on Swole that's hilarious. But I think that NFL teams are paranoid that there's some guy out there, whether a coach or a player, who has in a studio apartment a Riddler from the Batman-esque chart that just outlines every single slightly injured quarterback in the league and where they should go after them for a regular season game should they end up going up against this guy.
So this guy's unpinning all of the yarn and newspaper clippings that had Derek Carr's name and face on it and putting up the CJ Stroud one.
Yeah, like who's next? Like maybe they're a serial killer of some sort, a serial football killer. They got a big thing of blood slides in their air conditioner duct, like they're Dexter. That's what this is the reason, in my opinion, that NFL teams are so damn cagey when it comes to talking about this stuff. It is the Paul Gallant Show. We will have a long edition of Soft Boys next. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Is CJ Stroud soft for having general shoulder soreness and a pectoral issue without having played a game? Huh? And on top of that, all-time takedown of my least favorite basketball player on this day, June 4th, 2025. Stay put. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka seeing LeBron James complaining in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game about foul language, Ime called LeBron soft. Every single Wednesday around 12:30, we talk about the people who have been softest in the world of sports. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube, ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 to nominate who you believe is soft. Is CJ Stroud soft for not being out there throwing the ball at OTAs? I will say this as far as people who are concerned about Stroud and maybe think a surgery has happened. He's not undressed. He's wearing a helmet, wearing a jersey, no shoulder pads. There's no sling, and he is handing the football off. So how bad is it? Could he throw if he needed to? If there was a game tomorrow, could he throw? I think he would be able to. Could end up being wrong. We'll come back to it if I am. We will.
I mean,
we fall on the sword here.
Yes, but they won't play a game for another 6 months. So I think you have a lot of.
It's not 6. It's like,
oh yeah, I guess so.
It's like about a little over 3.
Yeah. Oh no. Then maybe you're in trouble. If his rehab from Tommy John isn't.
You know what?
Isn't back yet.
If I end up being wrong,
I know.
No, it's not making me making a declaration or anything like that. I would rather end up wrong than talking about this every single day and being right. I would rather be wrong, just personally. There's only so many ways you can say, oh, man, we'll see what happens in the regular season. Not great. We'll see what happens in the regular season. I mean, we could do that literally every day. CJ Stroud, shoulder update. Oh, I don't know.
You know what? I think my angle on this will be this has helped me decide what my if we were going to have to talk about this for another I don't know, 2 weeks, week. I think my angle would be like, this is why the Texans had to trade Laramie Tunsil, because his personal example of never practicing has rubbed off on CJ Stroud, where he thinks it's acceptable for him not to practice voluntary mini camps.
By the way, while you're on that, I thought it was very interesting the way that D'Amico Ryans at yesterday's press conference talked about the offensive line room and its mindset right now. I mean, it's very early, but my God, he raved about them. And I think there was a subtle shot fired at the previous offensive line room. I don't know if that was due to offensive line coach Chris Strausser or if it was due to the players in it, but it was noteworthy. We'll get to it probably later in the week. Text in on Softboy 713-780-3776. Noted Battle Red Kool-Aid drinker Paul Gallant is soft for not wanting to talk about the most important Houston Texans story and instead preferring to talk about baseball.
That is true. What an upset that there's a Texan story on a silver platter, that all the other cats that do content are looking up in the little bowl. But Paul's like, you know what? I was doing some digging on when the Astros score their runs.
I did. It was an upset. I mean, this is the show that wants to talk football and about literally nothing else. But
even you have a line.
I have a line
of if the word mini is in the what the football players are doing, correct. I'm not interested.
Who else has been soft? Trouble in Paradise. Did you know that Mason Rudolph is back with the Steelers? I remember when he was on the Steelers, I got in trouble in Seattle for saying like everyone wanted to see Myles Garrett hit Mason Rudolph on the head because he's terrible at football. People in Seattle were like, how dare you? And I was like, well, I mean, he was asking for it by sucking. They didn't like that. They're like, Paul. Like, this is like my first couple of weeks on the air. Wow. This man is a bit of an a-hole. Yes. Anyway, Mason Rudolph, I think that a lot of people in Seattle would agree with me back in that moment based off of this story. But Steelers fans are pissed that Mason Rudolph went to a local rally held by President Donald J. Trump. The reaction was strong enough that the Steelers sent an email to those who objected.
Wow.
Soft by Steelers fans.
Did they suck it?
Yeah. Technically, your state voted for Trump.
I was going to say, like,
your state voted for Trump.
And, like, the city of Pittsburgh, like, whatever county they are, voted for Trump.
It's an industry.
That
it's a steel industry.
That's where I'm like, this is bigger than this story for whenever there's backlash among the fan base. It's like, is there really backlash, or is it 1,000 people that follow, one of the Steelers aggregation account, like the Steelers stressing or whatever, where like those people are upset?
It could be that it's probably, as you said, a small minority.
Like if I were to guess,
very loud vocal online people.
If I were to guess, 75% of Steelers fans probably voted for Trump. Just like working class people from Pittsburgh.
I don't know.
There's literally data that like they voted for Trump.
I don't know. I actually am curious on that one. I am, because anyway.
If you're a sports fan who loves, I don't understand how there's that big of a fan or big of a
I'm with you,
outcry.
This is how far the Steelers have fallen, and like the Patriots just skull bleeping them for 20 years. Like, this is what Steelers fans are now, a bunch of bitches. No offense.
And it's even like, as you're reading that headline, it's Steelers starting quarterback Mason Rudolph. That's already, stop right there. That's how far they've fallen.
Right.
That's
they
how you
moved
know
on
it's
from
bad.
Russell Wilson and Justin Fields for that, and hopefully Aaron Rodgers. Anyway, Steelers fans, Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? I think that Gilbert Arenas believes Karl Anthony Towns to be soft. Holy smokes. What a drive-by on the most recent episode of Gilbert Arenas's Say Things with No Consequences Whatsoever show.
After all on Cat himself. It's him. It's his physical makeup. Long legs, short torso, big ass feet. There's nothing he can do. He's built like a whole bitch. He's built like a female. Clip that. Am I saying something wrong? Look, he's built like a girl. No. He has girl hips. He's like a full WNBA player.
Gilbert Arenas is truly, listen, a great basketball player, I'm sure, back in the day. But one of the biggest, I'm just going to say whatever comes to my mind, including calling a 7-foot whatever, 300-pound man woman-like.
And then go like, what am I saying wrong? Like
all of that.
Like, why are people reacting to the fact I said not just he's built like a woman? The phrase is he's built like an effing bitch.
Right.
Also, the description where it goes long legs, small torso, big feet. That's not exactly what I'm thinking of woman. That's like Shrek is built like that,
Yeah.
like what
are we talking about? Who else has been soft in the world of sports? Cardi B's ex. His name is Offset. He's from, they're a band, right? Migos.
Yeah,
Migos.
He went solo and broke up Migos.
Oh, it's Migos.
Yeah,
but it's M-I-G-O.
Like Amigos.
Okay,
but without the
Okay, well, you know what? Honestly, there's a lot of worse rapper names out there these days. So fine, I'll allow it. Migos.
The group is Migos.
Okay, and this guy's
he's Offset.
He offset himself from the group.
Basically,
is that why his nickname is that? So he used to date Cardi B, and when Stephon Diggs and Cardi B went Instagram official, oh boy, he had some passive aggressive posts about it. Good rollout in PR. He posted to X. Today, I pass. And a lot of people believe that Stephon Diggs saw this and passive aggressively responded to this by posting on his Instagram story a picture of him in black and white catching. Because Offset passed and Stephon Diggs caught the pass because he passed Cardi B over to Stephon Diggs. This is generally where butthurt exes will resort to saying, sloppy seconds, bro. I think it's soft that neither of these guys are just directly going after one another. Like, everyone knows what you're doing. And I got to put 2 and 2 together because you guys are so smooth. You're so slick with your social media, creative ways of dissing each other.
The subtweeting each other. It's like at a certain point, like, hey guys, you're not being clever with this. Like, that people can very easily connect the dots, or if you want to maintain innocence, which for some reason you might want to do, people are then connecting the dots that you don't want connected. Like either you can actually, that's what it's for. I just realized that's what it's for. They do it slyly. So when people go, wait, are you still crying about your wife leaving you?
No,
I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's like the plausible deniability. But yeah, at a certain point, like, guys, can you just, I'm not saying fight, but argue? Can you just be direct?
Write a diss track if you're so upset. You know, aren't you an artist?
There we
I mean,
go.
Taylor Swift used that to make billions of
Yeah.
dollars. What are you doing, big dog? Kane Darko comments, good Lord, Paul, you sound like somebody's freaking suburb boomer mom. So first off, if you're whiny about your ex and you're an artist and you're not using it to create content, then I don't need to pronounce your name or your ex band names wrong. But the other thing is too, and I very much enjoy this. This is my way of trolling people because I'm not a musically inclined person. Like I like all old music. Nothing gives me more joy than mispronouncing someone's favorite band's name and seeing how they react to it, because music people get so pissed off by that. I used to call Deadmau 5 for the longest time. I would also call Steve Aoki Steve Karaoke. I always find ways to do it subtly, and then I act like I don't know what I'm doing when I do it. And some of my friends who are psychos about music, they get so in a tizzy about it. So if you think I'm not going to do it on the radio, you're crazy. So yeah, I've heard that it's Migos before. I don't know what they sing. The fact that it's short for Amigos makes me not want to listen to any of their songs ever. And it's good that they broke up. Shout out to Offset for leaving. Offset's be a little less soft online. Soft Boys continues. This dork, David P. Sampson, is, I guess, a front office insider for CBS Sports or something like that. He went on a rant about the Royals calling up their number 10 prospect, Jack, G-A-C. Can we stop with the J-A-C, Jack? Put a K at the end of it. Jack. I'm going to actually try to pronounce this one right. Caglianone. David P. Sampson's mad about him getting called up ahead of schedule.
What Kansas City has done is the single most irresponsible move I've seen in quite a long time. If he's going to be that good, how do you call him up now where he will hit arbitration a full year earlier than if they had waited till after around June 17th? We waited to call up Miguel Cabrera until after June 17th, and therefore we got an extra year at the minimum. I have no idea how a team that's not in the top 10 of payroll is not paying attention to dates. And the Royals forcing the issue, that's a bunch of horse hockey. You take the extra 2 weeks because it gives you an extra year, and it compounds itself in arbitration. This is a $10 million decision they made. He better be Vladimir Guerrero Sr., and he better start now.
Horse hockey?
I actually got scared. I was like, wait, did he curse? Because I saw that it was on
CBS Sports Online.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was on CBS Sports Network. I was like, oh, it's on cable.
Channel. He's not gonna. I don't know what. See, listen, more things I don't know. I don't know what CBS Sports Network really is. I've never seen it. I know that there's CBS. Horse hockey. That is a new one. I've never heard that before.
I have two things for you. I don't know which one will upset you more. He mentioned in that one not calling up Miguel Cabrera, so that means he ran the Marlins. Can I just say I understand why the Marlins were the Marlins? if this guy was running the Marlins, I get it. I get the last 20 years of Marlins history with that alone. Also, on Jack Caglianone, his name is Jeffrey Allen Caglianone. So that means JAC is like his initials, but he goes by Jack. JAC.
Yeah. Okay.
Even lamer. Go Jeffrey Caglianone, like your mom named you. What's wrong with you?
My name is Jeff. Maybe you heard that too much growing up. A lot of people were quoting 21 Jump Street or 22 Jump Street. More Soft Boys really quickly. Let's wrap it up. California stripped the state track title from a girl who celebrated by grabbing a fire extinguisher and blasting it on her feet, which I think is hilarious.
That's funny.
Very interesting that they choose to strip someone of a title for that, as opposed to, I don't know, running with something else. No, I'm not talking about hitting somebody in the head with a baton because I don't think that person actually won. I'm talking about another kind of baton.
Oh, a penis?
Yes.
Is that what you're alluding to?
I am alluding to that.
That was delicate.
Thank you. I'm just
You're always delicate talking about penises.
I'm just like Offset, talking about my ex, Cardi B. Also soft, the Marlins for losing a series to the Rockies. Come on. You ended the streak.
Again, the front office insider for CBS Sports ran the Marlins.
Yeah.
And now you see what the Marlins are all about. He's like, why don't you wait 2 weeks to call this guy up?
So there you go. From the 747, Key from LA, Dan Paul, have some remorse. A member of the Migos takeoff got killed in Houston a couple of years ago. Yeah, I actually do remember that. And that's when I learned how to pronounce Migos' name. But I mean, call it Amigos. Also, listen, sucks that guy died. I will say this about Offset. At least he didn't use this as a shield, too. Like, I'm still mourning my friend. That's why I posted this little passive-aggressive thing online. Anyway, guys, that's going to wrap up Soft Boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next. Oh, man. Oh, no. Are the Houston Rockets in danger of losing their most valuable asset? Well, one city thinks they are. You'll find out why next. Stay put. Astros got back in the win column with another dub. They have been on a bit of a roll of late, huh? First place in the American League West. I said they got back in the win column, but I forgot. Oh, yeah, they won their game on Sunday. But they're in first place by a half game over the Seattle Mariners, thanks to last night's 3-0 win over Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates. A Christian Walker home run in the 8th, and Isaac Paredes' home run, 2-run homer in the 9th. Got the Astros enough runs for a win, and we saw Lance McCullers get his first win in over 900 days. So very cool for Lance, who has been pretty damn good since returning from injury, outside of that one start against the Cincinnati Reds, where he got the death threats from a fan living in another country who was drunk. This is going to be a very interesting offseason for the Houston Rockets, specifically from a who are they going to add to their roster perspective. But there's a chance, I guess, and I'm saying this while rolling my eyes as hard as I can, that they've got to worry about some things going on in-house. And I'm not talking about bringing back Fred VanVleet, which I believe they will, bringing back Steven Adams, which I hope they will, trading Cam Whitmore, who seems to be a malcontent, which I think they should. Not talking about any of those things. I saw a post, and it's the most New York thinks it is the center of the sports world at all moments, even when their seasons are over. But there's a report out there from Mark Stein that the Knicks are expected to show interest in Ime Udoka, along with Jason Kidd, Johnny Bryant, and Jay Wright, to be their next head coach after they fired Tom Thibodeau, their head coach, yesterday, right after he had led them to the best season that they had had in a quarter of a century. Two head coaches who are not currently available but said to interest the Knicks, according to a league source, is the specific quote, are Dallas's Jason Kidd and Houston's Ime Udoka. God, I hate New York sports. I really do. It's not just because I grew up in Boston and my favorite teams played against those teams for the longest time. It's just this idea that the daily goings of our organization matter to the degree that we are going to talk about people that are under contract who also, if they're smart, would never go to our crap-ass organization and talk about them like it's possible to get them. Only a few sports teams have this in their back pocket as far as, oh, you have something that we like? We're going to try to take it. It's the Yankees, at least the Yankees of old. It's the Dodgers. It's the Lakers. It's the Cowboys. It's the Knicks. And then you hear national discourse about, could the New York Knicks land someone like Ime Udoka? It's as if they forget, and this is very classic from New York sports fans, who I do believe to not be particularly bright. It's as if they forget what a joke their organization has been for their entire history. They just fired their coach. Why would the next coach want to join this? Why would you want to come in to a market like this one, New York, where you got rats and vipers all over the place, the rats being in your organization, talking bleep behind your back because they want your job, the vipers being the folks in the media who are going to dump on you. You got all sorts of crap going on behind the scenes. And then you got the bozo running the New York Knicks. Now, to his credit, the Vegas Sphere seems to be quite the awesome creation. I haven't been. I would like to go to that at some point. It is owned by the Madison Square Garden Corporation. But James Dolan, amongst sports owners, is considered one of the worst. And the problem for Knicks fans is that he hasn't said anything racist or done anything bad that would force the owning of a team. I bet Knicks fans would wish that he said something horrible, did something bad, like he's Donald Sterling, like he's Dan Snyder with the LA Clippers and with the Washington Commanders, respectively. Nope, nothing there. The only thing that you would have to get after if you are a Knicks fan and you're trying to get James Dolan out of the way is that you'd play a song that his band, he has a band, you would play a song that his band regularly plays at their concerts. It's called I Should Have Known. The song is about how James Dolan thinks that he should have stopped Harvey Weinstein from doing all the bad things.
All the girls who adored him catered to his every whim. Nothing he could lose. All he needed to do was choose. I should have known, I should have known, I should have thrown myself across his tracks, stopped him from these vile attacks. I should have known. We believed and didn't see through the lies he told us all that led him to his endless fall. I should have known, I should have known. Oh, oh, oh. I should have known, I should have known.
I mean, it's actually kind of a banger. The more you hear it.
I think I realized that it's like a Saturday Night Live parody song. Like I can't believe he actually did this.
He did this.
Like it's what they would joke about someone doing.
He sang a sad song expressing regret that he didn't stop his, can we call him a rapist? I don't know.
His
friend.
abusive, his friend that abused power to a limit that was unheard of.
Right. And listen, I get that things are back in court right now, but I mean, there are a lot of people that had a lot of things to say about him, and I don't think anyone really endorsed the way that he operated. So
at best, if not criminal, he was at least yucky.
Yeah, he's a yucky fella. And I mean, that's
naughty boy.
That's the owner of the team that wants to bring Ime Udoka or Jason Kidd away from situations where with the Rockets, things are trending upwards. And with the Mavericks, despite their best efforts, things are also trending upwards. You're going to get Cooper Flagg in the building. I am so annoyed that this is where the discourse always leads to when an offseason begins for a major market team. The arrogance that you can just bring in anything without looking at yourself in the mirror and realizing that you're an ugly person with a shriveled penis. Like, that is what I'm not talking about Harvey Weinstein there. I'm talking about the Knicks as an organization. It is a loser organization. They beat the Celtics. I am still pissed about that. But I thought the Pacers would win. Did I not say that? And that wasn't out of pettiness. It's just like, no, they had a good year. But this is as good as it gets for this organization. And the arrogance to think that they can just pilfer away Ime Udoka by floating this stuff out there like it's suddenly a desired job. Is it? Do you want to go in there and deal with Jalen Brunson and his lack of defense? Do you think Ime Udoka wants that? Do you think Ime Udoka wants to deal with Karl Anthony Towns? Just start off with that. Do you think that Ime Udoka is unaware of the entire track record of James Dolan? Doubtful. And I liked seeing this from Kelly Iko, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, but also pretty close to the Rockets, graduate of the Gal Media, internship program, I believe.
Yes.
Here's what Kelly reported. Regarding reports identifying Ime Udoka as a possible target for the vacant Knicks coaching position, Houston has no interest in entertaining that, a team source told The Athletic. Both parties are committed to the long-term project and are actively preparing for a busy offseason. So I saw Adam Spillane also post, good follow for Houston sports, specifically the Rockets and Astros. I saw Spillane post that he's 2 years through this contract, so it might be time to tear it up and draw up a new one. And I am of the belief that, he has definitely earned a new contract. I get that there's no playoff series victories, but took a Golden State Warriors team to 7 games. And on top of that, you were the 2 seed in the Western Conference. They're ahead of schedule. And if you want to just stop crap like this in the crib, give them a raise. Give him a new deal.
Yeah, I do wonder. Maybe this was leaked by Udoka's agent. Now it just occurred to me. Good job by you for bringing it up, but good job by Spillane for coming up with the idea. I didn't want to completely bypass you. Yes, but was this just leaked by Udoka's agent looking to get him a raise? Does his agent also represent Jason Kidd? Is he looking for because it is two guys that would never leave their job or never leave their job for the Knicks job, and two guys I've never heard of, two assistant coaches that are like, okay, if they hired them, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Even when I saw this, I was like, there's just how rare coaching trades happen. Like this just isn't realistic. I'm not even worried about it in the slightest. But now I've come all the way around to like who fed this information, how'd this become a story? Because if you're the Knicks, I'm sure you would like Ime Udoka. Like he's one of the top coaches in the league, probably like top 10, top 5 coach in the league. But at the same time, if you fired a coach who, hey, give him anybody, he'll find a great, he'll make it a great defense, offense, not as creative as you would like, gets bogged down, especially in crunch time where it turns into just give the ball to my best player and let's see what happens. Are you looking for Ime Udoka to remedy that? Because normally you would think conventional wisdom is if you're upset if you're upset with how the offense played, you go get an offensive
coach. What's Mike D'Antoni doing? Right. Like go back to the D'Antoni era or something like that.
That's why I don't think Udoka really makes that much sense for the Knicks. That's why I don't think that Michael Malone, who's been floated out there because he's a great coach who's out without a job, but he's also kind of like Thibodeau 2.0 a little bit, where he got fired because he didn't play the young guys. And Thibodeau, part of the reason he got fired is they didn't play his bench. Like I have a hard time seeing any of these bigger names getting the Knicks job, even before you go, if I'm that person, do I want the job that just fired their most successful coach in 25 years?
Exactly. I mean, there's a pressure with this job that is unmerited because the team sucks, and it always has. But there is a weird amount of pressure where their greatest season ever, they just blow out the coach a couple of days later.
I saw someone, this was in regards to the Tibbs firing, where they said that the Knicks carry themselves like they're the Yankees, but they have a history closer to the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
And arguably the Mets are more successful.
The Mets are more successful.
Like even the recent Mets are way more successful.
Yeah.
Than the Knicks. They made a World Series like a decade ago.
Yeah.
They made the NLCS last year.
They also made another World Series.
They won a World Series in 86.
24 years ago, the Subway Series. So, I mean, there's a track record with them definitely having been a little more successful.
But just in general, like, the Knicks act like, and they kind of get treated like they're the Yankees, where they're just not at that level.
They just get discussed on a level that disgusts me.
Oh.
Dan Hurley is another name that's being thrown out there. What, you think he's going to leave UConn for somewhere as unstable as this when he has the cushiest job ever? This is not the job that's going to get him to leave. I get that for the Dan Hurley argument. Hey, Connecticut's really close to New York, and you will not have to move at all, probably, if you're him. Fine. Jay Wright, okay. He's not coaching anymore. He coached some of these guys at Nova, but that's a dumb reason to hire somebody. It's like, hey, we have 3 players that played for you in college. I think there's a lot of names that are being thrown out there, and they're all big and they're all sexy. And it's like New York. It's like a 50-year-old man on Tinder. It's like, what do you think you are? What do you think you're going to get? Please stop inserting yourself into the conversation.
Yeah, I would have. I don't know. It's something that you see like college teams do, where like Kentucky opens, like Kentucky basketball opens, and they want to get, Tom Izzo, where it's like, I get why you ask, I get why I get why Alabama football thinks that they could get anyone in the country when Nick Saban retires. But at the end of the day, they did end up just hiring the Washington coach. But they, everyone got a new deal. Steve Sarkisian got a new deal. Dan Lannon got a new deal. Mike Norvell, like big schools were worried that Alabama was going to poach Texas's or Florida State's coach. They end up poaching Washington's coach. I get why Ime Udoka and Jason Kidd might be the top names on the list, but that doesn't mean that it's even remotely possible.
I'm with you there. In that last part, I wish the people that were reporting on this would also say how unlikely it is that these things would happen, instead of just doing the work of the people who are leaking them that information. Because, Sean, you are right, going back to what you said a little bit ago. Even if it does sound a little conspiratorial, yeah, someone has an agenda that leaks that information out there. Maybe it was Ime Udoka looking for a raise. By the way, to wrap it all up, I think he does deserve one.
Yes, I bring that up not to say, like, look at this guy trying to get a raise. No, he 100% deserves a raise.
Right, exactly. As far as a trade goes, what's the incentive? What's the incentive for the Rockets here? What would they actually get in return? Because I heard you talking about how there has been, I guess, some sort of trade discourse online, and it is tuned, so I get why it happens. But trading coaches usually involves someone being unhappy. And I'm trying to think of the last time that a coach was traded. It's Bill Belichick and it's John Gruden.
Doc Rivers was
correct
12 or so years ago, but he got traded for like a lottery protected first round pick.
Right. It wasn't that much.
And it was basically like the Celtics were blowing up the team that was right after the Garnett and Pierce trades.
Mm-hmm.
And they, were kind of, I don't know if they didn't want to or Doc Rivers didn't want to coach a rebuilding team. So it kind of made sense. This wouldn't make any sense.
Not at all.
Also, the Knicks don't have any draft picks because they trade them for Mikal Bridges.
I should have known. I'm an ugly loser franchise. Everyone, I make all my fans' eyes hurt. That rhymed. That wasn't great. Well, I don't know. We'll come back. The song is a bit of a
I
banger.
hate how much I like it.
Yeah.
I hate how much I kind of hum it after I hear it.
Look, he's better as an entertainer than he is as an owner of a professional sports team. The Sphere in Vegas, you should stick to that. His band, maybe that's the side project instead of the New York Knicks.
That's the billionaire vanity project.
Yeah.
And playing harmonica.
The frustrating thing to me is just that we continuously have these big market teams that come out of nowhere as if they're going to raid everything. And I just don't think that happens that way anymore. Outside of with the Lakers and Luka. Like that's really the last time I can think of a big market team deciding to swing its schmenzer around and they're like, you're just going to give it to us because
yeah, the Cowboys are probably the biggest I guess perpetrator, but
Belichick and the rumors about him going there.
Yeah, it's less even the Cowboys themselves because they don't do any. They hire Brian Schottenheimer, they hire Mike McCarthy. They let Mike McCarthy hang on for 2 years longer than everyone thinks he will. They let Jason Garrett hang on for 5 years longer than everyone. They operate like they are a family business, which they are. It's a super popular one, but it still doesn't stop them from, like you said, getting Belichick rumors, getting college football coach rumors. That it Lincoln Riley, when people thought Lincoln Riley was an awesome coach, that was a rumor that he would take the Cowboys job. It just doesn't actually happen. It is just fodder to talk about.
And we appreciate the fodder to a degree.
Yeah, it's one less segment we have to talk about CJ Stroud's shoulder.
That is true. We would rather talk about Ime Udoka trade proposals than CJ Stroud's shoulder. Also of note, talking about the big markets, and let's just roll through, Sean, for the next couple of minutes. This is Shaquille O'Neal. He had some interesting things to say about big markets when talking about the future of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo in Milwaukee. If you had advice, if you could bend his ear a little bit, what would you tell him as he's approaching sort of maybe a crossroads in his career?
I would tell him they're probably throwing in his face bigger market. Doesn't matter. Social media is the market now. Giannis has made a name for himself on social media. You go to LA, that's 50% of your contract goes to Texas. More pressure and more stress. Being that he's in control of that ship, he should go upstairs and be like, I want to see all the free agents. I want all their phone numbers. I want to talk to them. He should bring people to him. When I was coming up, it was small market, you're too small, you probably need to go to a big market. I took advantage of that. But now every market is the same. Nobody cares what city you're in anymore. This ain't the 90s.
And I think that's something that the Knicks should be aware of as well. First off, to what Shaq said, it is not about the big market anymore. Living in New York would be cool for what it's worth. That's something I still would want to do. I don't care if the city's gone downhill. But if you're a young basketball player, do you want to go to the place where you are going to be second guessed no matter how well you do? And same thing with the coach. The head coach just got fired after their best season ever. The guy who actually had a pretty good playoffs, not a great playoffs, in Karl Anthony Towns, is right now everyone's dumping on him to the point where he just had to leak out that, like, oh, well, I've just got some knee treatment and toe treatment and finger treatment after the season is done. Now everyone's looking at Jalen Brunson after an incredible playoffs, and they're like, oh, well, he doesn't play defense. I mean, things change so quickly in that city, a city that, by the way, when have they ever lured the big name into town that they are still arrogant that they will get? How many years did we hear about, oh, the Knicks are straight, they're just waiting for this offseason for a guy to come join them, and no one did? There's a commonality there, and it's the owner. And these reports about Ime Udoka potentially being a target of the Knicks, I hope that it's Ime Udoka leaking that out there, because the Knicks are losers and they shouldn't think that they're anything different. And the idea that they think they could go and get this top shelf kind of guy is outrageous. Sean Mapes is behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Stick around. By the way, the summer circuit is back this year. We're going on a remote to different locations throughout the Houston area, restaurants all summer long. Listeners, you got a chance to win 2 e-bikes worth a value of $4,000. So we're going to be at different restaurants. You can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from the Power on Electric Bicycle Company. For registration at each of our broadcasts, you stop by the promo table. This week, we're going to be hanging out at the Kima Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Come out and join us Friday, noon to 6 at the Kima Boardwalk, and find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com.
What would you say the odds of you doing the Boardwalk Bullet or maybe getting on a ride while you're at the Kima Boardwalk would be?
Oh, I don't do roller coasters.
You don't do roller coasters?
They have roller coasters at the Kima Boardwalk?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well, I mean, never say no. So if a listener wants to bribe me to get on one of these rides,
challenge your manhood, maybe
I would think about it. Oh, don't give him easy ones. I've Final Destination 3 or 2. Yeah. I forget. Yeah, I think it was 3 because 2 was the log truck. 3 is the roller coaster one. Nope, out. It's not the actual roller coasters themselves as much as the structure that creates the roller coasters.
The faith that you have to put into it. Yeah.
I don't have a lot of faith in any of these rides. I've seen enough videos, whether it's Final Destination or
otherwise, yeah.
Videos from like third world countries where things don't go so well. I've seen enough of that to never want to get on. I get a little too anxious about that. Being up at a great height on something that does not seem structurally sound, it's like my 2 worst fears combining.
Okay.
Anyway.
So,
but the Kima Boardwalk.
Doubtful that you'll see Paul on a ride, but you will see him there 12 to 3.
Imbibing in some booze for sure.
That's more your speed, yeah.
Yeah, more. Now, a few drinks, maybe I feel a little differently about the roller coasters.
Liquid
going the roller
courage.
coaster,
Yeah.
going straight down, and I just spew everywhere. Nice little Technicolor yawn. Anyway, it's the National Football League. You know, the Houston Texans are one of 32 teams who play 17 regular season games in the National Football League. 7 teams in each conference of those 32 teams divided into 8 divisions of 4 teams. 7 teams per conference. They make it to the playoffs. And at the end of the year, only 1 team holds up the Vince Lombardi Trophy as Super Bowl champions. Paul, are you filibustering because there's not a lot going on in the National Football League today? Well, partly because of that, but also Russell Wilson was on a podcast called Brooklyn or something. And I guess Carmelo Anthony is the one who is the lead host of the show. There are others on it. I'm sorry. I don't really care. Someone sent me this audio. They remembered that in Seattle, Russell Wilson and the way that he talks drives me a little bit crazy because I can't handle the similarities between him and every single motivation podcast where guys are interviewing themselves. This is what you need to do to be a better man. Like, I just see too much of that in Russell Wilson, who had this to say now that he is the starting quarterback of the New York Giants going into this season.
Another thing for me is I don't shy away from any challenge. Man. I'm just not. Anybody who really knows me is I don't blink. I don't blink in the face of adversity. I don't blink in any obstacle or any challenge. And so I actually look forward to them. I think that a lot of times, you know, the best way to find greatness is to run through it. And so to me, I think that you got to go through walls and you got to be able to climb them and you got to be able to go over them. And so, you know, for me, I think the opportunity here is so great, man. And, you know, I don't mind the lights, you know what I mean? I don't mind the you know, that part of it. I think the other part of it for me, most importantly though, of all of that is I've been here before. You know, when you walk into a stadium, into a locker room and you know, like my locker is the same locker I had when I won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And so for me, when I see that, I'm like, when I walk into that stadium, I'm like, I've been here before. Like, not just been here, but like Like we did this before. And so I fundamentally believe it's possible again in terms of just being successful again and being at the highest
Still
level.
going? All right. Well, you know what? I respect his optimism. You know, you got to be optimistic, but I wish he was leading a cult or something like that. Can he just get onto the cult phase? Can he do that? I'm not here for this. I liked it when he's goofy and not doing this forced leadership talk. I liked Mr. Unlimited. I like it when he is sending weird messages from his bedroom with his wife after signing an extension with the Seahawks. I like that. This, come on.
Yeah, you're right to peg it as like this is leadership. Like he's making the active choice of going into like I am leadership mode. Like inspirational quote from a quarterback mode where the phoniness, like this isn't new. Like you said, Paul, like you knew that he was phony. Like probably the first press conference that you covered him in Seattle.
Right.
Like, it's not a new concept, but it's just at this phase of his career, it just wears so thin.
Do you know where I first started to notice it too?
The
Russell Wilson and the real corniness. I first noticed it when I asked another member of the Seattle Seahawks about Russ, and I just saw an eye roll. It was a very quick eye roll. It was a subtle eye roll.
Yeah.
The person gave me an answer without an eye roll, but I remember seeing that and I was like, huh. So maybe there is something to all of these stories from guys like Richard Sherman or about guys like Richard Sherman who said at practice once famously, like, F you, mother effer.
Yeah, the Legion of Boom guys would just like relentlessly go at Russell Wilson.
And I started to understand, there might be something here when I first observed that. And ultimately, with his non-trade requests to 4 teams that one off season, I was out there. Sadly, I did not get to see the end of the Russell Wilson era and be right in Seattle, which still bothers me, just like I'm mad that I wasn't here to be right about the end of the James Harden era. Alas, earwax. Want to feel old? Here's Cam Scatabo, new New York Giants running back, talking about 2 players that he saw pictures of. The 2 players are Megatron, also known as Calvin Johnson, and Brett Favre. Yes, 2 of the most famous NFL players ever. Cam Scatabo doesn't seem to be much of an NFL guy. I'm going to say that instead of saying that Cam Scatabo is young and I am old.
I got no idea who this is.
There's no way. When were you born?
2002.
He's an 02 baby. You just tell me you don't know who that is. Nah, this is making me sick, bro.
Wait, I feel like I know his face, but I don't know. I can't tell you
One
his
of the
name.
best receivers to ever play the game of football. He played for the Lions.
Is Megatron?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. No, I thought
he had a little bit more chocolate to him. I thought he was a little bit more darker than that.
More chocolate.
Hang on, pause for a moment. Very bold thing for a white guy to say on a podcast with 2 black guys. Very bold. Very bold. I kind of respect him for having the balls to say that. But that is ballsy, dude. More Cam Scatabo.
Top one's Baker.
Yep.
Bottom one.
He recreated that picture from the bottom picture. Legendary picture.
The bottom one's a quarterback too?
Yeah.
Brett Favre.
I have no idea who that is.
Bad. Brett Favre. I don't know if you've heard of him.
That's long. I mean, I've heard of him, of course, but I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I can see it now, but
you
would showed me an older picture of him. Yeah, for sure.
I've never understood how history, whether it's sports history, which honestly isn't that important to an athlete, but it actually bums me out how little many people know about real history and athletes know about sports history. And I get it. Cam Scatabo was born after September 11th, which is also a good God, I'm old, sobering kind of moment. But how do you not know what Brett Favre looks like? How do you not know what Calvin Johnson looks like? I get with Johnson, hey, there's a helmet and a visor on for some of his career, but Brett Favre, no.
Yeah, and the fact that of what they did, and this was, I think, the St. Brown Brothers podcast.
Yes, it was.
They did I thought it was funny that they had the
picture of Baker Mayfield
recreating the draft day photo of Brett Favre.
And they were asking, hey, who's the guy on the bottom? And he's
Yes.
like, well, I know the guy on the top's Baker.
Yes. Yes. It's like a really sneaky thing of like, this is an iconic, but it's also like kind of a clue of, even if you just only know it from Baker Mayfield, that like, oh, Baker, this was when Baker Mayfield recreated the Brett Favre thing. Even then, he was just like, got nothing for you. Don't know who this guy is.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose that for a lot of young people, bringing up something that happened back in the day is like, okay, boomer, back in my day, but I don't know, man.
I'm going to push back. I think when I was, he's probably like 22. When I was 22 and you showed me a picture of like young John Elway, I would be like, that's John Elway. Like I know what John Elway playing baseball.
I think you might be in the minority though.
I
I really think you might be in the minority on that front, and you're in this industry,
I guess.
But I don't mean just
so
sports
is he.
history. I mean real history. Like I think, with all the people that cried Nazi and fascist these days, and I'm like, well, we actually had that like almost 100 years ago, but I mean, we've had it on a much higher degree. So that's just the history side of things. But in sports too, like I remember having conversations with one of the interns our least favorite intern who had very strong opinions about everything. And I was like, do you remember anything that's ever happened? Like, it was in my brain. That was what I was thinking.
Yeah.
One last one. This is all Giants on this episode. Russell Wilson, Cam Scatterbo, Kayvon Thibodeau is on Kevin Hart's podcast, which is like, we're in a cold tub or something. I'm not great with the podcast titles. This clip came across me. And he asked Kevin Hart about Eagles fans. Kevin Hart is an Eagles fan.
New York Giants. Is it true that Eagles fans are actually like not smart? Not like no bull. Like I know you're one of them, so I get it. Like 2.2, I get it. What do you? There are like statistics that you guys are like literally.
Oh, it was great. That was great. I think Kevin Hart was mad about that. And I like that because Kevin Hart tried to make the Eagles winning the Super Bowl about him. Didn't Kevin Hart try to take the Super Bowl trophy back in, 2017 when they beat the Patriots? I believe Kevin Hart was one of the first guys out there acting like, yeah, it's mine. It's like, no, dude, like, no, you're an industry plant and you're not that funny. You're not. Energy, a lot of energy, works hard, does a lot. But yeah, I've never understood Kevin Hart. Except for in the 40-Year-Old Virgin, where he's kind of funny. That one little scene he's in the TV store. So there you go. Hot takes, everybody. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Is Lance McCullers back? Or did he take advantage of another start against a team that's not that good last night? We'll discuss. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Paredes gets into one, high and deep to left field. Forget about it. 3-0 Astros. Isaac Paredes with a big swing. And the Astros lead 3-0.
You like that one, huh? Look at the Paredes.
There he is. Jeff Blum, Todd Callis, Space City Home Network. The insurance runs. Isaac Paredes breaking out of a mini slump to give the Astros a 3-0 lead. They won 3-0. As soon as they hit that Christian Walker home run, the game was over. The Pirates are wretched offensively. Wretched. You are, without a doubt, the worst Pirates offense I've ever seen. I mean, if you take a look at all of the Pirates numbers, you're going to see a team that's towards the bottom in just about every single major statistical category. They're 26th in batting average. Their OPS is 27th, and their runs scored is 29th. They've scored one more run than the Colorado Rockies, who are a historically bad team. That's how bad that offense is. So you get one run, that's enough. You go through 6 innings and you allow just 2 hits. You've got a no-hitter flirtation for half of that outing. If you're Lance McCullers coming out of this game, are we to believe you're back? I imagine Lance, if you gave him truth serum right now, would say, "Oh, I'm still working on some things." But I think it is pretty impressive what he has put together since that awful start against the Cincinnati Reds. A 2.21 ERA over 20 1/3 innings since May 10th. Last night, 6 innings, 7 strikeouts, 2 hits, a walk, no runs earned in the game. The outing before, 12 strikeouts against the A's, who I get it. The A's, not that good of a team. They've at least at the beginning of the year, they were offensively decent. Seems to be coming back to earth. Are we to believe Lance McCullers is back? Back to being not the guy that we remember when he first came up with the filthy stuff, and you're wondering, is he like Steven Strasburg good? Not that, but is he back to being somebody that you look at as, this is my 3rd starter when he's healthy?
Yeah, like that's kind of where
he has to be that.
Where he's settled in. You know, like after the initial hype, he kind of, in between injuries, of course, like with all of Lance's stuff, you have to say, like, these are all kind of in short bursts of seasons either before or coming off of injuries. And then obviously the 3 years he's gone without pitching until this year. But I think for the most part, he's shown that he's a pretty good pitcher in Major League Baseball. Like I think you saying it right there, where can he be the number 3 starter? I think he's proven throughout his long track record that he can be a number 3 starter.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be on this team. And it's just a question of, do you buy the, I guess, 2.5 or whatever his ERA is outside that Reds game? Or do you think that this is him kind of feasting on the bums of the Major League Baseball as far as the lineups go? I lean kind of towards you're getting some awesome results because he's playing the Pirates and A's in the last 2 starts. I think he can be good, but I don't want to put too much on him.
I think it's probably more that, but I do think that he is putting together performances like this is huge, especially considering we touched on this. I want to say it was last week. Going forward, the Astros have one of the easiest schedules in baseball. And that means you're going to have more opportunities like this. Also, I mean, just think about it from this perspective. Just given all the injuries that they are dealing with, Lance McCullers has to believe that he's that guy again. And this is a good way to do it when you actually have results that look good.
Yeah.
Right. You're not saying after the game, "Oh, I thought I did all right after giving up a couple of home runs. Oh, I thought I did okay after a third of an inning pitch, giving up 10 runs." You know, and look, every pitcher does that. It's not just a Lance McCullers thing, but Lance has looked good the last couple of starts. It's been interesting to see some of the discourse online about Lance. I saw a specific account that I'm not a fan of had posted, Lance McCullers is giving Astros fans his all, knowing it looked bad when he mistook a sports bettor's threat for a fan. He should have known better. I've seen a lot of that out there.
What?
I know. Wait, I'm supposed to know that some rando who messaged me is from another country? Does make me think that it's perhaps this person who messaged him to what you were saying yesterday, Sean. This person might be from an English-speaking country primarily, and Lance saw that and he figured that it was an angry Astros fan on a Saturday instead of a drunk bettor in another country.
Well, it's also the person said that he was gonna, next time he sees them around town, he was gonna do something.
Yeah.
Like sorry, but that leads me to believe that you live in Houston, and the fact you are, like you point out every time we talk about this story, emotionally invested in a Saturday afternoon Reds Astros game in April or May. Like, the fact that you're invested in this and that you at least threaten that you'd see him in town, that would lead you to believe. I think this is a little defensiveness from this random Astros account.
Very bizarre. Not the only person to feel that way. There are some Astros fans out there that seem to want an apology, and I'm like, what does he need to apologize for? Like, you don't matter here.
Well,
sorry, you don't matter in this situation.
I'm sorry, but also you being like, it speaks to the guilty conscience that you probably have for what you've said about the Astros, where you're like, how dare you think I would send death threats? It's like, no one really thought it was going to be you who did it, but
right.
It's like,
but as a whole, the same fan base
how-
that has gone after everyone who questioned them during the cheating scandal. I mean, there needs to be a little self-reflection here, whether that was justified or not. And I don't think death threats are ever justified, especially threatening someone's family are ever justified. But there are a lot of people who came after all those who exposed the cheating scandal, which did happen, even if it wasn't the only one. That's the only argument I will allow. It does not justify doing it. We joke every now and then, at least they care so much that they tried to do it.
Yeah.
But it is weird, this idea, this entitlement from some Astros fans that Lance McCullers suggesting that I get that some fans are passionate and might be angry when I lose, but I don't know. When you bring my children into it, I don't like that kind of thing. The idea that he needs to apologize to anyone out there is effing Chris Broussarded. It is so damn stupid.
Yeah.
It really is. And that's what you are if you feel that way. It's a look in the mirror moment for you.
I was going to say,
hashtag be better.
I was going to say, it does speak to how people view Astros fans, that like we were just like, yeah, might have been an Astros fan, just pissed off in a May baseball game. Because guess what? After every time they lose, Astros fans are pissed off in May. It's like that you have to admit, if you're an Astros fan on Twitter, you're a pretty intense bunch.
Yeah.
I think that is not a controversial thing to say.
No, it's not.
So the idea that, again, Lance kind of like reflexively just called someone a fan in the post-game press conference after the death threats, like, I don't know if he actually meant like, this is probably Astros fan 247 that did that. Like, I don't think he actually put that much thought in it. I think he just said, who watches baseball games? Fans.
I gotta find the message that was sent to me on along these lines too. Way back in the day on the Twitch, they're asking me, hey, what about that guy that threatened to have their way with you after Chill Dog? And I was like, well, yeah, anywhere, anytime, let's go. I was trying to have a little bit of fun with that person asking, well, would you do it in public or a specific place? It didn't matter. It had been a while. It was the pandemic. You couldn't date anywhere, Need a little action. But to bring it back to this, all I'm trying to say here is that this idea that you are owed an apology because someone generalized a fan base that's known for being bags at times is laughable. And I can't believe that there's anyone that feels that way. Like Lance McCullers generalized us and painted us all with a broad brush. No, you guys paint yourselves with a broad brush. The few bad actors make you all seem bad. People don't want to like the Astros. So when a fan is a jabroni, they are going to lump you all in together as one bad entity.
Again, it is not like Lance McCullers went up there and was like, Astros fans need to chill. He literally just said the word fan. Like, he was just like, some fans out there get intense.
He just said exactly.
Like he didn't get on a soapbox and say, like, Astros fans start wagging the finger. He didn't even do that.
The sad thing is, too, and I just saw a couple of people text in from the 832, since baseball's an American product, they could theoretically ban him from American sports books. But, I mean, that's really all they could do. They could ban him from sports books, or they can ban him from attending a game. Like, I think that they actually banned recently a sports bettor who was heckling a sprinter. FanDuel banned Gabby Thomas after he posted a video of himself heckling Olympic gold medalist Gabby Thomas at a recent track event because he claimed it made his parlay win. He got banned. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Let's squeeze Chuck in here. Chuck, what's up?
Paul, what's going on?
Yo.
Stop it, girl, Sean. Hey, man, I just like to say, man, you're exactly right about Astro fans, man. I'm an Astro fan, but good Lord, I understand why he thought that. And another thing you said, man, this generation, you were talking about Scatabo, dude, if you're under 25, you only know history, including yourself, and that is it. They don't even get taught it, man. It's amazing. Just wanted to tell you, I love your show, Paul. Keep up.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate that. That is interesting. I've thought about being like, if like, say this doesn't work out. Someone said like, can't wait to see. Someone actually texted this in the last segment. Can't wait to see you at a Hyundai car dealership. Excuse me. At least be at a Nissan. But say things, you know, this industry ever changing. Say I'm going somewhere else. I do want to be a history teacher, but then I see like the lack of grasp of history by everyone. I'm like, could I do this?
No.
I think I would get too frustrated.
I'm sorry, Paul. I don't mean to like say that you can't do something.
You did say that just now.
But I don't think it's not the knowledge that
is it the patience?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't imagine you with like what age group are you imagining that you're teaching?
Good question.
Because there's no right answer for like, you know, I hope they're not a big hassle.
That's a good point.
Because like even high schoolers, it's like
middle schoolers too. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. All-time spin zone about why it might have been a good thing that the Houston Rockets didn't make it to the NBA Finals this year. And on top of that, the most insufferable story of the summer. It's here. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros took down the Pirates 3-0 last night. Technically, Lance McCullers outdueled Paul Skeens because McCullers got the win. Poor Paul Skeens. Just no offense from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Someone had asked earlier, where's Paul Skeens going to end up next? Quick answer for you. It's going to be between 3 places. Assuming that he stays with Livy Dunn. And honestly, how could you leave Livy Dunn? Strong, powerful, independent woman who just reinvented the game at Miami Swim Week with a split at the end of her runway walk. The Marlins will never be good. So,
Pirates.
as badly as she wants to go to Miami, I don't think that Paul Skeens would sign with the Marlins.
No, the Marlins and the Pirates are like the go-to teams for like this young superstar. Where is he going to get traded next?
Exactly. And Skeens is definitely at the top of that. So I would think either the Yankees, depends on how Livy feels about a mustache, I would think, although they're a little more open to different hairstyles now, or it's LA. I think it's LA. Livy, I would imagine, wants to graduate to the next level of stardom, perhaps a little acting. Why not? Hollywood. It's dying, but Hollywood. Still dying, but that is perhaps the next place, and the Dodgers clearly do not care. So what a bunch of the contracts they currently have on the books or off the books. Oh yeah, he's a Dodger.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, there's 4 teams that would pay him the money that he would command as the best player in baseball. So, or the best pitcher in baseball. So yeah, it's just teams that like would pay him. It would be Mets, Yankees, Dodgers. Then like maybe, I don't know, like the Phillies, maybe. Like there's really not that many teams that these high level stars like actually would go to or can go to, because every other team in baseball like doesn't pay anyone.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not like the NFL where it's like every team can pay the salary cap. It's like some teams, like if a pitcher is like, hey, I want to make $250 million, but I'm the best pitcher in baseball, 2/3 of the league is just like, cool, see it somewhere else.
You would think there would be one team out there, though, that would be like, F it. Let's just have this guy as our one attraction. One every 5 games. We're going to have different prices for those one of every 5 games.
Pittsburgh Pirates are that team right now, but they're not paying them. I get what you're saying. They're not paying them the whatever $30 million per year, $50 million per year that he could get.
Yeah.
Like the Astros don't do that. They have a high payroll, but they don't do that, you know?
Day One Donna asks, what about the Astros for Paul Skeens? Come on. No, that's not happening.
We're worried about keeping Hunter Brown. Are you kidding me? We're not even worried about keeping Fromberg because we know he's out. Hunter Brown, we're like, they probably already missed the boat on paying him.
Speaking of Hunter Brown, someone asked, did Jacob deGrom outduel Hunter Brown? I got such a short memory with baseball. I don't even remember when those guys pitched against one another. I remember complaining about the fact that, like, I don't like pitchers' duels.
Yeah, that was another, like,
did Brown pitch better than deGrom
2-hour
despite
game.
losing to deGrom? Like, I don't remember.
Yeah.
When did that happen? I don't.
Like
I don't even remember.
2 weeks ago.
There's too many games.
It is. That's the tough part. Is that was like.
Was that last year?
That was before Memorial Day weekend, so there's no chance.
There's that too. There's that too. Thank you. I have an out. I was off for a couple of days, so I just checked out, completely forgot about everything. Didn't even watch that Seattle series. Oh, Paul, why are you bragging about it? Because I'm honest. That's why. I cannot lie. George Washington probably lied at least once. When's the last time I lied? Except for that one time that you listened to me on the air and I was being sarcastic. Just that one time. Only happened once.
That one that you're thinking of right now.
That one that you're thinking of. That's the only time. It's my favorite part of The Godfather when Vito Corleone is meeting with all the 5 families. He's like, when have I ever broken a truce? Except that one time. It's like, whoa. What about the one time? Thinking of one time seems like it would be pretty good.
Yeah. We're talking about truces being broken.
Anyway, it is the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. I guess Paul Skeens is from Fullerton, California, so that's near LA. Maybe the Angels too. The Angels were the team that spends a ton of money on the one guy. Yeah.
I think it's also just a bummer to like be like this guy who's an awesome pitcher, but the second he gave up one run, knew he lost the game. And then be like, go to that crappy team.
Yeah,
go to that other crappy team.
Like Mike Trout should tell him, no, don't come here. Don't come here. You'll hate yourself.
Do the opposite of recruiting. Negative recruit your own team.
Trout probably regrets that contract. He might not say it publicly, but he must. I mean, Shohei got out. He's stuck.
Yeah, that is the downside to signing a
massive
15-year or no, just like 15-year deal.
Yeah,
it's like maybe you want to give yourself a couple outs in the middle.
713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. I felt so good not talking about CJ Stroud's shoulder in that segment, but CJ Stroud's shoulder, is it something to be concerned about? Also, the next time we hear from CJ Stroud, this is what I want to hear from him. What am I talking about? Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Astros get another game against the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight at 5:40 Central Time after last night's 3-0 win. Another good outing by Lance McCullers, 6 scoreless innings against, yes, one of the worst offenses in baseball. 7 strikeouts along the way, just 2 hits and a walk. Was working on a no-hitter for a notable enough time in that game, and he has been really good since that disastrous start against the Reds. He's going to need to keep doing this so that the Astros bullpen is not taxed to hell by the end of the year. And because this offense is just not putting enough runs across the plate. For those who don't know, I randomly did a bit of a deep dive on the Astros, and when they've been scoring runs, because it does feel like they've scored an inordinate amount of runs in the last couple of innings of a game, which is actually true. They are at their best from an OPS perspective from the 6th through 8th innings. They haven't played in every single 9th because there's been a lot of wins that they've had at home. But if you take a look at the Astros offensively, in the first inning, they are close to the bottom of baseball in just about every single major offensive statistic that matters. In terms of runs scored, dead last. In terms of OPS, dead last. And in terms of batting average, they're towards the bottom, not dead last, but 25th. Batting .227, OPS of .568, and 15 runs scored in the first inning. That is bizarre because you would think that would be a good inning considering that's the top of the lineup. Alas, it ain't. So hopefully they'll be able to get some runs across the plate tonight. They won't have to do much against a Pittsburgh Pirates offense that the first inning through 9th inning blows. They stink offensively. There's a reason Paul Skeens was like, well, this game's over. But tonight, the Astros have a chance to, at the very least, maintain their lead in the American League West, which they run with Ryan Gusto on the hill. Ryan Gusto at least seems sort of capable of going 5 innings.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right.
Of all the guys who are filling in right now, he does seem all right. Now, has he gone 5 innings over the last few starts he's had?
He had a terrible one, I know.
No, it's been a while. But Royals, yes, he only lasted 2 1/3 against the Royals. Against the Mariners, he lasted 4 1/3. He gave up 2 home runs in that one. And against the Rays, he lasted 3 2/3, and he really fought to get through there.
To me, this is why Lance McCullers being, I don't want to say like being rejuvenated, but you know, what you've gotten out of Lance McCullers, that's why it's so huge, is that it's even less the high strikeout totals and the lack of runs. It's also like the last 2 starts, he's gone 6 innings. You know, like that is just for what the Astros need out of their third starter. Like that by itself is pretty big. Right. It's just he can go 6 innings.
Because they think Ryan Gusto can. They like Ryan Gusto's talent.
Yeah, it's hard to ask any of these Space Cowboys that are in the rotation to like, hey, you know, you better give us some innings today. It's like he's just trying to get outs. Yeah. You know, he like, and I'm not even really holding against him because they're the 4th and 5th starters on this team where, like, honestly, they shouldn't be the 5th starters. So
no, they shouldn't.
They're being asked a lot. They're, I guess, keeping their head above water slightly. Like they're not obviously not ready for it, but you just have to have such low expectations when you have a Gusto or who's the
Colton Gordon?
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 first names.
Brandon Walter is the other one.
Other 2 first names.
I also confused with Barstool Sports. Brandon Walker, which goes to show you how
anonymous
this pitcher is. No offense to this guy. We are not gonna Joe George Blair Henley again.
Yeah, I mean, I did just call them the Space Cowboys. Like they're collectively the Space Cowboys.
AJ Bluebaugh, don't forget.
Exactly, just all of them. But yeah, that's why. I mean, I'm sorry, Ryan Gusto, that I turned your plight into a compliment for Lance McCullers.
But it is a big one. He's on the hill tonight we're not even 100% sure if it's Gusto or Gusto, because you watch the Astros broadcasts, you might maybe watch it on mute with someone like Gusto on the hill. And maybe watch something else on your bigger TV in your room. Anyway, hey, guys, yeah, that's the most insufferable story of the summer. And it's not going anywhere. I'm, of course, talking about the health of CJ Stroud, specifically a pectoral injury that became a shoulder injury, I guess, over the course of the last week. The Texans are giving us absolutely nothing on that front. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday at Texans voluntary OTAs after CJ Stroud, for yet another media-attended practice, did not throw passes, though he was wearing a helmet, a red jersey, and handing the ball off.
First off, I know everybody's going to ask, first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. For CJ, it'll be, like I said, he has general soreness, and we're just taking extra precaution with him. When he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
Do you have any work on his shoulder in the offseason?
That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not going to rush him into anything. He'll be fine. When the moment is for him to be ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
I wonder how D'Amico feels about this going forward, because he's going to keep getting asked about this. I think there's another media availability next week, and then after that, it's just a long dead period until training camp. You would think that they're going to make CJ Stroud available again. And I feel like what they got to do is they got to have Stroud, if they want people to stop talking about this and stop panicking about this and second guessing them, they're going to have Stroud talk and just maybe lie. I'm annoyed by the story. I get why it's a story. Don't get me wrong. I'm just annoyed by it. I'm not concerned about it. I'm not letting other people make me concerned about it. I will be concerned about it when we come back to this in training camp, or when we come back to this at the start of the regular season. I feel like I can only, this NFL offseason, we will talk a lot of NFL this offseason, but there's only so much I can say right now. They have new receivers. Hopefully they're good. They have new offensive linemen. Hopefully they're good. They have a new offensive coordinator. Hopefully he's good. They have a new offensive line coach. Hopefully he's good. To me, these are far more pressing questions than whether or not CJ Stroud is going to be good to go by the start of the year or playing at an 100% level.
Yeah, there's a lot of new in this Texans offense, and CJ Stroud not being there to, I guess, build chemistry. That to me is something I start to worry about when training camp starts. That is not a mini camp problem to me, because this is glorified walkthroughs. It is position drills. It is like very bare bones level football.
They're installing a new offense with their new offensive coordinator and with a bunch of young players out there. This is really about more these guys getting the basics done and also practicing with the intensity that the head coach and the veterans are looking for and have been trying to embody. That's really it when it comes to this time of year. As far as the chemistry stuff that you mentioned, Sean, the only chemistry between the offensive lineman and Stroud that's going to matter at this point is figuring out Stroud's cadence. And for anyone who's known NFL history long enough, you'd know that all you need is a tape cassette to record audio, to go John Randall and figure out what a snap count sounds like, how it will sound, so I can get used to it on specific snap counts. And then as far as other things that Stroud can get a little bit more in tune with, I mean, it probably, with his shoulder issue being an issue right now, they probably would not want him to work out privately with some of the young wide receivers and some of the veteran wide receivers. But I'm assuming that will happen between now and then, given that there are two rookie receivers who probably want to have the biggest impact they possibly can their rookie season, especially considering the fact that due to the injury to Tank Dell, there is definitely a void after the second wide receiver spot. But between Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, I mean, you got a pretty damn good one too.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We will see. I'm just not concerned, and I'm not going to allow people to scare me into being concerned. And I don't think that you need to be concerned. And that's what the whole talk is like. There's people saying you don't need to be concerned, and there's people saying you need to be concerned. Take your pick. Honestly, it's more, I just want to table this until it actually matters. Right now, it could matter down the road, but as a master procrastinator, it doesn't really matter that much to me.
No, I agree, especially, again, because it's minicamp. Like, if this was
not even minicamp yet, we're at OTAs. It's voluntary attendance. Minicamp is mandatory. That's next week.
True.
That's next week.
Like, they're not, even if you want to talk about like CJ Stroud's role in identifying protections and stuff, they're not going against the defense. Like, they're not actually doing 11 on 11. Like, there's just so little, not so little going on, not to minimize the work that they're doing, because there is some level of like the attitude that they bring. And D'Amico Ryans talked about that with the offensive line, how he loved that. But it's just, it's low stakes right now. What you're missing is pretty low stakes stuff that you can definitely catch up on.
The only way to make this conversation interesting, Sean, is if we put together a list of guests and we just bring in people, you know? And I do think at some point this summer we will be bringing in some people because there might be some slow days. So we have a list of people we're thinking about. You know,
potential guests.
Potential. I need to talk to somebody else because I'm too uncreative to think of anything on this day. Right?
Yeah.
We need people like that. So like I got a list.
Checking it twice.
Gonna find out who's got hot takes or whose takes are ice.
Whoa.
Damn.
Is that off the top of your head?
It was off the top of my
impressive.
head. So yeah, we'll put together a list. I mean, maybe that could be it. Ask along anything. 713-780-3776 to call to text. We'll talk about that on Friday, but also like who should the Paul Gallant Show have on?
And should one of the like standing questions be like, are you panicked about CJ Stroud's shoulder?
Oh, that's the first question. And if
how worried are you?
If you give us the wrong answer, we'll kick you out.
Segment's over.
Like
later.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, he's got a podcast.
Yeah.
He's got some product. All right. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. What is washed in the world of sports? It's Washed Watch Wednesday. And if you want to weigh in on Lance McCullers, is he back? CJ Stroud's shoulder. Are you concerned? You also can, because it's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at Rise. RIIZE Health.com. Rise is reinventing the game when it comes to you getting back in the game. I'm talking about pants tense, folks. You want to get it back up, right? Well, the Rise Health Red Max strips are your fast track to peak performance. So we're talking about a peak, all right. These revolutionary dissolving strips have sildenafil, tadalafil, oxytocin for harder, longer-lasting results in minutes. What's in them? This is in like a condom-sized packet. It's discreet. You can easily put this under your tongue. You don't need water. You don't need a pill or anything like that. You don't need a full stomach. You get this stuff, and in 5 minutes, you're going to be good to go. And no one's going to know. That's the best part. All you got to do is go to risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com. You enter promo code 975 after talking to a board-certified physician for about 5 minutes or so. And guess what? You're going to get 20% off your first order. It's worth it, guys. If you want to get back in the game and you want to do it with something that's really going to get you up in the game, risehealth.com. Promo code 975. Your eyes up, rise up, your eyes up with risehealth.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's podcasting season. We will be bringing back a staple segment from last summer, the John Wall Memorial Athlete Podcasting Games, where we play clips from athlete podcasts during the slowest time of year and react to some of what they had to say. One of those podcasts is called, and I didn't know this, The Draymond Green Show with Baron Davis. That's the whole title, but it's with Baron Davis.
I don't like that. I don't like that for Baron Davis. Come on.
Well, they're trying to make him more likable, Draymond, so they have to put in with Baron Davis. So the logo says DGBD in a different font.
That's disrespectful to Baron Davis to me. That it's the Draymond Green Show.
It should be Draymond and Baron.
Yes.
DB. DB?
DB?
Yeah, what does that stand for? Defensive back? Douche.
Oh.
Bag. Could be either. Listen, no, there might be kids in the car. Sorry for that language. Just a moment ago.
It's
DB.
the summer.
Yeah, it's the summer. We got to not say the DB though. We got to stop there. We got to stop in our tracks. Didn't have to press the dump button though. So how about that? The Draymond Green Show with Baron Davis. Draymond Green said this. We don't need to play the clip. We don't need to play it. But this is good news for the Houston Rockets. Making it to the NBA Finals is great. But if you don't win, it's almost worse. You might as well have lost in the first round. So, losing in the first round, it's just like losing in the NBA Finals. How about the Houston Rockets?
Equals.
Ahead of schedule.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Draymond. We'll play that clip. I think Friday is when we're going to bring it back officially.
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of ones in the holster. We got Paul George takes. We got Tyreek Hill and Antonio Brown on a podcast together.
I was going to say, we even had like an unofficial one for the New York Giants because it was in the NFL segment. It was Russell Wilson on Carmelo Anthony's podcast.
Yeah.
It was Cam Scatterbo on the St. Brown Brothers podcast.
That's true. That's it. That one seems like a good show, though. The St. Brown podcast.
Yes. And then Kayvon Thibodeau was with Kevin Hart. Like, all these are just from off-season. Like, right now is prime off-season podcasting. So the committee has convened. We will be taking suggestions and accumulating, hopefully, to get a solid 1, 2, 3 for Fridays going forward.
I think it'll be
till football season starts.
Yeah, exactly. Again,
it's like 2 months of this.
We are scraping the bottom. At least we find fun new stuff.
Yeah,
because and
some of it is funny. Some of it is funny. It's not like worth, I'd say, hour of listening to.
Some of it's just so bad.
It's good.
That it's good, but we want to make you aware of the fact that we're so good that we're not that bad.
Exactly. We might not have played in the league, but man, we're good at this, huh? At least better.
We hope.
Please
confirm.
Except for the St. Brown.
All right, it's time for Washed Watch. The Orlando Magic released uniforms that are a throwback to their Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway days. It's the pinstripe jerseys, the same jerseys that they wore against the Houston Rockets in the NBA Finals, which has me thinking this. The current uniforms for the Houston Rockets are officially washed. It's been nearly 30 years since they were rocking the ketchup and mustards. Let's bring back the ketchup and mustards. Let's bring them back. You won back-to-back titles with those uniforms, and you don't even wear them. You don't even wear them as a throwback. You have the Clutch City jerseys, but it's red and black. It's the same font as those teams, but can we bring back the iconic Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler, Big Shot Bob, Mario Ellie, Vernon Maxwell for one of the years.
Sam Cassell.
Matt
Bullard.
Ooh, throwing in Matt Bullard there.
I felt like we're naming everyone on the team.
There's someone I missed.
Otis Thorpe.
Ooh, that's a good one. I mean,
on one of them. Yeah.
There's lots of great players who played for those teams. They won back-to-back titles, and you haven't won those uniforms since. Coincidence? Possibly.
I mean, again, imagine the timing in which they changed those uniforms. If a team did that today, where they won back-to-back titles and then changed their uniforms into like cartoony pajama-looking pinstripes, like where they have a rocket taking off on their court. Like people will be like, what the hell just happened to this team that won back-to-back titles? That's something that the Rockets did in the late 90s.
They did.
I do think it's time at least to go back to some sort of influence in it, because the Magic one, like, they're a little bit different than the 95 jerseys, but they're like, obviously that is what they're going for.
Yeah, and
I
the
agree.
pinstripes are cool. It's a good look. Their alternate uniform sucks, but the two main ones are good. They're good though. But
I see what they're doing. But
yeah, exactly. Listen, nostalgia sells. It's so weird that we've all gone away from nostalgia.
We're just circling back to, it used to be 80s nostalgia. Now it's 90s and 2000s nostalgia.
Yep.
Like, where it's just a cycle.
It is. Magnus Carlsen, Norwegian Grand Chess Master, has, I guess, lost multiple times in the last couple of days. And in losing one of those matches, he slammed on the table and he looked like a bitch. Again, he's a chess player. So, I mean, what chess player doesn't look like that? But Magnus Carlsen washed. Some are calling it the biggest blunder of his career.
What?
Because he slammed the table after he lost and no one knew that he lost.
Oh, wait, the slamming of the table
Broke
is the
the
blunder?
unwritten rules of chess by slamming the table.
Oh, I thought
For
whatever
something.
caused him to lose was the blunder. Being like, oh, forgot you had a rook there.
I'm Googling something. Continue, Sean.
Okay. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, great name. Feel like you should be a strongman or a tackle for the Wisconsin Badgers, but I'll take Grandmaster of Chess. How many times do you have to lose before you're no longer a Grandmaster? Because I think 2 times in a week, like, the committee is at least looking at it, right?
Yeah. Huh.
I also
don't
thought
know.
you were going to say Grand Wizard.
Once, right? Yeah, I know. I was like, Grandmaster sounds. Oh, it's Grand Wizard.
Yes, actually, there should be one Grandmaster.
Yeah, just one.
It should be like the title belt.
You lose it once and no one has it. Yeah, it should be like a Yankees captaincy. Like, it's not always given out.
Today, we just don't have one. Sorry.
The thing I Googled was, is Magnus Carlsen the beads guy? Because that's my knowledge of chess.
Oh, yeah. He's involved, right?
Hans Niemann is the beads guy.
Okay.
He was allegedly using vibrator beads to communicate with a co-conspirator and cheat.
But he was cheating against Magnus Carlsen, right? I don't know if
yes,
that's true.
You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
I was like, he was involved in the story. I've heard this guy's name before, and I can't imagine any other context where I would know a chess player's name.
I guess he talked about it in February on Joe Rogan. Magnus Carlsen talked about Neiman and the beads story. Washed Watch continues. Autograph hounds. I mean, they've been washed.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what kind of loser are you if you're going to a Pawtucket Red Sox game or a Portland Sea Dogs game?
God.
And Roman Anthony, their mega prospect, is so concerned about all the autograph hawkers that they hid him in a laundry cart and wheeled him out to a team bus to avoid said autograph hounds.
Oh, let's see.
This went viral online.
I saw autograph hounds hiding in laundry, and I thought they were hiding in laundry.
No.
They had to hide them.
They had
like,
to.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they had to hide this guy.
Like what they do with, like, pop stars and stuff. where they're
Yeah,
oh,
like Taylor Swift is going into the arena.
That's
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That is insane. So yeah, that they've always been washed. I'm sorry.
How good is this guy to be worth it? Like,
Dude,
no,
he hasn't
I'm
even
sure he's
played. He might suck. It's Boston. There's a very good chance he comes up and sucks. He's the number one prospect, but it is Boston. You know, like a lot of guys can't handle the unnecessary amount of attention that's given to the Boston Red Sox. Although less is given to them these days. Might be a little softer than it's been in years past. Our coaching handshakes at the end of a series between NHL teams washed because Carolina Hurricanes coach Rod Brindamore said he was surprised when Florida Panthers coach Paul Maurice asked him not to participate in their series-ending handshake line last week because Paul Maurice believes it should be just for the players, and he thinks coaches started doing that because they wanted to be in on the cameras. Paul Maurice first was a coach of the Hartford Whalers back in 1995. He shares my first and middle name with my his first and last name. My name is Paul Maurice Gallant. In case you didn't know, my middle name is Maurice. Yes, very cool. I kind of like this actually. It is weird that the coaches are a part of it. I mean, they're not out there
competing
at all.
I think it should be optional for the coaches if they want to. If they're two coaches that respect each other, or whatever. I'm not saying they shouldn't shake each other's hands, but yeah, I started off being ready to be against Paul Maurice, like I am in most things. Normally, it's a different Paul Maurice.
Whoa.
But this, I think as I learn more about his stance, I'm pro.
I like it.
I'm pro this. Hey, a lot of these coaches are being look at me shaking hands. I'm good leaving it with the players.
The handshake line is very, very cool. I think that every sport should do it, honestly, but I get that they don't.
Yeah, the problem is it's like a little league. It's hard to institute it because it becomes a little too all right, everyone line up on the 50 and shake each other's hands.
The funny thing is though, it shouldn't be little league. I get what you're saying, like herding the cats together at a young age.
You just
do
stop doing it at a certain point.
Right, you shouldn't. I don't know. I mean, I suppose when every single level of sport that I've played, at the end of a game, you did handshakes with the other team. Maybe it just stops at the professional level.
No, it stops in college. Like college teams don't do it.
Yeah, you might get. Well, that's true because Coach K might ruin it.
Yeah, he might lecture
you,
Dylan Brooks. Yeah.
Anyway, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. A watched Wednesday is complete. We watched, and now we're on to the last segment because we didn't wash it all because there's a little thing called garbage time stuck in the corner. Last chance to dance is next. Stay put.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. Listen, I'm already tired of the discourse about CJ Stroud's shoulder because I know that since it will be during the trying times of the summer, a story until it's not. I'm just shuddering thinking of finding of different ways to talk about it every single day. But you know what? You know what? Maybe we will be able to do this. Maybe we will. I was just talking with the Killer Bees during the commercial break, and Jeremy Branham and I had a back and forth before today's show talking about this story because some are correct to point out this is definitely a story. I just don't want it to be a story that is the entire focal point of my show for the next couple of weeks, you know? But we got it. We got it. So if people could come up with different angles on this story going forward, this could be a way that we keep talking about it. So we might need some help from you on the most interactive sports talk show in town. It is Tinfoil Hat Thursday tomorrow, so that could be how we talk about it tomorrow. Just come up with your best conspiracy theories as to why CJ Stroud is not throwing at Texans OTAs, but he is there and he's handing the ball off and there's no sling. But here's a really interesting point brought up by Big Sarge Sports, who covers the Texans and Rockets for Big Sarge Media. We talk a little bit. I like him. I want this to be real so bad. He said this. I had a conversation with a source on Tuesday pertaining to quarterback CJ Stroud and him not throwing at OTAs and how it could be general soreness, but also an evaluation for Davis Mills. Is there a chance we're going to get a white quarterback again? It's about damn time. It's about damn time.
Too long. It's been too long.
It's been way too long. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, the last white quarterback going into the year other than Davis Mills was Brock Osweiler, and he made you want to kill yourself, Paul. And that might be true. But listen, I feel persecuted like a minority here in this city of Houston, Texas, where I am a minority. That's right. I am a minority. I don't feel represented. Now I know how all those people felt watching those Marvel movies until Black Panther came out. I know it feels watching this quarterback under center, and then I'm thinking to myself, when is someone like me gonna get a chance to play quarterback again? When's that gonna happen? All right. So that could be it. This could be part of the reason Stroud's off to the side is because they're getting an evaluation in for Davis Mills. Yeehaw! Getting the Stanford man under center. Hell yeah. Talk about work ethic, talk about intangibles, you talk about little things. Think a boy from Stanford ain't gonna do that? Yeah. Let's go.
So unrelatable, like a 6'4" guy from Stanford.
Anyway, I like that. If we could bring little tidbits, tinfoil hat conspiracies as to why it's not Stroud right now, that have nothing to do with an injury that we cannot get any more information on because the Texans are going to be cagey about it and HIPAA, all that stuff. This is a way to do it. Anyway, time for a little garbage time before we GTFO. Wake Forest's baseball coach was caught on camera calling someone the other F-bomb during a college baseball regional game against Tennessee. His name is Tom Walter. He apologized. It's a very strange apology that he wrote for this. You would think that you'd write an apology that felt heartfelt, even if you don't 100% believe it. I am very sorry for my outburst and frustration last night. and I recognize the hurt and disappointment it has caused. I have seen the videos, and while I do not remember the specific moment clearly, that language doesn't reflect my values or the standards of this program. Regardless, I own the consequences, and I apologize to the University of Tennessee, to Wake Forest, and the SEC and ACC.
Both conferences. Thank you.
They needed that apology.
Yeah, the ACC was like, thank God you apologized.
Unbelievable. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before. The statement apology, just like immediately, I don't believe you're serious.
Not in front of a camera.
Yeah, people video themselves doing whatever. All right, just like if anything happens, you have Ryan Clark and you have Emmanuel Acho putting a camera in their face and talking about it for 3 straight minutes. If you actually feel sorry about something, like, you can just pull out your phone and record it.
Yeah.
When it's a typed out statement, I get that it's probably manicured by PR, which also speaks to maybe you don't actually mean it.
Written statement apology, bottom. Spoken statement, but looks like you're reading, middle.
Yeah.
From the heart apology, best.
Yeah.
Even if you did rehearse it before you do it.
Yeah. Even just going through the motions is more than this. Also, crazy thing to call an opposing baseball player just as he's walking up, just been like, look at this.
He did have a lot of face paint on.
Is that why?
I don't know, but like, seeing that person, I would have been annoyed.
Like, well,
he was taking his sweet time to get into the batter's box. Now, he did it a home run right after he said that. So
that's gotta suck.
That makes it even worse. I'm not justifying what he said. All I'm saying is that's pretty tame as far as dugouts and locker rooms go. But got to be mindful these days. There are cameras everywhere. And that's a word you shouldn't say in public. It's not. Anyway.
Should you say it in private, Paul?
I have no comment on the matter. I have no comment on the matter.
I just thought it was interesting.
Listen, I regularly get called that word. But I don't mind it that much, but I do understand how there are some people who get mad about it. I actually had a conversation with a gay friend the other day, and I asked him, how do you feel about the word? And he says, like, well, it is a kind of funny word. And I was like, damn it, you're not helping me out here. Because now it seems like that word and another word are back, if you will. But listen, you ain't going to catch me saying it in public. Not in public. Behind closed doors with a friend in a well-timed situation? I don't know, Jim. I don't know. But that's where we're at. And you got to know better when you are definitely on national TV and you work at an institution. Like, you got to know better. And if you want people to believe your apology, you actually have to give a good apology. This was a half-assed apology. So there you go. A little garbage time before we get out of here. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who joined the show. You missed any of it, you can check it out on the podcast, Apple Podcasts, and on Spotify. For all our listeners, our texters, callers, Twitchers, and YouTubers, and Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Brian's already annoyed. Already throwing up his hands in frustration back there.
Uh-oh.
But it's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Beast on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What do you think frustrated Brian?
He was looking to pull audio that didn't come up.
I don't think he pulls audio on that computer, though. I'm going to go automation didn't fire off.
No, nothing's automated during this time of the day. I thought the graphic for the show was ready, but it was not.
I thought there was a delay in the premiere of the next Jason Statham movie.
No. I mean, God, no. That'd be a national emergency.
That would be more than hands up, right?
I just had to add Jeremy's camera to the graphic and change that.
Nobody wants to miss that.
No, we got to have your beautiful face.
You got to give the people what they want. Looks like it's going to rain again.
It's supposed to.
Where did that come from?
You didn't drive in any?
No.
I drove in and it was periodic coming down.
It looked like it was more on your side of town than my side of town.
The weather report last night said if you didn't get it in the morning, you're supposed to be getting rain and thunderstorms this afternoon.
That's what she said.
That's why I said rain and thunderstorms on the second part of that.
What was I going to say to Brian? Oh, have you I know you don't watch the show. Apple TV. Do you have Apple TV, Brian?
I don't actually.
Okay. There's that new show with Rogan, and it's like about like Hollywood and stuff. It's pretty good. It's okay. I say pretty good. It's like a 6. Like it's decent television. It's kind of like Entourage meets Curb,
so
but not as funny as Curb.
It's a scripted show, not like a
scripted.
Okay.
It's not bad. I can't remember what they call it. The some Hollywood term. It's not bad. I would recommend it. I think it's like the equivalent of Ted Lasso. Like, it's worth watching. It's not amazing, but it's worth watching. Anyways, lots to get to today. Kelly Iko covers the NBA, covers the Rockets for The Athletic. He'll be joining us at 3:30. Do we want to call Stroud Shoulder Gate? Like, do we have a cool name for this whenever we talk about it? Because we're going to talk about it every day.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it every day until he throws the football a little oomph on it.
Workshop a little bit.
Yeah, we've Strouder. Stroud. Maybe whenever Gruden said Shredd'em Stroud, he was talking about his shoulder being shredded.
That would be unfortunate.
Gruden, Shredd'em Stroud. It's his shoulder. It's shredded in pieces.
Head and shoulder?
That's not good.
No.
Okay. We can workshop. 713-780-3776. Whoever comes up with the best name for this saga, this Stroud Gate, this shoulder gate, we'll just call it that for the rest of our lives and beat it to death. Beat it into Bolivia. We'll do with the nickname that you come up with. We'll get into some Astros here in a moment. Lance McCullers really good. And then, we have to talk Texans from time to time. Anyways, Astros-Pirates game 1. How about Lance McCullers Jr. in 2025 out-dueling the phenom Paul Dunn?
Did not expect it. Did not expect it at all. And I'm getting closer to coming around on Lance McCullers. Now, I had some conversations with some buddies. They're like, yeah, but it's the Pirates lineup. It's still a major league lineup. We talk all the time about guys that struggle in the minor leagues and 4A pitchers and all these other things. This coming off 12 strikeouts, shut out a Major League Baseball team, had 7 punchies. What?
Major League Baseball team.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But at the same time, though, you're dueling a guy that any hiccup, any run that night is probably going to cost you the game. And he goes deeper into the game. He gives you a shutout. I'm getting closer. If I see one more good start in his next start, and he keeps this kind of stuff up, I'm gonna have to turn the corner, and I'm gonna have to give him the praise and the love that I believe he's back, because that was impressive last night. I did not see that one coming.
You sounded like a father giving an authoritative lesson to their kid. If he gives me one more start, I tell you what.
I might.
Or what?
I'm not going over a 5 just yet, but the meter is going up in terms of me being impressed and loving Lance McCullers.
Yeah. The Pirates, whenever people were texting us the other day, like the Oakland A's, they're 4A team, they're no good. Whenever McCullers punched out 12, the Oakland A's are about league average offensively. Mm-hmm. And if you strike out 12 against a league average offense, that's phenomenal. That is incredible. I won't defend the Pirates as much as I defended the A's. The Pirates are like one of the bottom 3-5 teams in all of baseball when it comes to their offense. That lineup's a joke. I didn't realize Andrew McCutchen was still playing baseball.
Yep.
Didn't realize Andrew McCutchen was still playing baseball. Andrew McCutchen was still playing baseball. So I won't defend the Pirates offense like I defended the Athletics offense, but I will say this. 2 months ago, Lance McCullers was being roughed up by the Frisco Rough Riders.
Yep.
So if you're doing this with a team in Major League Baseball, even one of the worst offensive teams in Major League Baseball, considering what he's been through, all of that, no, I have to tip my cap to Lance McCullers. It's a fantastic ride. And where he's at, that we'll talk about that certainly. But to Brian's point yesterday about the starting pitching depth and stuff like that, Lance McCullers is my current number 3. And I hate that conversation because they all make one trip through the rotation. They pitch every 5th game. But bullet to my head, if I had to rank the Astros starters on who I have the most confidence in winning me a baseball game, all things being equal, I have Lance McCullers ahead of Gordon and Gusto.
Easily. And because of the fact that Eric Getty's not in the conversation, you don't know when he'll be back. This is the shot in the arm that this team needed, because we talked about breaking down the last series and going, well, when Framber or Hunter Brown's on the mound, you got a hell of a chance to win. And if they're not, you got a hell of a chance to get blown out because you don't have a lot of trust in the guys. And I do believe that Colton Gordon is good. He's decent, and I think that he's going to get better. I like what he's been able to do so far. He does give up some hits, but I think he's all right. Gusto's been a crapshoot, and I don't have a lot of confidence in him. And you can go down the line from there with whatever your favorite spacer is. But I'm going to say that right now there's no doubt that Lance is my 3. And I'm getting more confidence that when he takes the mound, I got a pretty good chance to win.
Yeah. Gusto pitches tonight against the Buckaroos. This is a good get-right game. If we're on the fence about who Ryan Gusto is in this rotation, in this pitching staff, then he pitches well against the Pirates tonight. He needs a good start because the momentum with him is going the wrong way. I think he's better than his last 3 or 4 outings, but I feel like this is it's not a must-win game, but I do feel like it's a get-right game for him and that he needs to pitch well to change the momentum of his season. I actually think tonight's a big night for Ryan Gusto because this is a lineup that he should pitch well against. This is a lineup where you get through 5-6 innings, you give up 2 or 3 runs.
And that's irregardless of what the other starting pitcher's capable of doing against you, because he's not Paul Skeens, but their starting pitcher's got an ERA north of 6.5, 7. So you should be able to take advantage of that too.
I'm just looking at it. It was up in front of me.
Yeah. So, I mean, from that perspective alone, it's a big start for Gusto to prove that he belongs, but it's also a get-right game no matter what, because you should have a pretty damn good chance to put up a lot of runs.
Yeah, sure. But I think it's bigger for Gusto than it is the Astro offense. It's the second game of the series. You won game 1 yesterday. You have some wiggle room. Obviously, you'd rather not lose a game ever. But it's a bigger game for Ryan Gusto than it is for the Houston Astro offense. Not disagreeing with anything that you were saying. I think that there's only really 4 things to talk about, as foundational pieces from yesterday's game. The Lance McCullers thing. It had almost been 1,000 days between his victories.
It's crazy.
That's nuts.
He has 50 wins now in Major League Baseball.
Does that seem
50,
low to you?
It seems low because I would just think that when he was good and the years he was good, I just thought that the combination of the couple of years there, he could have gotten already close to that. But that kind of hit me. I was like, damn, he's only got 50 wins. I mean, next thing you know, Keith's going to be telling us he's going to win 300.
Obviously, the injuries are probably the key reason there. But the other reason, he doesn't go deep into games.
Yeah.
He's a guy who gets lifted after 6. Him going beyond 6 innings isn't that often. So he hasn't factored in a ton of decisions. He's only factored in 83 decisions in his entire career. He just does. If you don't go deep into games, you're going to have a difficult time factoring in the decisions. Guess his career high in wins.
His career high in wins in a season, 11.
Okay, it's close. 13. I'm surprised you said 11, considering you're
surprised
he had 50.
I'm now basing it off the fact that I know that he only has 50.
The math you had.
Yeah.
How many times do you think he's had double-digit wins in a year?
3.
Twice. Okay. He had 13 and 21. He had 10 and 18, and that's it. Even the year he went to the All-Star game, he only had 7 wins, but he got hurt later in that year. 713-780-ESPN, your thoughts on the Astros game yesterday. Now, I did watch the end of the Mariners game. Thank you, Screech. Mariners lost. Astros are in first place.
Yes, they are.
Astros are first place in the American League West. Do we want to throw a party on June 4th and celebrate?
No.
A lot of teams do. Mariners would be celebrating if they have a May 31st lead in the AL West.
No.
Not the Astros. We've been here before. Not the Astros, but the Astros back in first place.
Did you see, and it kind of ticked me off that I was getting ready. I was laying in bed watching TV, and MLB Network has the split screens for the games that are still going on late night. So I was watching the Mariners-Orioles game, and the Orioles put a couple runs on the board. And the final out that George Kirby got, he took a 103-mile-an-hour fastball off his cheek. And I was like,
did he really?
Yeah. And I looked at it, and I was like, wait a minute. And they went to break. So they go to the other games and they re-scramble the screen, and they never went back to it, and they never mentioned it. So I had to get online going, timeout. What the hell just happened? And the manager actually has to put his arm around him and help him come down the dugout stairs, and he's got some blood in the corner of his mouth. But I looked at it twice, and I was like, did that hit him?
Oh, I thought you'd been his booty cheek.
No.
I was like, why is he
right
bleeding
off
from the
his
lip?
face, and it literally ricocheted from his face to first base, and the first baseman fielded the ball and ran over and tagged first. I was like, wait, did that ball hit him in the – and then they went to commercial break.
I was about to say there's not a whole lot of cheek on that, George Kirby. You meant the face cheek.
No, yeah, hit him right in the grill.
I hadn't heard about that.
It was nasty.
Yeah, he's okay?
Evidently, he's okay. They took him out of the game. I haven't seen a further report, but that was it after 5 innings, and they were losing 3-1 when he came out. But, man, he literally took a shot right to the grill that went right to the first baseman.
Poor guy.
It was nasty.
Yeah, that's rough. Bullpen was very good. How about Sean Dubin having the 7th inning instead of Brian King?
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to read into that one, but yeah, okay, for one night. Let's see how long that lasts. I do like the fact that and you're right though, in a 1-0 game, you still got that's where you got to come in and do your job. That I give him credit for doing it. I think he's been better than his last time around here. I still believe more in Brian King.
I mean, Dubin's only given up 1 run this year.
Yeah, he's been good. As I
said.
said.
Spotter was asked about it after the game. He said he liked Dubin against that pocket because it was right-handed heavy. He even though King has been good against righties, he thinks that Dubon's been so good against righties that he wanted Dubin to pitch the 7th instead of King in that spot. And I mean, Dubin's been really good. I think he has earned it. I think it depends on who's up in the 7th inning as to who we see going forward. Abreu solid, and then Josh Hader continues his torrid season. That guy's been so good this year.
So good.
This is who they paid for.
Yeah, and again, after a year where you can say he wasn't his best, and you can pick out some things last year, though he's still very good. This is what you signed up for. This is the guy that you wanted when Crane went out and decided to open up the checkbook, and he has been filthy, and he has done everything you've asked him to do, and that's been fantastic. The other thing for me that I really liked was the 2 guys that this is their first year here. But 2 guys that got the job done last night with the 2 home runs were 2 guys that you were heavily relying on coming into this season. Walker more so than Paredes. You're wondering when he's going to really get going. But both guys come up big last night, and I love to see that.
Yeah. We'll get to the offense on the other side. Lots to get to today. Kelly Eco at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk about Stroud-ageddon.
Saw that one. I like it.
Stroud-ageddon.
Not bad.
We're asking you, the Hive, because you're the most sophisticated listeners, even if you don't know who Jamie Moyer is. You're the most sophisticated listeners in the world. The sports radio listeners has some average intelligence. Not you. Not you. You are the smartest sports listeners ever. So we're leaving it up to you to come up with the nickname of this little Stroud shoulder injury, minor, major, whatever.
Stroud!
Gruden may be the leader in the clubhouse. Shred 'em, shoulder, Stroud. I like Stroud again. That's not bad either. We'll get to that. Offensive side, random musings that I had from this Astros game, too. I noticed some things that were quite interesting. Like, how do we feel about that Josh Hader, Brian King hunting commercial that they run a lot? Not even a commercial. It's just the preview to their bases loaded thing. Like, Brian and I were hanging around the ranch shooting a duck.
Ooh, I didn't see it.
Sounded a little romantic with Brian King and Josh Hader. Yeah, a little Brokeback Astro might be going on between a couple of lefties. I'm kidding. It is Pride Month in June. I'm kidding. It's a joke. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Thank goodness we have HR&P. Did you hear what I just said? But it's okay. I got HR&P in my life. They're going to take care of me. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. Used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect you and your business. Chris Fisher over there. Great people at HR&P. HR&P's been protecting the interests of businesses for 25 years, quarter of a century. They provide comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for you, whatever your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that. We use HR&P here, of course, with Gal. I have to talk to HR&P a lot. And they're always very helpful, very, very helpful. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525. Or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I'm a little disappointed, though. I haven't seen that Hater Brian King hunting thing. Bases loaded episode.
Yeah, I've been fast forwarding through the commercials.
You're not watching live these days?
I couldn't. We had practice for 3.5 hours last night.
Okay, next time you see it, be thinking of me.
I mean, I didn't even leave here yesterday till the game was over. That game was so quick.
He talks about the moment where they pulled the trigger to shoot different ducks at the same time.
Was it like a Lady in the Tramp situation?
I promise you.
And they're airing that as part of the promo?
Yes. I promise you. We pulled it. We had this moment where we pulled a trigger at the same time, and Hater said I kind of whiffed on the trigger and did it a second late. Yes. So they got in late at night, went to the ranch without sleeping, and then shot. I think it was a duck. It could have been. I'm pretty sure it was a duck. But they both shot it, and then he's like, "Yeah." And then we just spent the rest of the day hanging out on the ranch. I can't believe y'all haven't seen this.
Nope. I'll try to find the trailer, see if we can play it.
Yeah, it's funny. I have it on my. I have it on the DVR.
It sounds like it's a lot of things.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were that. You know, they've only been a teammate for a year,
right?
And they're spending all day together. What do you think they're? It's awesome. I love it. It's hilarious. I love that they have that bond. I'm a big advocate for team bonding. Turkeys. Turkeys said this texter said turkeys, not ducks. But I love you. You're very, very smart. Turkeys, not ducks, says the texter.
Pretty sure that the love you and pretty smart was your add-on.
Well, I mean, you text into our show. We're the ones who talk, so we can say whatever we want.
And I like the fact that you do that.
Blaine says it's turkeys, LOL. Okay, same thing. Like, my premise still staying. I got the foul wrong, but the premise still here. Don't lose sight of our main characters of this story.
Wrong foul, promos foul.
It's a rom-com. It's a rom-com without the com. It's a
com, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay,
as opposed to what?
I'm just asking a question.
I don't
clarifying for enunciation purposes.
Rom-com without the com. Hater and people have seen it. I mean, they know that it's turkeys and not ducks. Like they're very tight. Hater and Brian King.
Who knew?
They both throw from the left side, so like they share that in common.
Maybe they share gloves or glove oil.
They might. And they talk about all of these things while they're out in the ranch shooting turkeys.
Spider tack.
Oh man, it's good. Big up Lance says Israel. Hand clap emoji, hand clap emoji, hand clap emoji. So Israel again just continues to dispel a bunch of narratives that exist about them. Texture, it's the major leagues. Any team can beat you on any given night. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Now there's a better chance that it's somebody else besides the Pirates. Look, I'm not poo-pooing on Lance's start. The point was, whenever McCullers struck out a dozen Athletics the other day, people were texting us saying, "Oh, who cares? It's the Oakland A's. They stink." When they're actually about league average offensively. If you were going to compare these two starts and you were going to poo-poo on one team, you poo-poo on the Buckaroos because they're the worst offense of the two. But I agree with you, Texter. 100% agree. Like, you do this against any major league team, it is a good start, especially for Lance McCullers.
That's where I was going with it when we opened the show, just simply because of the fact that we've seen minor league starts where guys struggle. And yes, they say they're working on stuff, and of course they're trying to get back to their form, but they're still professionals. They're still paid hitters. And for this, from the standpoint of that and the fact that you're dueling one of the best in the game and you did your job really well, I give you thumbs up.
Yeah. Thumbs up for Cisco and Ebert. 2 thumbs up. 713-780-ESPN. We mentioned the pin. Now, you mentioned Christian Walker, the big home run off of Skeens, no less. Yes. I don't love the narrative of the whole Jose Abreu, like Christian Walker deal.
Okay.
Like, I think that's a bad take, a really bad take. Christian Walker's solid. Like, he hasn't been like $20 million a year type of guy that we thought we were going to get, but I feel like he's coming on a bit.
No, I do too. I think over the last couple of weeks, there's been signs that, you know, as much as we've seen it and people have mentioned it, that, you know, he's barreling up baseballs. He just was hitting them at people. They tried to use that narrative a little bit with Abreu, but other than that, like, we see him not getting blown away by just any chance of a fastball. Now, he does strike out a lot, but I think that he can catch up, and you've looked up the bat speeds and everything else. He still has bat speed. He doesn't look like, no matter what you're trying to do to stick up for him, that there's no chance he's going to find it. We've heard the stories over and over on the telecast of everybody saying he's going to figure it out. But at least when we watch the games, and if you watch them as much as we do, you see the fact that he's a capable major league hitter that probably is going to figure it out. And he's had a couple of walk-offs, and he's got a little pop, and I think it is coming around.
So people like to compare him to Abreu. Abreu, his first season with the Astros through June 3rd, 213 average, 537 OPS. All right. Christian Walker through June 3rd, his first year of the Astros, 212 average. It's actually 1 point below Jose Abreu, but the OPS is 645 compared to 537. Abreu had 1 home run through June 3rd last year or 2 years ago. Christian Walker has 8. And Walker's also playing good defense. Christian Walker's going to be fine, settling in, doing that whole thing. Christian Walker's going to be fine. And then my guy, Isaac Paredes. Isaac Paredes from Mexico. He hit the 2-run home run, put the game away there in the 8th, and probably alleviated a lot of stress that would have been on Josh Hader's plate.
Is he your MVP so far?
Pena.
For the season?
Jeremy Pena by far.
By far?
Oh, yeah. Jeremy Pena's second in baseball in WAR, AL in WAR. So, yeah, by far.
I've loved everything that Paredes has done since he's been here. And he looks like, from the standpoint of everything that you got in that trade, and I know the weight of it was Cam Smith, but Paredes has been the perfect addition to this team. And I just like what he brings to him on a night. But his eye at the plate and how many times he takes an 0-2 count and at least works it to a full count is fantastic.
So, is he your MVP over Abreu? Pena?
Pena? I'm going to give Pena his flowers. I mean, because I didn't expect it from him. I expected
shouldn't
Paredes
change
to
your
be good.
MVP vote, though, that you didn't expect it.
I didn't expect it, and he's having a hell of a season. And so far, I've also expected him to fall off, and he hasn't really done that either. So I would say that I think there's 3 guys that are probably in the conversation. It would be Jake Myers, it'd be Pena, and it would be Paredes.
Okay, that's interesting because I wouldn't have Paredes in my top 3.
Really?
No.
Okay.
He'd be
Talking about a pitcher.
4. Yeah. I would go Pena 1, Hunter 2, Fromber 3.
Okay.
And then I'd have to think long and hard about Isak and Myers. I have a bias towards Isak. So
I was
would go
mainly just
Isak.
going offensive. I mean, my offensive MVP, you're right. The pitchers definitely factor in. But for me, from an offensive perspective, there's 2 guys in that mix that I just didn't expect to get anything from in Pena and Jake.
But why do your expectations influence who is your MVP at this point of the year?
Because I keep expecting them to fall off.
But why does that influence your vote on MVP?
Because I think that Paredes has had a lot of big hits. I think that, and so has Pena. But I just feel like, because I know what I know about having seen Myers and Pena, maybe it's the newcomer bias too. But the fact that he's stepped right in, got off to a slow start, and has really come up big, replacing a guy like Bregman, maybe that's influencing me.
I don't know why the past has anything to do with who is your current year MVP, but I'm nitpicking here. It doesn't really matter. 713-780-ESPN. Victor Caratini to me. Oh, before, one more point I had on Isak. Have you seen how he wears his pants?
Paredes?
Yeah. Paredes. He likes to go with the pant over the cleat look, which, okay, whatever. Like, you do your thing.
I always would be worried
got
about
a lot of drip.
stumbling if I did that.
What's interesting about his is that his whole pant goes like under his, it goes like 2/3 of the way up his cleat. Like, I think he has spikes going through his pants.
I was going to say.
It looks like a onesie.
Guys, you know how you do buttonholes?
No.
You know, like a buttonhole on a shirt?
Oh, yeah, you leave
the
them
hole that the button goes in? Yeah, I've seen and I've heard that guys like to do that, like to almost have buttonholes on the butt. They can put their spike through the pants.
Yeah.
That would be annoying as hell to me.
Yeah, it looks like a onesie. Like, they go all the way up to like I promise you, 2/3 of the way up the cleat. I noticed it whenever
Like
I
to
saw a
the arch?
slow-mo replay, like further than the arch.
That's crazy.
Like almost to the base of the
that's
toe.
nuts. That would drive me nuts. Not even just from a pitching perspective.
Look for it.
Just running or walking. That just seems like it would annoy me.
I know, it's nuts. He's got a lot of drip. Isaac Paredes.
Better have a lot of extra in the inseam.
It's weird. I
to
think
have
he
that
must.
much material.
I think he does. Now, he's just cool, calm, and collected. Doesn't say much. Drops bombs. Wears his pants down to his toes. I like me a little Isaac Paredes.
You notice a lot of people early in the season were asking, I mean, what kind of a teammate is he? Is he fit in? Because he doesn't say a lot. And then when you see the celebrations, you know that the guys really like him.
Oh, yeah. Look at his pants the next time you get it.
I'm definitely looking for him.
I didn't notice it until the slow-mo of the home run. I was like, oh, my goodness, he wears those pants further than anybody ever.
That.
It wasn't that far.
No, Baggy used to go just right over the heel.
A lot of people do that. Yeah, but he goes like through the cleat. It's insane.
I got to catch that.
Caratini hits good pitching. Smoked a bounding ball that the first base made a diving play, and then O'Neal Cruz made that catch at the wall. Did you hear the catch probability on that?
No.
55% catch probability. O'Neal Cruz is one of those guys that like looks flashy, and then like you look up, okay, that's kind of routine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he kind of got robbed there. Maybe not robbed, but hit it far. Jacob Melton didn't have much to show for it, but I kind of like his plate appearances.
I love that at bat.
Yeah, I like his plate appearances.
The bat that he worked the walk,
Mm-hmm.
where he got down 0-2, and you're like, okay, this is one of the best pitchers in the bigs, and a kid that's just getting his first chance.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he kept fouling pitches off and battling and laying off pitches inside, that were breaking in on him. I thought that was a hell of an at bat that looks like he can hit major league pitching.
His speed is very good, almost elite. And if he can just put the ball in play, I think he's going to find his way into a bunch of cheap infield singles because he plays hard and he runs fast. He looks more polished than I thought he would, and he plays a good outfield. Like
I was going to say, the speed in the outfield to me could be a factor because I think he can be a good defensive outfielder. But the big thing to me was I questioned if he could hit major league pitching right away.
Yeah, his strikeout rate in the minors wasn't good, but and again, very small sample, but he's looked more polished than I thought he would look. Espada praised Jose Altuve's defense in the postgame presser, which I was wondering if it's a precursor. Jose Altuve is playing second base today. Just the second time all year that Jose Altuve is playing second base in back-to-back games. On back-to-back days, I should say. Back-to-back days. Now, I don't think he'll be at second most days when Fromber and Hunter Brown are pitching, but the other three guys, I think we see more of Jose Altuve at second, plus just the roster construct now.
I saw your tweet, and I think you're absolutely right about that. I think the fact that we talked about it and a week or so ago, and it looked like we both were kind of under the belief that, hey, from an offensive perspective, that's your best lineup if he's at second base. If they want to have him go play there more often because of the other options that I now believe in the outfield, I'm fine with it.
Like, they want to play Melton and Caratini, I'm convinced of. And the way you do that is by playing Altuve at second. Now, I don't think it's going to be Hunter Brown and Fromber days, but everybody else, I think so.
You think it's Melton more because he's a left-handed bat?
I think it's because he's a young player and they need him to develop.
That too, but I just think if you're trying to win baseball games, I understand he's a young player trying to develop, but Caratini's a guy that there's no doubt they want him in the lineup. I just think from a Melton perspective too, the fact that he's a left-handed bat on a very, very right-hand heavy lineup helps.
I think they're going to try to play both, and like they are today. Caratini's DHing today, and Melton's in left field, but they're not going to call Melton up to not play. Now he might not play against lefties. Like, I think Shea Whitcomb will play a few games against lefties. And then did you notice who the Pirates logo sponsor is?
You mean on their jersey?
Yeah.
I didn't.
It's kind of like appropriate for their play.
Is it ketchup?
No. It's one of those gas stations up there. Like, we don't have them here. It's Sheets. They're Pirates who are so bad at baseball. Their logo is a gas station, which we don't have them locally. Sheets. Can you believe that? Like, it's so appropriate for them being a bad baseball team, an organization, that their sponsor is named Sheets.
That's pretty weird.
Because, it kind of sounds like something else.
Yeah, especially out in Pittsburgh.
Sheets.
They call them Yinzers.
Yeah, Yinzers is like y'all.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We got to get out of here. Kelly Eco covers the NBA, covers the Rockets for The Athletic. He's joining us next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by Kelly Eco, who broke Rockets Twitter yesterday. He was viral all over the NBA with his article yesterday. Great work, Kelly. But Kelly joining us on the HRP guest line. First question, Kelly. Will the Rockets be trading Ime Udoka to the New York Knicks?
No. That's not happening. I actually got laughed off the phone at the store when I brought it up. But no, that's not happening. It's not happening.
Cal, good stuff yesterday. A lot to get into. We know that there's a lot swirling around the team with trades and big trades. Is there, before we get to any of that, on the Cam Johnson front, is that something that's realistic? Is that something would that be like a secondary option, or would that be a guy, because I know they've always liked him, would that be a more realistic attack mode move for the Rockets to make early in the offseason?
I mean, it would have to be something that they would look at, probably closer to the actual draft day. Obviously, like you said, Cam is a guy that they've liked for a long time. In terms of, what he brings to the table, three-point shooting, he's a solid defender, those are obviously positives, but it would have to be something where Houston was largely incentivized to do that deal, because it's clear that the Nets are trying to move him. They're trying to get off some of those contracts. So it would have to come down to, how much are they willing to sweeten the pot to take on a guy like Cam. But from a basketball perspective, he's a hand-in-glove fit. Probably he would instantly be the best shooter and would go a long way to improving the half-court, offense. But, in terms of actually getting a deal done, I think it's kind of early, just because they're still trying to survey the landscape and see what teams are actually trying to make moves to get that number 10 pick.
Kelly Eco joining us on the HRP guest line. Let's get the big names out of the way. What percentage chance is there that the Rockets acquire Giannis? What percentage chance is there for the Rockets to acquire Kevin Durant?
Oh, man, last time I did this percentage, I got in a lot of trouble.
That's why I asked.
Let's see. If I were to give you a percentage on Giannis, this is just my personal opinion. So let me preface this. I would give it a 25% chance.
Okay.
I just think that the Bucks are going to ask for a boatload of picks, a boatload of young talent, if it ever came down to that. And I don't think the Rockets, even though they would be a better team with him in the short term, I don't know about their long-term prospects if they were to, push all their chips to the table to acquire a Hall of Famer like that. As far as Durant, maybe a little bit higher than 25%, maybe a 30% chance. But in a similar situation where, the Suns came out the gate swinging in terms of their asking price for Durant's services. And as you know, they don't have a ton of leverage. Like, this is a bad team with a lot of albatross contracts, and they're trying to move into that new era. They just hired the new head coach today. It's kind of hard. Obviously, like, you want to sell a coach the idea of starting fresh and, building around Devin and trying to find a new place for Kevin. But what the Suns are going to run into is that you put this high price on the 36-year-old that's, one of the greatest players to ever walk this earth, true. But the Rockets don't actually have to break the bank in terms of breaking up their core just to, win an extra round. Like, is Kevin Durant the difference between the first round exit and the finals appearance? I don't think so. So, there are different internal questions that they have to answer before actually pulling the trigger.
Kellen, I'm curious, part of your report, I've heard the same things, but that the organization loves Reed Shepherd and that he is slated for a bigger role next season. Is that indeed what you're hearing? And then who pays the price for that? Does that affect Fred VanVleet? There's guys in the mix where you're looking at it going, how does that affect, and what position does he play? Because is he a one? Is he a two?
Right. So I think the most immediate effect is Aaron Holiday, right? Like you look at over the past 2 years, Ime has put a lot of trust in Holiday's presence, both as a floor spacer, as a off-ball creator. But I think when you have a guy like Reed who has shown flashes of what he can be at that level, there's no point, going through a second season of quote unquote like training, right? Like last season, they sent to the G League. They put in different packages in terms of on-court packages to try and facilitate his growth. They've seen enough from this past season to say that he can be the backup point guard. He can take on a bigger chunk of Ime's rotation, and that may come at the sacrifice of Aaron Holiday's minutes. It's just a fact of life. Like, this is a business, and Aaron Holiday has been a quality vet, a serviceable option, but when you have a guy like Reed, you don't want to shackle him for too long, if that makes sense. So that's what I think will happen in the interim.
What do you think the Rockets do with pick 10?
Personally, I think that they will trade the pick. Now, if it's for trading down versus trading out, Houston is more inclined. The more appealing option would be to trade out if you can get future assets, because the ability to continue to kick the can down the line is always, it goes back to a bird in the hand with two in the bush like that. Being able to have the option of future assets sounds more appealing if it ever comes down to trading something than saying moving from 10 to 26 or moving from 10 to, 19 or 20. Like, if you were to move out of the draft, that's more advantageous to the Rockets' immediate plans than just moving down a couple slots in the draft.
Okay, I'm going to play Jeremy's game with you on the who you keeping from your own list. Percentage that you feel like Steven Adams is back and Jalen Green is a Rocket on opening night.
Steven Adams, percentage of, I think it's 50-50 at this point. I think it's going to come down to obviously money, because Houston can give them the non-taxpayers mid-level. But man, it comes down to what he thinks his future value is, because he did a great job this season of showing the NBA market that he's still a serviceable option, a backup big, and as you saw late in the year, he can be a largely impactful player at both ends of the floor, even in a limited role. So I think there are going to be teams that made the playoffs that will be looking at Steven and trying to acquire him, even if it's not to put him in a similar double big situation that the Rockets did late in the year, but just seeing his value at that age, I think that goes a long way into building a winning culture. So I would put it at a 50-50 shot. Now, obviously, the Rockets assume that he wants to return, and I think that Steven has expressed, his joy in playing in Houston. But this is, at the end of the day, this is a business, right? So you just never really know with these things until they actually happen. So I think if you're Houston, you have to operate like, you can't just operate under the guise that he's going to be all in, and you have to look at the market and look at potential plan Bs, plan Cs if Steven were to pivot.
Yep.
And then going back to Jalen, I think he'll be on the roster. I think, obviously, his playoff performance has been the talk of social media and polarizing other sides of the equation. But as far as the Rockets are concerned, and I asked him this directly, they put more onus on what he did over 82 games than a 7-game series. Now, granted, they want him to become stronger. They want him to become a better playmaker, become, more efficient and make better decisions. That comes with growth as a 23-year-old kid. But he's still 23 years old. And I think when you have that high ceiling, you want to do everything in your power to aid to that growth. And if that means bringing a star to help, I think, then they would do that. I don't think they would get a star at his expense. I think they would try and find a star that complements his skill set. Because, that goes back to why they were so high on him in the first place. So I do think that while he does have a lot to improve on this offseason, and by all accounts, he should be working on that, I think that the Rockets feel as if he's still extremely valuable, and they want to continue to see where that development leads to.
Kelly, great stuff as always. Great stuff in the article yesterday. Silly season will be here before we know it. Get some rest up, and we'll be following along.
Thank you, man.
It's Kelly Eco joining us on the HRMP guest line. Kelly went with the thank you, men, because he doesn't know who I am.
He said, thank you, man.
I think he said men.
Did he?
Yeah. I mean, there's two of us.
Yeah.
As opposed to one.
But
maybe.
he has a tendency to single people out.
I mean, it was hard for me to tell with that Cricket phone.
Yeah, that phone is bad.
What's the deal with that?
I don't know.
Man.
Especially with now he's covering 3 teams. He's covering Spurs, Thunder, and Rockets. The Athletics giving him more to do. At least get him a better phone.
Spurs, Thunder, Rockets.
Yeah.
Why not the Mavs? He can cover the whole Southwest Division. I don't even know. The Thunder on the Southwest?
Yeah. Thunder and
Are there 5 teams in the Southwest? Memphis is the other one?
OKC's not in the Southwest.
So it's San Antonio,
it's Houston,
Dallas,
San Antonio,
Houston.
Dallas, New Orleans, and Memphis.
It's such a weird way they do that.
Yeah.
They've talked about expansion in the NBA with like Seattle and Vegas. Who are the 2 teams that go to the East?
Who?
I think it would be
Atlanta?
They're already in the East. I think it'd be
that's right.
I think it'd be Memphis and New Orleans.
Memphis for sure would make sense.
I think it would be Memphis and New Orleans. Memphis to me is the lock. The other one would be on the fence. I think Memphis and Minnesota would be the 2 teams in question, and then Houston.
I can see Minnesota.
4th.
Yeah.
I think for sure Memphis.
Yeah, they're locked.
And then the conversation to me begins with Minnesota, New Orleans, and then if for some reason those 2 can play at the political game, then Houston would be like the distant 4th.
Yeah, I hope it's. I wouldn't think it's the Rockets.
I don't either.
Yeah, but I mean, New Orleans is a franchise. I don't think they care who goes either way. Like if their feelings are hurt, they could probably move them pretty easily. I think that Minnesota might make a stink about moving to the East.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The conspiracies about Stroud are becoming kind of weird, especially the ones that are defending that he's always going to be fine. He's going to be just fine. This is a nothing burger. And you're probably right. Hopefully you're right. But there's more conspiracies about him being fine than there are conspiracies about him having soreness. Get to some of those next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I think the best text we got was Stroud-ageddon.
I like it.
We good? We good rolling with that?
Yep.
Suits upstairs would be okay with it, you think, Brian?
Yeah, I think they'll like it.
It's football related.
They will appreciate that part, yes.
Yeah, we're making nice little monikers about football things. I think the suits will be okay with that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Joe doesn't wear a suit, and he'll be fine.
You beat me to the joke. I've never seen. Well, I've seen Joe in a suit once at his wedding.
Is that a suit or a tux?
Oh, that's a good call. I don't remember.
I would imagine it's a tux.
Probably. It probably was.
Not really a suit guy, Joe.
No.
No.
To be fair, I'm not either.
Shocker.
I know you are.
But the conspiracies about Stroud being okay is kind of weird. Look, I think he's going to be fine. I don't think this is that big of a deal. I don't think that's that significant. 2.5 hour panic meter, 1 to 10, which other people have started to do with panic meters. I've noticed.
I saw that. And you put Will Kunkel last night.
Yeah, Houston Press too.
He had taken from us.
That's okay. We all share information. Stuff.
The thing to me is that I started it hypothetically. I said it the other day. I'll say it again now. I definitely think he had a procedure done. I just think that it's probably been done long enough in the past that he's on the final stages of being able to do everything again. But I believe he had something done, and I believe that he is close to returning, and I'm not worried about it come training camp, but it definitely has taken over the city.
Texture says the CJ Chronicles. Do we like Stroud-ageddon or the C? Because I like the CJ Chronicles too. All the other ones we got earlier were awful except for Stroud-ageddon. Stroud-ageddon or CJ Chronicles?
I like Stroud-ageddon.
Yeah, I think that plays up like the overreaction aspect of this much more.
Yeah, good point. I do like the alliteration in CJ Chronicles though. But yeah, I got outvoted. I like Stroud-ageddon too. But if keep the ideas coming. We won't cement this until the end of the show. But after today, it's locked in. 713-780-3776. What are we calling the CJ Stroud saga that's happening right now? Stroud-ageddon's the early leader, not Shred'em Stroud, like John Gruden likes to say. I think your scenario is worst case realistic scenario because I don't think he had like labrum surgery.
No.
If he had labrum surgery, he wouldn't be out on the field. He wouldn't be shooting baskets at the Fertitta Center. Go Cougs. The worst case realistic scenario is that what you just presented, that he had some sort of shoulder scope at the end of the year. And it might even be able where he would play in a game today, but it's like, okay, like let's make sure that this is totally 100%. No sense in him throwing late May, early June at voluntary OTAs. Completely agree. And I do take their word for it that it is minor and they're not worried about it like at all. I believe that. The whole gaslighting thing though, where it's like, oh, nothing's wrong, everything's okay, like that's where it's okay. Let's be real here. The Houston Texans are literally describing to you that he has soreness in his shoulder, so we know it's something. It's a blip in the radar. It might be a small blip, 2.5 on a scale of 10, and we would all agree with that. No one on this show is saying that it's a serious thing. It's just worth monitoring. Now, Trey Wingo, I think, turned it up a level. We know Trey Wingo from ESPN. He was flexing a little bit on this video because he filmed it from a golf course. Like, look at me. I'm golfing in the middle of the day while all you jabronis work, but I'm going to film a little 30-second video while I'm golfing. Here was Trey Wingo of ESPN on Stroud.
All right, so Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud is not throwing at OTAs because of shoulder soreness, and the team says they're not concerned. It's just general soreness, and they think everything should be fine. Don't believe that. There's a concern. He hasn't played a football game since January. It is now June, and he has shoulder soreness. If you have shoulder soreness at OTAs and you haven't played in months, no matter what the team says, that's a concern. That's the real situation.
There you go. Real situation from apparently former ESPN employee Trey Wingo. Not that it matters at all. But so Trey Wingo saying that maybe that's why he has more time to golf though. But the comments on this are funny. I think Trey's point is, I don't think it's a terrible point. Now, I do think he sensationalizes it a bit because like he's shooting a basketball. Like I think if Trey Wingo saw CJ Stroud shooting a basketball, that he would probably be a little bit softer with the stance.
Yeah, you would think, because even if you're on the final stages, if it's you or I and someone does a scope or a procedure, they're going to say, hey, don't do this for 2 to 3 weeks. Well, a week and a half in, if you're feeling okay, you're probably going to do it. No one's going to say a word. But if you're a quarterback in the NFL, They probably don't want him throwing anything, but like to your point on the shot, like you can still put your arms over your head, which is a good sign. And you can do things like shoot a basketball at least to show that everything is looking operational. It's just the fact that he's probably in the latter stages of recovering from something.
Yeah. I mean, that's a bit of a theory.
I definitely think he had, like I said, I think he had some cleanup done or a scope or something. And I think that this is where we're at.
That's a theory.
It is. I said it's what I think.
Yeah, it's a theory. Big, like the comments on this thing are funny. Like Big Sarge put Trey, this is a blue hat emoji. I like saying it that way. Another guy, you think CJ Stroud hasn't thrown a football since January? Are you, we'll just say dumb because it's a little better for radio. A lot of people weighing in the comment. A lot of Houston people weighing in. Kim Davis, wow, what a take. So you think CJ hasn't thrown a football since January? Face on forehead emoji. A lot of people are just ripping Trey Wingo in the comments for having this take about CJ Stroud. And my bigger opinion on this is that people are always going to discredit things they don't want to believe. Like if I didn't want to believe that was a brick wall, I'm going to poo-poo all over it and like go the extra mile to tell you that brick wall is not brick. We, a lot of times as a society, as human beings, will go out of our way to discredit things that we don't want to believe. Do you know that OTAs last year, May, San Francisco, Christian McCaffrey was not at voluntary OTAs, but was at voluntary OTAs in 2023. You know what Kyle Shanahan had to say about him not being at voluntary OTAs? We're not that worried about it.
Yeah, and again,
we're not that. What did D'Amico say about it? We're not that worried about it. And look, we're at a 2. We're at a 2.5. But it's a blip. And stop trying to gaslight people into thinking that it's not a blip.
But that's the thing, right? So there was the reports of Mixon in a walking boot and all the people were losing their mind, but he didn't come to camp. What would have been a bigger story if CJ didn't come in at all, or if CJ's going through this?
It didn't come at all.
Right. So I think that the fact is he's, again, you're talking about something that is completely irrelevant except for the fact that you want to get, understand what the new coordinator wants, understand if there's any new wrinkles of the playbook, get to know some of your new teammates, do things like that. But there's no reason to rush him or to think that, he needs to be out there just because the media is there watching and people want to know that.
Well, we all agree on that.
But so to me, it's like he didn't blow it off. He's there, but I don't think there's any denying the fact that something's done. And this is, talking to people around the league that have told me that it's pretty frequent that guys do these kind of things, get things done in the offseason, and they don't report it, and it's never given to the media. So even if he did, good on him if that means he's going to be okay for the season.
I think there's a plausibility that it happened. There's a possibility it didn't. But there is a guarantee that something's up with the shoulder. Something's up with the shoulder. And no one's freaking out about it. No one's panicking about it. But it is a thing. 713-780-ESPN. Let's hear a few more theories and conspiracies about the whole CJ Stroud thing and your nicknames for this whole saga. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Conspiracies running rampant about C.J. Stroud. And then also conspiracies at the conspirators for running rampant about C.J. Stroud. Like, I'm not sure what's more, the conspiracies of Stroud's shoulder or the conspiracy saying Stroud's just fine. Say okay. Relax. No big deal. CJ Chronicles. So we already mentioned that one. The Chronicles of the CJ Stroud saga.
Too long.
Not as good as
Way
Stroud
too
again.
wordy. Yeah, way too wordy.
It's rich coming from you guys.
Oh, God. Okay.
Not worried. Don't get offended. It's a joke.
I'm laughing.
You were. You got offended.
You get offended. I just reacted.
You got disgusted.
Yeah, that's true.
Got disgusted by a little jab. Not worried about CJ unless surgery is done by the Astros medical staff. It's fair. Shouldergate, that one came up earlier. Thank goodness the Texans don't use the Astros medical staff, says Troy. Be original, Troy. Just kidding. Stroudergate.
Strouder. I don't get why we're putting the ER on there, but
it's fun. It's fun. I like putting ERs at the end of things like blankers.
Okay, fair. You do that.
Yeah. No, but it's not as good as Stroudageddon. Not only was he shooting, but he was 7 for 7 from 3. CJ can hoop. Remember that.
Who cares? Can he quarterback this year? That's all I care about.
Sheesh. Turned it up
You
there
know
a level.
exactly who sent that non-cheesehead.
Yeah. The basketball players are better at football than football players are better at basketball.
Yeah, that definitely proves your theory
We're
on
not going
that.
to start that again.
Why not?
Because it goes on forever.
It's a slow day in June.
It definitely helps your hypothesis.
What do you mean?
Well, I think Stroud shooting well. I actually no, you actually make the opposite
It's
argument.
just
My bad.
shooting. He's just shooting.
Yeah.
Like,
Never mind.
That's not a big deal.
Forget I said that.
He's shooting. Like, I think that Amin Thompson could catch. I think if Amin Thompson ran 7 5-yard outs, I think he would catch all of them. Like, he's shooting a basketball great. Blankers could go 7 for 7 from 3.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a wonderful accomplishment. It's good, but it's not this, oh my goodness, he is a generational athlete that could play 2 sports because he was 7 for 7 from 3.
I think you give
That's
Şengün 7
It's like
threes.
his
He's not making
pregame.
7 for
It's
7.
like his pregame ritual when he does the whole swinging of the bat and the basketball air shooting and all the things he does, and everybody all of a sudden instantaneously thinks, oh, he plays all these sports. He's awesome at all of them. You don't know. I mean, he played in one of the celebrity games, right? Basketball.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, one NBA game. But again,
And he did the home run contest, the Travis Scott thing.
I think he's a good athlete, but he couldn't.
Yeah,
play
he's
in
a
the
good
NBA.
athlete. That's fine.
It's absurd. I'm not even sure he could play Division I college basketball. Maybe at some places, high major. I don't know. I doubt it.
I don't know if at Ohio State he could have.
Well, they doubt it. Like Hopkins played in a few games his freshman year. At
Clemson, yeah.
Gerard Johnson played in a few games his freshman year at A&M. Like C.J. Stroud might not even be the best basketball player in that quarterback room. It might be Gerard.
Someone that played at Michigan State recently played in the NFL too. Is it the Packers wide receiver?
No idea. He's a Packer. You should know.
Yeah, no, you know the receiver I'm talking about. Oh God, I can't think of his name. But I think someone from Michigan State's basketball team plays in the NFL. It was back in the day, and back in the day you had Tony Gonzalez, you had
Antonio Gates,
and then the Bears Hall of Famer, Bears Packers Hall of Famer, that played center at Carolina, Julius Peppers.
Oh yeah, Julius Peppers. Yep. No, there's a lot of those guys are crossovers. Like they could count as either one, and those guys have the most success doing what? Football. Football is easier to play than basketball. For those crossover guys, and it's easier for basketball players to play football than football basketball, and we'll never ever waver off of that. But here's at least my favorite conspiracy as to why the Texans are holding out C.J. Stroud. A big Sarge, big fan of his work, works harder than anybody. And look, this isn't even his take. He got this one from a source. Here was Sarge describing a conversation he had with said source.
Hey Sarge, let me tell you something. And let me tell this to you because I like you, because I know who you are. I respect you and I respect your work. Sarge, let me tell you this. Have you ever sat back and thought that maybe CJ isn't throwing right now because Nick Caley wants to see what he has in Davis Mills?
So that's a source telling Sarge that the reason that C.J. Stroud has a bad shoulder and is not throwing currently is so Nick Caley, first-year offense coordinator, can get a look at Davis Mills. Cash or trash?
Joel, you want to go first? Or?
What are we doing here?
It's a source.
Yeah, okay, it's a source. What is it? One of the janitors in NRG?
I couldn't tell
you. And then the fact that you've got to build yourself up before you even get to that, and then you want to have that take as something that everybody should go and run with and go, ooh, that's good Lord.
He wasn't building himself up. The source was. Source is the one who told him that.
There was maybe it's in the next quote. Maybe it's in the next quote, so I won't spoil it. But he definitely builds himself up.
No, the source is the one building him up.
Okay,
he's just repeating.
But he
made
sure to relay that part of the conversation that really wasn't relevant to the news.
Yeah, I don't. Just my take on the situation, and look, I think that Sarge 100% got this from a source, and he's just relaying information from a source. I do believe that this isn't Sarge's take. This is him repeating something a source told him, which I 100% agree with, or I believe happened. Do I think, though, that the Houston Texans are faking C.J. Stroud having a right shoulder soreness so Davis Mills can get first-team snaps? I can't go there. I can't wrap my mind around it.
I've ever heard.
I can't. Let's entertain the conversation for a second. Like, if that was indeed true from the source, where the Houston Texans want to get a look at Davis Mills, like, okay, CJ, we know we're going to get a look at you during mandatory OTAs. We're going to get a look at you at training camp, long year. Like, we don't need to really see you throw in late May, early June. We all understand that. We all get that. If this was really their philosophy and mindset, let's take a look at Davis Mills to see if he's worthy of being our quarterback number 2, which is a lot of other things there too. Like, he's getting paid like quarterback 2 money. He's in the final year of his deal. What would you do at backup quarterback if it's not Davis Mills? So there's a lot of onions and layers of the onion to peel, even if you go that way, but we won't do that. So if you are entertaining this idea for the sake of conversation that we're going to give Davis Mills first-team reps because we want to see if he's worthy of being our backup quarterback, you are no way going to fake an injury for your starting quarterback for that to be the reason. You would say, hey, it's a long season. Why don't you just sit out voluntary OTAs? We don't need you throwing. Here you go, Davis Mills. Run first-team 7-on-7.
It's OTAs. I mean, he's going to get the majority of the reps anyway. Like, you'll see enough of Davis Mills whenever you want to see enough of Davis Mills. You're right. The biggest thing is, do you really think that they're going to do this whole drama saga of what's going on, why CJ isn't throwing and everything else? And then, but really, it's the real reason behind the scenes, dun, 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 is they really want to look at Davis Mills.
There's many reasons why this is ridiculous, but 3 stand out to me. One, like, they could accomplish getting a look at Davis Mills without creating an injury out of thin air. And the other two reasons why I just absolutely cannot believe this. I mean, you would sacrifice C.J. Stroud in this hypothesis, getting reps with his new wide receivers so that Davis Mills can get reps with the new wide receivers. And the other part of it, okay, you want to get a look at Davis Mills. You're going to be convinced by what he does at OTAs that he's your guy? Like, on no level does this work. Like, no matter what route you take with it, it doesn't work. This theory by Sarge, #interesting.
It's not a theory from Sarge.
Okay.
It's a theory from a source.
He's co-signing it, though.
He's not co-signing it.
He does in the next clip. You want to play it?
Yeah, let's play it. More on the source.
But he needs to see what he has in his backup quarterback just in case CJ isn't available throughout the season. What if something happens? What if CJ gets injured? You ever thought about that? I said, what? I said, damn, that makes perfect sense. He said, and that's why I told it to you, Sarge. That's why I told it to you. Because I know you would understand. I know that you are smart enough to know, wow. Now I want you to take that, Sarge, and just think about that. Just think about that.
That sounds like he's co-signing.
I think he understands.
Well, he's the only one that can understand it. He's the only one.
Sounds that way.
He did say he's the only one that.
It truly sounded that way.
That was the source telling Sarge, though, that he's the only one that can understand.
Yes, that part was the source, yes.
Yeah.
According to Sarge.
So
Sorry,
we're
hashtag
cash or trash this theory that the Texans have invented an injury on C.J. Stroud so they can see Davis Mills getting first.
There isn't a dumpster big enough to trash this.
That's
It is ridiculous. That's like saying, hey, breaking news, but Ime Udoka's going to sit out Summer League because they want to see what Royale Ivy can do coaching this team.
I mean, that literally happens.
I understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're going to see enough of Davis Mills at practice every day, no matter when you want to see him, whether it's OTAs or otherwise, to figure out what he can and can't do. And there's plenty of film on him, too, before you start putting out a theory like this as to why we've just gone through this drama this week.
I find it funny that that's the aspect that you, like, kind of target, that you go down, the avenue that you're traveling. Like, to me, the lead is they're inventing an injury on Stroud so Mills can get first-team reps. That, to me, is the biggest thing. Like, C.J. Stroud's going to be cool with the idea. Yeah, you can say that my shoulder is sore so the understudy can play. And Stroud would be fine with Davis Mills getting first-team reps with 7-on-7. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to – and how would David Mulligetta feel about this? You are putting that on my injury history, that I got a bum right shoulder? Ain't no way they would allow that.
Okay, but I think that overall the whole take is ridiculous.
Sure,
the
I
fact
don't disagree
that you're trying
with
to
that.
get
It's not
run
a take.
from
It was a source.
Okay, the source, and then you decided to pump it out there with, you know,
We're
like
talking about
like,
conspiracy.
like you had breaking news.
You're talking about Sarge, not me.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm talking about Sarge.
I thought we said
Hashtag Branham.
Yeah. Hashtag J-Bone. Get it right. And then you can find Sarge at Texans Tailgate Talks, where this came from on YouTube.
Just don't
and he
respond to him unless
teased
you
it out.
follow him.
I like Sarge. I mean, I'm a fan of Sarge. I think Sarge does have sources. Like I'm
I don't know about this
100%.
one, though.
This came from a source. I don't think Sarge would have invented this.
No, I don't think it. I think it absolutely came from a source. I just question the level of source.
That we would never know.
I think this came from a conversation of a buddy of his on the sideline, and he ran with it.
That's a bit of an allegation there. That's not fair.
This opinion like that. There's no way that came from someone inside the building. There's no way this came from someone high up in the media, like a major radio station or a major TV station.
So it might come within
it could be someone in the building
Absolutely
that's just not affiliated with the team.
It could be the
You're
third
inside
string
the building,
offensive.
but you're not affiliated with the team.
I mean, if you're covering the team, the media's allowed in the building every day.
No,
I know, but I separated those two parts
I
out.
think it could be a player. I think it could be a third string offensive lineman.
Players.
Yeah, I think
Players not saying that.
I think it very well could be. Very well could be a player. I would say that to Sarge.
Why?
Why not?
Why would you do that, though?
Because sometimes players aren't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
No, but why would the player put an injury on CJ to pump up Davis
they're
Mills?
Shooting the wind, they're shooting the breeze. Like, hey, did you ever think that maybe we just want Davis Mills to get a look? Like, I mean, whenever we're chatting, we're just say stupid stuff that probably isn't true.
Just
but
throw
just
out
for the
things
sake
that are
of-
hashtag interesting.
I mean, I feel like you're taking shots.
Yeah, that's not really very veiled on my part.
I don't know why you're taking shots at him. It's not.
It's a dumb take. That's why.
It's not a take.
He co-signed it.
He is reporting
He's
what
not
a source
reporting
told
it.
him.
Was that journalistic?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the weeds, and I don't consider myself a journalist, we all know this, you're supposed to get two sources to, one, give you the information, and then two, confirm the information. That's like journalism 101. Like, I do know some journalistic rules, even though I don't consider myself a journalist. But in journalism 101, you have two sources before you go forward with the news. That's the first thing they teach you.
Right. Yeah, so it wasn't journalistic.
It was not.
Yeah.
No, it was not. A source is not journalistic. At least two is journalistic. I will agree there. Just by the fundamental rule of journalism, although we're getting further and further away from the fundamental rule of journalism. I don't break news. I'm not a reporter.
I'm saying, do you believe he followed the rule? Do you believe that he heard that from two people?
He says in the thing, no. He said, I mean, in the tweet, I had an interesting conversation with a source. I mean, he says it in his own words. I don't need to have an opinion on it because he cites it. Like he says that. So that's why I would agree it's not journalistic. No, it's not journalistic.
The question, because I was going to say I don't even doubt. I don't believe for a second that he had two sources on that.
Well, he tells you he didn't. He told you it was a source. Like, so yes, I mean, if you're going to report as a journalist, you're supposed to have more than one source. But again, what is journalism these days? He's a guy that wouldn't run in the second leg of the Triple Crown. What a bum.
Horses are taking strays.
journalism as a totality. 713-780-ESPN. What do you think of these theories? Look, Paul was poo-pooing it. We'll listen to that on the other side as well. The conspiracies about Stroud, and what are the best names to encompass, to really grab what this whole ordeal is? Right now, Stroud-ageddon is in the lead. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rocky saying it's Graham Mertz season. It's not, though, because he's recovering from an ACL, Graham Mertz.
Who's that other jobber that was getting throws in OTAs?
Slovis,
yes.
Who was that dude that they converted to a tight Driscoll?
Oh, yeah.
Remember Driscoll? What's he up to these days?
Jeff Driscoll, yeah.
Yeah. They had a nickname for him, didn't they?
That guy.
The Drisk man?
There was something like that, though.
I don't think he was the Drisk man.
No, but it was like that with his quarterback tight end status. Yeah.
The Drisk factor.
That was a dark time in Texans history.
No, that was year one of CJ.
One
I
fish,
think.
two fish, red fish.
No,
blue fish.
Driscoll was before CJ.
Well, did he not overlap?
I don't
one
think
year?
so.
I don't think so either.
Was that the final year of Mills? I think you're right now that you say that. I think it was the final year of Mills. His final year was 2022. So yeah, they never overlapped. If Stroud would have had Jeff Driscoll as a mentor, he probably never gets hurt.
Yeah, now, and that's not something you can Google, but it was like not like the Driscoll back or something like that, but there was a name for it because of the.
Why couldn't you Google that? Jeff Driscoll nickname. Let's see what pops up. Jeff Driscoll, a former NFL quarterback, was nicknamed Godzilla while growing up in Japan during his childhood.
Oh, wow.
They call him Godzilla as he grew up in Japan.
Racist?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Text line says the Driscoll cat.
That's right.
Yeah, because they ran Wildcat with him. That's it. That's it.
The nickname Godzilla was given to him due to his size and baseball talent during his time. They could do it all. He could play quarterback poorly. He could play tight end. Couldn't get on the field. Never made it in baseball. He could do it all. Godzilla.
5-tool bad player.
I was doing a game the other day where the pitcher's nickname was Big Seeds. And they're like, why? He's like, well, I used a lot of sunflower seeds when I was a kid. Well, where'd the big came from? I got bigger. Great nickname there.
Lazy nickname, yeah.
Super lazy nickname. 713-780-ESPN. These names for like describing this CJ Stroud shoulder thing, they're not great. Jaybert Stroud plus shoulder equals Strolder Gate. That doesn't really roll off the tongue. Strolder Gate. I don't think that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna pass Stroud-ageddon there, Jaybert. Stroud-ageddon continues to be the leader of the clubhouse. 713-780-ESPN. Saga of Stroud. It's not bad, but not there. Shoulder Gate. We mentioned that one earlier. Texture Bow, new medical drama on network TV. Houston Sports MD. I'd watch. Big comedy, I think. Anthony Edwards could be a beast in the NFL if he committed. Chris Humble, I think so. I think Amid would be too. Stroud Strides.
No.
Yeah, I like the alliteration, but it's not better than Stroud-ageddon. Could it be that he wants a new contract, Stroud, with the shoulder deal?
No. He's going to get one soon enough, but no.
So I wouldn't rule this out completely. Now, he's not eligible to get a contract extension. So, he can't get a new contract yet until next offseason. But why I wouldn't rule this out completely for two different fronts. One, he does have a minor boo-boo, and it's like, hey, we're not doing anything for free. We're not doing there are veterans who don't do anything. I mean, Joe Mixon's not there. Daniil Hunter is not there. Dameon Pierce, for goodness sakes, isn't there. And if there's a guy that needs to be there, it should be Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce's roster spot's not guaranteed, and the dude ain't showing up to voluntary OTAs. So there are some players that just have the principle of I'm not going to do anything. I don't think Stroud's that guy, but Mulligetta might say you're a year away from cashing in on a $60 million per year deal. We're not doing anything for free. So I could see it from that aspect.
Okay. Maybe remotely, but
no, I think it's plausible. We're throwing theories out.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't dismiss it entirely.
But overall, I wouldn't buy that. I think that they're in a much different. Mulgeta and the relationship with the Texans is good, and I think everybody knows that the contract is coming. That I don't think that they would press something like
the contract is coming unless what happens? Dude tears his labrum.
Even still,
it's
would be coming.
It's kind of like the Josh Hader thing. Like Josh Hader, okay, you were abusing me in Milwaukee. You were throwing me multiple innings. I was not getting saves. Then I get to arbitration, and the arbiter says, I need to have saves in order to get paid. Okay, here come the Hader rules. If this is the rules that you're telling me I'm going to get paid by, I'm going to follow those rules. Get rid of multi-inning outings. I'm only pitching the ninth. 3 outs is all you get. And then he gets paid, and then he starts to do everything you ask of him. So, that's why I'm not completely ruling it out. Do I think it is the reason? No, but I wouldn't completely rule it out.
No, that's fair. I just think that CJ is also kind of like a lot of those guys that would do stuff like that. They're kind of more on the prima donna side, and they're more on the where, for whatever the reasons, with the relationship and the organization you're dealing with. I just don't see that being him being that type of guy, or this being the situation where that would come up.
The Stroud Files, says Blaine, not as good as Stroud-ageddon. Strouder Gates, not as good as Stroud-ageddon. Stroud in the Ice Machine, but you have to say it over in Marvin Zindler's Slime in the Ice Machine. Nope. Stroud in the Ice Machine. It doesn't really fit here.
No. Don't like.
I don't. It doesn't really. I like the idea. Like, it'd be cool to have something like that and to pay homage to Marvin Zindler since we are Houstonians. I don't think it fits here in Stroud's case.
No, I agree.
Maybe if there's ever a hockey team, we could do something.
That'd be good.
We'll workshop that, but I don't think it fits in here.
Well, you could also tie it into the dike.
Stroud is perfectly fine. I give you my word, Dana Brown. 50 Strouds of Gray.
No.
Feels a data reference at this point.
It feels a little forced too. I'm not sure where the injury comes into play either.
Well, I
guess you could make a reach, but I really don't want
guess.
to. So okay. Those are the nicknames currently. Stroud-ageddon still is in the lead. 713-780 ESPN. I wonder what Israel thinks of Davis Mills, says Keith. I mean, Israel, what do you think of Davis Mills? 713-780-3776. Is CJ hurting? Put a pad on it for goodness sake. I don't get that one. 713-780 ESPN. D'Amico wanted Shadur Sanders, and the Texans said no, he's injured. CJ's shoulder to sabotage them.
No.
You don't like that theory?
No. I don't like it at all.
Can you go to break?
I need to go to break.
713-780 ESPN. Let's get to Paul's theory on the Stroud thing. Some more thoughts, too. And I feel like it's just people are always going to discredit things that they don't want to believe. 713-780 ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. What are we calling this saga in CJ Stroud's life? 713-780 in our lives, in your lives.
Yes.
We're always going to remember when CJ Stroud was not throwing footballs at voluntary OTAs. We can't soft sell this. This is a massive deal.
This is like a
Massive
break in
deal.
time, like BC before CJ throws at OTAs and after.
Religious. Not a fan of that.
I take it with that level of seriousness, Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Troy, you're in the Hive. What's up, Troy?
With him not throwing, it could be stratostrophic. I'll hang up and listen.
Not your best work, Troy.
I understand why you'd want to hang up.
I don't know. It's not that bad. We've gotten worse today.
Oh,
We have
okay,
gotten
that's
worse.
one way. That's one way to position it from a positive perspective.
We've
Yeah.
gotten worse.
713.
Is it any more cheesy than Stroud-Mageddon?
I love you, Troy, but that wasn't your best work.
What's the best way to frame this question? What are we calling this period of time? What are we calling?
What
this
are we
period of
calling
time?
this CJ Stroud shoulder drama?
What are we
This
calling
period
this
of time that
time?
will live in infamy when CJ Stroud is not throwing at OTAs.
In infamy, where CJ Stroud is not throwing at OTAs, voluntary OTAs, where CJ Stroud is not throwing
We
at
could
voluntary
phrase it that
OTAs.
CJ Stroud is heroically deciding not to throw to help out Davis Mills.
All right, here, you guys be my ears. What are we calling this period of time that will live in infamy, where CJ Stroud is not throwing at voluntary OTAs? I'm glad I ran that by you guys. Any changes we need to edit?
It's long, but go ahead.
I mean, it's less than
That's
180,
true.
240 characters. Plus, I get the
You
blue
get the
check,
extra?
so I can
Yeah.
type as much as I want because I get paid to tweet. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776.
Nice slick brag there.
I'll see if anybody caught that. This allows Anthony Richardson to come over and take the division, Colt fan. Here's the thing, Colt fan.
Go Colts!
Anthony Richardson's going to start fewer games than Daniel Jones.
Fact.
CJ Stroud could complete a higher percentage with the bum shoulder than Anthony Richardson could, fully healthy.
Did I read right where Anthony Richardson had the lowest completion percentage in the history of modern football last year?
I wouldn't be shocked by that.
I don't know, but I'll take it a step. Davis Mills could have a
48%.
better completion percentage than
Easily.
No doubt.
Anthony Richardson.
48% for Anthony Richardson last year. Daniel Jones will start more games than Anthony Richardson. I believe that with a ton of
I
conviction.
agree. Same.
Now, injuries could factor in because both of those guys are actually injury prone. I don't hate what the Colts did by bringing in Daniel Jones.
I mean, of all the guys that they've brought in, most of the other guys didn't have much tread left on the tires and were just desperate, grasping at straws.
Mhm.
I think Daniel Jones could fit there.
Plus, he's only on a 1-year contract, so you don't have to protect him. So, hey, Daniel Jones, go break your neck running the ball 15 times a game. Like, they could win that way.
I
Taylor?
really think he's an upgrade no matter what. So I'm with you guys. I think he's going to start a majority of the games.
I don't mind it if you're basically already out on Anthony Richardson as an organization.
I'm out on Anthony Richardson.
I know, and I would support that belief. Like, I'm out on Anthony Richardson, but if the Colts internally think they still have a chance to develop him into their franchise QB, this is not the right move.
It's a Ballard.
You're not taking snaps and reps away from Anthony Richardson in the hopes of developing him further.
Well, I do think competition's important to his development at this
I mean,
stage.
wasn't that Joe Flacco last year?
I don't think Joe Flacco was real competition.
That's a big Ballard decision, though, too, because as a GM, you have to be willing to admit I swung and missed, and we need to move on because of the rest of our football team, as opposed to how many GMs that just say, I drafted this guy, I believe in this guy, we got to give him every opportunity.
Yeah.
It's bold, though. If Richardson fails, I could see Ballard being replaced.
He's close to being
I don't-
replaced anyway.
I didn't want to get callous about the whole thing, but their organization has been shaken up recently.
True.
Like, I don't know I don't know if that seat became cooler because of, Irsay's passing. Because they have an organizational shakeup now, we don't know what is going to happen. 713-780-ESPN. Key from LA. Maybe Stroud has a real injury that they're keeping from us, and they want Davis Mills to be ready just in case. Well, wouldn't you do that by default? And D'Amico told us Monday that CJ Stroud is dealing with general shoulder soreness.
Yeah. But also, again, you don't think that Davis Mills is still going to get enough reps between now and the start of the season so that he can be ready for whatever they need him to do?
No, I do. I was laughing at this text.
No, I know.
Stroud Bob SquarePants. So bad.
2 thumbs down.
Oh, it's so bad. It's good. CJ will be hurt by week 4 with shoulder injury. It will be on the 21st sack taken. Then Coach Ryans knows his line sucks, so the excuse is already made.
but they're not worried about it. Remember?
Yeah,
we were told
about the offensive line.
Yeah, they were told. Well, we're not worried about it, so you shouldn't be either.
Oh, his shoulder.
Yeah. Well, no.
I guess both.
No, when Caserio was asked by that fan that dropped the "bless your heart" on Stroud.
Oh yeah.
Caserio's line was, "Well, we're not worried about it, so you shouldn't be either."
Right.
About the offensive
now,
line.
D'Amico had this kind of the same sentiment about Stroud's
Yeah,
shoulder.
he wasn't as condescending as Caserio, but yeah.
D'Amico was talking about the offensive line the other day, Monday, last day of voluntary OTAs. They're not in pads, by the way, but he's talking about how much their culture's already changed on that offensive line.
I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys, and they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for. And we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
Cash trash.
Okay. I think, trash it. I think that it might be a subliminal message to last year when they didn't have togetherness and individuals were maybe like Laramie Tunsil thinking about just themselves, but you still got to be able to block and you still got to be able to do things on the field. But okay, it's a nice start.
Yeah. What's weird about this though is that he saw Strausser for 2 years. Like, you didn't realize that you had culture problems and you kept Strausser another year. Like that to me is kind of curious.
And you had Popovich there. You didn't know he needed to be elevated?
Yeah, that's what's curious to me.
That goes back to a couple weeks ago when we were having that debate, and you said as a coach, you got to kind of take your personal feelings out of this and be able to make moves. And it's one thing to say you're protecting your buddy, but your buddy's capable of doing the job. But if you know that with under your watch, on your watch, and under your tutelage, you know one of your coaches ain't getting it done.
Yeah.
It's either going to, at a certain point, it's going to be him or me, and he's got to go.
Back to the Sarge source that's saying that Stroud made up an injury, so Davis Mills, he didn't say that Stroud made up an injury, but he said that the reason that Davis Mills is running with the ones is because they want to get an honest look at Davis Mills. Texture says, if I text in, can I make up a story and be a source? Not with us. Not with us. We don't take any of you texters seriously. We think you're smart, but we don't take you seriously. Y'all read my text all the time, so I'd say I'm a pretty serious source. Says a texter.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
He's not a Twitcher.
Brian, no.
I just wanted to play. We haven't played in a while.
No.
Close enough.
It's out of context.
That's why Twitchers hate you.
What, that was going to solve it? Me not playing it?
Texters might hate you now, too.
That's fine.
Now you've alienated another.
Sarge is a player-first media person. I don't disagree with that. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I don't know how this would be player-first, though.
No, I don't think it's a player for this is. I think this is more him trying to get some run for himself.
He made that up. That's absurd. Sarge?
Yeah.
That he made it. So you're saying that he would have made
I'm
up?
not saying he made it up. I'm saying that regardless of who his source is that told him this, whether it's the guy at HEB or a guy somewhere in the building, I think that he's hoping to get run off of this by trying to make it a deal on his social media.
Yeah, I mean, I can't put
That's just my
the
take
intent.
on it.
Yeah, I'm not. It's hard. You can't prove it one way or the other. Like, I mean, you can't. A texter, he made that up. That's absurd. I don't think he made it up. So if I stop off, and pick up Bubba, can I make up a story and be a legit source?
Who's Bubba?
I don't know.
I think it was a poor attempt at a joke.
Texter, I played for Tennessee, and the medics the Texans have are horrible in a current lawsuit against the Texans. Here, call in 713-780-3776. We want to know more, texter. He said he played for Tennessee, and the medics the Texans have are horrible. 713-780-3776. We're not journalists.
Does he know if the medics
so we don't need two sources?
Also work with other teams and other sports?
What?
Like, could those same medics be the ones that do certain things for the Astros? Because, a lot of times these doctors do work for more than one team.
I haven't heard that they're synonymous, but they're the same.
Because I know some of the guys that have been.
Currently.
Not current. Well, yeah, currently.
You know, guys that do the Astros
that are doctors that are doctors for both teams.
They specialize in probably one specific thing.
Yeah.
And not at all. Like, they're probably not even around the team.
Well, but like some of them, whether they're the official doctor of the other team, the players still go to see them.
Okay.
Right. But like from the standpoint of a knee surgeon, yeah, there's a guy that is the go-to guy here.
Right. Yeah. Key from LA. The Ram starters were all at OTAs, offense and deep. Key from LA. We don't care about the Rams right now. Although I'm really interested about Devontae Adams and that Rams offense. Devontae Adams was underrated last year. He actually produced with some bad quarterbacks. I wonder if he's going to be much better with Stafford. Texture Shrouded in Mystery. That's not bad.
It's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Shrouded in Mystery is pretty good.
I like that,
Do we like
actually.
Shrouded in Mystery better than Stroudageddon?
I still like Stroudageddon.
I think I go Stroud with Mystery. It's more original.
I might.
What about the Stroudshank redemption?
What's the redemption, though?
That he's going to be okay.
We don't know that yet.
We don't know, though.
Okay, right. So let's hope.
I don't know. I really like Shrouded in Mystery.
Shrouded in Mystery is pretty good. Tyrod Taylor's doctor said, well, maybe we'll do a Twitter vote because I'm on the fence. Tyrod Taylor's doctor said CJ is healthy and good to go. From Raccoon Pete, the Space City sling. That's good if he had a sling, but he doesn't have a sling.
Yeah, he didn't have one.
Maybe the moment that he has a sling, though, we go with the Space City sling. I like that. That's good.
It's
good.
got a little roll to it.
It's just not in a sling yet, so it's not accurate. My theory is he slept on his shoulder wrong and will be having Tommy John surgery next week. That's a theory. What are your theories? Wrong answers only on CJ Stroud's shoulder. 713-780-3776. Not a shroud of evidence.
It's not bad.
See, I like it, but I think
long.
it's wordy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
long.
I like the other two better. That one's good, but it's not great. Eastbound and Stroud, CJ's wayward road back to the bigs. Pretty long.
Too long.
Yeah, it's pretty long there. The great throwing shoulder cover-up. Not bad. My bum shoulder, a CJ Stroud story. Oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's long, though.
It's not that long. A bum shoulder, a CJ Stroud story. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words.
Okay. Seems a little long.
I'm not reading that text. Tony Richardson outplayed Flacco last year. 713-780 ESPN. I know who sent that. And Israel's on the line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up?
What's going on, fellas? Oh, hold on. And the guy had asked what I would feel about the backup. He's a backup. He's, you know what I mean? He's somebody who can come in for a couple of games, you know what I mean, for the Texans and do his job. Well, who would have a problem with it if he with the Texans? You know what I mean? I walked that field from the 50-yard line all in the back. But CJ is good, man. CJ is good, even if whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as he come out and perform on that field. He back-to-back. Him and Nico is the first coach and quarterback to win back-to-back, winning a division. You know what I mean? And Anthony Richardson, he torched. The Texans. And that guy Daniel Jones, he had a whole franchise. Now what puzzles me, then they say it's racist. What puzzles me, he had a whole franchise that he could not carry. Now he's great. He can do this, he can do that. Like Flacco. Flacco got outplayed by him. Look, kid. Hey, he washed. Both of them watched. Andrew Richardson, he's getting his legs on, and he torched the Texans. Y'all got to remember that. All right, man.
All right, Israel. Appreciate it.
We're not worried about Daniel Jones's
When did he
legs.
torch the
We're worried about
Texans?
his arm.
First game that he played well the first two series and then got hurt, celebrating a touchdown.
He ran like crazy, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I think he threw for a touchdown and ran for a touchdown.
Yeah, he scored. They scored
First two
twice and he got
series,
hurt.
they
The second one when he scored is when he got
on the he got injured on the touchdown.
Yep.
But no, he torched the Texans on the first two drives. Israel's right about that. But
2 drives.
That's not a tremendous. I mean, I feel like you're like kind of like
In the
selling
second
that
drive
short,
was,
though.
I mean, one play. I mean,
Yeah.
which is I don't know if it's a
It was
point in my
after a
favor or not.
turnover. It was
Yeah.
after a turnover. Now that you mentioned that, but here's the thing: there's been a lot of quarterbacks who aren't very good the last 2 years who have actually torched the Texans defense. Zach Wilson tortured the Texans defense. Desmond
There you
Ritter
go.
torched
That's what I was
the
thinking of.
Texans defense. Aaron Rodgers at his old age torched the Texans defense. For some reason, Bryce Young won his first ever game
Yeah.
against the Houston Texans. For some
I think
reason,
there's another
the
one,
Houston
too.
We're missing
Texans
one.
struggle against bad quarterbacks the last 2 years. It makes no sense, but it happens. Yeah, Ritter, Bryce, Zach Wilson.
I feel like we're missing
Those were all
one.
in 1 year, right?
Yeah, those were all CJ's rookie year.
They got torched by Flacco in the regular season game 2 years
There you
ago.
go.
But
Yeah.
then they got revenge in the playoffs. They destroyed them in the playoffs. But no, the bad quarterbacks for some reason give D'Amico trouble. I don't know what the deal is with that.
You're right.
Yeah, it's not that high of a bar there, Israel. He said something else too. Oh yeah. No one's called Daniel Jones great. No one said Daniel Jones. We said that Daniel Jones is better than Anthony Richardson.
Daniel Jones is better than the other guys that they brought in at that stage in their career when Ballard was grasping at straws.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Jones is better than Flacco.
And I think he was better than Matt Ryan at that point in Matt Ryan's career. And who else did he bring in between there? There was another veteran.
Ryan was okay there. He brought in Phillip Rivers.
Oh, Rivers.
He brought in Rivers. Who do you think's going to be the starting quarterback for the Browns?
Israel's on line one. I think it's going to be Flacco to start the season.
Yeah, I've been wondering.
I just think that because of the fact that you're talking about a guy whose job's probably on the line in Stefanski, I think that he's going to try and go with a guy that he knows what he knows, which is a veteran quarterback that knows how to read defenses. And I don't think he's going to throw a rookie out there.
See, I think he has a better chance to survive if he has a rookie quarterback that looks promising. They didn't have to do it week one. But, like, if you win 7 games with Joe Flacco, I think you're fired. If you win 7 games with Dylan Gabriel and he looks promising, or Shedeur Sanders and he looks promising, I think there's a better chance to keep the job.
It was Will Levis, by the way, last year. Remember that Titans game?
Yeah, Levis destroyed
the Titans
them.
were 2-8 and came into
Levis
Houston
destroyed them.
and destroyed them. Yeah.
I always saw talent in that kid.
I knew that was coming.
It was even better since it was Will Levis for this show.
Remember Levis's first ever game he played in, threw 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's in him. It's in him. I mean, it takes an advanced eye to see that he's got that he oozes talent.
He's got that dog 2 times a year.
Talent like the jar oozes mayo that he sticks into his coffee. 713-780-ESPN. Yeah, I mean, I think Flacco will start the year early too. I think eventually he'll make way to a rookie. Now, what are the chances you think they trade for Kirk Cousins? Is there a better chance that Kirk Cousins is a Brown or a Steeler?
I think it's a Steeler.
So you're out on Rodgers.
I think Rodgers is out. I think he's done.
I would agree.
Okay. That'll be interesting. LMJ, Texans edition. I like it. Not the best. Stroudy duty. My life is a one-armed puppet. Stroud's traffic injury. That's not bad, but it's tough for me to say a lot of times. According to last season, CJ is average at best. Not reading that. Israel's unbearable, says Aaron. We're not going to read bad things you say about Israel. Just because you don't like Israel's takes and opinions on sports doesn't mean that you're just going to sit here and text us in 713-780-3776 and we're going to read all the bad things you say about Israel. Like Israel's unbearable, Aaron. We're not reading that Israel is unbearable.
That's
Stratostrophic.
How about silence of the limbs?
Would you call a shoulder a limb?
It's part of it, isn't it?
I would say arms and legs are the limbs, right?
Okay. Yeah, plus it's not bad. I liked what you did there, but it's only one limb too. It's not multiple.
Yeah, I know. The plural is what threw me off.
Like even if you say the shoulder's a limb, which I think is highly questionable here, there's only the one limb.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the multiple limbs here. Battle Head and Shoulders new shampoo. Nah,
I tried that already.
No. Stratomir Putin. It's not bad. It just makes no sense. It's funny. It just makes no sense. A Strat of Hope. What are the odds Jackson Dart starts over Russ? Seems like the Giants coaching staff same boat as the Browns. I think there's a pretty good chance that Jackson Dart starts more games than Russ, but I don't think he'll start the season as the starter.
Again, I think because Dable's seat is red hot, and so is the GM's. Is it Sheen?
It's
Joe
Shane.
Shane.
Yeah,
Joe
it's pronounced-
Shane.
It looks weird.
I think those
It's
two
pronounced
guys are both on the hot seat, and they're going to ride Russ.
See, I think that our argument here is what is a better chance of preserving your job? I think there's a way better chance of preserving your job winning 7 games with a rookie than 7 games with a veteran.
I think from a Mara standpoint, I think he's looking at it like he wants a veteran because he thinks that this team is should be better than running the risk of throwing a rookie out there and then just seeing if he can win 7 games. If he wins 7 games, you're right. That, then they look like heroes for finding this kid and in year 1 doing what he was capable of doing.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to fire a coach when they have a young quarterback, a rookie quarterback playing well. Really hard.
Especially with an offensive head coach.
Yeah, but I was going to say from a Dable perspective, who do I trust more that can run the offense and read the defenses and not turn the ball over of the 2 guys?
Yeah,
a rookie or Russ. Russ had a pretty good year last year.
He finished poorly. I don't disagree with your stance that Russ, as a veteran, would have a better chance of running the offense than Dart, especially early in the year, maybe all of the year. But in terms of job preservation, I believe a head coach has a way better chance of keeping his job by making a young quarterback look promising, because they're not going to want to fire the head coach that has the young quarterback looking promising. With Russ, what are you? You're capped out on whatever you do next year.
But can't you ride with Russ and then develop Dart slowly, and then at the end of the year, when or whenever you're out of the playoffs, then he shows promise, and they go, hey, look, in this system under Dable, he still shows promise.
You have to see it on the field.
Yeah,
you have to see it on the field.
That's what I'm saying. At a certain point, he'd have to get in the field later in the season.
Yeah, that's why I believe that Russ will start the year as the starting quarterback. I believe that Jackson Dart's going to start more games than Russ by the end of the year. Like, there's 17 games in an NFL season. I would say Dart starts 10 of them. And again, if we eliminate injury from the equation, I think Dart will start 10. And Jameis Winston will not start any. Lamont, was it against the Texans? The bum Colts quarterback checked himself out of the game. It was.
Yep.
Yeah. Lamont called Anthony Richardson a bum.
Wrong job. I was looking for the other one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's on me. That's on me.
Shred Stroud audio book. Read by John Gruden. I love
Never
that clip.
sounds like Gruden, though.
You don't think?
No.
I think so.
Stroud. That sounds 100% like Gruden.
I don't hear it.
Really?
I hear
when he's fired up.
I hear, who's the guy that's over the top, the ESPN play-by-play guy? Joe Tessitore?
Oh, I don't hear Tessitore.
Oh, no. You mean Texas's back guy?
Yeah. I hear Joe Tessitore in that.
Really?
I think I have Joe Test somewhere.
No way you have.
What about Back to the Shoulder?
No.
Nah.
Stroudy,
I'm looking at moving
Stroudy with a chance of drop balls. Not Strouds. I mean, receivers that are dropping the balls. Yeah. I'm still not convinced. Go Colts. Nay guy isn't Lance.
Lance is very good friends with Chris Ballard.
That's messed up. No shoulder left behind. I think we're between Stratted and Mystery and Stratageddon.
I think you're probably right.
We'll put that to vote maybe at 5:30 or so, somewhere around that window. You still looking for Joe Test?
I got him.
All right, play it.
Texas is back, folks. That's Joe Test.
I can hear that.
And here's Gruden.
Shut up, Stroud.
I don't hear it at all, Joe.
I hear Joe. I've heard Joe Test do a lot of calls that sound just like that.
Texas is
We're
back, folks.
playing one call from him, though. I'm just saying there's.
Why? That's what I had at my
I understand.
disposal.
Play them back to back again.
Texas is back, folks.
Shut up, Stroud.
You can disagree. I'm not going to change my opinion on it.
713-780-ESPN. I don't know how to pronounce that. Swarm a play on D'Amico's catchphrase. What?
Huh?
I don't know.
I think
Jaber.
he's given us instruction to come up with something based upon Swarm. But you do the work. That was the whole point of this.
Stroudavirus? I don't know. Oh, shoulder, where art thou? Stroud, Gallant, and George.
That's so dumb, but I like it.
Broke shoulder mountain.
I mean, that's Josh Hader and Brian.
I'm going to
King,
record
right?
that and bring it to the show tomorrow. If that airs today, whenever I'm watching the game, I'm going to record it and bring it for us tomorrow. It's going to happen. All right.
I'll be looking for it in the telecast tonight.
Yeah, it's good. 7 on the don't pass line. All right, craps reference. All right, 713 TJ Stroud. How about, problem is it's the shoulder.
Yeah.
It's not. If it was the elbow, TJ Stroud would be perfect. That would be perfect if it were the elbow. But because it's the shoulder, it doesn't really make sense. TJ Stroud. Tommy John would be funny, though. All right. Well, it wouldn't be funny. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Where is your Lance love? Not Zerline McCullers. Where is your love for Lance McCullers? Is he back? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys. Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, Follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Huh. So C.J. Stroud played in a Travis Scott softball game on February 13th of this year.
Yeah. Probably had something done right after that.
Maybe he had something done because of that.
Oh, stop. I don't think so.
The whole idea that he had a shoulder scope in the offseason doesn't work with that. Unless
it was because of that.
Unless it was because of that.
Yeah, you can't have the shoulder scope. When did they get eliminated?
It was like January 20-something, yeah.
So mid-ish January, and then he plays in a softball game in mid-ish February. He wouldn't have a scope in that period of time and play in that game.
No, there's no chance.
There's the only way, if he had a scope, the only way would be after this softball game. And look, maybe it could have been an injury prior to this. Well, no, it couldn't have been. You're not playing with something in your shoulder that needs scoped. You're not playing in a softball game.
I mean, Jordan did take batting practice with a broken hand.
That's a bit different.
I know. I'm just saying I would agree with you that it feels very implausible that he would play in a home run derby while dealing with the shoulder issue, but we just saw that with the Astros.
Yeah. Yeah, which we think is like an egregious fluke of malpractice.
We hope it's a fluke, yes.
Yeah,
Looks like the average person would recover from a arthroscopic surgery of the shoulder 3 to 4 months.
So he's not playing in this game.
Yeah, he wouldn't play in the softball game.
And if it's February, that means March, April, May, June. So he would be looking at a mid-June full recovery or whatever.
Yeah, but that could be why
that kind of fits
the
current
timeline.
timeline.
On the tail end of.
But I don't think he'd be playing in the Travis Scott Cactus Jack Foundation softball game if he knew he needed a scope in the shoulder.
Depends on if they told him if he could do any more damage to it or not.
That seems really stupid. That, hey, you need a scope on your shoulder. You can do more damage on it, but I'm going to still go play in the softball game.
Do we know that he played the field through and did all those things, or just swing a bat?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I think that would factor in as well. Yeah, he shouldn't be throwing.
I mean, swinging a bat ain't great either.
That's not great.
Like a lot of times hitters separate their shoulders swinging a bat. Now, it's usually your lead shoulder, not your back shoulder. And Stroud's back shoulder, because he hits right-handed, is his right shoulder. So I don't think it would be swinging. All right, anyway, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Better than I think that the whole Davis Mills thing. Can't shoulder the lead. Shoulder Blade Runner. The Hater Hunt story will probably air on Bases Loaded before the game. I don't really care about the story. I care about the commercial, the promo. The promo of it's hilarious. For crying out, Stroud. What is going on?
It's not bad.
For crying out, Stroud. What is going wrong?
It's not bad.
Is Josh Reddick wearing the same suit he wore last night? Reddick's fashion choices are different, interesting. Throw out whatever superlative you want. Fantastic.
Sometimes he just doesn't. He just lets the hair go.
What's funny is like one day he'll be like really buttoned up and like, look the part.
Yep.
And then the next day he's wearing like J's with like a red like button up and like this really bizarre tie where it's like, okay, what?
He always says he wears the red for
here?
his Georgia Bulldogs, but yeah,
Is that what he says?
Yeah, but it doesn't really go with a lot of stuff he wears it with.
I like Reddick on it. And I think Bogusevic is really good too. You notice who's not doing them?
Is the guy Clay? No, he
Clay as well, but
yeah, but Stanton put out a tweet about it.
Well, he put out a tweet about it because somebody noticed he hadn't been airing.
Right,
like they asked him point blank, "Hey, are you still working for them?" He's like, "No, I'm not." Which I wonder
if
from
the tweet did it to
yeah.
him. Yep.
Because we all know what happened with Mike Stanton. If you did, you care to describe it for him, Blankers?
He responded to a tweet from a young lady that said, if you like this picture and whatever, I'll send you more.
You got caught by a thirst trap.
So do we think that's why he's no longer working with the Shin?
I would think it's in part why.
I think there's a good chance.
Yep.
Yeah, because I mean, I thought he was fine on TV.
I didn't mind him on TV.
I thought he was pretty good. A little pretentious at times, but I felt like he was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought he was insightful. I thought he gave you from his experiences and everything like that. And from a pitcher's perspective, when he was talking about stuff like that, he knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, UTSA Roadrunners are the best baseball team in Texas. Best college team. Hard to argue that. A buddy of mine.
Texas is back, folks.
You had to bring up Joe Tess.
Sorry.
And that's going to be part of the rotation.
For that reason alone, I'm sorry.
What's AJ up to the rest of our lives?
You'll see him on Friday.
Can you be here for the rest of our lives? I don't want to hear Joe Tess say Texas is back over
Joe
and
Tess
over.
drives me nuts.
I like Joe Tess.
I don't like him.
I'm a Joe Tess fan. I didn't love him on Monday Night Football. I think he has a voice for college sports and boxing.
In wrestling.
And I guess wrestling. I think he's really good on college football. Like, I do think he elevates the moment. Like, he is – I'm a fan. A buddy of mine played a golf round behind Josh Reddick, and he said he is the biggest bag of all time. He said that he played in pajamas and blamed a major slice on them for riding up too far on them while he was teeing off. Chastised him about it. That's hard for me to believe. I don't deny
I could believe
it,
he's
guess.
playing in loud pants like pajamas.
I could too. Like I've met Reddick. I've talked to Reddick a few times. I think he's a very nice guy. Like down to earth, very I liked my experiences.
I've never met him.
Josh
He
Reddick.
seems like he's a decent guy. I enjoyed him when he was filling in with Robert Ford for Sparky.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty good. Can we get CJ some Coleman milk? He needs stronger muscles. That's the commercial in Arkansas. Coleman milk. Do we have that on file?
AJ used to have it. The other AJ used to have it on
We need to
file
find
and
that
use
on
it
file.
daily.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texter Lance has settled in his first start. He had jitters. He was nervous. Now he's ready. He's pitching really well. So your love for Lance McCullers, I started loving him in spring training because he was working hard. And he was fighting for us, fighting for the H. Wanted to do good for the Astros. I've pressed you on your love for Lance McCullers. I've asked you, where is it at? Where is it coming along? Where is it at with you?
Where would I leave it off last?
I don't remember.
2.5,
Still
3?
not very high, yeah.
I'm going to go 5.
Okay.
I'm going to go 5. It's definitely to get over the midway point. I got to see one more good start. But to see these two back to back, regardless of who they're playing, and get the results that he got and did some of the things we've already talked about, I believe that it is now starting to excite me that he could be, not that he was going to ever be the guy that he was before, but if he can be your temporary third starter and be a better than average fourth or fifth starter by the end of the season, I am ecstatic with Lance McCullers. And so it has moved up twofold.
I didn't realize his ERA got down to 4.44, even after that awful start he had against Cincinnati.
Since the Cincinnati start, he's had a 221 across 20.1.
I wonder what it is if you just eliminate the Cincinnati start, because he didn't give up any earned runs in his first start.
Well, so that
he got lucky and didn't give up any earned runs.
So if it's since they eliminate the red start, so since the May 10th start, from that point forward, it was a 2-2-1.
Right, but I was asking what it would be if you just eliminate the Cincinnati.
How many starts did he have before the
one?
Okay,
he went 3 2/3, didn't give up a run to the White Sox. Now he got kind of lucky in that game, but he didn't give up any runs. So, yeah, you'd have to do the math on that. I don't feel like doing the math. I give up math a long time ago. 713-780-ESPN. Reddick has a Lamborghini with a Spider-Man wrap. Is that true?
he's also a massive
big Spider-Man guy, yeah.
Ric Flair, Spider-Man, and the Georgia Bulldogs are all Josh Reddick things.
I couldn't imagine having a Lamborghini with Spider-Man wrap. Brandon Baby likes Spider-Man, but he's not even 3 yet. Reddick's close to 43. It's kind of weird.
Amon Green was the same way with Batman. He had some exotic sports car that had a Batmobile wrap.
Joe Burrow bought a Batmobile. I know that because we're boys.
That's right.
Yeah. Just Texter says, just happy to see McCullers doing well. She said you're at a 5 with Lance. I'm at a 10. It's a 10. It's a 10.
Well, you already were there, weren't you? Just because of the
comeback. I'm in love with Lance. I'm in love with Lance for a lot of reasons. Repping the H, fighting hard after 3 major arm surgeries. His coffee, I've heard, is very good. I've yet to partake in Maven coffee. So, I'm at a 10. Where's your love for him, Brian? 713-780-3776.
I'm like a 7.5.
You're a 713?
Where were you?
Going into the season, I was probably around 3 or 4. So it's close to double.
But okay.
Do you know that Lance McCullers' strikeout numbers are higher than they've ever been in his career?
I mean, when you get 19 in your last 2, that's pretty damn good.
He he is averaging Ks per 9. He is averaging this year currently 12.2. His previous career high was 11.8. It was the only time he was at 11 or more. So Lance McCullers is striking out more guys per 9 than he has ever struck out in his entire career, which is insane. I would have never imagined that.
Because of the fact that I just felt like no matter what, and it didn't seem like he wanted to throw the curve as much or he wanted to throw anything with spin, but also the fact that I just didn't think his fastball was going to be enough to offset it.
It's not.
And you're right. But he's proven that when he locates it, because of how good his spinning stuff is, he can be damn good.
See, I was wondering. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I was just going to tell you, I looked up the ERA. If you remove the Cincinnati start, 1.88. 1.88.
That's crazy.
That's stupid. Like, that's stupid for a dude who's coming off 2.5 years of not pitching and has 3 major arm surgeries. Like, that is ridiculous.
Like, we would have been happy with, 3.88.
Yeah.
We might have been happy with something in the 4s, and he's at 1.88 if you remove the Cincinnati start.
I looked up the the pitch information that Lance McCullers had yesterday in his game, and he's kind of abandoning most of his he throws a sinker and throws a 4-seamer. He's kind of gotten rid of the 4-seamer altogether. I think he threw one of them in the game yesterday. He'll throw his sinker every now and then, but only to righties. To me, he is, and I wondered if this was going to be the case. Hey, let's get some information on Lance and then actually have a game plan on how to get guys out. First 3 starts, let's just see what he's got left in the tank. And then after that, okay, this is your best chance of getting hitters out. And we're starting to see him pitch, obviously. He's getting the swing and miss. He's getting the whiffs. But he's throwing a lot more of the spin than he is the velo because he knows he doesn't have the velo right now.
So it's more of a junk ball pitcher.
See, I actually had that thought. I was like, is it fair to call Lance McCullers a junk ball pitcher? I don't know if you can call a junk ball pitcher a guy who's getting 12 punch-outs per 9.
That's the thing. It's junk ball by philosophy and what you're throwing, but it just happens that of the most of the time off-speed pitches that are considered junk balls, he's got massive swing and miss capabilities on multiple pitches.
Yeah, yesterday he threw 31 sliders. 31. That was the most of any. He threw 96 pitches in the game. The slider was the pitch that he used the most, 31 times. He threw a sinker 27 times, but never to a lefty. He only uses it against righties. So he doesn't throw a sinker against lefties because they're giving him the information that, hey, your sinker's not good against lefties because the lefties are crushing your sinker right now. He threw 18 changeup. He threw 16 curves. He threw 3 cutters, and he only threw 1 4-seam, which I wonder if that was maybe a mix-up.
Maybe calculation.
Maybe it was actually a sinker and he didn't even have the 4-seam. He didn't top out very hard, 92.9. Yeah. His velo was a little down, actually.
It is a little down.
But the command was good. And Lance has never had command.
So that's the biggest thing, though. If you can work the inside part of the plate, and especially to right-handed hitters, and then you can throw all your spin stuff, you can be successful. I didn't think he'd be this successful, but more power to him, and let's hope it keeps going. I would hope that at a certain point, that I guess the main thing to hope for is just that he keeps his command, because that was my biggest hot button going into the season. And then having watched the first couple starts, but he had obvious control of his command last night, and his last 2 starts he's had 1 walk, and 7 punches.
Only 1 walk in each of the last 2 starts.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's only had 1 walk in each of his last 2. And then if you look at the overall Lance numbers on what pitches are getting hit, it's his hard stuff, like his sinker, which is fastball. That's getting hit at a 364 batting average and a 594 expected slug. That's very, very high. That's his worst pitch. But then you look at some of the the off-speed stuff, the breaking stuff. Slider 242, slug 394. The changeup 190 average, 350 slug. The curve 067 average, 067 slug.
Do you think he'll ever get
the
more?
4-seamer 250? The expected slug on the 2-seamers over 1,000. So he can't throw his fast stuff. You can use it as a setup pitch, or you can use it to an account where the guy's looking breaking ball, maybe to sneak it in there. And obviously he's abandoned it entirely against lefties. But he has, right before our eyes, in only 6 starts, really reinvented who he is as a pitcher.
He really has. And this can be a long second chapter. But the question I have is, has he abandoned, or do you ever, for the most part, the curveball being a frequently used dominant pitch for him? Because he threw, would you say 16 last night?
He threw 16 curves, 27 sliders, but he uses the curve against lefties. He didn't use it at all against the righties. I guess that's
because the curve was his pitch.
Yeah, early in his career.
Yeah.
I mean, that hasn't really been the case, though, since he came back from the first TJ.
Do you think that's from the surgery, or because of the surgery, or just the wear and tear?
I think it's
or
the
just,
effectiveness of the pitch.
Okay.
Like, he's not he's not shying away from the curveball. He's throwing the curveball, almost the third most of any pitch he has. And he's still throwing the slider.
Yeah, sliders, but the sliders become his most dominant pitch.
He used it the most yesterday. And, the numbers would tell you the knuckles the most dominant pitch.
Huh.
No, I don't think he shied away from it. I think he's kind of selective when he uses it.
Yeah,
It's just out pitch, head of the count, strikeout pitch.
I just felt like it seemed like he was trying to go away from the curveball when we were hearing as he was doing his rehabs and his starts in the minor leagues. But it's obviously the art of pitching, and the fact that if he's just throwing the curve to lefties and the slider getting righties out and he's that effective, then don't change it.
You want whiff rates?
Sure.
His knuckle, they call it a knuckle curve. I think he does have like knuckle on the curve, but whatever. His whiff rate is 55%.
Yeah, it's nasty.
55% is his whiff rate on his curveball. 28% on the slider, just 12% on the sinker. It's changed, got 21.
The drop rate, or however they
That's
calculate the amount of movement on that pitch,
the vertical rise or
yeah,
whatever.
that the knuckle curve still has filthy movement.
Yeah, I don't know what the average spin is for like a curveball in Major League Baseball, but he's flirting with a 3,000 RPM.
I think 3,000 is like really good.
Like almost elite.
Yeah.
I'll look that up. 713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. If Willa Bits coming up next. Willa Bits. You never know what you're going to get with the Willa Bits. You just know it's going to be great. Willa Bits coming up next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What else is great is Two Creeks Crossing Resort. We were there last weekend. We drove up to Lake Livingston. I got to Two Creeks Crossing Resort at about the same time that I normally get home. That's how close Two Creeks Crossing Resort is. You're not traveling all day. I worked that day, and I was there before the sun went down. So Two Creeks Crossing Resort is great from that aspect. You can get somewhere beautiful for the weekend, a weekend escape, join in on the rest and relaxation, and you're there in 90 minutes, an hour and a half away from downtown. So escape the rat race, escape the hustle and bustle of the job, whatever's causing you stress and anxiety, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Drop your line in the catch and release pond. Or if you want to fish in the two creeks they have up there, that's some good fishing too. They got a pool for you. They got a little bit of an ice house for you to catch a beverage or two as well. They had some live music while we were there. Food truck as well. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is your weekend getaway that's not too far away. Don't hop in the car and drive for 5 hours. You don't have to. Don't hop on a plane. Just get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes away from the city of Houston. From the open green spaces to the wildlife. We saw a bunch of wildlife there. Beautiful, majestic trees. We stayed in the tree house. There was a tree right up the house. And some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat that. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. You can save 20% on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, tents, minimum of 2 nights, max of 5. But Two Creeks is always taking care of their customers. Like I mentioned, the food truck, the live music. It's a great time. So get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, whether you want to hike on their 92-acre property, kayak, play some pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink. That's fun too. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We'll get to Willa Bits in our next segment. People want to talk Lance McCullers, and we just do what the people want us to do. Summer Circuit is back. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. That's pretty good. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, we'll be hanging out, enjoying food, cocktails at the Kima Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Come out, join us this Friday, noon to 6, Kima Boardwalk, and you can find the entire Summer Circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. Lamont, it just hits me this morning that McCullers, this is McCullers' first year throwing with the pitch clock. With that in mind, his adjustments sort of make sense in that capacity. Yeah, I think that there is some feel and, I guess learning the tempo and the pace that you need to pitch at, and also be able to sustain a very consistent pace, because I'm sure you want to have a consistent tempo. You don't want to rush a 1-1 pitch and then take your time on the 2-1 pitch. I'm sure you want to be pretty consistent with your pace. So there is a little bit of feel for what that is going to require for each pitcher.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that when you watch pitchers these days too, especially the good ones that utilize every resource like the pitch clock, they are ready to go with 7 or 8 seconds. But in a lot of cases, it's that uncomfortable for the hitter to have to stay in there while you just pause and wait until you start your delivery at 1 or 2 seconds left on the pitch clock, just to kind of create less tempo or rhythm for the hitter, as well as you feeling like you're going to throw your pitch when you want to.
Texture says Zach Greinke. We were kind of opining about that the other day. Greinke's a guy who had, or in his early days, electric stuff, high velo, and then lost the velo, still had good movement on his pitches, but reinvented who he was. He wasn't a guy relying just on top-end velo to get guys out. Late in his career, he was doing whatever it took to get you out. Sometimes he'd even tell you what pitch he was throwing to get you out. McCullers has had to reinvent who he is.
Yep.
And
right now he's doing a hell of a job.
To do it in 6 starts is really impressive.
Yeah, because
really
you're right.
impressive.
It takes time for because like you said, Zach Greinke is a really good example, because Zach Greinke was top of the line, one of the best pitchers in baseball in his Kansas City days. And as he got older, to stay relevant, stay in the league, and stay effective, he completely changed. But I don't think he did that in less than a season and a half, probably.
Gradual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to go 2.5 years without pitching and then, 6 starts, we're going to kind of reinvent who we are as a pitcher. It is impressive. Texture says he's been watching Greg Maddux videos. Again, gradual. Maddux was awesome, man. I hated Greg Maddux as a player because he terrorized the Astros, but looking back, he's a player that I had a tremendous amount of respect for.
He never had an overpowering fastball, though.
I mean, whenever he was young, he threw pretty hard. I don't think it was ever upper 90s. I think it was more mid 90s.
Yeah, I watched the doc, and I thought that he was more low 90s, and then he even kind of went off of that.
I mean, he struck out a bunch of dudes, though.
He was a master of painting the edges.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of times he got egregious calls from the umpires, too, where they gave him the Maddux strike zone. But, yeah, he painted the black a lot.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes we underrate Maddox's stuff because of his elite command, the second half of his career. But, I mean, more command than pure stuff for Maddux. Maddux was I hated Maddux as a player. I hated Jordan as a player. I hated Kobe as a player. I hated Jeter as a player.
Mm-hmm.
But then all of them, whenever they retire, I liked them. They're players that when they played, I couldn't stand because they beat you. But then the moment they retired, I was like, okay, I respected that guy. That was a guy I liked.
Kobe to me and Jeter because I hated the franchises.
Mm-hmm.
And there's really not another player on either team that I really liked. I like Shaq, but Shaq played with so many teams. But I think Kobe and Jeter are the perfect example of I had to respect them. And like you said, when they were done, they ripped my heart out too many times. Kobe did, especially with his ability to just take over a game late. But yeah, he and Jeter are top of the list.
Yeah, couldn't stand them. What were some other guys?
I still can't stand Karl Malone and John Stockton.
Yeah, Stockton I grew to respect. Malone not. I never liked Malone.
Yeah,
Stockton I learned to like a bit.
He was dirty, but
yeah, he was just freaking good.
He was good, but he was dirty. I would never change my opinion. I have never liked those guys.
I wonder who else I never liked as a player.
Well, MJ.
I'm trying to think football. I said MJ.
Oh, you did?
I'm trying to think in football if there's ever a guy who I didn't like Brady when he played. I still don't.
I didn't
really
either. I
love
still
Brady.
don't really like him.
He's okay now. I didn't hate him. I don't hate him as much anymore as I used to.
Manning?
No, I liked Manning, actually. I know he was a division rival and stuff,
Mhm.
but I liked Manning as a player. I always thought he was kind of funny, too. Like his SNL skits, and like he never really took himself that seriously despite being one of the greatest quarterbacks ever.
Yeah.
I liked Manning.
I've always liked Peyton.
Yeah, me too. I don't know like why. I shouldn't have liked him. He was a Colt. I don't know if I've had those experiences with football
Like,
players.
it's weird because growing up in the NFC North, I still always respected Walter Payton,
Mhm.
Barry Sanders, guys that were just top of their craft.
Yeah.
No matter how, and also because the Packers sucked and they beat them anyway.
Brandon, you argued that pitch clock doesn't affect pitchers. I said it doesn't affect them from an injury toll, and I do believe that. I do think it takes rhythm and feel and like doing it a little bit to adjust to what your tempo is going to look like, but I don't think it impacts injuries. So you're kind of cherry picking there a little bit, Texter. And I'm here for that debate. That's fine. Maddox and Moyer, Cubbies. Look at that. Look at somebody dropping a little Jamie Moyer love on the text line.
That's right.
Who doesn't love Jamie Moyer?
It's a loyal listener.
Little
For a
Maddox from the right side, Moyer from the left side, and neither one's breaking glass with their fastball.
Did you look up how fast
I
Maddox
didn't.
used to throw?
I didn't. No. How fast? I don't know why your Google isn't working. How fast?
I
does
thought
Greg
you had
Maddox
it open.
throw?
I thought you were looking at it.
You thought I had a tab open of how fast
thought you were,
Greg
no,
Maddox
of
throws?
Maddox's pitches and such.
Maddox's fastball peaked at around 93, 95 early in his career, but gradually declined throughout his career. Early career, 93, 95. Mid-career, decreased. Late career,
Would
decreased.
Kershaw
Thanks,
be
Google AI. I needed your help on mid to late career of his fastball decreasing.
Would Kershaw be a guy that was more of a dominant fastball pitcher early?
Kershaw had a lot of gas early in
Yeah,
his career.
and now
What's he
he's
topping out
become
these
more,
days?
Not much.
I watched a little bit of that Dodger game last night.
He got beat
Soto
up.
got him for a homer.
Yeah, he did.
Kershaw top velo early in career. Let me go to one of my bookmarks. What were you gonna say, Brian?
I was just going to guess like 96, 97. He definitely had some gas.
Topped that at 98, but was known to sit 94, 96. Yeah, he used to throw hard.
Yeah, he definitely reinvented.
Didn't he go to high school with Stafford?
He did.
Yeah, he's
in
a Texas
Austin,
guy.
right?
Dallas?
In Austin, I think.
Was it Austin or
I
like
think
one of the
like
ritzy
Austin,
spots?
Westlake?
I thought it was a ritzy spot in Dallas.
Yeah, I thought so too. He's definitely a Texas guy, but I thought it was Dallas area.
Yeah, I don't remember. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Willa Bits is next, and it's going to be great. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the best in the business, like their name states. At Siding Windows, they do front doors, and they do so much more. But they've been in Houston and in business for over 50 years, and they want to help you out. They want to take care of our listeners and all Houstonians because they're dedicated to Houston, and they've always been in this community. It's a family-owned and operated business that continues to roll on the good word of people like us and the word of mouth of people that are satisfied customers, and they are satisfied when they go to Allstate. Allstate takes care of you by taking care of your house. It's for most of us, it's our biggest investment. They do a great job of making sure from the windows to the siding to so much more that what they provide for you is a product that looks good, that you can feel comfortable with, but also is going to take care of you on the more important matters like being hurricane safe. And also the fact that during the hot months of the summer, it's going to keep the cold air in, it's going to keep the warm air out, and it's going to lower your energy bills from up to 35 to 40%. They are fantastic. They're always here to help you out, and they help you out in a variety of ways, like doing a free inspection and free suggestions for how they can have their products help you and your house. All you do is call them, and they're going to come and help you out with a free, no obligation inspection. 832-204-1936. 832-204-1936. Get you someone to your door to see what kind of house you have, when it was built, the architecture and such, so that they can recommend the best windows, the best siding, the best products at the best prices. Right now, you can save so much on what they have going on. You can save up to 30% right now on a window job. You can save up to $2,500 on a siding job. And they have deals if you just mentioned that you listen to us on ESPN 97.5. Start the process today. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com. See all the different products and services that they offer. And then call them for that free inspection so that you can understand how they can help you. 832-204-1936. allstatesidingandwindows.com.
All right, food debates. What I heard. We haven't done Willabits in a bit, huh?
We have not.
It's been a bit.
Where's AJ?
He'll be out with you and Kimo
Who
on
was
Friday.
the other guy that works with you sometime? Ryan?
Ryan, yeah,
I'm
Ryan.
kidding. I know who Ryan is. What's the intern doing right now?
Podcasting.
Can they run the board and save us from your...
She?
I said, can they?
I thought you said
It's 2025.
Joel, you heard he too? Okay.
Check the tapes. Pretty sure I said they.
All right, let's go. I'll find it.
And it is 2025. I can get away with they.
Not wrong about that.
How long is it going to take you, Brian?
Oh, you're not going to get Brian. Not going to get it right away, are you?
I mean, he looks like he's efforting.
You're not AJ.
I mean, he's doing something. Took off his headset.
Producer type things.
Yeah, I think he's efforting and trying to figure it out. We got it already.
Yeah, I just had to rewind a little bit. Here we go.
Well done. That sounds like a they to me. What do you think it was?
That sounded like a he.
I think it was they.
I think hearing it a second time, I think Jeremy's right.
Yeah, I think it was a quick one. I think it was hard to hear it, but I think there's a T there.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
You can either confirm or deny. That's one where the call on the field stands. You can't confirm it, but there's not enough there to overturn it either.
All right, I'll live with that. I'll live with that.
All right, so what's our debate today?
What food, if you could choose any food to be 0 calories for the rest of your life, what you picking?
It's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million things.
Really now, where do you go with like the frequency? Because I think there's two paths, like the frequency of which you eat something, or just the most indulgent thing you eat.
Because that's exactly right. Because I was thinking, like, what's the highest caloric food that I really enjoy, and it would probably be pizza.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good call. I was thinking burgers for mine.
And you could have pizza a variety of different ways, but if there was no calories involved, you could just load up the toppings and do whatever you wanted. I'm probably going pizza number one.
See, I can eat healthy with my entrees. Like, I really like entrees that are healthy. Like, I could eat steak every day. Like, give me some good shrimp. Give me a good fish. Like, the entrees aren't the ones that get me in trouble. What gets me in trouble? No. Like,
I'm not a dessert person either.
I like dessert, but I can get away with no dessert. Like, I don't need sweets, and I don't eat it that often. Like, you give me a sweet like once a week, okay.
I'm good with that too. That's why I normally do it. On Saturday nights, I'll have I'll have dessert. But like my wife and kids are diehard dessert fans and sweets fans. I've never been a fan of like a lot of candy. I'm not a big candy person either, but I'm with you. I probably have dessert once a week.
Brian's bit joke was funny. Your wife's listening to the show, Brian.
She's never listened to the show.
Texture says bacon. See, bacon's not that bad for you.
No, well, it's not good for you.
It depends on your school of thought. Like, there's a lot of people who don't think bacon's bad for you. Like,
really?
If you're like carnivore, keto,
like
paleo.
I was gonna say the keto diet.
No,
bacon's not bad for you.
No, because they believe in fat. Actually, they don't believe in carbs. So it depends your school of thought on the bacon front. So. See, I love Cokes, but I feel like I can quit Coke, and it'd feel like a terrible, terrible way to use my 0
I think that'd be a waste.
It would be a waste. And like, you could have one Coke every now and then. It's 150 calories, not that big a deal. And you probably shouldn't have more than one Coke a day anyways. You shouldn't have any Cokes, but more than one is, even worse, obviously. So because I can get away with the entree, I don't need sweets in my life. I'm not doing it for a Coke. I think my answer is French fries.
That was one of my
French fries.
That was my other consideration.
Because I could eat French fries with my lunch side. Yep. I can eat it with my dinner side. I could eat it as a snack late night, and I have 0 calories there. I think I'm going French fries.
Honestly, I was debating between those two because in my household, French fries are king. Like, everybody loves French fries, and especially if you get them at the right spots. But yeah, you're right. You can use them anytime. Lisa's always like, when they're done, should we throw them out? I'm like, no, you can reheat those bad boys the next day in the toaster oven, and they're still good, like the Beck's fries.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Well, maybe an air fryer.
Yeah.
Do you have an air fryer? Okay,
yes.
Well, that changed the game a little bit. Like, prior to an air fryer, if you tried like microwave or French fry, they were
I wouldn't do like McDonald's or fast food fries like that. But like Beck's fries, you can heat up and you can add a little crispness to them, and they're still good.
Yeah, air fryer changed the game there.
What are you going with?
I think my initial answer was burgers, but as I was kind of thinking about it, and as you were talking about like what you could live without, I'm kind of leaning towards tortillas just because they go into so many different things that I would eat. Like, I mean, kind of. I mean, depending on the type of chip you get, they would go into chips. They would go into maybe a tostada, some tacos, enchiladas, fajitas, so many
Not a
different
bad idea.
things. I think I'd go tortilla.
So you're
And
going with just the
tortilla.
because the tortilla itself isn't high in calories.
no, but it's the carbs. But even still, like a tortilla for a tortilla is still like 150, 200 calories.
Depends. Like
by itself.
the ones I get at HEB are you can get 40 and 70 calorie tortillas.
Well, sure, if you go
get the
with
high
the lighter
fiber
ones,
Yeah.
yeah. But I
Carb
don't,
balance.
I don't want those.
That's exactly what they are.
Yeah, they're not that good.
Yeah, I don't want those.
I don't mind them at all.
They're a great alternative.
Yeah.
For what they are, they're great. They're not as great as a traditional
Because it's like
homemade
less
flour
than
tortilla.
bread,
Yeah,
so
it's
that
not
you
bad.
so you can make like stuff at home.
We get those too. No, it's a great alternative. It's not as good as the real thing, but it's not bad. It's not a bad alternative.
But does that include? So you just say tortillas, but
just
then
the tortilla itself.
but does that mean that you don't get? But that's not the cheese and the thing that
No,
you're
but
putting
like-
in the tortilla.
Like if you're talking about some of these diets like keto or whatever, like the part they want you to cut out is the carb. It's the tortilla. So I think that would be pretty big.
Cereal for life with no calories. See, I don't love
Celery's
cereal.
not that high in
I
calories.
don't love. I don't love.
It depends on the kind of cereal you're eating.
True. That's true.
Pretty sugary at least.
Well, not all cereal. Depends on the cereal here.
Yeah,
The
sure.
cereal is absolutely in play. Chinese food, says Keith from LA. See, that's cheating. You're going with the entire menu.
Right.
There.
Yeah,
You got to
got
pick
a
one
specific
thing.
dish.
No calories chocolate, but then when you add to the other snacks, calories stay the same. See, chocolate's not awful for you if it's like pure 100% chocolate.
Right. But at the same time, like I guess I'm just not Lisa's a massive chocolate fan, and I'm not. So I think because the pizza's all encompassing, and you can just load up if you want.
Bacon is absolutely bad for you. School of thought doesn't change the nutritional facts and what it does for your lipid profile. Okay, we'll go take that up with the carnivore diet people. Go take that up with the keto diet people. Sweet potatoes, fries stay fresh longer. Yeah, but they're sweet potatoes. They're not nearly as good.
I agree.
I'm not a huge sweet potato.
Sweet potato fries aren't fries.
I'm
to
not
me.
a fan of sweet potato fries.
Not high on calories. Look at a bowl of Apple Jacks with whole milk. That's the thing. It depends on the cereal.
Whole milk too,
or just the Apple Jacks.
Are they?
I mean, it's a
yeah.
sugar
There's a lot
bomb,
of
yeah.
sugar, but does that mean that there's a lot of calories?
In Apple Jacks?
Yeah, it's got
Let's
to be.
Look up the serving here. Apple Jack nutritional facts. Quick image. Apple Jack. You're looking at 140 calories for about a cup, which is not very much.
140 is not that bad.
It's not as bad as I thought it would be. 140 for a cup.
Yeah,
but no one's eating just a cup.
No, they're not.
That's not. You're right. It's less than I thought it would.
Yeah,
be.
I wouldn't waste it on that.
Someone says steak because it's a lot. It's a very high calorie. See, steak can be good for you too if it's your school of thought.
Mhm.
Like a lot of people think it's great to have steak each and every day. It's pizza and it's not close. Beer, says somebody. See, I couldn't waste it on a drink. Yeah, I couldn't waste it on a drink. House lo mein, says Keith from LA. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Little house lo mein.
I hear you, Brian, on cheeseburgers.
Yeah, that was the initial first thing that popped in my head. The question came up. That was what popped in my head.
Cheese, says somebody, period. See, cheeseburgers aren't that bad for you either if you get rid of the bread.
That's right.
Sure.
Like you can get away without the bread, which
Again, lends back
really
to
wanna do,
again
though.
when you talk about keto diets and things like that. Just take the carbs out.
School of thought there a bit. Tech 0664, great segment, guys. This is really good to listen to. And then he said that he would throw in tofu as his food without any calories. It's a weird
I think
answer.
that might have been a troll answer.
Might have been a
Without
weird
any
answer.
takers.
Somebody said
except for my
donuts.
wife.
See, I like donuts, but I don't need donuts that often. Like if I get one donut every 3 months, like I'm more than okay.
That made me think of something though, and maybe this is as a lifelong Texan that's more popular in this era, but kolaches.
Nope.
I could do without kolaches. I like kolaches, but I
love
I never
kolaches.
crave kolaches.
Really?
I like kolaches. I never crave them.
I do crave them. I could eat them almost every day if I chose to.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I limit myself obviously, but
Like Italian food's up there for me too. Like I
Mhm.
like Italian food, but I never crave Italian food.
Well, I mean, pizza.
Yeah, I guess I don't really look at pizza as Italian food.
I like
Honestly, I never crave pizza.
I do.
I'm not a huge, like, I like pizza, but I'm never like, hey, let's go out for a pizza. It always has to be somebody else's idea. I'll eat it.
I no. There are times I crave pizza, and again, there's not as many great pizza spots here as there is kind of another spot in the Midwest and places I've been. But I'll tell you what, there's no doubt that there are times I'll just crave a pizza and go get Star Pizza or a good pizza.
Funnel cake.
Nah.
It's a bad waste of like if you get one food that has 0 calories, I'm not waste. I can't remember the last time I had a funnel cake.
Yeah, because it'd be something you'd want to eat a lot.
Often.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I couldn't imagine wanting to eat funnel cake a lot.
Funnel what?
Kick it to a kunkel.
I thought I
Car
caught
wreck
myself.
of the day, early
No,
nominees.
hold on. I thought I caught myself.
You want to go back to the tape?
All right, hold on.
Go back to the tape, please.
He's saying I said he.
Yeah, and you go that route.
in the same segment. Buffalo wings, you can do a healthy alternative. Buffalo wings would be just fine. Like
Again,
the
with an air
chicken's fine.
fryer.
Yeah, chicken's fine. You get in trouble with the sauce.
Yep.
And then, the fryer is in it. How many
The fry
calories?
is where you get in trouble.
Is that adding a lot of calories, though?
Yeah, it's fat and calories.
If you're dripping it in, I guess if you do the air fryer, you don't have to, though.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's what I'm saying. The air fryer helps, but you could do like the breading and then the deep frying, and that's when you get crushed.
All right, you want to go to the tape?
Let's go to the tape.
I started.
He did stop.
I did stop it.
What-
I didn't complete
what
the
did
word.
you
Go full Cody Stoots, but boy, oh boy.
I got 1 foot in bounds. Didn't get the second.
What letters did he just say?
See, that's the other thing. 'Cause I thought it could be one of two ways.
I think he said see you in.
I thought I said see you.
I think he went to the end. Do you think he did?
I
think he did.
initially I thought it was CO before CU. Now I'm sold that it's a CU.
I think it was see you half of the end.
I think you're yes.
Caught myself.
We're going to be out on remote next Tuesday. We'll see you next Tuesday. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Butter says somebody said sugar. I don't know if I need sugar. Fried chicken. Every Mexican would say carnitas. Not this Mexican. If I had to pick a Mexican food, I wouldn't say carnitas either. I like carnitas, but it's never my go-to.
Barbacoa?
I like a little barbacoa. Barbacoa is really good. I don't know. I mean, chips and salsa having 0 calories would be awesome too.
That would be chips and queso. Chips and queso would be amazing.
I mean, that's also good. I could, if you only gave me an option of chips and queso or chips and salsa for the rest of my life, I would pick chips and salsa though.
Yeah, I think I go the other way.
Really?
Yeah.
Fair enough. We've hit our impasse.
I'm a gringo.
That's true. All right, 713-780-ESPN, car wrecks of the day. By the way, the voters say that Stroud-ageddon is the no, wait, I'm mistaken. It's Strouded and Mystery. Strouded and Mystery ran away with it.
Really?
72% of the vote. Stroud-ageddon took just 28. So Strouded and Mystery is the name of this period of time in Texans franchise history.
I like it.
I got a quick brag real quick before we get to car wreck of the day. The Black Adam Schefter followed me. The parody account. He followed me today for whatever reason. But I'm pumped up about it. Fired up. I've made it in this.
Because you're an influencer.
When was the last time that he was that account was big though?
I mean, he's got like 300,000 followers.
But that was from a lot of the past. I haven't really seen anything from that account recently.
He's got 77,500 followers. I overdid it a bit. I mean, he still tweets a lot.
Okay.
I don't know. All right. What's your car wreck of the day? So why are you trying to demean me? Why are you trying to undermine my follow of the day?
I'm not. I remember it. I remember that account being big in the past. I just don't remember it in the recent times.
You're like, I'm very happy for this moment in life, and you're pooing all over it.
Okay. Well, poo on. The attendance for the last 2 Marlins games, not good. They had a day game today coming off of the night game, and they're playing the worst team in baseball, the Rockies. But they got a little over 5,000 and a little over 7,000.
Are they the worst team in baseball, though?
The Rockies?
Rockies? Yes.
The Marlins, or the Rockies just swept the Marlins. And that was, spoiler alert, my car wreck of the day nominee. The Marlins at home got swept 3-0 by the Rockies.
Still don't
can the Rockies be the worst team in baseball if they sweep you in your own building?
The record says they could.
I don't know. I might have to change it to the Marlins until further notice.
I mean,
who is the best team in baseball? The Dodgers, maybe? Yes. Well, who has the best record?
I would guess it's the Dodgers, right?
If the Rockies swept the Dodgers in a 3-game series, would you say the Rockies are the best team in baseball?
You're poking holes. That's fair. That's fair.
It depends on your barometer.
I don't know. Just sweeping them at home, though.
Yeah, it's bad. That's like spring training numbers.
Yep.
They need to contract the
100%.
Just contract them.
Yeah, Rockies and Marlins. See ya.
Give me Alcantara.
Someone's gonna trade for him at the deadline.
Hasn't had a good year, but he's
coming off of Tommy John though, so might take a year.
Super talented. He pitched well against the Rockies, huh? Who doesn't pitch well against the Rockies, huh? Yeah, that's bad attendance. I hate that. Tampa doesn't do much better either.
No, I was going to say the Rays, but because they're playing this year at Steinbrenner Field, where it's a max of like 10,000, they've been selling out.
Have they really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's closer to Tampa. Like they play in St. Pete whenever that thing is actually here. FanDuel banned a bettor who posted a video of himself heckling Gabby Thomas. Dude followed her around the track heckling her, and they banned him. They banned him as a bettor, which is great on FanDuel. Great job.
She's a sprinter?
Sprinter. Gold medals. A lot of texters are nominating Brian for funnel. And then Kelly Eco was nominated by the text line as well for his cricket phone.
Way closer than you think, sir. Way closer.
It might have been the entire end.
That's what I'm saying.
It might have been.
You might have been
like
four-letter word.
What you said rhymed with fun. Like what he said rhymed with fun, rhymed with run.
Yeah. So it was too close for me to repeat it.
What are you nominating?
That.
All right. I think that's our winner. That's our winner.
Landslide.
Congratulations, Brian. You win.
Thank you.
Cast coming up at 8:00. Hall of Fame, Booker T, Brad Gilmore at 7. And coming up next, Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the World Cup. Glenn Davis will be joined tonight by three-time World Cup participant Marcelo Balboa and also Chris Canetti of Houston World Cup Committee. That'll do it for us. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye, Houston.
All right, welcome into a little bit of history tonight because this is Destination 2026. Houston's countdown to the World Cup presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist Energy, and Quanta. How about that? The Great Bouncing Souls from New Jersey. That's a big intro. A lot of Michael Carroll in production with that one.
He's a wizard. He's a wizard.
Yes, he is. All right. Really excited to get this show off and running as we prepare for the greatest sporting event in the world, the World Cup 2026, coming to Houston, Texas. 7 matches here in Houston at Energy Stadium next summer. Think about that. 7 World Cup matches. So every Wednesday at 6 o'clock Central Time, we're going to do an entire hour on the World Cup. Everything from interviewing those that played and coached in the rarefied air of this remarkable competition, which, by the way, only occurs every 4 years. So you do have to wait. There is a level of patience, length of qualification. We'll dig into that. We will also delve into the history of the World Cup, its origins, its indelible moments that have never been forgotten. The special plays that I know are in your minds, and the moments that you learned about the amazing World Cup. So we do have a lot to talk about here tonight and a lot to really get into. We will have some really good interviews as well. And by the way, qualification for World Cup 2026 is still going on, as everybody knows. We won't find out until next December what teams will be coming to Houston. Who would you like to come to Houston? 713-780-3776 is the number. I also want to hear from you tonight. And again, why the World Cup is important to you in this first segment and when you first became aware of it and what it means to you. This show is going to bring you regularly those from the World Cup host committee and others that are key decision makers also in making the event go in Houston. Just imagine executing this in this day and age right now. The planning, safety, security, the fan zone that's going to be in Edo, lodging, transportation, fundraising, game day operations, volunteer recruitment, and on. It is a massive undertaking. It is a World Cup in 2026 that will be hosted by the United States, Mexico, and Canada. 713-780-3776. 713-780-ESPN is the number to call in here tonight. And again, a reminder, here's who we got on the show tonight. We've got Marcelo Balboa. Now, you're going to love this interview. Had to do it earlier in the day. He couldn't come on live tonight. Good friend of Marcelo's. Marcelo is one of the definitive center backs in the history of the U.S. men's national team. Went to 3 World Cups, played in 2 out of 3. He's on the show tonight. You're going to love this interview. You're going to love the fact that he hit that remarkable bicycle kick against Colombia that didn't go in, that became an indelible defining moment. And we'll talk about that tonight. I don't want to give anything else away. Also, Chris Canetti, who heads up the World Cup committee, the bid committee, and now is heading up the execution of everything here in Houston, Texas for next summer in 2026. Chris will be on the show here in the next segment. He's on his way here. And of course, got 2 great guests tonight, and we'll dig into some other things. Now, a couple things about Houston and the matches that'll be here. We have 7. We have group stage matches on June 14th of next year, June 17th, June 19th, June 22nd, and then June 26th. Okay, so, we're getting close to a year out from our first game on June 14th. We will have also a round of 32 match on June 29th, and we'll have a round of 16 match on July 4th. So we very well could see the team that ultimately lifts the World Cup. And by the way, this will be the 23rd World Cup finals held. This has only been held 23 times. Only 23 times. So think about that. This isn't something that happens every year. This isn't Liga MX where you got 2 champions. This is all about patience, qualification, and getting to these World Cup finals. For the first time ever, it'll involve 48 teams. Goes from 32 to 48. So that's another thing to keep in mind as the World Cup, like a lot of sports, continues to expand. First ever World Cup was held in 1930. hosted and won by Uruguay in the Estadio Centenario in Montevideo, which they still use to this day for their national team games. 90,000 people won that match. Uruguay over Argentina were at that match in the Estadio Centenario in Montevideo. Unmatched when it comes to an individual player having won the World Cup is Pelé, 3 of them. In World Cup history, Pelé and Brazil have won 5, number 1. Germany has won 4. Italy has won 4. Argentina has won 3. And those are really, out of the 23 World Cups, you got 16 of them right there between Brazil, Germany, Italy, and Argentina. France has 2. Uruguay has 2 back in the early days. And England and Spain have 1. 2002, Brazil won it. 2006, it was Italy. 2010, Spain. 2014, Germany. 2018, France. And, of course, everybody remembers in Qatar, including you, Brian McDonald, producer extraordinaire, you saw Messi win it in 2022 against France. So there you go. That's the last 6 World Cups, 6 different teams. But the traditional powers remain dominant in World Cup history. Now, speaking of World Cup history, it's interesting now to watch national teams a year out, right? We're going to go into the Gold Cup with a U.S. national team that's going to be missing people due to fatigue, injury, which is going to be coming soon here to Houston, Texas. In fact, we have the Gold Cup final this summer. We have a number of other games in June. But it's interesting to watch. So today we caught a glimpse of Portugal and Germany in the UEFA Nations League semifinals, which is another tournament. Portugal was down 1-0 to Florian Wirtz of Germany, and then, boy, did they come back in the second half. I mean, the changes made, the energy that came. Vitinha came in the game, who was fresh off, believe it or not, just winning the UEFA Champions League with PSG. You saw the magnificent game he put together. He comes in the game. He helps change the game. Francesco Conceição, the son of Sergio Conceição, the famous player, comes out for Portugal. Portugal is a team, obviously, like always, that has to be watched, honored, respected. And by the way, guess who gets the game winner? Cristiano Ronaldo with a tap-in. But he's got the perfect team around him. All he has to do is hunt around the box, make angles, get into good places, and he can let the likes of others, Bruno Fernandes, Vitinha, do all that kind of work and then bring a wide game around him, and, you know, he scores a goal today. So pretty interesting stuff going on there. Out of the U.S. camp, there is a bit of concern. Zach Steffen had to leave due to something with his knee. So he's not going to be available, it looks like, for the Gold Cup. He's gone back to Colorado. So that's not the best of news when it comes to the U.S. National team that's going to be playing in the Gold Cup this summer. But it's going to be a very different team. You're going to have Jack McGlynn of the Houston Dynamo potentially making that final squad. I think that's a pretty safe bet. So watching these games in CONCACAF with Mexico, etc., is going to be very important. U.S., Canada, these are all teams that we know are going to be in the World Cup because they are hosting it. But we're going to have great interviews. We're going to dig into the game as much as possible. And I'm also going to 100% want to hear from you about your great moments. So basically, those moments are going to be indelible in your mind. And if you want to call in 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 to give me your World Cup moment. There's a lot of people who went to the World Cup in '94 up in Dallas, if you remember. I went to the final out in Pasadena in the Rose Bowl. It was kind of a dour final. It was Brazil winning in penalty kicks. Roberto Baggio for Italy that day was playing on one leg, dragging his leg around pretty much. And I was behind the goal with my brother. Little did I know that 4 years later I'd be involved in broadcasting a World Cup, but that's what happens. But if you remember back to the 94 World Cup, the last time it was held in the United States, when you look at the team picture, you'll see a really young-looking kid, and his name was Ronaldo, who would go on to win it again. That's R9, that Ronaldo, not Cristiano. I call him the real Ronaldo. But anyway, that 94 World Cup was hugely successful. And this is going to be another platform moment, not only for the United States, but it's going to be a platform moment for Houston, Texas. It's eyes of the world on Houston, eyes of the world on the United States, Mexico, and Canada, and all the cities that are hosting it. So we will, as a city, put our best foot forward because we will be inviting in visitors from a lot of different countries that absolutely love the game of soccer. I'm sure the security is going to be very intense. Now, if you want to hear a funny story, this was my first taste of the World Cup in a bigger way. Back in 1974, the Netherlands, under a coach named Rinus Michels, and a star player named Johan Cruyff, was revolutionizing the game of soccer. They were positionally interchanging positions, something that was not done a lot before then. It's now commonplace in the game. But they were interchanging positions. So a right back would all of a sudden end up front, which these days doesn't sound, anywhere out of the norm. But back then, that was very radical. So this team was interchanging positions. They all had long hair. They played the game in just an amazing way. They had this orchestrator in Johan Cruyff that was a skinny, frail guy that was just so explosive. Remarkable player, still one of the greats in history for me and for many, and many Dutch for sure. And it was against West Germany at the time. They had not been unified yet. And it was the West German national team, and it was I believe the final was in Munich. They were the host country. And in the newspaper before the game, the build-up to the game, there was a German defender that a lot of people will know on this show. Bertie Vogts was his name, and he kept saying in the papers, Johan Cruyff's not going to touch the ball. He won't touch the ball. I'm going to mark him out of the game. So the Netherlands come out in this game, and basically they put together, I believe it was 13, 14 straight passes. West Germany doesn't touch the ball. Cruyff gets it near the edge of the penalty area, blows by Vogts. He gets chopped down. They go to the penalty spot. Johan Neeskens, another famous player from that team, takes the penalty, and it's 1-0, and Germany has not touched the ball in front of their home crowd, which was pretty remarkable. The story goes that the Dutch, because of obviously the animosity between the Dutch and Germans, and this is what you get in the international game. The story goes is that the Dutch then lost focus. This is what a lot of people say. I've read about this in books. I've talked to people. I've talked to the late Jan van Beveren, who I knew. Wim Serbier, who was a teammate of mine on that team, was a right back, believe it or not. He was a teammate on one of my teams, but he was in his late 30s here in Houston. That's another World Cup tie to Houston, Texas. Anyway, they claim that the Dutch then were more focused on trying to embarrass the Germans, by playing 1-2s around them, and they lost sight of winning the game, managing the game, and going to goal. Lo and behold, Germany comes back. Franz Beckenbauer, Gerd Müller, and they come back and they win 2-1, and they win the World Cup. And to this day, the Netherlands remains, having been to other finals, one of the great soccer playing nation that's never won the World Cup final. That's got an incredible development system, produced players, all technical, some of the greatest coaching minds ever. This small country, the Netherlands, producing this amazing talent. So guess where I watched that game? My father says to me and my brother, we're going to Madison Square Garden, because the World Cup final wasn't even on TV back then in the United States. It was on closed circuit television. It was the New York Knicks, the legendary Madison Square Garden. By the way, people could smoke in there then. And we got tickets in what they called Blue Heaven. Blue Heaven was the top rafters of the Garden. And my dad takes us in there, and it's whatever it held back then. I think it was 18 or 19,000. The entire place was Germans and Dutch waving flags. It was incredible. It was like I walked into this new world when I went into the Garden. I saw it on the streets, and then I walk in the Garden, and it's like there's all this pomp and circumstance and chants and flags waving, and people can, by the way, Europeans smoke, right? So there's people smoking away like crazy, and up in Blue Heaven, you're like you're waving. For anybody who's watching the in-studio feed, you're waving the smoke at your play. It probably wasn't good for your health either. But down in the middle of the Knicks court on the Knicks logo is a cube, and it has 4 screens, and it's showing the game. Now, where we are, you can't really see anything. So you're just a part of the fun. And me and my brother got up and walked our way down and got down in the aisle so we could get closer to the screens to see it. But that's just a reminder of, that's 1974. You didn't even have it on TV. It was closed circuit television. And in fact, South American World Cup qualifying, which if you want a taste of the World Cup this weekend, tune into Paraguay, Uruguay, Ecuador, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, Bolivia. South American World Cup qualifying. This is qualifying for the World Cup. This stuff is grueling. This stuff is grueling. This stuff is slightly animalistic at times because of the competition. And these teams go at each other in a way, with all the history in South America, that's pretty crazy. But South American World Cup qualifying is this weekend. So the qualification process for next summer's World Cup, it does continue on. And I do believe South America is the most grueling of all the qualification processes. So if you're in the United States, Canada, and Mexico, well, you do not have to qualify for this World Cup. So you're going to have to prepare in a way that does not include the actual grind and the pressure of qualifying. All right. Chris Kennedy is going to come up next. This is a really cool song I found. I've played it before on here, not in a long time. This is called Sounds of Africa is the name of the group. The name of the song is Football Fan. All right, so I hope I'm getting you in the mood for the World Cup. Coming up next is Chris Kennedy from the World Cup Committee. He's going to come in here. He's going to get you up to date on everything about the World Cup. And then the final segment tonight will be Marcelo Balboa, the legendary center back from the U.S. who's been to 3 World Cups. All right, you are listening. And this is a brand new show. And this is one we want you to join us on every Wednesday. Destination 2026, Houston's Countdown to the Cup on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist Energy, and Quanta. We'll take a break. We'll come back.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Houston's countdown to the Cup, Destination 2026. And we're going to get right into it because we have from the World Cup bid committee and heading it up here in Houston, Chris Canetti joining us now. By the way, before I go to Chris, this is a song by New Order that was a part of one of the England theme songs ahead of one of the World Cups. I don't remember which one, but Chris, welcome in. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for being here, and thanks for doing this show. It's going to be an incredible build up to 2026, and it's great that we're going to be able to inform Houstonians and soccer fans of what's to come.
Yeah, very excited about this. Excited that you're in here, and you'll be a frequent guest on the show. So, you came in and you said, man, I just barely got here. It took me over an hour to get here from downtown. So how are we going to move people around during the World Cup?
Well, the good news is we got a lot of smart people with a lot of experience in transportation who are working on those transportation plans. And by the way, I also expect that a lot of the games are going to be during the day, right? Not during rush hour. So I tried getting over here in rush hour in one of the more challenging parts of town. But so we'll see. We still don't know the exact times for the games yet. But I think, again, many of them will be early to mid-afternoon time frame, which will be easier to get around.
Is there a reasoning for that outside of the transportation issue? Is it kind of one of those that, you want the fans to disperse during daylight maybe? And
I think it's really more of a TV issue, right? And having the games broadcast in Europe in prime time. So I think, when there's early in the tournament, when there's lots of matches going on, in some cases 4 a day, I think is when you'll start to see those earlier in the afternoon start times on into the early evening.
Well, the good news is it's going to be on during good hours. I remember the first one I ever did play-by-play on was 2002, and it was in the middle of the night. I had to wake Giorgio Canai up once he fell asleep. But listen, I want to give you a platform here. I didn't mean to get you right into the travel and the logistics, but let's just give you a platform to give us an update on everything that's going on.
Yeah, so we're moving in. Time's rolling fast, as we were saying during the break. We on Wednesday of next week, 1 week from today, we'll celebrate the 1 year out moment from the 2026 FIFA World Cup, where the first match will take place in Mexico City. So we're a year away from the first games occurring. From our perspective at the host committee, we're less than a year away, because on May 1, we'll start moving into NRG Stadium and putting the pitch in and all those kind of things, or we'll start to build out the fan festival site in Edo. So clock is ticking. Like I said, really less than a year away from really go time. But things are going very well. We're well organized. We've got a good strategic plan. We have a pathway to funding the event. We've got great support from throughout the community, from the city level, the county level, all the different organizations and entities that need to participate in putting this on. This is the largest sporting event in the history of the world, and it's coming here, and going to end up being a great thing for our city.
Yeah. By the way, it's 7 games here in Houston, which is pretty remarkable. June 14th will be the first one we have here. I see things being done already, right? Are some of these things with roads and things around Edo? Is that with the World Cup in mind?
Yeah. So the work that's going on in Edo is happening now, so that they can get it done and take a break during the World Cup. But yeah, things are definitely happening now. If you were able to go inside of NRG Stadium right now, you would see renovations taking place, what we refer to as bowl modifications, if you will. They're removing some seats in the corners to create the width that you would need in a pitch area for a World Cup. So that work's being done now, because pretty soon we're going to have an NFL season, and then you have the rodeo, and then pretty soon after that, we're going to have the World Cup. So lots of work being done in places throughout the city, whether it's controlled by by us or FIFA, the host committee, but also by many other organizations in Houston who are just really trying to make sure that we have our best foot forward next year, when approximately 500,000 visitors come to Houston.
President of the World Cup Committee is Chris Canetti. He's leading the charge here for our World Cup in 7 games here in this great city. Is it 500,000, or I'm hearing people say they think it's going to be 1 million or more?
Well, it could be. I think we should come back on the show in December after the draw, and we know what teams are coming. But, the conservative estimates are 500,000. Those are numbers that are based off of, previous World Cups where it's kind of an apples to apples thing. meaning that Qatar was a unique situation where everybody went to one spot versus multiple cities like they did in Brazil. But again, these estimates are all based on what we know today. And coming December, when we know which teams are coming, that'll actually, the plans kind of change, and we can start to look at the world a little bit differently when we know, hey, we got Germany or Argentina or whatever it might be.
We'll
Hopefully.
take both of those.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
We'll take
I know.
both of those. Those are two great soccer
Yeah.
cultures. We'll take both of those. Who would you like to have down here? Outside, I know you're a U.S. fan, obviously, but what national teams do you like? Personally?
I
mean, there's so many great ones with their own characteristics and culture.
Exactly. I think you're right about that. People have asked me, you're disappointed that we're not going to get a USA match here in Houston. And I'm not disappointed at all, because I know they've been here before and fans have seen that. I want fans to have a unique experience here, right? It would be great to have Holland or Germany or Italy or, Denmark or, like I said, Colombia or, Paraguay or whatever it might be. There's so many great countries, I think. I was told a story, Glenn, recently by a FIFA official. We were here in Houston. We were doing some work together, and we were doing some planning around a hotel, and they were telling us about how Peru was playing in the World Cup in Russia in 2018, and that 40,000 Peruvians had made their way, across the ocean to Peru. Yeah, you've heard me tell this story before.
It's amazing.
That's a long way to go. That's a lot of logistics. That's a lot of expense. 40,000 people made that trip, and only 14,000 of them had tickets to the match, right? So it just speaks to the excitement of this tournament and this event and what it means to every country. So I think, whoever we get, and knowing that football is the global game and the excitement's going to be incredible, that this city will be alive with passion and just a lot of great fun stuff going on.
Chris Canetti, the president of the World Cup Committee. So on that note, there's going to be a lot of people coming here that aren't going to have tickets. I've heard this discussed before. What do you do with, thousands of people that are going to want to mill outside the stadium while their country's national team plays?
Yeah. Interestingly, FIFA's got a very complex safety and security plan. It's going to be difficult to get anywhere near the stadium on match day without a ticket. So it's really not going to be possible to mill around the stadium, to be honest with you, especially for those of you who are familiar with that footprint and can think about, that area. Getting close to NRG Park on a match day is just really not going to be feasible without a ticket. So really, the place to be is going to be the FIFA Fan Festival, which will take place daily, 39 days from June 11 to July 19. We're putting that in the Edo district, right around the Dynamo Stadium and all the great bars and restaurants in the area. We've got a great plan for that. So we want people to come down. We're branding the whole area as Football Fiesta. And so come on down to Football Fiesta, and part of Football Fiesta is the official FIFA Fan Festival, where we'll have our own, viewing parties and activities and event and food and culture and all that kind of stuff. But also go to Brian Ching's Pitch 25 or any of the other great restaurants or bars in the area. In fact, even Shell Energy Stadium will be opened up for patrons to go in and enjoy whatever the offerings are that the Dynamo and the Dash will put out. So it's just going to be a great destination there. And we do expect hundreds of thousands of people over the course of those. It's 39 days, but it'll be open for 34 because there's 5 rest days during the World Cup. So that's going to be the place to be, aside from all the other great attractions that exist in Houston.
Chris, real quick before we let you go, is a huge part of the budget safety and security?
Absolutely. It's the number one item. We have to have a safe and secure event. Anything other than that, will take away from the event in the worst of ways. So very complex safety and security plan in place with all the stakeholders, local, federal, you name it. And that's the number one expense item, but it's also the most important thing.
Chris, thank you for coming in tonight. We're going to do it again because you're going to keep us up to date on everything here on this program. Thanks for coming in tonight. Continued success putting it all together.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you for what you do.
All right. That's the head man of the World Cup Committee. He is Chris Canetti. This is a guy probably not sleeping a whole lot these days. I didn't ask him, but he's smiling, I'm sure, behind the water right now. All right, we'll take a break. We're going to wind it up tonight here with one of the great center backs for the U.S. men's national team, participated in 3 World Cups. He is Marcelo Balboa, coming up next to talk World Cup and what it means to him.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
For the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.